Book 1 Chapter 1, Lightning Stamp. Proofread by the amazing Midori.
A cliff reaching thousands of meters, decorated with small trees swaying in the strong winds, a man-made cliff flat and open, a small silhouette is seen to be basking in the afterglow of the sunlight, lazily hanging his feet on the edge of the cliff, unconsciously swaying it, seeming very lonely. This is a man of 16 or 17, with faint yet wide eyebrows, a pair of slender eyes, which seems as though he squints his eyes through habit, giving people the feeling of a young man in need of sleep. A slim, outlined/defined face, as though it has been sliced through with an axe, giving off a firm feeling. As he has not become an adult, he seems like a child. However, upon further inspection, one can feel the small presence of a man who has experienced many hardships. This world is really sadistic. Even the time is different. I don't even know how much time has passed, 3 years? Or 4? This place only has 2 seasons, summer, winter, haze. I can't return anymore. The young man sighed again, and slammed his fist on the floor. Staring at the fist mark on a blue rock, he smiled. To him, this world has nothing that makes him feel happy, other than strength. This weird place was devoid of any entertainment. Every day, other than worrying about food, he has nothing else to do. For him, this is the only meaning of life in this world. A pitched whistle sounded. The young man quickly stood up, jumping along the top of the cliff at an extraordinary speed, quickly reaching a stone fort within seconds. The 7 to 8 meters large/tall fort was seen standing on the cliff, with 2 big pillars supporting it. This particular fort is still very small, however, it was sharp and long, protruding through the cliff and was supported by a wooden structure at the very top. On the floor was a hole with a length of about 3 meters and a width of 2 meters. One could properly see a tunnel heading downwards, a metal ladder on the side of it, installed with giant wheels. A man with an impressive beard saw the young man coming in and said, "Phone, the hunters are back. Your eyes are good, can you please go out and check if there's any problem?" The young man nodded. With a hand holding onto the wheel, he headed downwards. In front of him was a sea of darkness. Suddenly, beams of fading silvery light shone from his eyes. He smiled. "Uncle Ko and his men have returned. Hurry up and lower down the basket." The big bearded man reached his hand out and grabbed a hoop. Pulling it, a huge tied basket appeared. 2 men started to turn the wheel, lowering the basket. The basket, about 3 meters long, with the width of 2 meters and a depth of 1.5 meters, specially made for transporting people or objects, is one of the 2 entrances to the Tiger Cliff Castle. Tiger Cliff Castle only has 2 roads connecting to the outside world. One is right here, and the other is a tunnel behind the castle which is extremely hard to reach, which is why the people of the castle uses the roped basket to travel. Within the rope basket, sat 2 men and a pile of prey. The young man blinked once, and said, "Why are there only small animals, Uncle Ko? Aren't there any big guys?" The basket only had wild rabbits, chickens, ducks and a few Jin sheeps. Jin sheep was one of the main specialties here. It was a very small type of sheep, which loved various types of sole grass. The taste of the meat was considered as one of the best delicacies here. The only problem was it being too small, with barely any meat. 1 Jin sheep was equivalent to at most 10 kilograms of meat, which was slightly better than the wild chickens, ducks and rabbits, when comparing the amount. Uncle Ko laughed. "Phone, we did kill a baoya boar, which is about a few hundred kilos. The haul this time is already not bad. Phone, later head over to my house to grab a pig leg, hee hee." Xin Phone grinned from ear to ear. "Sure, I'll send you home." Everyone in Tiger Cliff Castle is a hunter. Those who grow yam and make cereals normally live in the valley. The young man, Phone, belongs to one of the roughly 200 households, which consists of his grandpa and younger sister. However, men don't normally farm, they are obligated to hunt, as the population of people living in Tiger Cliff Castle is very small. These few years weren't easy. When he just woke up, little sis was only 3 years old while grandpa was already too old to hunt, leaving the young Xin Phone as the sole breadwinner. At first, Xin Phone relied on harvesting wild fruits, and some hunters who pitted the family of 3 occasionally shared some meat. That was how they painfully lived to this day. The people here were very friendly and helpful. Within the neighborhoods, they helped each other. Without these people, Xi and Feng would not have lived to this day. However, after this year's summer, Feng will have to prepare food for the winter, which is a huge responsibility for a young man of his age. Not only does he have to fend for himself, but for his grandpa and his young sister as well.
Uncle Ko deleted a comma, went down the basket again, this time bringing back a 200 plus kg baoya boar.
The meat of this kind of boar had a rough texture. Without any culinary skills, it would not be delicious. Of course, Feng did not really care. As long as it was edible, he would eat it. Ever since he was here, he had never really felt full before. Even though he ate large amounts, he never felt full.
He couldn't understand it. Why could he eat so much? A few hunters and Feng laughed merrily as they walked back to the castle. Tiger Cliff Castle was built on steep surroundings, with many barriers in its surroundings.
The center had a radius of about 2 kilometers, and had an empty plot of land for farming.
The people in the castle lived in the caves below the inner cliff.
Every household was entitled to a cave. There were natural and man-made caves. A small cabin made of wood. During summer, people could live in the cabin, but in winter, everyone must enter the cave. The shape of the castle was just like a plate. Residents lived in the plate, and the outside of the plate was a cliff. This was the natural fortress of the castle. This was why it quickly became a residential area when the humans found it. Quickly walking home, Feng's hand was holding a large boar leg, and in his other were 2 wild chickens. He reached the wooden fence surrounding his house. The house was built beside a cave. A young lady saw Feng returning and called out, "Brother, brother," while running towards him. With the coldness already starting to set in, the young lady wore a fur coat. The long fur swaying as she ran, she looked like a little fur ball rolling over. Feng laughed, "Don't run, slower, slower," and squatted down. However, with the meat in his hands, he couldn't reach out and hug her. The little lady charged into Feng's arms, hugging his neck. Feng stood up, with the girl hanging off his neck, giggling, "Bro, whose meat did you take now?" Feng used his forehead to gently bump the girls and laughed lovingly, "Uncle Ko gave me some of his prey he caught today."
"How's Grandpa?" She giggled. "Grandpa went to boil salt and just came back."
Tiger Cliff Castle also had unique specialty. There was an underground halogen salt mine, and one could go underground to collect halogen salt water. After boiling, it can last a household for a while, and was one of the main reasons the residents of the castle could survive in such an environment.
Boiling salt was also the normal chore for old people and women to do.
Contact between the outside world and Tiger Cliff Castle was virtually impossible. Problems must be settled by oneself, which caused Feng to feel unaccustomed. After a few years of torment, he gradually integrated into the lifestyle of these people. The young lady continued to hang from Feng's neck, and the both of them chatted merrily as they walked to the small house.
Feng shouted, "Grandpa, I'm home, look."
Uncle gave us a front leg of a baoya boar, which is about 15 kilos, enough for us to eat for a few days.
The little lady slid off Feng's body and ran towards the old man, hugging his arm as he squatted down. "Grandpa, Auntie Ching gave us a piece of bull leather, I kept it in the cave. It was a really big piece. Wait for a few days, the leather armor would be completed and then Bro can wear it." Grandpa, I'm really competent, right?"
she exclaimed with a face full of self-compliment/self-praise, causing Feng to laugh out loud.
"Ha, little sis is really reliable." Feng complimented her.
The old man gently patted the head of the young lady, nodded and said, "Right, Yao Yao is the most reliable one in the house."
The young lady beamed.
The leather armor is one of the necessities of a hunter. The leather armor's special shape, which is entirely handcrafted from a variety of beast skins, and lined with tough hide at the inner layer, is a locally produced armor, made with bull skins as the main material. Creation of the leather armor is really complicated, with a total of about 10 producers only. About 2 years ago, Grandpa started to make it, and a large part was made with the help of the young lady. With 2 generations worth of hard work, until recently, it could be announced as about to be completed, because it was lacking a piece of bull leather.
This piece of armor is specially made for when Fong goes out and hunt. For the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle, it is a must for the hunter to wear a piece of leather armor made from his family, a custom, you might say. Once this armor is worn, Fong will finally be a hunter. The leather armor needs about 3 types of leather. A soft pelt for the first layer, which should have many holes the size of soybeans. Not only is it soft, but it is also good for blocking out the cold. The middle layer is the bull leather, and the outer layer is a pelt of a beast known as the Changmao bear. It is actually long-haired brown hair, but it's too long, so I used the pinyin. During the creation of the armor, the fur will be weaved together, creating a pattern. And after smearing a type of animal oil, it will not only become cold resistant, but also an armor with high defense. Book 1 Chapter 2, Lightning Stamp. Proofread by the kind Midori. The old man said, "Yao Yao, take this boar leg to Auntie Ching." After someone had given you something, it was basic manners to show your gratitude. Even though a baoya boar's meat is not worth much, but it was the thought behind it that counts, and the old man always makes sure to do so. The little girl hesitated for a while, and showed slight reluctance. However, she still nodded, "Yes, Grandpa, I'll be on my way." Even though she was only 6 years old, lifting a 15+ kilo boar leg was nothing to her. As Fong watched his sister leave, he looked at the old man solemnly. "Grandpa, do you have something you want to say to me?" The old man nodded. He was pleased by Feng's awareness of the situation. "Fong, you are not a child anymore. Furthermore, you are turning 16 this year. You have been training since 6 and your foundation is good. However, you need more training. I believe it is time for you to start practicing Lunli." Fong did not know what to say. He had been here for about 3 years already. Even as he practiced archery, ways to throw punches effectively daily, and trained his body, this was his first time hearing of Lunli. He asked, "Lunli? What's that?" He kept trying to understand this world, and the size of it. However, he was stuck on this cliff, where meeting people from the outside was impossible, and he could only stare at the sky and wonder about the world. The only thing he could be sure of was that this place definitely wasn't the previous world he lived in, as every night, there would be 7 moons of different colors in the sky. From that, he understood that this was a new world for him, and other than this, he did not know anything much. The old man replied, "Lunli is a strange power that not everyone can learn. To learn it, you need potential and talent, and I had already tested your body when you were 6. You have both sufficiently, and so you can learn Lunli." Fong was once again speechless. He kept doubting himself and his knowledge of the unknown of this world. However, the thing called Lunli really had exceeded his imagination. He asked, "Do the people in Tiger Cliff Castle have Lunli?" "Who are they?" "No, only your parents, and now you have it. Other than you, no living human here has it. Of course, no one here knows that you and your parents have Lunli." Since his soul took over Feng's body, he had never met his parents in this world. He had only met his grandfather and sister, so he had not even the slightest idea of who they were, and so he replied simply, "Oh, I see. Don't underestimate Lunli. Once you obtain the power to control it, not even the greatly feared barbarians living in the mountains will be of danger to you." The barbarians were also human, but they had enormous strength from birth. The smallest size of barbarians were still at least 2 meters. With coarse, thick hair on their bodies, they were more beast than human. In the mountains, they not only hunt animals, but also hunters and even barbarians of another tribe, and used the bodies as meat sources. They were the biggest enemies of hunters, as they possessed intelligence. "Wait here, I have something to give you." The old man walked into the cave and tapped the stone walls. After a while, he finally found what he was looking for. He then inserted a dagger into a crack in the wall, pried it open and took something out. With his gaze on the old man's hands, he asked, "Grandfather, what is this?" The old man gently stroked the item in his hands for a while and handed it to Fong. "This is a stamp, look at it yourself." Fong was confused. "Stamp?" And looked at it closely. It was a circular object, with the thickness of a finger and as big as a palm. A pitch-black item,
with numerous silver lines of varying thickness that looked like the veins of a leaf, some as thin as a strand of hair, and some as thick as a toothpick. Even though it was a small stamp the size of a palm, it was about 3 to 4 kilograms, TL. Note in the bottom about the stamp. What a strange stamp. Look at those silver lines, what does that remind you of? Phone looked closely and answered, it's like the veins of a leaf, no, like lightning. He suddenly remembered an image from his previous world, however, there were too much lines, and it did not really look like a picture of a lightning. The old man smiled, not bad, this is a lightning stamp. Your Lunly attribute is lightning, and so you can train in the lightning aspect of Lunly. With the stamp in his hands, he called out, ah, no wonder my hands feel numb. Right after he had spoken, a trace of light appeared on the lightning stamp. Fong wasn't a native of this land, who knew little of lighting. In his past life, he knew that electricity was a thing that could kill, and he hurriedly raised his hand to throw it. Don't move. Don't loosen your grip, the lightning stamp is activating your Lunly. Fong had lived with the old man for 3 years, and had already accepted him as family and as his elder. So, he suppressed his anxiety and tightly held onto the stamp. Fang's head started to hurt as the stamp started to emit a slight crackling noise. Grandfather, is this safe? Ah, Pa. Pain. The old man stared at Fang's hands. Don't be afraid, steady. Steady. Remember, don't loosen your grip. Fong didn't dare to fling the stamp away. He could only grit his teeth and tightly hold on to it. Along with the slight crackling noise, the stamp emitted flashes of light which entered Fang's body. That numbing feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He stuttered, Grandpa, when can this end? There's still a long way to go, don't let go. With the flashes of lightning, Fang's hair, which reached to his shoulders, all stood up. The feeling of holding on to the stamp was not comfortable at all. Brother! What's happening? After coming in and seeing such a sight, she could not help but call out. Don't touch your brother. Come to Grandpa. Don't touch him. The face of the girl was entirely white, seeing her brother in the state where his hair was standing up, looking like his head had grown a few times. She ran towards her grandfather, crying, Grandpa, what's with bro? She had been brought up by Fong, and the relationship between them was very deep. Seeing her brother in this strange state brought uneasiness to her heart. The old man hugged the girl and softly said, Don't disturb your brother, just keep watching, your brother is fine. The sound of the crackling increased. Fong stood in the middle of the small house. His body was shaking nonstop, stimulated by the electricity, while his face was as red as a tomato, as if he was being roasted. He finally could not hold on anymore and hoarsely called out, Cannot hold on anymore. Cannot hold it anymore. Don't fling it, you can release your grip. Fong immediately released his hands. However, the stamp did not drop as expected, but instead hanged in front of his chest, giving out uncountable shocks of electricity like a web, covering Fang's body. Yao Yao bit her nails and shouted, It's shining, so strange. Tears were flowing down her face non-stop. Hold on. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Suddenly, Fong started to move. Following the stamp rotating around his body, Fong also moved. However, he did not move out of his own will, but it was the shocks of electricity that pushed his body to move. Yao Yao stopped crying, as the sight before her was too strange. Watching as Fong raised his hands and feet, shook his body and twitched nonstop, that strange sight caused her to watch in shock. Grandpa, what's with brother? He looks like he's dancing. That's right. This is called the lightning dance. In Feng's heart he cried out, This shit is called what? Lightning dance? Convulsion dance is more accurate. I can't even control my body. A big split, followed by a twirl. 1 foot on the ground, and 1 foot pointing to the sky, the body twisting out of shape. A lightning strike of a finger thickness hit Fong in the lower back, followed by 7 twirls. TL, ballerina.
Feng could not even cry out, even his mouth was numb, as he danced the strange lightning dance. Yao Yao almost bit off her nail. Wow, brother is so awesome. Feng once more cried out in his heart, awesome? Shit is more accurate, brother is being hit by lightning, it's forcing me to do all this, it wants my life. As Feng danced, a strange flow of power was circling in his body. His body became stronger as he gave birth to a strange power. Feng understood in his mind, perhaps this was Lunli. The stamp's shape was already long gone. It was like a shining sun, giving off rays of light that hurts the eyes of people that saw it, causing the old man and Yao Yao to squint their eyes. Followed by the sound of a thunderbolt, the stamp pierced into Feng's chest, disappearing into his body. Bang! Feng's legs finally gave way, and as he lay on the floor, panting nonstop, the web of light disappeared. The old man was shocked. He did not expect that the stamp would actually enter Feng's body. He nervously checked Feng, and after confirming it was fine, he let out a breath. You little rascal, I didn't expect your compatibility to be so high, your level of compatibility is really terrifying. Feng smiled bitterly, grandfather, my body is too numb, I can't move anymore. Asterisk the stamp is like a small stone carved with words, or a picture. Throw this word into Google and there will be some photos of it? Asterisk. Book 1, Chapter 3, Leilowenli. Hardworking Putty strikes again. Thank you to Midori for proofreading. The old man laughed happily, good. Good. Very good. Feng sulked, good? I can't even move, and you still shout good. Are you even my grandpa? How was Feng to know that he had just gotten a really good deal, for free? The lightning stamp was on an unimaginable level, and it even went into his body. Even though right now Feng could only access to a bit of that power, it had already given him a huge advantage. Even though Feng did not know, the old man understood in his heart. The wrinkles of the old man were like a bloomed flower, and now, he could finally put down the biggest stone weighing on his heart. After doing so, he felt many years younger. The girl headed towards Feng to help, however she was immediately stopped by the old man, don't touch your brother. But brother is still on the floor. Even though Feng had been shot half to death by lightning, seeing the worry in his sister's eyes, his heart clenched. Yeah, don't be afraid, I'm fine, just now, brother danced, was it nice to see? The girl sighed, which was then followed by a giggle. After the reassurance of her brother, she remembered the scene of her brother dancing, and could not control her laughter. Brother was too funny. Seeing Yao Yao's laughter, his spirits lifted. Grandpa, when can I move? Do I need to do something? Just lie there, now, no one can touch you, whoever that does so will be hit. Your body needs to get used to the stamp, maybe 1 day, or even 3 days, it's up to your own potential. However, your potential has already shocked me once, if it can do it again, that would be perfect. Feng smiled bitterly, potential, haze. The girl ran into the cave, and quickly brought out a pelt. Grandpa, give this to brother as a blanket. Feng was moved by this girl's sensibility. In the previous world, the 6-year-old brat he knew of nothing, not even mentioning of taking care of somebody, she could not even take care of herself. However, the lady of this world was already like an adult. The old man gently covered Feng's body with the blanket. Don't worry, after taking in the stamp, you can finally start training. Before, you were just training your body, but after this, you have now stepped into new land. Feng was also excited, so if I can master Lunli, would that mean that I can leave the mountain to the outside world? Of course, unless you want to be like this old fogey, dying in this God knows where place. In that moment, Feng understood, this old man was not to be belittled, he was a man with a story to tell. After going through this mess, the little lady felt tired, leaning on Grandpa with her head threatening to fall downwards at any moment. Feng said, Grandfather, bring sis to bed, we can talk more. As Feng could not move, he was unable to do so. The old man nodded and carried Yao Yao into the cave. After placing her on a stone bench, he returned, sitting next to Feng. Ask what you will. Grandfather, do you have Lunli?
After a long sigh, he answered, I had Ainley, not Lunley, however, I am merely a normal old man now.
Ainley? What's that?
You need not know, MHM, let's say it like this, Ainley is something too far away from you now, you don't need to know.
Why did your Ainley disappear?
A shred of bitterness appeared in the old man's eyes. Why did it disappear?
It was hit out of me, haha.
I hid here to try to make a descendant that can bring me pride, just like that, my enemy, unless you can reach that level, which would be practically impossible, so, I don't have any hope for revenge.
Fong thought for a while, Lunley, what is that really?
The old man was shocked, he had never thought of this question. Lunley was simply something that you need to practice to obtain, but for what it was, he had never thought about it. After thinking for a while, he answered truthfully, what is Lunley, I don't know, but what I do know is that after mastering the first level, you would have grasped the beginnings of Lunley.
Fong laughed with no happiness. Now what is the first level of Lunley?
First level of Lunley?
Then is there the second level of Lunley? Or even the 10th level?
You are really savvy, aren't you? Level 1 is merely an introduction to Lunley, after that you can master even more, the 100th level and even the 1000th level.
And once you get the to 10,000th level, you would be a Wan master, and then you'll become the Milun master. Fong was shocked, 10,000th level? Then what was the first level compared to it? Thousands. What does that mean? Feng's spirit was fired up. Milun master?
The old man nodded, if you can reach that level, you can walk out of this place, this mountain, and explore the outside world.
This how long will it take?
Now, I can finally start practicing Lunley, but that is merely the first level, how long will it take? Fong had no confidence in himself. It is not that hard, especially for outstanding people, with the right training, you can improve very fast, let's wait till you reach the 100th level, and then you can learn the greatness of Lunley, and you would be titled as a Bailuan master. With that amount of information, Fong could handle no more. Okay, after I can move, let's start training.
Then rest, I am also tired, I'm heading to the cave, the old man said as he left for the cave. Fong laid on the wooden floor, with the thick blanket on him. He felt so tired, within moments, he fell asleep. He slept for a total of 2 days, and finally woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a small head and a pair of big pure eyes, and he laughed, Yao Yao, why are you here? The girl jumped into his embrace and called out, brother, you slept for 2 days, I was afraid. Gently petting her back, he answered, don't be afraid, see, ain't I awake now? Ha ha. The girl didn't speak but just kept on hugging him. Fong, since you have already woken up then get up, I've cooked meat stew, come and eat, after that start training, Yao Yao, don't bother your brother. The girl nodded, brother, wake up, I'll go cook some water. With a spring in her step, anyone could see that after the recovery of her brother, she was in a good mood. Fong sat up. He felt refreshed, the numbness the stamp brought had completely disappeared. He could only feel the unlimited power in his body, which he had never felt before. Standing up, he stretched his body, and his whole body let out a cracking sound. He could not help but sigh, even though he trained every day, he had never felt so refreshed, so powerful. Walking out of the house and into the yard, he saw the old man standing under a tree, who smiled upon seeing Fong, come here and have a bite. A stone table with a soil pot on top was placed under the tree. The young lady brought a big wooden bowl with tapioca pancake on it, which was a local specialty made with rice, tapioca, and a type of plant. After baking, the taste was nothing to scoff at, and it was something that made Fong feel that it was better than those in his previous world. Fong felt no restraint. After sitting down, he started to chomp down the food. He was simply too hungry. After starving for 2 days, he was both hungry and thirsty. A voice came from the outside of the yard, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Yao Yao ran to the gate, and seeing a 10-year-old girl standing at the door, she smiled, Shangxiang's sister, why have you come? Xianxian was the child of their neighbor, at Tiger Cliff Castle, she was her only friend. Yao Yao looked back, seeing Fong giving her permission to go out, she smiled again, Grandpa, brother, I'm going out to play with Xiangxiang. And then, she gave off the liveliness of what a child should have. The two girls held hands as they left. Feng sighed, the girls here that can play with Yao Yao is far too little. The old man did not reply. Feng suddenly thought of something. Grandfather, can Yao Yao practice Lunli? He nodded. I've already tested, she can, however, she is too young and needs to first train her body, only when she has reached 16 can she start practicing. Does she need the lightning stamp? The old man didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Did you think the lightning stamp is something so easy to obtain? Also, Yao Yao's affinity is different from yours. You are practicing Lei Lunli while she is practicing Lvilan, not Leiluan. Lvilan? What's that? The Luan of life, a rare kind, totally different from yours. Grandfather, exactly how many kinds of Luns are there? Countless, like Hualuan, Inluan, Jingluan, Fingluan, Guanluan, Ingluan, wait. Also, the rare types like Bingluan, Lvilan, Ueluan, and yours is the special Leiluan. So many Luns, damn, I thought everyone has Leiluan. Book 1 Chapter 4, Leiluan Li, 2. Sorry, too busy to proofread again. I'm sorry. Oh, and for the hypnosis, I couldn't find its raw. Sorry. Thank you to Midori for proofreading. Ha, what kind of nonsense is this? These are especially exquisite, not mentioning the rare Leiluan, the one I speak of are attributes, which is a property. Those with an attribute are few, however, there are those with more than one. What? More than one attribute? That means you not only have a single attribute. For example, you have Huoluan and Inluan, that is 2 attributes. Of course, that is already not bad. Once you have more than 4 shushing, you can still train, but the speed would be very, very slow, and it would be impossible to reach the level of Milun Master. Feng understood, so the lesser it is, the faster the speed of practicing? Yes, but you must remember, a person's lifespan is limited. A normal person's lifespan is about 50 plus, and very few are able to reach 60. If you cannot reach Milun Master in a limited time, even if you reach it later, it'll be pointless. So, once you reach Milun level, you can live longer? Of course, by practicing Lunli, one can live to 70 and above, and once you reach Milun level, you can reach at least 90, ho-ho. And the 90 I speak of, they can still preserve their vitality. Grandfather, how old are you? Feng suddenly thought of that question. The old man went silent. Feng, do not worry, I will at least be able to live until you reach the Milun level. If it wasn't for preserving my bloodline, I would not have fought on to this day, to live this long, and to me, this is enough. Even though I have lived for about 500 years, after receiving the injury, I don't have many left, but I am stronger than normal people, and I can wait until Feng grows into an adult. If I can get through this, maybe my fate will be different. Even as he thought so, he knew that it was practically impossible. If he could do so, he would not be in this poor village. Feng did not know that the old man was a few hundred years old. Even though he told him, he did not truly believe it. That wasn't human, that was demonic. Okay, grandfather, you have to wait for me to reach the Milun level. He really hoped his grandfather could live long enough. During their conversation, Feng had already finished the food. With a wipe of his mouth, he said, Grandfather, please teach me how to train. Follow me. The old man headed outside. The two men walked on the road in towards the castle, which took about half an hour. Upon reaching the castle, they continued their walk. This is it, this place is secluded, so I believe no one will come. We will train here. Feng surveyed the surroundings. This place was littered with boulders the height of a few people. No one would come here, not even children. Okay, but how do I train? The old man sat down with his legs crossed. Sit down in the same manner. I have to first tell you something, and I hope you will understand. His serious look also caused Feng to have a solemn look on his face. Grandfather, I am listening. Leiluan is a rare type of shushing, and I will not lie, I also practice Leiluan. I believe you had inherited it from me, thus why you had such an outstanding shushing. Seeing his pride appeared on the old man's face, Feng nodded and listened carefully. Having Leiluan brings two big advantages. 1. Leiluan has a high offensive ability, the highest of all Lunly attributes. 2. The training speed is very fast. The best place to train is where rain appears, where it could absorb the power of lighting in the sky, not only increasing your speed, but also increasing your breakthroughs at once. Feng was afraid. What if he was hit by lightning? What if he died? In his past world, death by lightning was not few in number. What if I get hit by it? You will die. Feng then understood, when the lightning strikes, humans are not able to resist it, but he was still doubting it. In the past world, there were people who survived. Of course, there are cons of the pros, the old man continued. The cons of it would be, once you practice Leiluan, your personality will change as time passes, you will be more aggressive and become more wild. He was confused yet again, but grandfather, your temper is great. I've never seen you angry. The old man was very good-natured, and had never even shouted at Feng before. The old man laughed and shook his head. Ever since he lost his power, his temper had changed. Before, he was constantly angry, and without even a single word of exchange, he would raise his fist. It's a pity, since I cannot train anymore, so I will control it, Feng said firmly. It cannot be controlled, that is not Leiluan. If it could, then it would not be Leiluan anymore. If you want to level up faster, you need to follow your instinct, charge your way through, as you have no time to waste, you need to reach Milun level within the shortest amount of time. Feng knew nothing of Leiluan, and so, he could only listen to what the old man said. I understand, do not control, just follow the instinct of Leiluan. Great, now, shall we start training? After explaining to Feng how to train, lastly, he added, as the stamp has gone into your body, I believe training is not hard, because the hardest challenge has been passed. I never thought you could actually accept the stamp into your body. Ho-oh, your luck is not bad. Then now, start training. Feng pondered silently. He had never thought the stamp would be so sadistic, to let him sleep for 2 days. According to the old man's instruction, he started to train for the first time. The old man sat a few steps away, closely staring at Feng. This step was very important, especially as it was his first time training. Within a few minutes, Feng started to give off a soft crackling sound. If one did not listen carefully, he would not hear it. The old man gave a grin. This proved the success of the first training. Slowly, sparks of electricity appeared on his body, especially his arms and legs, and most of it on his head. The crackling noise increased. As the sparks jumped out, a ball of electricity formed above his head, with sparks entering it non-stop. The old man understood. Feng's first Leiluan was about to be formed. Once it entered his body, he would feel its power. At first, the sparks were unstable, shaking along with time, slowly entering the ball of Leiluan, becoming rounder. Thousands of sparks danced for about 10 minutes as it grew. And suddenly, that ball of Leiluan gave off a bright light and disappeared into Feng's body within a second. The old man clenched his fist, silently celebrating. The first Li Huai had been easily conceived. When he first had his own, it took a whole day in the rain, barely passing. Feng, who had absorbed the stamp itself, was someone more powerful. The second Li Huai only took 5 minutes. Feng had made a total of 10. Good, continue and follow my instructions. Let the power continue to increase until you can take no more. The voice of the old man was shaky. He was about to jump in joy. Feng had already gotten 10 Li Huai. What was this? When he had gotten his first Li Huai, he was titled a genius. He took 30 days to obtain 10 Li Huis, which was already shocking. But his grandson took only 4 hours. That was too scary. There's hope. I never thought I'll have such a gifted grandchild. Ha ha. Ha ha. The old man celebrated, silently laughing in joy. Feng did not know what the old man was doing, nor did he know that his grandfather was about to die of joy, as he could only continue to train. However, with the stamp at his side, he need not spend too much time. Normally, no one could tell from the outside a person's power.
Only when one had reached the power of thousands of lihuis could they tell externally, but Feng had only trained 10 lihuis and was already able to be recognized externally. The old man could see the layers of the Leiluan around him, giving off light and electricity non-stop.
After another hour, Feng could now control it. Following the old man's instructions, he started collecting the Leiluan power, storing it.
The most was at the chest area, followed by the arms and legs, and lastly at the head, as it could only receive a bit.
After dividing up the power, Feng had a new discovery. Is this? What? Oh ho ho, such a cliffhanger.
Book 1 Chapter 5, Burst Lightning Needle.
Thank you to Midori for proofreading.
It feels as though there's a circular hole in my body. I can feel it very clearly.
Is it really there? So strange.
Not bad, not bad. After about 10 lihuis, it is possible to generate that.
Feng, this is called the lunching space. Don't be that surprised. So how big is it?
After silently thinking for a while, he replied, about the size of a fist.
What is lunching space?
For you, it has currently no use, but after you've reached the 1000th lihui, then would it be useful? After reaching the diameter of about 2 rulers, you can already put items inside, and once the Milun level is reached, it can reach 1 meter, allowing many items, ho-ho, so don't be so surprised.
Feng was shocked. Internal storage? It was out of his imagination. A whole meter, wouldn't that break your body? With a laugh, the old man replied, that is impossible, there is no physical shape.
And after thinking for a while, he added, but actually, it still has a bit of use.
For example, you can store a bit of Luanqi.
Putty, the chi in Luanqi means device/machinery. Luan device sounds weird, this is like a made-up name, so it'll be in pinyin.
Feng, hearing yet again another new term, asked, Luanqi?
Luanqi is a weapon for people that have Lunli. Of course, it is also categorized according to your attribute. For example, for Leiluan, you need to use the lightning Luanqi, and not the fire Luanqi.
Having Lunli itself is not enough, there are many ways to put it to use.
The 2 most important types are, 1, which is to directly use Lunli, and though the combination of power, it will increase its valiance.
2, is to use Luanqi.
Luanqi can contain Lunli and increase its power.
Putty, this makes no sense, I have no idea what it means, I'm sorry. Grandfather, where can I get a Luanqi? Feng looked at the old man excitedly. Luanqi, it is a thing you must use your Lunli to create.
This is not hard, anyone who has Lunli can create their own Luanqi, but you must find the suitable materials. There are many creation methods, simple ones and hard ones. The hard ones require a certain amount of luck, and you also have to look specifically for the materials.
For example, this is a type of Luanqi.
A black needle appeared in the old man's hands, lightning burst needle, not reusable, used with Lunli. Feng reached and grabbed the thing. Looking at it curiously, he saw that on the black body of the needle, there were a few silver raws sandwiched in between.
This little needle was quite heavy, Feng asked, how do I use it? After a few sentences from the old man, Feng was shocked, so simple? Only that? Can I kill a bull with it? Bulls were good things to hunt as its body was a walking treasure chest.
Its horns can be carved, its meat was particularly delicious, and the most important part, its hide was the important ingredient for a hunter's armor.
However, it was hard money.
With its sturdy body, it could weigh up to several tons, and once agitated, it could knock over the thickest trees. For bulls, only when one has a team, would they dare to attack it. For the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle, if they do not have a few hunters and a prepared trap, they would never try. To Feng, bulls were a type of very savage monster. Even though it was herbivorous, it was not to be trifled with. Even though in this world, he had great strength and was able to leave a fist mark on a very hard stone, he still understood how fearsome the animals here were.
The old man shook his head. You are already different from normal people, bulls are not a danger to you. If you used the burst lightning needle, it would be a waste instead. Here are 4 of it.
Keep it for emergencies. Unless you are really in danger, do not use it.
I cannot coagulate the needle anymore. Fong held on to the needles. Can these be placed into my lunching space?
Even though his space was small, he thought that these 4 needles should be no problem.
You can try.
Staring at the needles in his hand, his heart skipped a beat, and the needles disappeared. Then, he clearly felt the needles in his lunching space. He could not explain why, but he knew it. The needles then appeared in his hands again. He familiarized himself with the feeling and laughed. This is great. Even if he was captured, no one could ever find the needles.
In critical moments, this could save his life. How do I control it? Burst lightning needle, you cannot use it yet, don't even think about it.
After 100 lihuis, you can create your own lunkies, but at this moment, you still cannot use it.
But don't worry.
With your training speed, 100 lihuis should not take long to achieve. 100 lihuis is a small Luan master's first of the many hardships to pass, but you need not worry.
Fong did not really care either way. Grandfather, winter is coming soon. If I do not go out and hunt this winter,
we need to start preparing. I have decided to go out and hunt with some hunters.
Ah yes, for your first time, you can go out with a few hunters, but after that, you should hunt alone, because you are already a small Luan master and not an ordinary human. You must have your own dignity.
Fong nodded. He understood what the old man was conveying. I need to first learn the ropes of hunting.
I will hunt alone after that. Let's go. Next time when you want to train here. The main 2 surnames of Tiger Cliff Castle were He and Hu, with the exception of Feng's family. These are the big 2. In Feng's family, their surname was Lei. Feng's full name was Lei Xian Feng. The old man was Lei Bao, and the young lady with the name of Yao Yao. Actually, the old man wanted to name him Lei Xian Feng. However, due to his father's refusal, they decided on Lei Xian Feng. A good child named Xian Feng was too abnormal.
Putty, there are many words with the same pronunciation. The Feng in the old man's mean crazy and the father's one is peak. There are a few teams in each hunter group, at least 3 members each. After a few days' worth of training, Feng achieved the 30th Li Huai. At about 10 a day, his speed was indeed very fast. He could not wait until he could find Uncle Ko, as he wanted to join his team. Uncle Ko, also known as Kudashin, his hunting ability was known throughout the castle, with his team of 3. As he had always taken care of Feng, Feng wanted to join his team. The team was very familiar to this area, especially Uncle Ko, and Feng had always held great respect for him. These few days, Lei Bao, along with his granddaughter and Xian Feng, hurried to finish the armor. After Feng wore the armor, he seemed to be another person with a malicious feeling. Yao Yao picked up a dagger and slid it into a scabbard on the side of his boot. Looking relatively satisfied, she fixed his long hair. The old man had a bag in one of his hands, and a bow in the other.
Feng was shocked. I'll use this bow?
This black bow was created by the old man. In Feng's memory, this took at least 4 years to create. As long as he had materials, he would make it, and he had finally finished it last year, but at that time, Feng had not practiced Lunli, and could not even pull the string of the bow. The last time you practiced, you were too weak and could only shoot some normal animals, not beasts, but now, you can finally put it to good use.
Feng was overjoyed. Grandfather, you think I can use it now?
He used to think that the old man had wasted his time and spirit, but now, he was filled with anticipation.
Lei Xinyao bit her finger. Brother, try and see if you can pull the string?
Feng nodded. This bowstring was made with the combination of the thread of a spider's net and the muscles of a bull.
Feng knew the big change in his strength.
The previous times he tried, it took all of his energy to pull it, but now, he could easily do it. Gently pulling on the string, it gave off a small stringy sound. Feng had practiced archery since 6 years old with a small practice bow, and his skill was not to be belittled.
Now, he could finally practice with a real one.
With the smallest movement, the string was pulled, and once he released it, there was a sound like metal colliding. Ping!
Book 1, Chapter 6, Burst Lightning Needle, 2. I accidentally deleted my work and had half the mind to throw it into Google Translate and call it a chapter but decided against it. I almost cried, my hard work sniff. Thank you to Midori for proofreading. Chapter 6, Burst Lightning Needle, 2. Fong could not control himself, good. This is awesome. After practicing Lunley, he had definitely changed. His strength and sturdiness had both increased dramatically. Shinya clapped, wah! So awesome, I'll go get the arrows. She ran into the room and retrieved a quiver which contained 10 arrows. This was also the creation of the old man. The tip was made of pure steel as long as a finger, and which weighed about half a kilogram each, and was specially made to be used only for the black bow. With the quiver and bag on his back, and the bow in his hands, he headed towards the cliff, as Uncle Ku and his 2 friends were waiting there. Everyone had to gather enough food before winter came, and in a family, there was normally 1 to 2 hunters, but there were also families that only relied on growing cassava and rice in large amounts during the summer, and traded some for meat in the winter. Dashin, who saw Fong heading his way, smiled. Fong, how do you feel? Scared? An old hunter always loved to tease a new hunter on his first hunt. Exe and Fong laughed. Uncle Ko, Uncle Nanshan, Uncle Sure, I'm not afraid, we'll be together today onwards. This 3 men, Kodashin, Konanshan, Kushur, had practically watched Fong grow up, and were on extremely good terms with him. Dashin patted Feng's back. Let's go, this time we are not heading out too far, just somewhere near the castle. The men walked to the stone fort and sat within the basket, accompanied by the cranking of the wheels as they headed downwards. This was the first time Fong had gone outside the castle, not that he did not want to, but underage children were not allowed to, with beasts and barbarians lurking about in the forest. Doing so was just asking for death. Every year, there would always be deaths during hunting, which resulted in the cautiousness of every team. Only powerful hunters would dare to hunt far away from the castle. With the addition of Fong to their group, Dashin decided on somewhere near to first gauge his ability, for future reference when picking a hunting spot. As the newbie, Fong had no say in the team, so he could only comply. But even so, he had learned many things while living in the castle for 3 years. He was not a child, he knew more than the people here, he had his own mind and his own opinion of this world. On Dashin's back was 4 short spears, and a machete the length of 2 feet, which was used to open the way. Nanshan was a strong man, he held a spear made of pure steel, and carried a bow and quiver on his back. Sure held a leather shield that had decent defense, and a 3-edged spear about 2.5 feet tall. Putty, typing this message yet again, here it goes. Google gave Met his while the literal TL is triangular knife, but the length is too long, so I'll stick with this. If I find something better I'll update. Sorry. Fong, as a pure bow user, focused on ranged attacks. The jobs were divided clearly. Dashin walked in front, opening the way, with Sure following closely behind, blocking any attacks from the beasts, while Nanshan held on to his spear, walking behind with Fong. Fong carried a black bow. Other than 10 special arrows, he also had 10 normal ones that could deal with a normal beast, but not a powerful one. The 4 men traveled into the forest. Fong felt dazzled immediately upon entering the forest. There were animals almost everywhere. After practicing Lunley, his senses and power had all increased, causing him to feel dizzy, as he had not fully gotten used to the feeling. Every hunter had to choose their own hunting spot. Dashin chose a pond. Animals all had to drink, so the pond was a good place to hunt, but of course, this was also extremely dangerous. Who knew what kind of beast would appear? Some cannot be handled by normal people. This was one of the best hunting spots among those that were closer to the castle. The pond was kidney-shaped, with the size of about 1 square kilometer, with a shoal and an entrance to the deeper parts of the forest. Coming close to the pond, Fong felt great discomfort. This was obviously a dangerous place. Upon reaching, Dashin signaled for everyone to stop moving and spoke in a small voice. Nanshan, Sure, Fong, be careful. I'll climb the tree. Finishing his words, he hugged the tree and slowly made his way up. Feng's hand was on his special arrow. The surroundings were covered by branches and leaves, not allowing them to look too far away, but Fong could use his ability to feel the surroundings. Nothing could escape his sensitive senses. Sho placed the shield in front of him,
and tightly grabbed onto his three-edged spear, trying his best to hear any movement. The three men came together in a triangular formation, looking only in front, waiting for the news from Dashin. Dashin silently climbed down the tree and silently spoke again, "Come with me." The four men quickly reached a giant tree. Fong raised his head and could not help but call out in surprise, "There's a treehouse here?" Dashin nodded, "This is a hidden point, let's go up and rest, we will hunt in the evening." Finishing his talk, he immediately climbed up. With the bow on his back, Fong climbed up. This treehouse was about 20 meters from the ground. Even though it was simple and crude, it was still shelter. There was even a platform that gave a clear view of the pond. Fong immediately spotted a large herd of bulls. Nanshan laughed, "Don't think about it, even the barbarians won't dare to anger such a large herd. Once they go mad, if you don't get out of their way, you will definitely die." Fong eyed the bulls hungrily. A single bull could be a great reward on this trip. Fong could not help but to feel eager. Surprisingly, sure, a man of few words, spoke, "Stop daydreaming." Fong smiled bitterly, "Do you all not want to kill a bull?" Dashin explained, "It is impossible. To kill a bull, you need at least 15 to 30 men and a prepared trap, and the most important thing is to have someone to be the bait. It is too dangerous." Nanshan also added, "Also the skin is too tough, it can't be pierced by a normal weapon. Not only that, but it does not have many weak points, and those that can be reached are even lesser." "Maybe we can jump from the trees?" Dashin patiently explained to Fong, "Even if you aimed at the weak spot, without a certain amount of strength, you still cannot pierce its hide." Nanshan said, "Even if you can pierce it, it doesn't mean it will definitely die. Before you get a second strike in, it would have already escaped from your attack range." "Fong, you have not been think about killing one, have you?" "Ha, it's good to have courage, but you must know your own limit too." The three men all thought Fong was being overconfident. Exe and Fong stopped making excuses and silently watched as the herd of bulls quenched their thirst. Dashin called out, "Fong, eat something and rest, we are hunting in the evening. Without enough mental and physical health, it will be dangerous." Exe and Fong went into the treehouse and ate the dried meat he brought. Dashin laid on the floor with his eyes closed, while Nanshan and Shur both leaned on a wooden pole with their eyes closed. Only Fong returned to the platform and continued to watch the bulls. He still would not give up and hoped to kill a bull. He had great confidence in his Lunli. If he could find a chance, he would act without any hesitation. At this moment, the herd started moving away. Fong looked back in the treehouse and only felt regret. He knew he would not have a chance to attack. Sighing, he took off the bow which hung on his back and placed it next to himself. "I can only wait until evening now." Suddenly, a small herd of bulls actually appeared, walking in his direction, and he immediately ran back to the treehouse. "There's a small herd. Wake up! There's a small herd." Dashin, who did not bother to even open his eyes, answered lazily, "Nothing to be surprised about. A small herd also has at least about 10 bulls. You can't handle it." "How would you know without trying?" "I'll handle it." Nanshan could not hold back his laughter. "Ha, you buggers are all rash these days. Okay, let's see how Fong hunts." The three of them headed to the platform and smiles, excited to see how a stubborn child would handle reality. Book 1, Chapter 7, Eagle Lead Hunters. Gui wee wee wa. I know the title doesn't make any sense, I also am not sure may change. One question do y'all want me to do? Blah blah blah, said Fong. Or blah blah blah, Fong. By the way, if you spot a mistake, tell me? The bulls slowly made their way here, stopping to eat some vegetation at their feet. The natural enemies of the bulls is not few, however, those that would dare to attack directly are few. Normally they will wait for a lone bull or find an old one that could not catch up to their herd. Even beasts understood their incompetence to bulls. Dashin asked, you using the bow? Fong nodded, yeah, I'll try shooting it. He had great confidence in this bow, as it cannot be pulled by normal people. Actually attacking with it would definitely be shocking. Nanshan and Shur both smiled, as two men who both successfully hunted a bull before. they had not thought a single person can kill a bull, but they are also men who are like frogs in a well, as they had not left the cliff in their life, though would never have imagined that there are another type of humans, those that can control lonely. The bulls took about half an hour to finally reach the bottom of the tree. Looking down from the platform shows you the sight of their backs. The three men looked at Fong laughing. You can shoot now, ha. Fong nodded, placing one of his feet on the platform and another on a branch. He took his bow and pulled its string. The bow made no sound. Nanshan, who was also an archer, was shocked, staring at the bow. He silently said, "What a good bow. If it was a hard bow, it would definitely make a sound, but Feng's bow does not make a single sound," and Nanshan believed that Feng would not be so stupid to bring a soft bow which can only shoot small animals like birds and rabbits. Within seconds, Feng had already locked on the weak spot of the bull. His eyes were known in the castle for being the best. He can see something very far away. This was his gift. Suddenly a sound was heard, ping. The three men did not even have a chance to recognize the arrow, not even the shadow, who knew how powerful the show was. Moo! And special arrow was about a meter, and most of it went to the dent in between of the cow's shoulder bone. With an anguished cry, it fell onto the ground, entering the state of death. Dashan, Nanshan, sure all saw that scene. Nanshan rubbed his eye and clutched his chest. How is this possible? Feng did not reply, but shot another arrow, ping. Moo! Yet another bull fell to its knees. Dashan's eye almost popped out. When had the dead bull's skin gotten so weak? They were all speechless, looking at the two kneeling bulls and at Xi and Feng. They were shocked. Just about Feng was to shoot his third arrow, Dashan hurriedly stopped him. Feng, stop! Don't shoot, 2 is enough, anymore, and we will not be able to bring it back. Actually 2 bulls were already impossible to bring back. A single bull is already a few tons. How can these 4 men bring them back? Feng sighed, such a pity. While talking, the bull herd had already passed, leaving the bulls he shot panting heavily on the ground. After a while, Dashan said, "Let's go down." His voice was filled with excitement. Just counting the price of the horns and hide was already a small fortune, but there was also the large amount of meat. The 4 men excitedly climbed down the tree. Everyone knew to move fast. Despite the fact that shooting reduces the amount of blood loss, it in return increases the stench, which will bait many powerful beasts, which is why the 4 men rushed to the bulls. When they reached the bulls, they had already died. Nanshan looked at the back of the bull and saw the feathers of the arrow, of the whole arrow. Only the feathers are outside. He coughed. How much strength did it take? Danshan shouted, "Hurry! Tie them up and hang on the trees." As the scent grew stronger, the danger increases. Feng pulled out the arrows. These kind of special arrows are not one he can waste. After some cleaning, it could be reused. Grabbing the leg of the bull, he called out, "Uncle Ko, tie that bull up first. Let me try to carry this." Feng used a bit of Lunli Ugg and actually dragged the bull heading to the giant tree. Dashan shouted, "What is this sorcery?" Nanshan held his chest. "This kid. How does he have so much strength?" Sure shook his head, "Monster." Then, what made them speechless was the sight of Feng dragging the bull up the tree. One bull was about a few tons. Seeing Feng being able to carry it alone shocked them. Suddenly Feng called out, "Uncle Ko, hurry up." With the activation of Lunli, Feng felt as though his whole body is filled with power. Uncle Ko shook his head. "Feng is too crazy. He actually dragged the heavy carcass of the bull up a tree. This kind of power is too terrifying." Nanshan said, "Okay, stop staring. This kid isn't human. Let's move faster." Sure also said, "Faster." Him and Dashan climbed the tree with speed that exceeded Feng's. Reaching the tree, they hung up the bull. Scaling the tree with the bull is actually very tiring for Feng. Using Lunli, he dragged the bull to the platform, but due to the platform being unable to handle its weight, Feng, with the help of Dashan, hung the bull before the platform snapped. The 4 men lay in the treehouse sweatily, and sighed in relief. Even though beasts can climb up the tree, they are no match for them. After resting for 10 minutes, Dashan said, "Nanshan, let's do it. Since Feng killed the bulls, he'll get the skin and the horns. We'll split the meat." Feng said, "No need to split like that. Everyone gets them equally. If it wasn't for Uncle Ko's willingness to bring me out,
I won't be able to kill a bull at all. Most of the hunters in the castle are reluctant to bring a newbie, as it would decrease their bounty. Dashan replied, how about this, just take a set of skin and horns, we split the rest, stop haggling. Nanshan and Shur both nodded, with Nanshan keeping a lookout. The three men started to carve the bodies. Nanshan suddenly shouted, be careful! A leopard is here! Fong looked down to see a black leopard on a nearby tree staring at them. Shockingly, this leopard was different from the ones in his previous life. Putty, Putty, he used to refer his previous world, but now he changed XC, it looked sturdier, longer. Putty, what is he describing? He knew this fellow is a climbing expert. Dashan called out, don't worry, throw some innards down, if they have food, they won't come to disturb us. Fong nodded and followed to throw the organs down, pa. A large sound was heard. With a few horse calls, Fong realized that there was not only a leopard but many other kinds of carnivores. Sounds of battle could be heard. After taking care of both the bulls, the three men started to hang the meat piece by piece. They worked till evening, with Nanshan continuing to keep a lookout, as this was the active period of many beasts. With these pieces of meat tanning, this was the best place to ambush. Fong did not stay in the treehouse but climbed up to practice Lunley. Of course, he kept this from Dashan. Fong sat on a huge branch and started to practice. On the daybreak of the second day, the four men got up. There were many beasts under the tree making all sorts of noises while Fong practiced along the night. Luckily Fong had Lunley to nourish his body to allow him to stay energized. Dashan laughed, how was your first night in the wilderness? One question do y'all want me to do? Blah blah blah, said Fong. Or blah blah blah, Fong. By the way, if you spot a mistake tell me? Book 1, Chapter 8, Eagles Lead Hunters, 2. Chapter 8, Eagle Lead Hunters, 2. Not bad. Fong, Putty, WordPress people said so. Nanshan, seeing Feng's energized face, praised Fong as a natural-born hunter. We didn't expect such a capable hunter to join us. Our gains this year will not be few. If those that rejected Fong knew how powerful he actually is, they would be crying now, huh? Dashan. We'll first send a portion of it back. We're pretty close to the castle. It'll only take half a day. Ho. With Fong here, we can get enough food for the whole winter. Dashan. Uncle Ko nodded, we'll stay and keep watch. The other two will be enough to bring it back. After marinating and getting rid of the moisture, it had already lost much weight, but without the bones and just the pure meat itself, it will only take a while. Actually, the most valuable part of the bull is still its horns. They could trade these 4 horns for grains and meat in large amounts. I'll go with Shur, Dashan, you and Fong keep watch here. The people here had great strength. Carrying 200 to 300 pounds was the normal for them. They each had a rattan woven basket that could carry 300 pounds and 2 horns. With the first trip consisting of Nanshan and Shur, then Dashan and Fong, they could send it back within a short amount of time. They started to place the meat into the basket and prepare to leave. When they reached the bottom of the tree, Fong spoke in a low voice, something is heading our way. Immediately, everyone tensed up and one by one they equipped their weapons. Fong reached for his bow and arrows. They stared at their surroundings. With a bird's cry, a silhouette moved, followed by 2 others with weapons in their hands. After seeing Fong and the others, their facial expressions changed. Dashan paled, motherfucker. It's the lead eagle people. At that moment, Nanshan and Shur's faces changed too, followed by Fong. After living in Tiger Cliff Castle so long, he knew that lead eagles were their enemies. The meeting of these 2 teams are always bloody. This had already gone for a few hundred years. Many tiger hunters die at the hands of lead eagle hunters. Every team wished to never meet a lead eagle team, as when they met only one team can survive. There is no other option, which is why they are all very tense. But when Dashan sees lead eagle hunters, he will say it without hesitation, kill. Fong was the quickest to react after Dashan's battle cry. He already shot out an arrow. That arrow was too quick, and the power of its force had reached a horrifying level. Even before the bowstring made a metal sound, the arrow has already buried itself in a person's head and passed through it and into the trunk of a nearby tree. Even though its strength had been reduced by a human skull, it still went about 1/3 inside the tree. Before the enemy could react,
the second arrow flew out. In not even a second, Feng had already killed 2 men. Dashin could only look in confusion. It was too fast. The 3 of them had not even registered what had happened. This was Feng's first time killing a human, but surprisingly, he did not feel disgusted or any other emotions. It was just like killing an ant. Actually, after practicing Lunli, his personality had already changed. Dashin was shocked. He did not expect Feng to be able to kill a human with such decisiveness, with such a clean kill. It seemed as though an expert hunter had did it. Suddenly, a few arrows shot out. Shur immediately blocked it with his shield, and during that moment, Feng shot out 3 arrows, and threw his bow away. Putty, why you throw it away you, asterisk steals bow asterisk. Putty, hits Putty, and took out the dagger from his leg and went into the forest. Dashin shouted charge. The 3 men charged into the forest. Feng clearly felt the activity in the forest with his Lunli. There were about 7 to 8 people. Within seconds, an enemy appeared in front of Feng. Putty plays Pokemon music. He was hiding behind a tree. Seeing Feng bolt out suddenly almost made him piss his pants. He randomly swung his sword in fear, hoping to injure Feng. This was Feng's first time seriously battling another human, but the man he was in his previous life was no brave solider. Seeing the blade, he was shocked to the point that he unconsciously activated his Lunli and blocked the blade peon. With a few clashes of the blade, the men stood motionless. The dagger had already slashed through the man's throat. Even after his death, he never understood how he could not move. Dashin threw his spear. With an agonized cry, a person fell from a tree branch with a bow in his hand. The lead eagle team had been obliterated in a moment. Even though it was a team with about 10 men, they could not match these 4, with Shur blocking the attacks, Dashin throwing spears about a meter long each in a short range. With this duo, the lead eagle team tried to run. These opponents were too strong. They could not even fight back. To keep their lives, they broke into a run. In the forest, running away was very hard as concealing their tracks are almost impossible. There's a live one here. Sure. A battle of not even a minute. At the first contact, 6 to 7 men had already died. This team is gone forever now. Shur dragged a lead eagle team hunter to the empty space. Stepping on his back, he coldly asked, "Why did you fucks come to our territory?" This land was known as the territory of the Tiger Castle as it is close to his. The lead eagle teams never would willingly come. That man had an arrow in his knee, which was the work of Feng. Following his instinct, he blindly shot and pinned the man to the tree, these giving Shur a chance to catch him. Weird, why would they come here? Dashin. That man thrashed around to his best ability, but after Shur placed some weight to his foot, he stopped with an Uncle Ko, we've killed so many of them, will there be trouble? Feng. While killing them, Feng felt nothing, but after killing them, he felt slight discomfort, even though he knew that they were mortal enemies, and that many of the Tiger Castle died at their hands. There are 3 residential areas: Tiger Cliff Castle, Lead Eagle, Ebai Village. Lead Eagle is to the north of Tiger Cliff Castle, and 100 Village is to the south. Tiger Castle is enemies to Lead Eagle while 100 Village is neutral. Ebai Village had very strong martial arts that could suppress both Tiger Cliff Castle and Lead Eagle, and they are the main force behind dealing with the cannibals. Every single invasion of the cannibals are dealt with by the Ebai Village. Putty, the actual TL is 100 Village, but it just sounds like there is 100 of them. Oh. I can change back though. By the way, think of them like street names XD. Feng, it's fine. If we didn't retaliate, we would have been killed by them. Sure, flip him. Using his feet, he flipped the person and pointed his 3-edged spear at the man's neck and said, "Don't act dead. Speak. Tell us, why did you all come here? You will all die. The people in Tiger Cliff Castle will all die. Ha 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 ha. Men. This person is crazy. Nanshan. Everyone will die? Feng. Dashin nodded. With his feet crushing the man's shoulder, he asked again, "What conspiracy are the Lead Eagles planning?" That man vigorously lifted his head and pierced himself with the spear and died immediately. Shur shook his head. "This is a true fighter." Dashin smiled bitterly. "We can only all go back, Feng. The big parts of meat cannot be brought back anymore. Let's just leave it in the treehouse."
Feng could only agree, staying would be too dangerous, let's just bring as much as we can. They went up the tree to repack their bags and decided to bring only the hide and some parts of the meat, each carrying a pannier on their backs. They headed towards the castle. The four men reached the castle in the afternoon. Feng whistled and the sharpshooter traveled far, and quickly, the people above sent down the basket. Dashan placed his pannier on the basket and said, Feng, you go up first, one trip isn't enough, I'm going to go back. With about 10 minutes, the four men and four big panniers reached the top of the cliff. Dashan knew Feng's family problems, and decided to give him all the meat to him, along with a piece of hide and a horn, and slept the rest between the three of them. After escorting Feng to his home, they said goodbye to each other as they had to inform the leader of the castle about what happened with the lead eagles. Xi and Feng carried 2 panniers of meat and a big piece of bull hide into the wooden porch. The old man saw he entered and asked, You killed someone? Yes, how did you know, grandfather? Feng. The old man smiled. Of course I know, not bad. After practicing Lunli, it is better to kill a human as early as possible. Putty, it's a family of murderers, where's the police? Call the police. Why? Feng. Book 1 Chapter 9, The Furor of Tiger Cliff Castle. Okay, I believe an explanation is due. Lunli equals some sort of power, can be used like, I obtain Lunli achievement music. Element, lay etc., Lumen equals it's like levels. Mastery I obtain 20 Lun's achievement music. Someone, it's normally used when it is only he, she said, but when it's like he clenched his fist blah 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 it'll be like that. I'm blabbering, well, enjoy reading, dash. I'll explain as it goes though, hope you sort of found this useful, though I don't think it is. Chapter 9, The Furor of Tiger Cliff Castle. After practicing Lunli you have to kill people? Feng did not understand. Lei Lunli brings irritation, killing counts somewhat as a catalyst. A person that practices Lunli will have many enemies. Well, there's other ways to relieve your urges, any is fine, this is one of the loopholes of Lei Lunli. Grandpa. Feng had managed to practice to about 40 plus Lilans, which is why Lei Lunli's influence on him is not that great, but once he reached the 100 Luan, more of its properties would appear. Killing someone before reaching the 100th Luan, it would be great help in controlling Lei Lunli. Grandfather. Lei Xi and Feng could not understand. If he did not go to the wild, he would not have killed, but this was under Tiger Cliff Castle influence. He had seen far too many hunters die at the hands of the lead eagle hunters. Auntie Qing, the one who had gave them the bull hide, one of her sons was also killed by the lead eagles, so he did not feel guilt of any conflicting emotions. Even though he did not understand, he accepted it. In this world, it had no ethical standards. Grandfather, this time I managed to hunt 2 bulls, but unfortunately we ran into some hunters of lead eagles and left most of it in the treehouse. However, I did brought a whole hide, the horn and some. They were very considerate to me and gave us most of the loot. Feng. As long as it's enough, your task now isn't about the amount of loot, but to use your time to practice more. After you reach the 100th Luan, even if it is winter, you can still hunt. Grandpa. Feng was shocked. Hunting in the winter? I'll die freezing. You are already not a normal person anymore. After practicing Lunli, you are already stronger than normal people. Don't use your previous concepts to gauge your ability. Grandpa. Yes, I have not gotten used to it yet. Feng. The old man laughed loudly. Take your time, remember to use your time wisely for training. Xinyao came into the house holding a small basket filled with wild vegetation. Every year, she would go out to pick many wild vegetation, and other than eating it directly, she would dry it out and keep for winter. Seeing that much baskets at the doorstep, she knew her brother was home. She immediately ran into his embraced brother. Xianfeng smiled as he caught her. You went out to pick more vegetables? We don't need that much this year, I'll bring back lots of meat. I like eating vegetables. She came out of Xinfeng's embrace and added, I'll go organize it and hang it out to dry. The Actinodaphne cupularis was a berry similar to the hawthorn, which could be preserved for a long time after tanning. Cooking it with meat will cause it to be very tender and fresh, a popular condiment that almost all young ladies will go out and pick for winter. Putty, the fruit.
http://www.eflorist.org/flora_id=sign 2&taxon.aspx?_id=sign 20000086210. Though the Chinese name and the link in the raw is slightly different, this is just a base imagination of its shape and may not be true. Putty. Also, the name is so long carrot, I will shorten it but using the pinyin, okay? The Chinese characters used are fine, which is like very thin and red. Xinyao worked very fast, hanging strings of sihong out to dry and returned to also do the same for the meat Feng brought back. Looking at the little girl as busy as a bee, Xa and Feng sighed, a 6-year-old girl is already taking care of a home. Thankfully, the people of this world had great strength to the 6-year-old girl, 30 kilograms was like a toy to her. Reaching home for not even an hour, Dashin and the other two appeared on his doorstep. Is there a problem, Uncle Ko? Xin Feng. Dashin could not help but laugh. You really went home and relaxed? We're going back, there's still so many pieces of meat, it'll be a waste not to get it back. Isn't there the danger of the lead eagles? Feng. We still need to prepare for food in winter even if they are there, if not, then how? Nanshan. Feng, just Gomi and Yao Yao will be here, don't worry. Said the old man. He knew, once it reached winter, food would be the biggest headache. In the past, he relied on the kids to find food, eating what they could find. However, he dare not go out and hunt as if his condition suddenly worsened. Who would take care of the kids? Feng said okay. And the 4 men carried the baskets on their backs as they headed outside. Yaya was a bit reluctant, but she knew Feng was doing it for them. She obediently waved and dashed inside. The damsel in our house isn't as good as Yao Yao, she only knows how to eat and lays around. With you as the hard-working daddy, of course your little damsel would be bathed in luxury. Nanshan. When the 4 men reached the treehouse, it was already late evening. They had ran all the way here as it was dangerous to be out in the dark. The few traps Nanshan laid had been broken, a few beasts had tried to enter to obtain the meat but to only suffer. Luckily, none if the meat had been eaten. If they came back the next day, they would not be so lucky. Nanshan, sure, go and set new traps. Feng, you keep watch. Dashin. Feng nodded. I'll climb higher. If you see danger, whistle. Dashin. Xa and Feng reached the branch he had practiced on last night in no time, and after confirming that there was no danger, he started to practice with the goal of reaching the 100 luns sooner, as the old man had explained that the ability to hunt in the winter came with the 100th luan. A night of peace. Daybreak of the second day, while Dashin and the others were packing, another hunter team appeared, belonging to Tiger Castle, a total of 7 men. They had arrived into the treehouse with the instruction of Dashin, and within moments, the small house had been filled with people. Compared to Dashin's team, they were clearly inferior in luck and power with their small loot of chickens, rabbits, and other small animals. Chickens, rabbits were not considered a meal in the eyes of the people of this world. A normal human could easily finish 3 to 4 chickens and it would still not be enough. Teams that could hunt large animals are then counted as a hunter team. Seeing the large amounts of bull meat hanging in the house, the 7 of them felt dumbfounded and also a slight jealousy. The man called Hu Danui said, "Dear heavens, you actually hunted a bull." Dashin, how did you accomplish that? Dashin laughed. Old Hu, it's not 1, but 2. Even though Danui was suspicious, the amount of meat spoke for itself. Ha, Dashin, you killed them yourselves? What joke is this? This should not have been possible for a few people, right? Where is the hide and the horns? We've already went back once. Nanshan said, silently celebrating in his hearts. Luckily they had returned, or this would be free for them to grab. Hu Shouhu was Hu Danui's sworn brother. In Danui's whole team, he was the strongest and was up to par with Nanshan. He asked, how did you manage to kill them? He did not believe them and was very jealous, his eyes red with anger. With winter coming, without sufficient meat, they would have to starve, and not one wanted to. Putty, winter is coming. Thun Dun Duyuan. Danui's mouth twitched but did not stop him. If Dashin could obtain such rewards, why not learn how they can also do so?
Ho ho, Xiaohu, we've done what we could. Dashin.
In Danui's team was a middle-aged man with white hair and a big mustache, nicknamed Hubaito. Noticing the bad atmosphere, he laughed. Feng.
You came out to hunt now too? Ho ho, time flies. Putty, okay by means white and two is head so white head. Ah ha ha. Ugh, fail, I'll keep it as Baito cause it sounds nicer. Xin Feng hurriedly answered. Uncle Baito, you're in this team?
Baito was always there to help him in dire times, and so, he was shocked that he did not know that of his friend.
Did I not tell you? That if you want to join a team you can come to find me. I see you've joined Dashin's team. Baito. Uncle Baito, I did not want to make things difficult for you.
Feng knew that in his team Baito's words are not the greatest, but it needed all of the members' consent, which would result in many complications. A population of thousands, Feng knew only about 100 whom he still had no idea who was in which team. Xinfeng always felt gratified to people that helped him. Pulling Baito to the side, he softly asked, Uncle Baito, how long were you out here? Baito sighed and replied in a soft voice, a whole journey of unluckiness, avoiding the strong ones and rarely meeting the small ones. We've been out for 3 days and this few loot. If we cannot kill a strong beasts, this trip would be a waste. Feng hesitated. He of course knew what Baito was hinting at. After all, he was not really just 16, this mind far complicated than these hunters, whom had little contact with the outside world and had simple customs.
Uncle Baito, I was the one that killed those 2 bulls. Feng. What? You killed them? Baito.
Book 1, Chapter 10, The Furor of Tiger Cliff Castle, 2.
Chapter 10, The Furor of Tiger Cliff Castle, 2. Baito could not help but shout, inviting the gazes of everyone. Danui pointed at Xin Feng with his eyes on Baito. It was him?
Dashin sighed. He knew why Xin Feng would tell them, as he also knew that Baito, like himself, that helped Feng's family, and he answered yes, it was him.
Hu Danui, Hu Xiaohu, and Hui, the 3 Hu brothers, Kudao, Kazizhong, and Hu Baito, the 7 of them, none of them wanted to believe it was true, but the look in their eyes proved that they are not lying. Kudao laughed. Feng was so powerful, how did he kill them? Xin Feng felt a bit of disdain. Was he coaxing a child? But he did not get mad and said, with an arrow. In that moment, Danui's team was shocked into silence. Was he kidding? The toughness of a bull's skin was nothing to scoff at. Danui asked, what? You, how is it possible? What bow? How can you kill a bull?
Xin Feng did not explain but just reached for his black bow and passed it over to them. This one.
Holding onto the bow, Danui's hands almost dropped it and shouted in surprise, how heavy. Even though this bow did not look like much, but once it came into the hands of a professional, it would seem as it is different from the others. Its weight and feeling proved its own ability. Danui loaded an arrow and forcefully pulled the string but was only able to slightly move it. Trying again, he used all his might but resulted in failure. With embarrassment on his face, he replied, what a powerful bow, I can't pull it. Xiaowu said, bro, let me try. He was the famous Hercules of Tiger Cliff Castle, the one that is able to raise 1,000 genestone. Putty, conversion. Passing over the bow to Xiaowu with doubt in his heart, he had never encountered such a hard bow that even he cannot pull the bowstring. Try pulling it. Danui. Dashin held his laughter down. The 3 of them had already tried but was also unable to pull it. This bow was too hard. Xiaowu took a deep breath, a hand on the string and the other on the handle, shouting a single word, open. Following his shout, the muscles of his body bulged and resulted the tearing of his shirt. No matter the amount strength he put in, the most he could do was pull 1/5 of the string, and relaxing in the slightest would cause it to go back to its original state. His face was as red as a tomato. Shouting yet again, he pulled the string, but it was not better than his previous attempt, causing him to say, I can't pull it, it's too hard. With embarrassment like Danui's. Feng, you pull it for uncle to see. Danui. Xin Feng smiled and nodded okay. Without any delay, he grabbed the bow and using a bit of his strength, he easily pulled it. Danui and the others watched with amazement. How much strength did it take? This was too scary. They now believed that Feng was indeed the one that killed the bulls. Hunters was a group that worshipped the strong no matter the age. If you have the ability, you would be respected. Baido, you should have invited him to our team. Danui. If Feng had really chosen to join, would you have accepted it? It's too late to regret seeing his worth now. Dashin. Danui, being weaker than Dashin, had no choice but to hold his anger down and smile bitterly. What a pity. Xinfeng suddenly thought of something. There's nothing to pity, we can still find some bulls to kill, and with all of you here we can bring it all back. Dashin nodded. It's fine that way, but this is such a good bargain. How is it fair for us, Danui? Danui was overjoyed. This was indeed such a great advantage for them. Okay, we only want 1/5 of it, the rest is yours. How many people do you have? 1/5 is too less, how about 4/10? I'll try to kill more. Feng wished to hurry back so he could have more time for training. 4 out of 10 was already about half, but Dashin did not complain, as their team had 7 people while he had only 4 men. With their help they could bring back the innards and the bones. The treehouse had a big iron pot filled with charcoal. Inviting everyone to sit down, Dashin lit the fire and roasted big amounts of meat. They waited till late afternoon, as the bull herds would always come at that time to drink. The group of hunters excitedly waited for the herd's appearance, but unfortunately not even one herd appeared. Damn it, we should have gone to the other side. This herd of beasts actually would not come this way. Danui. I'll head over there. Xin Feng. Dashin stopped him. We can wait tomorrow, no rush, don't take risks. Feng laughed. No worries, I'll be careful. Then he speedily climbed off the tree with Sher following him, who said you'll need someone to keep a lookout. But what he didn't know was that after obtaining Lunli, Xin Feng was able to sense the movements within the radius of 100 meters. But Xin Feng did not reject him, and the two of them went into the forest. After careful inspection, Xin Feng found a total of 5 herds, the biggest with about a few hundred and the smallest with a dozen, the small one being exactly what he wanted. Quickly, Xin Feng and Sher reached the highest point of the rocks that has about a flat space of about 7 to 8 meters off the ground, which was luckily in the route of the bulls. It being so high the bulls would not come up. Feng said, this place is good. I'll watch your back, you'll shoot them? Sure. Xin Feng nodded and looked at the direction of the bulls and laughed. I love the bull's meat. I was so shocked when I first ate it. It's on a different level compared to the chickens and ducks. Bulls can increase a person's strength. If you had eaten it from young, not only will your strength be great, but your body will also become especially sturdy. The only downside is that it is truly too hard to hunt. Sure. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the bulls finally came close. Xin Feng prepared his arrows by sticking them into the ground and prepared to kill about 2 to 3 bulls. Any more and it'll be too hard to bring back. Standing on the stone, they could clearly see the backs of the bulls. This was far closer when compared to the tree, and Feng placed his sight on a strong-looking middle-aged bull. Ping! With the sound of the string, the arrow pierced the bull's back with only half a finger's worth of the arrow sticking out. That bull soundlessly fell to the ground with not even a chance to cry out. This arrow was too ruthless, directly cutting into its heart, causing instant death. But the sound of the bowstring alarmed the herd, and the bulls in the front broke into a run. Xin Feng grabbed one of the arrows on the floor and shot another. The other bulls already noticed the danger, but they could not locate their attacker and could only charge onwards. Within moments, they had already escaped far away. Feng shook his head. Never mind, 2 is already enough, signal them to come here. Sher nodded and whistled loudly. After a few minutes, Dashin and Danui had already arrived. Seeing the kneeling bulls, Xiaohu was shocked. What a powerful arrow, it actually pierced into the back of the bull. Feng. You are amazing. With such a strong shooting ability, Feng could live in Tiger Cliff Castle and definitely enjoy an easy life. Of course all hunters wanted to live a peaceful life, but to Xin Feng, it wasn't his goal. With so much men, they easily tied the legs of the bulls and dragged them to the treehouse. The wounds of these bulls are small, we'll block it and bring it back. Splitting it here is too dangerous. Dashin.
Danui also agreed. With 2 big bulls, having 4 out of 10 was already almost equivalent to a whole bull itself. His heart was filled with excitement.
5 men dragging a bull each, the 5 men happily returned.
After reaching the castle, they received huge attention. Being able to hunt 2 bulls without casualties was already considered a miracle. A single bull could provide big amounts of meat. Even the bones and innards are also considered treasures, not counting the hide and horns. The whole body was a treasure chest. Both Danui and Dashin decided to bring along small teams to hunt more bulls. The ideal plan was to provide a bull for each household. With such a gain, every family can pass through winter safely, as using the horns and hide can trade large amounts of food, as well as the bull being meat itself reaching a few thousand gene, including the edible innards and bones. At this moment, the patriarch of Tiger Cliff Castle came.
Pati. Book 1 Chapter 11 Ambush. Woohoo!
Chapters releases are great when you least expect them. For all, 1 more chapter and I'll clear off my debt.
Equals for all smiley face mahahaha. Cough cough equals row smiley face. ZZZZ. Chapter 11 Ambush.
The patriarch of Tiger Cliff Castle was not a tyrant, but was a man that consulted the opinions of many. However, in times of conflict, he would be the representative. Normally he does not have any power. The only advantage is that every time a team goes out, a portion of their loot would be his, and another would be given to the poor people in Tiger Cliff Castle. The position of the patriarch would be changed every few years, mostly the Huorko household's old hunters. Normally the trusted old people have the opportunity to be the patriarch. The current one belongs to the whose surname named Hu Kanjia, a man once famous for hunting, which is already 50 years old now. The time here is different from Feng's previous world. In a day there is about 30 hours, which is his estimation. A year is not 365 days, but summer is about 300 days and winter with about 200. A year here was about a year and a half in his previous life. So 15 years old according to his last life, it would be about 18 years old. The people here had great physical conditions, which is why 15 years old and above could go out to hunt. Upon hearing the news of Kudashin and Danui's team killing 2 bulls, Sanyu immediately went to visit Shinfeng's house. Sanyu brought a few people to Shinfeng's house. As the patriarch, he used to worry for this household. Even though the Lei family were outsiders, the amount of residents is small, so every person is treasured. During the Lei household's time of need, he naturally helped them. After entering the courtyard, they were attacked by the smell of blood. 2 skinned bull hanged on a giant wooden rack, one of which was almost fully divided. On the floor was wooden tubs of meat, inviting the happiness of everyone in the courtyard. Dashin and Danui were the ones that divided the meat, giving Xin Feng the most as he was the one that killed them. Sanyu quickly knew of Feng's contributions and became very enthusiastic. Hunters that could kill bulls are the best no matter wherever they are found. Tiger Cliff Castle's gains this year is generally not high. Ho-oh, could you help out everyone? Lei Bao's mood immediately changed. He used to have a very irritable temper, but now he was very calm compared to his past leader. My little grandson is only 16 and just finished his first hunt. How can he even help you? Putty, Feng said 15 earlier. I have no idea why Gramps decided to call him 16, though in Chinese calendar you are already a year older after every year no matter your birthday. Sanyu laughed. Big brother Lei, this grandson of yours is impressive, being able to hunt bulls on his first time. Ho ho, big brother, you know the gains this year is little and now winter is approaching. I originally decided to gather all the teams and have a massive group hunt, but I didn't expect Feng to be so capable. Lei Bao felt a bit upset. He understood Sanyu's meaning. You want Feng to be master hunter? Big brother, with Feng as the master hunter, he need not worry about other things and can receive a portion. Sanyu. The hunters on the scene all smiled. Bulls are very hard to kill. Their skin normally cannot be cut through by a weapon. Even those that falls in traps take a lot of effort to kill. Importantly, its meat is very nutritious. Normally a hunter takes about 5 to 6 gene to feel full, but only 2 gene worth of bull meat is enough to fill their stomachs to the brim, not only including the benefits of the meat. Plus, its hide can be used to make armor, horns for hard bows. A bull was basically a treasure trove. In the eyes of hunters, bulls are the best target. Putty, okay, I get it.
bulls are great. Stop repeating please. The amount of able-bodied young hunters in Tiger Cliff Castle amount to about 300 men and dozens of teams, with the biggest team of 15 men and the least whom used to be Dashin's team, a total of 4 now including Foam. In the castle, only the strong dares to have only 3 men in a team. Leibao sighed. Okay, since everyone had always helped up, this counts as a reciprocation. Sun Yu's face turned slightly red, he felt as though he was demanding returns for his kind deeds. It's fine grandfather, I accept being the master hunter. Foam had seen too many intrigues in his past life. The honesty of the people here was something he was grateful for. Many things made him grateful and now he had the ability, of course he would want to repay them. Sun Yu smiled. Great, Foam, you go rest, I'll gather hunters. It's a pity that many teams have not returned, so now we can only gather about 100. We'll set off tomorrow. Large-scale hunting is very complex, especially focusing on a single kind. This is not a surround hunt but a professional one which needs away at least tens of the strongest hunters skilled in hunting large animals. Of course the others would be instrumental in hauling them back. Tiger Cliff Castle never had this kind of master hunter. No one would expect a 16-year-old master hunter. One must know that to become a master hunter your power must be able to gain all of the hunter's respect. In the wild, if a master hunter comes into contact with a team, he would be given the authority to command them, of course provided they belong to Tiger Cliff Castle. In the gathering of all the hunters, Sun Yu declared that Xian Feng would become Tiger Cliff Castle's master hunter, but there was not much surprise from the audience as most of them had already heard that a young hunter had emerged able to kill a bull within a short time. Most of them had already came into contact with bulls and knew of their toughness, which is why no one rejected Xian Feng despite of their doubts, hoping to see the power of this youth in the expedition. Preparations had already finished in a small amount of time. The participants not only included hunters but also many young women, not to hunt but to take care of the prey and also carry them back. The woman here also had great strength, though not as much as the men, but when compared to the women in Xinfeng's previous world, they were like tyrannosaurs level. About daybreak, the skies were filled with clouds leaving dark patches on the ground. Everyone assembled, ready to leave. They left Tiger Cliff Castle giving off a mighty air with Patriarch Sun Yu following behind. His duty was to command and coordinate everyone. With him here, contradictions are less likely to appear. Every team leader was given a job, some as Vaunt couriers, some as defense, some guarding the rear. Xian Feng sat at the sidelines, noticing Sun Yu's great ability to organize everyone, 100+ hunters, about 60 women, a total of almost 200 people without a trace of chaos as they headed to the familiar pond, a place where bulls would definitely go. Xian Feng walked in between the teams, 2 who walked in front with about 10 people taking care of beasts that came into their way. The pond is the most famous hunting ground closest to the castle, but normally powerful teams would not come here even though there is many kinds of prey that would come. It was very dangerous, as who can swear that a strong beast will not appear. Suddenly, the teams walking in front gave a sharp whistle. Sun Yu revealed a shocked expression. Hurry. On standby. The lead eagles are here to launch a surprise attack. About a dozen of men charged onwards. These was the famously strong hunters of the castle. Naturally, Feng had also joined them with his black bow. Dashin cursed loudly. Of course he knew, these attackers are probably here to avenge their comrades. He gave a shout and brought Nanshan and Shur to join the others. Sun Yu shouted as loud as he could, the others, be careful. Stay here as defense. He had brought about 60 women here. These was the farmers and main people in the family. He could not risk their safety. Bringing so many women this time was already a giant risk on his part. Most of the hunters surrounded the women. Most of these women are their wives and sisters. If any harm come to them, how could the men accept it? Xian Feng felt the high numbers of attackers, 20+ in front and about 10 behind. The exact amount is unknown, but he felt that there was about 8 to 9, close to 10. After a string of painful cries, the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle shouted, be careful. They have archers. Archers are a special existence within hunters. They are more for shooting humans than animals, as in this world of beasts, their threat is too small. Of course, this does not include Lei Xian Feng, as he had already surpassed original humans. Upon hearing about the archers, all the hunters of the castle immediately hid behind a rock or a tree and stopping recklessly charging in. At that moment 2 men had already been shot, but their condition is unknown. These men were professionals, not one wanted to check if they were alive and become a target. Dashin hid behind a tree and prepared his long bow but was unable to locate the enemy. In this dense forest, sight was limited. All the hunters here are experienced masters, no one would easily give away their location. Men of Tiger Cliff Castle had a disadvantage. Being the one ambushed, the enemy had a chance of hide, resulting in the casualties Tiger Cliff Castle had. Watch this. The Garden of Words. The ending song was nice. Book 1 Chapter 12, Ambush, 2. Book 1 Chapter 12, Ambush, 2. To avoid getting shot, no one dared to move. The other portion men of Tiger Cliff Castle protected the women while men of Lead Eagles noticed the large amount of enemies and also did not dare to move. With archers positioned and ready to shoot, it was a game of patience. Dashin looked behind him, towards his right was Shur, and left, Nanshan. They all understood that what they needed now is for someone to break the stalemate. However, unlike Nanshan and Shur, the newly joined Xa and Fong did not have such understanding with them. Where's Fong? Nanshan. I saw him rush out, but I don't know where. Shur said. The 3 of them did see them charge in front and followed, but Xa and Fong had suddenly disappeared as he was just too fast. Xa and Fong hid behind a boulder with lush shrubs surrounding him and a few trees in front. In such a position, his view was relatively open. He then noticed, with the help of lighting Lunley, that there is 4 lead eagle archers on the trees and about a dozen of people behind the trees or in the shrubbery. This was an ambushed plan beforehand. Xa and Fong committed the location of those he sensed into his memory. Naturally, the men of the castle also hid in a line. No one dared to enter the central zone as they would definitely get hit. After careful inspection, Xa and Fong already had confidence of the situation. He quietly sneaked back to Dashin's side and said softly, Uncle Ko, I need your help. What help do you need? Just say it, I'll help. Said Dashin. After seeing Shinfeng's powerful archery, he had great confidence in Fong. Just say it. I'll also listen to you. Nanshan. Shur did not say anything but nodded to Xa and Fong, showing his willingness. Imperceptibility, Xa and Fong had become the leader. Xa and Fong could not help but feel proud. This was the advantage of being strong. I need all of you to attract the attention. Yeah, the best is for everyone to do it, but don't charge out. Your task is to only make loud noises. No problem, Nanshan, you go notify the people on the left and I'll go to the right. Sure, you follow Fong's defense. Dashin immediately gave orders. Within the 3 of them, only Shur carried a shield. Okay. Shur did not say much, but as long as he had said it, it would give all his all to prove his words. After a while, the men of Tiger Cliff Castle made a ruckus. The men of Lead Eagles started to move. In that exact moment, Xa and Fong stood up and the black bow created many metallic noises. Within seconds, Xa and Fong managed to shoot out 6 special arrows. Cries of agony sounded. The 4 men on the trees had been nailed to the trees. Not even those that hid behind the trees were spared as the arrows had also shot through the trunks. It was impossible to dodge. Shinfeng's arrows were like death god's papers. Whoever who receives it would not live. Putty, this is, which is literally death god's stickers, but you see we the Chinese have the little thought that if you receive his paper you will die, you know? I guess it's a bit weird. I could have remembered wrongly, but I think this is it. Putty, who remembers this from Dolua? Hui. The Lead Eagles went into chaos. Their archers from the trees were all nailed into the trunks of the trees, plus, most of the arrows passed through their ribs from left to right and onto the trees, nailing them with about half their life gone. This time, the men of Lead Eagles did not run, but shouted as they charged in front, about the total of 20+ men in teams of 3 to 4 men each. The nearest team each had a shield equipped. They charged with a desperate heart while men of Tiger Cliff Castle rained arrows upon them. Xa and Fong noticed that the arrows from their side could not kill many people. Even if it hits, it is unable to pierce the enemy's armor. Only the face was vulnerable, but the brain is the hardest to shoot, especially if the enemy is an experienced hunter. 3 of the Lead Eagles' men ran to Shinfeng's position. They had already memorized his location after he just shot. Fong, be careful. Shur suddenly appeared in front of Xianfeng with a shield in his hand and his three-edged spear in his other one. Xianfeng laughed coldly. Don't worry, watch me. He had boundless confidence in his black bow. Loading an arrow, he aimed to the one closest to him that is equipped with a bow. Ping! Every time he heard this metallic sound, Feng would feel a bit of eeriness. This was not a sound a bow would make, it's more like the sound of a gun that belonged to his past world. Shur stared shocked at the reckless hunters running in their way. As if punched, a rather small hole appeared in the shield, and after half a second an arrow right in the head with only the feather end sticking out would appear. Death from a single arrow. Ping! Ping! No matter how fast the two hunters dodged, Feng's arrows were simply too fast, practically impossible to dodge. They fell onto the ground instantly. Killing 3 people was an easy task for Xianfeng. Relying on the black bow's great strength and the long arrow's incomparable piercing power, there was almost no ways to block it. At this moment, both sides had already clashed. Dashin waved his arm and a short spear flew out. The man on the other side was no fool and also had the same kind of spear on his hand. Raising his hand, he managed to hit it away. This attack did not only a fail but also gave away Dashin's location. That hunter rushed to Dashin. Bang! Bang! Putty, no, this isn't a Chinese name, lel, it's elastic sound, you know. A bowstring sounded twice. That man unhurriedly used his spear to deflect the arrow. After a loud shout, he rushed towards Dashin. Nanshan, after seeing how useless arrows were, he threw away his bow and charged out along with Dashin. During the 2v1, Dashin shockingly found that the enemy was very powerful. Even though he was fighting 2 men at once, he had done it with ease while surveying the surroundings at the same time. Within the span of 10 seconds, Dashin already received a wound. His arm had been cut by a sharp spear. Even though it was not heavy, it noticeably slowed down Dashin's movement. Nanshan was vexed. If Shur was here, relying on their a few years' worth of understanding after hunting together, they could have withstood this master. Ping! At that familiar metal crash, that man's face changed. Without even thinking, he raised his spear and with a ding sound, the arrow fell. Not bad, to be able to block my arrows, Dashin, Nanshan, retreat. Feng. Hearing this unique bowstring sound, Dashin and Nanshan knew it was Xianfeng's and retreated. That lead eagle hunter stared at the surroundings. With a faint voice, he said, "Come out, hiding somewhere and shooting isn't what a real man would do, come out and fight me." Xianfeng knew that he would not be able to harm this person with his black bow. Not only that, but he had also ran out of arrows. Throwing his bow to Shur, he pulled out his dagger and walked out. That man had an astonished look on his face as he saw Xianfeng. He did not expect the person that was able to threaten him was actually a youth. This was too unexpected. I did not expect Tiger Cliff Castle to have this kind of archer. Ho-oh, let's have a duel. Who loses, who dies? Bastard! I'll fight you. Dashin. Not you. You'll die so easily. Guy. After Xianfeng practiced lighting Lunley, he had great confidence, and not only that but his attitude had also changed, influencing his own thoughts. Lay Xianfeng. You. Name. What an interesting kid. I am Lead Eagle's Dafe. Ho-oh, what a pity, you'll be dying in my hands. Come, let me see. How strong is Tiger Cliff Castle's next generation? Dafe. Xianfeng looked at the dagger in his hands and at the enemy's 2-meter-long steel spear. Die in your hands? Be careful, don't choke. Dashin, give me a short spear. Dashin had used 2 spears earlier, leaving him with 2. He threw one to Xianfeng. Feng, be careful. Feng laughed. After so many years, I should fight at least once, shouldn't I? If he had not practiced Lei Lunley, he would feel a bit of intimidation. Dafei's face changed. Come. Let me see if your level is able to block my attacks. He felt as though he had already won. The only difference is how long will it take to kill the enemy. Even if the enemy dragged it out, the result would be the same. Even though the Lead Eagle in Tiger Cliff Castle is still fighting, but Dafei had a rather high position in Lead Eagles. While he spoke, all fighting ceased. The hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle also stopped after seeing Xinfeng challenging the enemy and retreated, deciding to help Xinfeng as after all, he is the master hunter. Sun Yu had already arrived with a group of hunters. Ing Dafei's heart thumped. He did not expect Tiger Cliff Castle to have brought so many hunters, and that he had miscalculated. However, he noticed Xian Feng seemed to have a problem as the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle held a trace of nervousness, proving that Xian Feng is a rather important person. Men of Lead Eagle's retreat. Cease fighting. If they wanted to duel, they needed to first control the situation. Sun Yu had also gave the same order before asking Xian Feng, what's going on? Without seeing the previous situation, he did not know what is going on, but he felt uneasiness seeing Lei Xinfeng and Ing Dafei's confrontation. Xian Feng said as though unaffected, he wants to kill me. Book 1 Chapter 13, Wild Feng. Book 1 Chapter 13, Wild Feng. Sun Yu cursed, are you all dead, allowing Feng to fight? He's still a kid. The faces of the hunters turned red and some even tried to move in front but was stopped by Xian Feng. Don't move, grandfather who, don't worry, I won't lose. His confidence is brimming, and refused to believe the enemy is more powerful than him. After practicing Lei Lunli, how could the average human compare to him? Dafei laughed coldly, brave child, but you'll die on your courage. Overconfident. Xian Feng walked to about 10 meters away from Dafei, a flat with a considerable amount of shrubs and short trees but no tall trees. Dafei pointed at Xian Feng, come kid, let me see how powerful you are. Smiles appeared on the faces of Lead Eagle's men. They had already seen Dafei's strength. This man recently returned after a year and easily beat the masters without losing once and became the most famous master hunter. After Xian Feng practiced Lei Lunli, even though his personality changed, the cautiousness he had brought from his past life is still here. He understood perfectly, it's fine to be wild, fearless but absolutely not careless and clumsy. Towards any enemy, he must show seriousness. He walked over. With his blood surging, Xian Feng only had one thought, which is come. At that moment, hunters of both sides became nervous. Every one of them understood that only the master hunters can fight. Men of Lead Eagles were greatly confident in Dafei while the men of Tiger Cliff Castle watched closely. The distance between them was small, they stared at each other without moving closer. With this kind of distance, anything could happen in the blink of an eye, which is why the both of them refused to stop staring. Suddenly, Xinfeng's nostrils flared. He noticed Dafei's secret. That spear he had actually gave of strands of light, not easily noticed. Under Xinfeng's eye he immediately recognized it as Lunli. Only weapons infused with Lunli can have such an appearance. In that moment, alarm bells rang in his heart and he started to activate his own Lei Lunli. Dafei stopped waiting, throwing away his cat versus mice attitude. The situation had changed. He had to kill Xian Feng within the shortest amount of time as he realized more and more men from Tiger Cliff Castle had appeared. Only by quickly killing Xian Feng can he intimidate the enemy, if not, he would be outnumbered and most of the men he had brought will die. Yake! Putty, this is a sound I have no idea what it's for. Hon! Putty, help! Even as Xian Feng's battle experience is not rich, he had started training since 6 and his reaction speed was not to be belittled, including Lei Lunli. His control over his body and senses, strength and reaction speed had increased by a lot. The steel spear aimed for his throat flew over. With a wave of his short spear, Xian Feng blocked it. This head-on attack brought no benefits of the both of them. Dafei only felt an enormous strength hit his spear. Even though he had concentrated his Lunli into the spear, he still couldn't block this attack, causing his spear to fly off. Not only that but his hand turned numb. He was thoroughly shocked. Even though he had only infused a bit of Lunli, how was a normal human able to block it? How much strength did it take? Many questions appeared in his heart. Even though Xian Feng used his short spear to hit away the spear aiming for him, he couldn't help but stagger. This strength let him feel astonished. This was his first time encountering someone who could compare with strength with him. Actually, Dafei's strength isn't as much as his, but if Xian Feng had more experience with fighting, he could have using the moment of pushing the spear away to get closer to the enemy who because of his long spear, cannot get too close with the enemy in combat. Just by exchanging one blow to each other, alarm bells rang in his heart. The enemy is not as weak as Dafei had expected. Not bad kid, no wonder you can become a master hunter at such a young age, but in my eyes, you're nothing worth mentioning. Ha, then come. Fight. Feng did not wait for the enemy to come but instead chose to attack first. The two men continuously exchanged blows. Sounds of the spears clashing raised the anger of Dafei and Xian Feng. Following the clash of the spears, the onlookers noticed that Dafei's spear gave off circles of red and sliver light and slight heat, while on Xinfeng's short spear was sparks of dancing electricity that gave off slight clacking noises. Of course these hunters did not understand, and only found it strange, the faces of those few that knew what it was paled. This included Sanyu of Tiger Cliff Castle. After all, he was already so old, what he heard would be more than normal hunters. Immediately he knew them as the terrifying Luan Masters and rallied the hunters of Move Back. He heard many stories of Luan Masters, and knew how terrifying they are. Other than the starting out Luan Masters, the more powerful ones felt disdain for attacking normal humans, but once you incurred their wrath, the result would not be something normal humans can withstand. Suddenly, the skies darkened. Seeing this sight, Sanyu could not help but smile bitterly. Having a rainstorm right now is not a good thing. The weather conditions is like that. During summer, rainstorms appeared regularly while during winter it rarely appeared. Dafei's feeling of numbness increased. He finally understood, even though the power of the enemy was not much, but he had the rarely seen Lei Lunli, and even a single Luan attribute. He felt great jealousy. He is a 3 Luan Shushing, which is Huo Luan and Yin Luan. Actually 3 Luns is already very hard to enter Mi Lun. Meeting this single Luan youth, and even the rarely seen Lei Luan at that, this kind of qualifications, he understood after leaving the mountains, he would be a treasure, no matter what factional force would want him. At this moment, strong killing intent appeared in Dafei's heart. Since he had already provoked this kind of genius, then he should just kill him. If not, then what would happen if they met again in the future? He took a step back. Wait a minute. Xian Feng felt impatient. This kind of fight had let him feel excited. He could clearly gain many advantages from this fight. Why would he stop? He increased his speed and continued to attack. Dafei's heart cried. This youth was insane. During their fight, his eyes gave off light as though he enjoyed it. Meeting this kind of people, he found troublesome. Dafei shouted, "Ingyu! Whistle!" He continued to block and retreat while his arm became more and more numb. Anyone could tell that he had become weak. A whistle sounded, sharp and long. It traveled far. To the hunters here, everyone knew about whistles. Every whistle had a meaning. This was particular whistle is to call for help. Sanyu paled. They're calling for help. We cannot wait anymore. Feng, you keep him busy. The rest, kill them. This was his smartest decision, to attack while they had an advantage. Once the enemy's reinforcements arrive, the situation of the men of Tiger Cliff Castle would change. One must remember that their group included women. Men of Lead Eagles did not even reach 40, while Tiger Cliff Castle had about 200, which about 60 is women. 100 stayed behind to protect the women while the rest regrouped and attacked without hesitation. This was a full-out attack. Dafei immediately shouted, You dare! He turned to retreat, but how would Xian Feng allow it? He shouted, Don't go! Fight me! And charged again. Sounds of death shook the sky. The abilities of Lead Eagle's men is not bad, but their forces was far too small, including their archers had been shot by Xian Feng at the beginning. They had reached despair. You are all dead. I'll kill all of Tiger Cliff Castle and leave none alive. Dafei. Xian Feng replied coldly, Go and dream in shit. You fucker. He still could not shoot Lei Lunli and could only infuse it with his weapon. After all, he only trained for a small period of time and only reached 50 plus Lilans, not even 100. He was only a small Luan master. But Dafei had already reached 100 Luns and is a Bailuan master. Dafei's best attribute was fire followed by steel. It could strengthen weapons. These two kinds of Lunli add together reached 100 Lunlis. As the fight heated on, Dafei's spear gave off a bright red light. Not even within a minute, many of Lead Eagles died. Dafei shouted, Run! You all run! Lead Eagles had already been surrounded and could not escape. They could only form a circle and try their best to block the attacks of Tiger Cliff Castle. Book 1 Chapter 14, Wild Feng, 2. Book 1 Chapter 14, Wild Feng, 2. Under Sanyu's instructions,
The hunters surrounded the enemy with a few archers positioned behind ready to shoot. Agonized cry rang out simultaneously.
Within several minutes, lead eagles had at least 10 and above casualties. Whistles sounded nonstop as the desperate attempt of lead eagles to request for backup. Kill the whistling one. San Yu.
A few hunters shot an arrow at the same time. Even if that person's armor is good, and armor cannot protect every spot, that man did not even know who shot him. An arrow to the left eye, instant death. Next to him, a heavily wounded man started to whistle with all his might, yet again inviting an arrow. Dafe was like a madman, shouting as he attacked. Exe and Foam also enthusiastically responded. Fighting till now, he had become crazy. He had become obsessed with that kind of feeling on the battlefield, which was why his shouts is louder, his speed and strength crazier than Dafe's. This kind of reckless rampage is rather scary. Dashin did not join in the attack, but stared at Exe and Foam, worried that he could not hold on, and readied himself to charge in any moment to help Exe and Foam, but only to see Shinfeng's reckless attacks accompanied with his crazed shouts, made him dazed. This kid was scary, very fucking scary. Sure also did not surround the lead eagle's hunters but stood next to Dashin and Nanshan. The three of them watched Exe and Foam grow up, and would not abandon him, but what they felt was shocked. This was their first time watching a kid fight so crazily. This kid, how is he so crazy?
Nanshan. Violent.
Sure. Dashin smiled bitterly. He is such a quiet child. I never expected him to have such a wild side.
Haze, though I respect him a lot. This situation, Foam will be hard-pressed to win. Haze, it's going to rain. Who knows how many of Lead Eagle's men will come? I don't really understand them. Are they going crazy? This is Tiger Cliff Castle's land. Foam will not lose.
Sure. At this moment, a whistle sounded from afar, the first one from a very far place, the second more clearer. Everyone had a single thought, which is how fast.
Hurry up and kill them.
San Yu shouted. Countless arrows shot out, causing lead eagle's hunters to fall to the ground.
San Yu relaxed a little. Everyone return. Foam, come back. Putty, come back. Pikachu. Exe and Foam was fighting to the point of ecstasy. He ignored San Yu's order and continued his crazy attack. Short spear while Exe and Foam's arm had been slashed by Dafei's spear.
Both of them had Lunli. With Lunli's power, not much blood flowed out, but those wounds resulted in great anger. Exe and Foam directly used his short spear as a hammer, hitting crazily. Dafei used both of his hands wielding the spear to block, not that he did not want to attack, but Shinfeng's short spear is too fast, he could only block, and every time he did, his whole body becomes numb. A whistle sounded yet again. A person glided down from a tree like a bird. Seeing lead eagle's hunter on the floor, he shouted, Dafei.
You idiot.
Dafei used all his strength, his Lunli flaring up, his body straightened, using the already bent steel spear, shouted open.
Quan Dang.
The both of them I was simultaneously pushed back by the tremor. Exe and Foam was pushed back non-stop. Finally Dafei is free from the attacks and retreated to that man's side. Uncle, I'm in a bind. I never expected so many hunter from Tiger Cliff Castle to appear. Putty, he says, which means a younger brother of his father. I don't think there's a term like that for English. If there is, please do tell me. If not, I will be sure to inform you if the uncle is the older or younger one.
That man glared at Exe and Foam. Dafei, you let a kid bind you? Dafei's face turned red. Uncle, he is a Lunli practicer, a good one at that. Shit. How long could he have practiced?
You've already practiced for 10 years, 100 Luan Master. How can a small Luan Master injure you?
Man. Dafei could not help but explain himself. He has a single attribute and it is lighting. How can I fucking compare with him?
His anger started to boil. Even if he was his uncle, he could not accuse me like this.
That man's face showed a surprised look. Are you sure? I'm sure, I'm fucking sure.
Dafei is truly angry. After fighting a whole day, finally a senior appears, but instead of helping him he gets scolded.
That man suddenly laughed. You know, there's a organization called Luanfa? Putty, great, take about all your evil plans in front of the target himself. Have you forgotten Foam is just standing there? Yeah, I've heard of it. It's a black underground organization. Da Fei. They specialize in buying kids with high potential, hey, with a large sum too, plus they also sell high-grade training books. Man. What if the kid return after mastering many things? Won't we be in trouble? He instantly understood what his uncle was hinting at, which was to catch and sell Xian Feng. He was not opposed, but he is worried that after Xian Feng improves and escapes, the two of them would be in deep trouble. That is a black organization, those that go and won't come out, or not who would dare to sell talented children to them? Man. After finishing their conversation, they directly disregarded the 100+ me of Tiger Cliff Castle. That man stood out. Kiddo, I'll give you a choice, that is to follow me quietly and I'll let the people of Tiger Cliff Castle go, or will you let me kill all of the men and catch you? Choose. With your small Luan Master's level, how can you compare to 1,000 Luan Master? Everyone of Tiger Cliff Castle was furious. Xian Feng laughed coldly. Such big talk, who are you? Lightning strikes the sky, Kacha. Heavy rain pours down. This rain was very bad. Pippa-papa, the droplets fall onto the men's faces, leaving slight pain. The skies roar whilst lightning strikes. It seems you have chosen the second choice, also a good one. So many hunters about Lead Eagle died. Killing these hunters here would count as a retribution. Man. Uncle Ku. Hand me a short spear. Xian Feng. Dashin walked over and handed over his last spear, speaking softly. Feng, escape when you find the chance. Dashin is not stupid, he had already sensed the danger of this situation. While I attack, Uncle Ku, you run. Go home and tell my grandfather, remember this is very important. Xinfeng's reason for asking for Dashin's short spear was to convey this message. The man smiled coldly, not stopping Xian Feng from getting that weapon. Turning his head to Dafei, he shouted, I'll grab the kid, you take care of the hunters from Tiger Cliff Castle, remember don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. Dashin hesitated. Xian Feng promptly said softly, Uncle Ko, you must listen to me. His eyes showed a bit of pleading. Okay. I'll promise you. Dashin. Dashin was not a foolish person, he is very intelligent. From the conversation of Dafei and the man, he understood that the situation is dire. He knew the enemy did not want to kill Xian Feng. He had a guess, since Feng is so powerful, then his grandfather should not be too ordinary either. Maybe Feng's grandfather was a master? That man said, kid, don't try to run. You can't. Surveying the hunter group of Tiger Cliff Castle, he suddenly shouted, Dafei. Do it! While he himself had already jumped toward Xian Feng. Xian Feng isn't weak, and also, pounced toward the man waving his short spear, infusing Lei Lunli into the spear in a flash. This time he had used his full power. Instantly the short spear gave off uncountable sparks, creating an electrical current in the tip of the spear. That man shouted, good. His body gave off dancing gold light. In the dark rain, it seemed very abnormal. These golden lights is known as the King of Earth, Jin Luan, with the most infuriating defense power. Xian Feng had only reached 50 luns, and can only be recognized as a small Luan master. Dafei passed the 100 Luan mark, titled 100 Luan master, while this man had a obvious golden aura. This proved that this man truly is a real 1,000 Luan master, much stronger than Xian Feng. Pang! That man used his hand to block the spear. Unimaginable power transmitted onto Xian Feng's power, causing him to fly back. He could not even block a single attack. Blood splurged out from his mouth while his spear flew away. That man laughed loudly and pounced. Kacha! A strike of lightning shot Xian Feng, who was currently in the air. That man was shocked to the point he stopped moving. The anger of the skies is something he cannot block. Even 1,000 Luan master would turn into burnt meat shot by thunderbolts. Xian Feng got shot silly. At this moment, a thunderbolt appears and strikes his body. He shouted in his heart, motherfucker, adding frost to the snow, I'm doomed, it. What? Lightning striking in his body, a great surge of power directly into his body. At that moment he felt as though he ate a great tonic, his whole body filled with great strength, and he even felt like exploding from power. After reacting ground for a few seconds, his Lei Lunli started to soar in a great speed. Book 1, Chapter 15, Internecine. Many thanks to Nander Kaniji for donating. Thank you. Book 1 Chapter 15, Internecine.
Just reaching the ground for a moment, another strike of lightning appeared. That man retreated yet again. Thunderbolts was just too scary. This gave Xanfeng a chance to catch his breath. The Lei Lunli in his body surged as violent as waves, passing the 100-mark Luan in an instant and increasing even more. Putty, this was the crazy power-ups a guy on SPCnet mentioned. Xanfeng felt as though he was an inflated balloon, the electricity pouring into his body, violently circling around his Lei Lunli, giving unlimited power to the growth of his Lei Lunli. He had a crazy feeling of catharsis. That man found out in shock. Xanfeng is actually unscathed, his appearance as if a nocturnal beast, with a large amount of sparks dancing around on his body, his eyes entirely sliver-colored, giving of a sparking feeling. Xinfeng's injury had already healed while his Lei Lunli surged. He shouted again, while he had already pounced.
That man laughed coldly, looking for death.
The two of them smashed against each other, raising their fists.
Hon!
Xanfeng retreated, his body still surrounded by dancing sparks. His first time resulted in him being hit flying. Now his strength increased a lot. But that man wasn't so lucky. Countless sparks danced on the protective layer made of Jin Luan on his body. That man trembled for a few seconds, his Jin Lunli almost shattering. Dafei also charged out. His opponents was hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle. The threat of 100 Luan Master is something normal human absolutely cannot handle. Within a few seconds, about 70 to 80 hunters fell to the ground. The humans here, especially hunters, grew up surrounded by countless battles. Everyone persevered without any fear of dying because they knew, no matter if it is a hunt or a battle,
once they retreated, they would die quickly.
The hunters attacked wildly. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to bring at least a chunk of flesh down. This concerned Dafei. A few hunters did not even think about their own life and crazily tried to hug him, scaring him until he broke out in cold sweat. Even if he killed them, he would not act uncontrolled again. Under Sanyu's instructions, the situation stabilized for a moment. Everyone understood if Xanfeng cannot withstand that man and Dafei, the hunters present would not be able to live. Sanyu's heart burned desperately. There is almost 200 hunters here. Each one was the essence of Tiger Cliff Castle. If all of them died at the hands of lead eagles,
Tiger Cliff Castle will definitely not survive to see the next summer. Everyone hoped for Xinfeng's victory, even though they knew it is impossible.
Dashan arranged for Nanshan to return. He ensured did not escape, but instead helped everyone to block Dafei. Hundreds of experienced hunters wildly blocked. Even if Dafei is a 100 Luan Master, he had no alternative but to wait for a moment to harm someone. Xanfeng and that man's battle had also entered a heated state. That man could not understand how that kid could grow stronger as they battled. He had already lost at the first clash. How could he have known that after getting shocked twice by lightning, that kid's body had almost reached 1,000 Luan? The two men fought barehanded. Xinfeng's disheveled hair flowed. Under the heavy rain, he was like a madman. The bodies of two of them gave off a sheen of light, one golden, one sliver, in the dark raining sky, conspicuously noticeable. Every time he suffered an injury, Xinfeng's Lei Lunli saved him, but during battle, Xanfeng gradually fell into a disadvantage. Being able to fight like this, not only did that man feel shocked, but Xanfeng was also rather satisfied. He was finding a chance to get shocked by lightning again. He believed that if he could, he would be able to reach the level of 1,000 Luan Master. At that time, that man would not be his match anymore. One must know that this is a thunderstorm, Xanfeng's most
advantageous stage.
No wonder Grandfather Baolei wanted Xanfeng to practice in the rain. Xanfeng did not expect that not only did his fear disappear but his strength also increased. He had a thought in his heart, that is if he could survive this day, he would definitely practice in the rain, and his would increase quickly and he would not take long before he reached 10,000 Luan Master, and me Luan Master not long after.
Putty, I don't think is a number, / it means secret, so yeah.
Following Lei Lunli's sudden soaring increase, Xanfeng already lost control of his wild feelings. He became more and more untrammeled. His moves, his fear of dying became more and more bold. Each of their moves was a great injury to each other. That man became more and more careful. He did not dare to fight like Xanfeng, so during the fight, Xanfeng again received an advantage. Dafei harmed another two men, but what he noticed was every time he harmed the opponent, he would also receive a small injury. Even though it was very very small, when accumulated, it felt that it was very much. He glanced timely at that man and shockingly found out that Xanfeng actually suppressed his uncle. his heart trembled, followed by the small delay of his movements. Sun Yu noticed and ordered the hunters to continue attacking, causing harm to him. That man gritted his teeth. Little bastard, didn't expect him to be so difficult. Motherfucker, I don't believe I can't kill you. His leather armband suddenly fell off, and in an instant he grabbed Xinfeng's arm, shouting, "Come back here." Xinfeng's balance went out and was pulled to that man's side. Seeing claw-like hand reached for his neck, he also shouted, "Who's afraid of you?" Pa! His hand was viscously blocked the enemy's incoming hand. Their two hands buckled together. Twisting two of them together, a thought flashed past, "This is a Luanchi." Putty, in case you forget, it's a Luan-related weapon mentioned in one of the past chapter. That man's Lunli was even deeper than Xinfeng's. This kind of struggle is a disadvantage to Xian Feng. That man laughed. "Kid, I don't believe you can block my Lunli." He urged the fine change on his wrist, coiling Xian Feng's waist in an instant, and extended his leg towards it. The two men tied together. That man's rough breathing sprayed onto Xinfeng's face, their faces distorted. The two of them stood quietly, their eyes stared at each other. Putty blushes. Xian Feng suddenly laughed, scaring that man. This kind was change is too much, a distorted face suddenly showing a smile. How scary was that? Pooey. Putty, the cliché spitting noise if you couldn't tell. Xian Feng did not spit saliva but instead spitted a thunder needle. That man stared wide-eyed at Xinfeng's mouth. He clearly saw a small sliver glow appear from Xian Feng's mouth. In that instant, his heart stopped thumping. A giant wave of threat appeared in his heart. This kind of feeling was something only found in a Lunli practicer. A thought flashed in his mind, "Motherfucker. It's a Luanchi." He desperately tried to turn his head, but they were too close. If they were slightly more apart, he could have had a chance to dodge. Lightning needle entered from that man's left side of his face. As he was in too much of a hurry, Xian Feng could not control it, so once the needle entered that man's face it did not explode, but it was also lucky that it didn't, or Xian Feng himself could not escape anymore. This needle was a one-use Luanchi. Once it exploded, people within a 10-meter radius would not be able to live. Even if it didn't explode, lightning needle went through his face, leaving a hole the size of an egg, his tongue and teeth all smashed into pieces, the pain causing that man to faint. Xian Feng hurriedly escaped. The lightning needle exploded from a distance not far away, a sliver light appearing. The vegetation close to the needle instantly turned into ashes. The blood of the people around ran cold, especially Dafei. He is a man that knew many things, cursing Luanchi. A single-use Luanchi. Seeing that state of his uncle, he could not bother to attack the people here anymore and started to run. That man covered his mouth, blood spewed out as raindrops hit his face, his whole body covered in blood. Dafei, carrying that man, ran as fast as he could into the forest. The speed was so fast that the onlookers did not even have the time to react. It was not that Xian Feng did not want to chase them, but he was tied up by the fine chain, trying his best to breathe. He was still afraid, not of the man, but to the explosive range of the lightning needle. If it exploded on that man's mouth, that man would definitely die. If he had not escaped in time, then the both of them would. He understood now, the lightning needle was really too dangerous. Dafei and that man escaping made the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle cheer. Xian Feng could actually scare off these two fierce men. Tiger Cliff Castle finally survived this predicament. Sun Yu lay almost paralyzed on the floor. After all, he was so old. Even though he did not fight but stood behind the hunters giving instructions, he had used up his strength. If he wasn't an experienced old hunter, the casualties would be tens. Dafei's true strength was absolutely above these normal humans. Xian Feng was also exhausted. He purposely baited that man to come closer. He had so much fun while fighting until that man used his Luanchi. Then could he finally react and remember that he also had a Luanchi and waited for that man to slip up. With his butt on the floor, Xian Feng buried his head into his arms, thinking of what happened in the earlier battle. The hunters, seeing Xian Feng sitting on the floor, all thought he had injured himself and surrounded. Sun Yu, resisting his fatigue, squatted down and asked Feng, "What is it?" Book 1, Chapter 16, Internecen, 2. What a fast update, oh, I have so much motivation, Hugh. Book 1, Chapter 16, Internecen, 2. Grandfather who, nothing, it's a pity we can't continue hunting anymore, Feng. Putty, I'm just gonna add some quick recap notes, okay? Who is the surname of Sun Yu?
Sun Yu nodded. That's good, Hayes. We'll have more chances in the future, let's return. Standing up, he continued. Dashin, you carry Feng back. He had already seen that Xian Feng is far too exhausted. While he spoke, his eyelids was already drooping. Dashin nodded. No problem, I'll do it. Squatting down, Sure helped Xian Feng onto Dashin's back. Sun Yu instructed everyone to collect the bodies and save the injured hunters. Within a short time, everyone gathered and walked back. This hunt was a complete failure, and it even resulted in multiple causalities. About 14 to 15 hunters also died. As for the amount of injured people, there was even more. For Tiger Cliff Castle, this incident is something very concerning, but this was a problem to be discussed in the future. To Tiger Cliff Castle, this kind of battle, even if win, it is not a joyous occasion. Their hatred of lead eagles increased, and also at the same time, their fear of them increased. They were too strong. If it was a small hunting team that met them, the result would be disastrous. Not even one would be able to escape. If Xian Feng wasn't here this time, they understood that no one would be able to return to Tiger Cliff Castle alive. Xian Feng lay on Dashin's back, falling asleep immediately. No one spoke a word while returning back to Tiger Cliff Castle. Dafei, dragging that man, ran for his life, quickly disappearing in the forest. That man struggled to be released from Dafei's hand. Slowly sitting down, he retrieved a small glass bottle the size from a finger from the interior of his armor, filled with a pale green-colored medicine liquid. He pointed at the small medicine bottle and the wound at his mouth, staring at Dafei. Dafei took the small bottle, his heart filled with shock. This was actually a high-grade healing potion. The small bottle was very hard to obtain and also was very expensive. A bottle like this is worth at least a dozen Luan rings, while 1,000 gold rings in secular society, one must know, a single bowl is only worth 10 gold rings. This kind of potion was practically unobtainable by commoners. Using Lunli, he carefully dripped the potion on the wound using the Piang skill. The wound gradually scanned. Dafei noticed a serious problem. His wound was a hole throughout his cheeks, half of his tongue cut off. Even speaking would pose a problem in the future. That man half muttered. Noticing that he could not clearly express himself, he angrily jumped on the ground. Dafei comforted him. Uncle, it's fine, slowly practice and it'll be fine. Pia. Dafei held his face, spoke as if wronged. Uncle, why did you hit me? Pia. Two harsh slaps caused Dafei to see stars. He was completely shocked. He could not understand why Uncle would want to is him. He did not dare to speak and looked stupidly at that man. Under great anger, that man could not find someone to vent on and could only vent on Dafei, slapping him 3 times, his mood instantly better. Mumbling another heap, the confused Dafei could not even understand a sentence. He stared stupidly at that man, still not daring to speak. That man got angry again, his eyes glaring, leaking out anger that could burn a man to death. The scared Dafei retreated. He spoke softly. Uncle, cool down, don't hit me. That man almost drew out his hand. Under Dafei's pleas, slowly regained a bit of his intellect and put down his hand, gurgling yet another few sentences. Dafei almost cried. This was too tormenting. How could he understood what this guy was speaking? Even the cries of a bird would be more easy to interpret. That man had no choice but to walk under a giant tree, and to write with a branch, Ying Shao, will exterminate Tiger Cliff Castle or I am not a man. Dafei nodded. Yes, no resting without exterminating Tiger Cliff Castle, but that kid. Ying Shao laughed coldly, but because of the holes in his mouth, that sound was extremely awful, causing a chill to appear on Dafei's body. This sound was really too pitiful. Yang Shao continued to write. I will ask an old friend to help, who is a Milun master. Dafei laughed gleefully. Milun master. Uncle, you actually know a Milun master? Pia. Ying Shao viciously slapped Dafei, causing him to see stars and continued to write. Idiot, if I don't know then how can I invite? Dafei said happily. Yes, I'm an idiot. Pia. Ying Shao continued to write. You are an idiot, what am I? Dafei's tears was almost hit to the point of flowing. It was you who called me an idiot. I'll get hit even if I agree or not. Until this moment, he noticed that his own uncle was abnormal, his heart suddenly racing. Ying Shao wrote. Go. Let's go. His voice unclear, along with the 2 holes on his cheeks, his appearance terrifying. Dafei shivered. Okay, let's go. Xian Feng woke up 2 days later.
Opening his eyes, he met another big pair of eyes. He asked confused, "Where is this?" After hearing a shrill shout, he woke up instantly in shock. Xinyao shouted with a shrill voice, "Wah, brother woke up, grandpa, brother woke up." Xianfeng gently touched Xinyao's head. "Sis, you go and sleep for a while, your eyes are already red." He did not need to guess and already knew that his sister had been protecting him the whole time. Xinyao shook his head. "Brother, I'm not tired, I'll go and heat the soup, you should be rather hungry." As if on time, his stomach grumbled, as if he was only hungry, his whole body felt like jelly due to his hunger. "Okay, I really am hungry," without eating for 2 days proved too much for the peak of his growth. Lei Bao walked in Feng. His eyes showed a trace of worry. "Grandpa, it's fine, I am rather lucky." "Feng? What do you mean?" Lei Bao. "I am very close to reaching the level of 1,000 Luan Master." Lei Bao coughed. "What?" "While fighting with that man, I got shot by lightning twice. Strangely, it gave me a great amount of Lei Lunli." "Pikachu, wait, I mean Feng." Lei Bao spoke unbelievingly. How is this possible?" He could not help but smile bitterly. "The forementioned practicing in the rain is the best for Lei Lunli, but that absolutely is not getting strikes by lightning, especially like the newly introduced into the world of Lunli Xianfeng. A strike will kill him easily. But this kid not only took it as a small matter, but his power also explosively increased. This was hard to believe for him. "Ah? I can't be shot by lightning?" But he did not know what to say. His understanding towards Lunli is like 180,000 kilometers, completely incomparable. Lei Bao fell into deep thought. At this moment, Xinyao entered with a small wooden bowl. She said, "Brother, the soup is here." That was a bowl of bullmeat stew that added a lot of tapioca. This thick stew was like a bowl of porridge. Waving a wooden spoon, she said, "Brother, I'll feed you." When she was sick, what she enjoyed most was Xianfeng feeding him food. She would definitely not waste this rare opportunity. Of course she would learn to feed Xianfeng. Xianfeng laughed. Good, our Yao Yao feed me, bro, here will be lazy for once." He was used to gently touch this little lady's head. He loved this sister very much. He actually treated this girl as his daughter. He also had a daughter in his previous life. Coming to this world, having another sister made him very happy. "Putty, okay, wait, don't jump to conclusions." He is most likely saying how his sister in his previous world is his daughter. Wait, that sounded wrong. It's like he treated his sister as his daughter, but I am not sure. God help, he did say he had a sister in a previous chapter. Feeding Xianfeng a spoonful at each time, the little lady had a serious expression. Quickly, a bowl of thick stew was finished. She then had a satisfied expression and laughed. "Brother, wait a moment, I'll get another bowl of stew to feed you." "Be good." Xianfeng almost spitted out his last mouth of stew. This was what he would always say after feeding his sister. He did not expect to get the sentence back in his face naturally by the little lady. "Pia." Lei Bao smacked his thigh. "Oh yeah, this explains it." "Ha ha 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 ha." Xinyao put down the small bowl, hugging his arm. She asked, "Grandpa, what happened?" Lei Bao laughed. Grandpa understood something. Yao Yao, Grandpa is fine. Yao Yao, be good." Xinyao relaxed and picked up the small wooden bowl, leaving the room. Xianfeng asked curiously, "Grandpa, understood what? Thunderbolts?" "Oh yeah, Grandpa, have you been shot before?" The old man shook his head. "I have never been shot by lightning." It was like he was turned stupid. Looking at Xianfeng, he suddenly shouted, "Feng." Xianfeng jumped. "Grandpa, what is it now?" A smile appeared on the old man's face. "It's worth a try." "Worth a try, ha ha ha. This is a genius's idea." Xianfeng stared stupidly. It was like the old man regained his youth. His aura changed. While he used to have a feeling like dusk, while now he was like the sun, his energy able to compare with a young man's. "Grandpa, what's worth a try?" "Feng." The old man smiled mysteriously. "I can't say, not Feng. Ho-oh, I'll tell you after I try. Ho-oh." "Ha ha ha." Xianfeng raised his eyebrow. "Grandpa." "Grandpa." The old man stopped laughing. "Feng, what?" underscore 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 underscore.
Yet another cliffhanger, how evil. Book 1, Chapter 17, The Mystery of Thunderbolts. Happy April Fool's Day. I don't know if this is late wherever you are. It's a day late probably. I wanted to do something but I suck at jokes. I have no life or a sense of humor. Shame on me. Thank you Michael for donating, Carrot. Book 1 Chapter 17, The Mystery of Thunderbolts. Grandfather, why are you laughing? This was Xinfeng's first time seeing the old man laugh so happily. The old man's irrepressible joy continued to leak from his face foam. During this time, you stay at home and take care of your little sister. I'll need to go out for a while. Xinfeng was shocked. Grandfather, where are you going? Ever since he came to this world, grandfather never left Tiger Cliff Castle once. Now suddenly hearing that he would need to go out, he felt a bit of uneasiness. Even if he was already close to reaching 1000 Luan master level, but the old man to him was his pillar of knowledge and support, something very important to Xinfeng. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Feng, before I come back, do not you leave Tiger Cliff Castle. With the steep terrain here, it would be easy to defend it if anything happens. I believe this will be much safer. Old man. But, grandfather, we just started to gather food to survive winter. This amount is far from enough. Feng. Don't worry about that, I'll bring some back. Old man. Xinfeng calculated for a while. He hunted some bulls. The amount of meat was not small. With all of it picked and dried and adding in the bull hide and horns, it could be traded for many things. Additionally, with the old man leaving, the mouths to feed would be lesser. They would be able to survive the winter if they were cautious. Okay, grandfather, if you could come back earlier I can have another opportunity to hunt. I'll be back soon. Feng, take care of your sister. Don't worry about other things. Old man. Grandpa, me and brother will be obedient and wait for you. Xinyao. Xinfeng stood up, only feeling the pain from his whole body and smiled bitterly. The after effects isn't light this time. Fuck, my whole body hurts. Go practice once and it'll be better. There's too many Lei accumulated in your body. Transforming it and the turned Lunli will be better. Old man. Putty, Lei means lightning power, roughly the same as Leiluan, but I'm sorry, sits in corner. Xinfeng nodded. Okay, Yao you go Auntie Qing's house, bro will go to train. The little lady knew training was very important. She nodded sensibly and, I'll go find Xiang sis to play. Putty, the Xiang means fragrant. The old man packed his stuff and said, Feng, follow me, I have some things to tell you. Xinfeng nodded. Okay, actually I also have some questions too. Reaching the appointed training spot, the two of them sat down. You practice first, dispel the turned Lei in your body. Ho you should able to break through the 1000 Luan bottleneck, reaching the 1000 Luan master level. In an instant, on Xinfeng's body appeared uncountable sparks. The old man took a step back, looking closely at the training Xinfeng, pondering who knows what in his heart, the smile on his face growing bigger. Xinfeng's attempt at training this time brought a whole new feeling. Lei Lunli continued to rise rapidly and crazily. His Lei Lunli already not only broke through 1000 luns to the 1800 Lunli after not even an hour and then gradually started to slow down. The old man waited for Xinfeng to open his eyes. How is it? Passed. It passed 1000 Luan. Feng. The old man nodded and laughed. It's not under my expectations. The next step will be to temper your Lei Lunli, turn them into Lei rings. He started to explain. Xinfeng listened carefully, sometimes asking a question. The old man answered patiently. The mentioned Lei Lunli turned Lei rings is the ideal form of Lei Lunli. Reaching 1000 Luan master, the Lei rings would then be able to protect the body. Also, that is the compression of Lei Lunli. Every Lei Lunli needs to be compressed. To do so you don't need special training, just only time. A Lei Lunli would then become a Lei ring. The methods to do so is something you must remember. Also, this method is for the years of our family only. Be careful to not leak it to outsiders. Old man. Xinfeng nodded in. The old man tried his best to impart the methods while Xinfeng tried to commit it to memory. This kind of skills cannot be recorded. only to be remembered in the mind, especially skills exclusive to family members only. This was the one-of-a-kind training skill for the Lei family. Xan Feng attempted to compress a Lei Lunli. After a few minutes, he successfully compressed Lei Lunli into a ring. If you said Lei Lunli is a bundle of wire, then after compressing, this Lei Lunli became a cable. Only by changing its shape greatly increased his level of force, but as compressing Lei Lunli can be done anytime, Xan Feng did not continue. These is only the basic tricks. After that, these are the advanced. Lei Lunli needs many methods to compress, until it finally reaches Luaningli, so course mentioning it now is a bit too soon in the end. Your focus this year should just be to compress Lei Lunli, rapidly increasing your Lei Lunli. This in only the foundation stage. The quality of the infrastructure will be instrumental to your future development. You must not be lazy. Old man. The two of them conversed for a while. The old man said, "Okay, we'll end it here today, and after today you must come here every day to practice. I'll be going." Xan Feng accompanied the old man to the exit of Tiger Cliff Castle. The old man sat on the basket. After the old man descended to the lower part of the castle, Xan Feng headed home. Lei Bao walked out of the basket, waving his hand towards above, the basket slowly rising. He sighed. He had been in this small place for almost 40 years. He always thought he would die here, but instead, he didn't expect to have a chance to walk out someday. Don't be mistaken at his decrepit appearance. Even if a few hunters attacked, it would be no problem to him. Thinking back, he was a famous master. If he had not been injured, then he would not be in this small place, taking care of his grandchildren, preserving the bloodline. Quickly, Lei Bao entered the forest. Lei Bao's destination was already decided. To find thunderstorms, he needs to be shot by lightning to stimulate himself. Following his instinct, he walked towards north. By following his own instincts, Lei Bao walked around the forest. After 2 days he finally found a perfect place. Seeing the dark clouds in the skies, a smile appeared on his face. Picking out a big ancient tree, he climbed it as if a monkey, and started to hack away at it. After a few minutes, the giant tree started to break. Lei Bao brought 2 weapons with him, an axe and a steel spear. He used pushed the spear into the crack of the trunk. Staring at the sky, he then placed the cracked branches down. Tying himself onto the trunk, he silently waited for rain to fall. Kacha. Hon long long. Putty, first one is lightning, second is rumbling. A flash of lightning appeared, accompanied by rumbling. Even Lei Bao was a bit scared. He silently cursed. If this failed, his life would be forfeited. This ancient tree was especially tall. Even though Lei Bao chopped off tree top, it was still much taller than the rest, like a flagpole standing in the middle of the forest. Adding in the long steel spear, this was the best lightning attracting device. Hon. A faraway ancient tree was lit on fire by a strike of lightning. The old man was very uncomfortable, softly mumbling, "Fuck, the first strike has too much charge. I don't know if I can handle that, fuck." Raindrops the size of beans fell. Lei Bao was soaked within seconds. The old man grabbed his steel spear with his 2 hands, looking anxiously at the sky. The rain got heavier, the thunder rumbling continuously. A few thunderbolts tore through the sky. Finally, a strike of lightning viciously hit the steel spear. Hon. Instantly, the old man became a shining light. Countless sparks went into his body. The old man could not see nothing. Even if he closed his eyes, the white light would still go into his eyes and inflict pain. This moment he started to operate the unfamiliar Lei Bao skill. This was the result of him combining many training skills together, to his own created skill. In this moment, the old man knew that he had won this bet. He had yet again grasped another mystery of lightning. The Lei Lunli that had been left to wither for years like a dried-up lake in the desert, had water suddenly poured in. His Lei Lunli instantly started to explosively rise. This was different from Xan Feng's experience. A strike of lightning made the old man rose to Luan master level. The old man stood up, the rope that bound him instantly ripping. He shouted to the skies holding his steel spear, "Come! Come! The more the better! Ha ha! Hon! Hon!" Many strikes of lightning continued to hit the steel spear till the steel bits on the spear started to fly off. The old man did not react to it but continued to tightly hold on to the spear. While his Lei Lunli increased, Lei Lunli gradually turned into Luaningli, which was Lei Luning. After a whole day, the clouds scattered. The old man was still unsatisfied. If there was more thunderbolts, he could regain a quarter of his real strength. Restoring his 60% would give him access to Inli.
which was the forementioned Lei, then he would be the real top of the world master. At that moment, a smile appeared on the old man's face. To regain this amount of his real strength, he was already rather satisfied. He silently said to himself, after a few more times, I should be able to reach 60%, enough to bring Feng and Yao Yao out of this place. Taking out the steel spear, he then realized the originally as thick as the egg spear had thinned a whole layer, but it was still had its use. Holding his spear, he started to fly, chasing the clouds. Putty, 0. Oh, fly? Fly? Upon returning home, Xan Feng sought Sanyu and a few leaders of hunter teams, including Dashan. He asked Patriarch, Uncle Ko, why are you all here?
I came here this time is to discuss something with you. Sanyu. My house is too small, let's just stay in the courtyard.
Moving a few large stones, he said, everyone please sit. Sanyu smiled bitterly. This time Tiger Cliff Castle suffered a big loss. If it wasn't you who chased away the lead eagle's men, we would have been doomed. I, representing the hunter of Tiger Cliff Castle, thank you. Don't be polite, I am a member of Tiger Cliff Castle. What I've done was what anyone would do. He knew in his heart, the patriarch was here not only to say his thanks. As a joke, I kinda have proofread it, but it probably still sucks.
Book 1 Chapter 18, The Mystery of Thunderbolts, 2.
I'm sorry for the late update. I found a great Chinese app that recommends popular novels that I love. Wee. Thank you all for the well wishes for my competition. The piece was uploaded online but I won't share, cause someone really messed up and I'm pissed at that person.
The uniform makes me look like a salesperson. X. Book 1 Chapter 18, The Mystery of Thunderbolts, 2.
Sanyu hesitated for a while. Phone, winter is almost here. The amount of stored food is far from enough. You are now the master hunter. Everyone wants to hear your opinion on what should we do. As the master hunter, his position in Tiger Cliff Castle was entirely different. Not only did he need to hunt for himself, but he also needs to participate in the planning of the big hunts in Tiger Cliff Castle. Xin Feng mused for a moment. He was not truly a 16-year-old, adding his age from his past life. His age would not be lesser than the people here. Patriarch, everyone, my grandfather had gone out. This period of time I must stay at Tiger Cliff Castle and wait until my grandfather returns, and then I will once again assemble a big hunt. I will be in charge of hunting bulls, do not worry. I will be sure to then supply everyone with enough bulls. The participants only need to transport the bulls. This winter we will not be lacking in food.
Feng.
Also, when we go out to hunt, we still must be careful of the lead eagle's men.
Feng.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Even though the past battles with Lead Eagle had casualties from both sides, it had never been as brutal as the recent battle, with a dozen fatalities. As for hunting bulls, they did not have much opinion on it. A trip accompanied with Xinfeng's 1000 Luan master level, killing bulls would be an easy task. At that time they could receive many food supplies and surviving the winter would not be a problem anymore. As the patriarch had seen Xinfeng's true strength before, towards Xinfeng's promise, he excluded joy. That's good. He discussed with the others for a while more. At this point, time cannot be wasted. The hunters will still go out, but they cannot stay outside for too long, and they must also stay in the vicinity, so that they can return immediately after hearing a signal. When Xin Feng has the time, they would be available to leave at any time.
After some more discussion, Sanyu left along with the rest. Xin Feng returned to the small wooden hut and sat there dazed, thinking back to grandfather's words. He was not like his past self, not knowing of much. He had now his own opinion on Lunli, especially Lei Lunli. In his eyes, this was a way to use a type of power, but this power had another use. He may be unfamiliar with his power, but he could add great knowledge of electricity from his past life. If it was other types of Lunli like an Lunli or Jean Lunli, then he would be practically useless. But electricity is something familiar to him, as in his past life he was an electrician, which is why his brain was filled with many ideas, but currently had no way to apply it to the Lei Lunli of this world. After all, he only trained for a small time, and had many parts he was still not sure about Lei Lunli. Putty, and equals means dark.
Jean equals means gold.
When Lei Lunli was first produced, it was as a friable round shape which he could not see.
but could feel. After compressing it, Lei Lunli became a Lei ring. At that moment, Xan Feng noticed the lunchang space he had in his body became much bigger. Originally the size of a fist became a circular space about 2 meters long. Actually it had already become the size of a football after reaching 1,000 luan, only his training speed was so fast that before he could notice, he had already reached 1,000 luan. So, Xan Feng noticed the large lunchang space he had, his heart filled with joy. A space about 2 feet could put many things, rivaling a normal bag from his past life. This means he was constantly carrying a that cannot be seen and is also able to carry items of any weight. This is far too convenient. Xan Feng did not know his lunchang space was very special. The average 1,000 luan master had at most a feet-long lunchang space, while the most of the 1,000 luan masters had barely a feet long. This was because of Lei Lunli's rarity and also another advantage of being struck by lightning. However, even though his lunchang space became bigger, Xan Feng had nothing to store. It was impossible to think of storing food inside. The old man Lei Bao chased the thunderclouds, his strength increasing rapidly. Also noticing that his lunchang space had enlarged, this was much bigger than Xinfeng's, reaching the space of about 20 meters, he radiated happiness. His lunchang space revealed a very small space not even reaching the length of a foot. Other than some luan rings and luan stamp rings, he had 5 burst lightning needles. At that time, he could barely use the needles. It was prepared as a desperate suicide method. The rest of his things was sealed away. If he did not regain his true power, these things will forever stay at his lunchang space, and after his death, onto the ground, becoming a treasure, bringing riches to whoever who finds it. The items known as inconspicuous in the past, after 40 to 50 painful years, became extremely precious. The old man sighed, looking at the faraway clouds. He did not feel like chasing it anymore. A dozen days had already passed. He was rather worried about his grandchildren and did not have any thoughts of staying in the wild. He was different from his past self. In the past he would do whatever he wanted without any hesitation. Now to return home. The old man Lei Bao flew towards Tiger Cliff Castle with speed like lightning. Suddenly he saw a giant mountain peak, its shape as if an eagle preparing to take flight. The old man Lei Bao slowed down. Lead eagles. The old man Lei Bao was a tyrannical master in his prime. The amount of people he killed uncountable, his enemies everywhere. With his strength, if he wanted to eradicate the whole of lead eagles, a slap of the hand would be able to collapse the whole mountain and murder everyone on it. After thinking for a moment, the old man suddenly felt bored, silently muttering, "Let's leave this to Feng, that kid is still lacking training," and speedily flew towards Tiger Cliff Castle. Xan Feng in this period of time trained non-stop, his Lei Lunli still increasing non-stop, already reaching 3,000 Lunli. This type of rapid increase make him feel extremely pleased and also a feeling of accomplishment. He hoped to quickly reach Milun master level. At that time he would be able to leave Tiger Cliff Castle. Today, Xan Feng and Xinyao both busily focused on cutting the dried bull hide and packing it. "Sis, you go and check, which houses do we have to give bull hides to?" Feng. In Tiger Cliff Castle, the little lady's fame was not small. In their most hardest time, many people helped them. The both of them decided on giving bull hides, as the armor hunters war needed it. It was the most practical gift. This gift would not be rejected as most households kept it for future use, like how Auntie Qing gave them a piece of bull hide and that they could not refuse it. 2 whole pieces of bull hide is extremely large. After tanning it, it became very tough. Luckily Xan Feng had high strength, cutting it was rather easy for him. While the 2 of them did their jobs, the door opened and Lei Bao walked in, smiling, "I'm home." Xan Feng and Xinyao both felt overjoyed. They both expected Lei Bao to not come back after a long time, and did not expect him to return in 10 days. In a glance, Xan Feng noticed that the old man was totally different, the wrinkles much lesser on his face and his aura as if a young man, and the most noticeable was the slight feel of threat, letting people feel rather scared. Luckily he was his own grandfather. Xan Feng also knew the old man was very good to him, and he would not be in danger, but the feel of threat made him feel uncomfortable. "Grandfather, you." Lei Bao leaked a smile. Kneeling down, he caught the running Xinyao. "Yao Yao, did you miss me?" I missed you every day." "Yao Yao." Lei Bao laughed. "Yao Yao is the best." If it was 40 to 50 years ago, anyone that noticed Lei Bao would go crazy at this sight. The old man at that time wasn't like this. Even speaking peacefully was a rare sight. Then why would he be so gentle now?
While hugging Xinyao, the old man asked, "Did you prepare the bull hide to trade for food?" Brother said that those people that helped Yao Yao needs to be thanked. Yao Yao. Lei Bao nodded, "Yeah, they were so kind to our precious Yao Yao, we should thank them, ho-oh." Xinyao asked, "Grandfather, how is your injury?" He always knew grandfather had a problem in his body, but the old man was very prideful and so he never asked. Seeing the old man's big change, he could not help but ask. The old man nodded, "This I must thank Feng's good luck that shared itself with me, huh?" Then he added, "I plan to give you something good." Xian Feng got excited and asked, "What good thing?" The last time the old man gave him a burst lightning needle which strength greatly left an impression in his mind. Book 1, Chapter 19, Star Python Record. Ha, got it in time before bedtime, Hugh. Big thanks to Mr. Paul for donating, thank you very much. Book 1, Chapter 19, Star Python Record. The old man took out a beast skin. This is one of the knacks of Lei Lunli. I recorded this down a long time ago. The most important part is the theory of Lei Lunli. I'll give this to you, keep it in your lunchong space, be careful to not lose it to outsiders. This kind of notes are very valuable, containing the foundation of a practicer. Not everyone can obtain and learn from one. Xian Feng took the leather, which is only the size of a palm. It is a very thin piece that is hard as steel and had great flexibility, the color black and not a single word on it. Xian Feng was stupefied in this, he did not understand. The old man laughed, "This is the skin of a star python, a natural-born star beast. Try and use your Lei Lunli to stimulate it." Xian Feng, holding the skin in his hand, started to stimulate it. Instantly white words appeared on the black beast skin, flashing for only a moment. He could not help but say, "Too fast, it's too fast, I can't see it." "Do it slower." "Old man." Xian Feng slowly inserted some Lei Lunli. That strange piece of beast skin gave off a sliver glow accompanied by a few white sentences, like a computer in his past life. The words moved, the only difference being that it was moving vertically. The text is not very clear, but through Lei Lunli it flowed into Xinfeng's mind. He could not help but cry out in astonishment, "How mysterious! How can it be used like this?" The old man laughed. The notes created with the star python is called the Star Python Record. Not only can practicers of the Lei attribute can use it, it can be used by any types of attributes practicer. However, this thing is extremely valuable. This piece of Star Python Record can still contain far more text. After you finish reading it, if you want to record anything down, you can just add it in. This piece of enough for you to use. How do I use it? Feng. The old man explained the method of usage. It was extremely simple. It was just to insert both your thoughts and Lunli at the same time, and it will appear in the record. Far more easy to use than the computers in his past world. Xian Feng said, somewhat shocked. This thing is really a high-grade item. It's so convenient. Not only convenient, Star Python Record will still be in the same condition after 1,000 years, even with great strength. It would be greatly hard to break. Many ancient practicers would record down their training tips in Star Python Record. Some of them who do not have disciples would then keep their own records. So, seeing this kind of things, first snatch it. Do not even worry if you can use it or not. Old man. Xian Feng nodded. Star Python, where can I hunt it? A hint of banter appeared in the old man's eyes. He laughed. You want to hunt star beasts? This skin is very tempting. Feng. The old man laughed loudly. Feng, don't worry about that now. Star pythons is not something a person at your level can come into contact with, and, actually, with 1,000 Milun masters against a star python can threaten it. But if you want to hurt it, then at least half of the Milun masters would be dead. Then to kill, not a single one of them can do it. Xian Feng was shocked. So powerful. The old man nodded. Of course, the skin of the star python not only can be made into a star python record but can also be made into star python drum that is used to gauge strength. Any attack on it that can leave a marks about level of the strength of the attack, and then be used in a test. There's also that. Grandpa, do you have star python drum? Feng. The old man laughed. Why would I want that? That is for large-scale organizations or sects to test the strength of their disciples. Powerful master do not need to use this kind of things to test their strength. Xian Feng asked curiously, then there another way to test?
Of course, but those that reached the high levels would not be willing to test anymore so that they would not reveal their real strength to others, so in reality, after reaching the higher levels, it would just be enough to know, testing again will not have much impact.
Old man. Xinfeng's curiosity continued to grow. Grandpa, have you reached the high level?
The old man raised his hand and flicked Xinfeng's head, jokingly scolding him. Feng, you have not even reached the low level, why are you thinking of the high level?
Xianfeng turned stupefied, touching his forehead. He said, I already reached 1,000 luns. Why am I not even a low-level disciple?
Only a 10,000 luan master would be counted as a low-level disciple, and reaching me luns will they actually count as a part in the sect. In this place, the amount of practicers is extremely few, so even 100 luan master would be respected. Wait till you walk out of here, ho, you would realize that there are far too many those of your standard. This is the reason why I want you to leave this place when you reach secret luan master.
Old man. Xianfeng sighed inwardly. So I am still lacking.
The old man shook his head. You are not lacking at all. You are only 16 and had already reached 1,000 luns. Outside, you would be considered a genius. Anyone who could reach 100 luns in half a year would already be amazing.
Xinfeng's eyes widened, a suspecting gaze appearing.
It's true, you did not hear wrongly. Becoming 100 luns master in half a year would be a genius sought after by every organization or sect. If they could reach 1,000 luan master level at 18, 10,000 luan master at 22, me luan master at 25, that person would be favored everywhere.
Old man.
Those that can obtain such results are very few. Most of them would be a single attribute genius. Those that has more than one, reaching 100 luan master level in 10 years would already be considered very good. With their whole lives, if they could reach me luan level, they then must have crazy good luck. Most of the multiple attribute practicers will never dare hope to reach the me luan master level.
Old man. Xianfeng finally had a bit of grasp of the world of Lunli. He said, then, am I counted as very amazing?
Pointing at his own nose, a smell of cockiness appeared.
The old man gently hit him. What are you gloating at?
You must know, without Grandpa's lay stamp to stimulate you, or without the thunderstorm, your speed would not be so good. Practicing not only needs your qualifications but also needs your genes, resources and friends, and most importantly is amazing luck.
Xianfeng laughed. Grandpa, your luck is also good.
The old man hesitated. He had to admit, his own luck was indeed good lately. He actually managed to restore some of his strength and also learned of another way of training. Patting Xinfeng's head, he said, yes, Grandpa has been stealing some of your glory, ho. If not, then I would truly die in Tiger Cliff Castle. But even though my luck changed. His facial expression suddenly changed. Maybe someone's luck isn't as good now, huh?
Xianfeng is indeed curious as to what was the strength of this old man. He asked, Grandpa, what are the titles above me luan master? Grandpa, what title have you obtained?
As for what my level is, you no need to ask as it would make you feel too ambitious. As for the levels above me luan master, I can tell you about it. Me luan master level is only a hurdle to practicers. The real test is the next level of me luan master level. At that level, their strength can suppress anyone under me luan level.
Old man. Xinfeng's eyes widened. What is it? What is it?
Real me luan master, a true master that is able to compress a Lunli ring. Their lifespan reaching 120 years. 120 years I refer to as accompanied with a young man's liveliness in the world. They would be respected everywhere.
Old man. Real me luan master. Grandpa, can I reach real me luan master level? Feng.
The old man raised his hand and slapped him, scolding, have some backbone. Real me luan master is not your final point, that is your real starting line. Xianfeng smiled bitterly. To reach 1,000 luan master, me luan master then real me luan master, it seems a bit difficult. The old man didn't know to laugh or cry. To others it may be difficult, but to you, it would not be. He was not worried about Xinfeng's weak ambition, as after practicing Lei Lunli, his attitude would definitely change greatly, becoming daring and rash, forever charging onward. Of course his old personality would play a small part, but it would not be very big.
Oh right, real master, that counts as a title? Feng.
The old man nodded. It's a title representing that you have already reached a type of level. At the same time, it is a type of respected way of calling someone. Not everyone can be called a real master.
Grandpa, you are also a real master? Fong. The old man said, smiling. You think? Old man. And, I think you are. Grandpa must be a real master. Fong.
Don't think so much about it, just practice diligently and the road of the future will be even tougher. Remember, geniuses only have a more favorable starting point.
Old man. Book 1, Chapter 20, Star Python Record, 2. Is it me or are the chapters getting longer?
Also, I found my teacher's YouTube account of him singing. If this is late, then I apologize. I've been procrastinating lately. Much thanks to Shinjoyu for helping me proofread.
Book 1, Chapter 20, Star Python Record, 2.
Once you reach true master level, the benefits of talent will slowly diminish. You need to find your own road which will truly let you experience this big world. Putty, credit to Philip for the change from real master to true master. Only the old man can provide these kinds of experiences that would help Xian Feng's future. This fact is clearly known by Xian Feng. He is not truly a 16-year-old. This is one of his biggest advantage, knowing that the old man's painstaking efforts and these kinds of experiences are like gold, which he will forever remember. Grandfather, after I go out into the world myself, then, the training methods. Don't worry, just look at my Star Python record and you will understand. It is filled with information of my special Lei Lunli practice methods.
Xian Feng could not help but look at the Star Python records again.
Of course, he only saw the short sentence in the beginning, but he did realize a problem.
Grandfather, what is Lunli armor? Lunli armor is an ability of 1,000 Luan masters.
Any attribute is able to compress a Lunli armor and it can greatly increase attack and defense. And, 1,000 Luan master can condense ring armor while a Mi Luan master can condense Mi ring armor. I have already explained it in detail in the Star Python record.
Xian Feng nodded and the old man stood up. We have been in Tiger Cliff Castle for so many years. Take them out to hunt and bring back food enough for the castle to pass the winter. It would count as a token of our appreciation for them. Without their help, we would have had a harder time. Don't worry, wait until I manage to compress a Lunli armor and we will go to the Patriarch's house. Maybe we will leave this place during winter.
I never thought I would see the day where I recover, ho-oh. So, we don't need to stay here anymore. After all, it is too remote and won't help your training much.
Grandfather, I also want to train. Xinyao said as she walked in.
The old man laughed. Okay, but Yao Yao is too young now, she needs to first train her body.
Wait until you are 16, then Grandpa will send you to a place and find a good teacher to teach you, okay?
Xinyao said sassily. No, I want Grandpa to teach, and brother can too.
Yao Yao, don't be too impatient. You can let your brother teach you to train your body, boxing, and archery, okay?
Okay.
She answered.
Actually, she had already started training, but only the most basic ones. Her 6-year-old body already had the strength of a few hundred genes, much stronger than other children her age.
Putty, 1 gene is 0.5 kilograms. Grandpa, I'll go try Lunli armor.
Go yourself, and, if you have any questions you can just check the Star Python record, you should be able to solve it. The old man said, relieved to know that Xian Feng was able to rely on himself.
Xian Feng gave a sound of agreement and, after instructing Xinyao, left towards the cliff. Only 1,000 Luan masters are able to compress a Lunli armor on their body.
Xian Feng thought back to when he first started training. At that time he only had a dozen Lei Luns and he had them allocated to his body and limbs. Now, he had practiced up to having almost 4,000 Luns. Compressing Lunli and then arranging them for Lunli armor is a very fast process as long as you have the formula in your mind. In the Star Python record there were 3 types of Lunli armors. One had great defense but weak attack, the next had high attack but low defense, the last one had both attack and defense on equal standing but with neither remarkable when compared to the first 2.
Xian Feng thought for a while. He already knew that defense was not what he wanted. What he wants is the strongest attack. This was related to Lei Lunli. After he started practicing Lei Lunli, he favored offensiveness, not defensiveness. If he chose according to his old personality, he would have loved to build a tortoise shell for himself, but after Lei Lunli he would decide on attack without hesitation. Thinking back to his fight with Dafe, to that blood-boiling feeling, he knew that, to him, attack is the best defense. The amount of Lunli allocated to the head and torso is less than that in the limbs. After allocating all of the Lunli, the next step is to compress it into armor. Xian Feng thought that Lei Lunli is really miraculous. It is something unimaginable in his old world. The process of binding together the already compressed Lunli is not actually manual but is triggered by picturing it in the mind. The most miraculous part of it is that if he did not think about it, Lei Lunli would stay in its initial state. The Star Python record stated that before the binding process, once Lunli is compressed, the changes are irreversible when forming Lunli armor. You cannot reverse the changes and bind it all over again before reaching 10,000 Luan master level, which is why the first choice is the most important. After choosing the characteristic of your Lunli armor, it will accompany you in your time as 1,000 Luan master until you reach 10,000 Luan master level. At that time another choice must be made deciding the attribute of the ring armor. Pieces and pieces of Lunli armor started to form on surface, Xian Feng neither choosing his own armor nor thinking too deeply, but following the already planned out choices from the Star Python record. He was very cautious, a habit brought from his past life. He would not take big risks before familiarizing himself with Lei Lunli, as it would be too stupid. Xian Feng believed that, after he familiarized himself with Lei Lunli, he would be able to make his own special practicing methods. Xian Feng knew a lot about electricity in his old world. Compared to him in this world he was much better, but this world had its own special characteristics for him to learn. He believed that if he could combine the two, it would be very unique. Lunli armor slowly formed. Pieces and pieces of Lei chains formed, becoming pieces of eye-pricking, shining fragments. Gradually linking together, the pieces becoming bigger and bigger, the armor formed on Xinfeng's shoulders, followed by his torso, then his limbs, and lastly his head. A bright light shone on Xian Feng's body. He knew that it would appear in the beginning, and after successfully binding a Lunli armor, this light would not appear again. When triggered by Lunli, it would stick on his skin and wouldn't appear outside on his clothing. The light slowly diminished, and Xian Feng said excitedly, "Success." After his Lunli armor formed, it would accompany him till he reached 10,000 Luan master level, and at that time he would be able to bind a ring armor. After pondering for a while, Xian Feng thought of making his own Luanqi. Normal Lunkies can barely withstand being used by 1,000 Luan master. Other than his black bow, other Luanqi are far too lacking. It would be good to ask grandfather about it. Ibai village, the north of Tiger Cliff Castle, is like a trade market, an important road, the sphere of influence of the southern Hongtong. At Ibai village, a Mi Luan master's presence is a tyrannical existence to them. Putty, no idea what Hongtong is, maybe it's a name. I tried using Google Images on it, it was ineffective. If I find out I'll be sure to say it. The surrounding humans' gathering point is Ibai village, especially when the cannibals attack human settlements. At that time, Ibai village has the authority to gather hunters and send help. There are only 3 human settlements in this area: Tiger Cliff Castle, Lead Eagles, and Ibai village. Ibai village's strength is not something Lead Eagles or Tiger Cliff Castle can compare to, the reason being it is the sphere of influence of Hongtong, a place where Mi Luan masters reside. Ibai is also one of the only place merchants visit, an intersection. An old man looked at the rabid men in front of him with a solemn face. "Ingshao, what happened? This appearance not like a human or a ghost, who hit your face?" Ingshao answered with garbled sounds. The old man answered him politely, "What the fuck are you speaking?" "Shut up, you speak." Dafe, on the brim of tears, spoke. "Sir, my uncle was hit by a person from Tiger Cliff Castle."
This man is the master of Ingshao, a Milun master of Hontong. Ingshao was originally from Lead Eagles but was sent to Hontong to learn when he was younger. Die submit, putty, garbled words that I have no idea what it's about. Hearing this sentence, the old man angrily smashed on Ingshao's head with his kick. Your mother can die. Ingshao laid on the floor. It was not that the kick was very heavy, it was that Ingshao was too ashamed to stand up. You speak. Dafei truthfully spoke about the whole incident without daring to lie, but he dare not speak about Xian Feng. Then, it was you guys that picked a fight. Sir, we Lead Eagles are enemies with Tiger Cliff Castles. It's not about who picked the fight, it is just purely you die or I die when we meet. Tiger Cliff Castle, who is backing them? Dafei hesitated, shocked. No one is backing Tiger Cliff Castle, they are just a bunch of hunters. Bullshit. A team of hunters can harm Ingshao? It was a young man that harmed Uncle. He is lightning attribute, and also a single attribute at that. The old man stood up abruptly. What? A single lightning attribute. Book 2 Chapter 1, Hunt of the Barbarians. Book 2 Chapter 1, Hunt of the Barbarians. Single lightning attribute Lunley. Waves of shock surged through the old man's heart. Those that have single attributes were already very few, only a single one will appear for every 1,000 people. But the most surprising part was that this person had the extremely rare lightning attribute. Where is he? At this moment, the old man felt motivation. If he could handle this matter well, maybe he would be moved back to Hontong. Ingyu answered with garbled words, only to be interrupted by the annoyed old man. You, shut up, you, speak. Dafei answered hurriedly, yes, he lives in Tiger Cliff Castle. The old man said, what is his name? Are you sure that he is only about 16 to 17? Oh right, his current standard, N, being able to harming you, it wouldn't be low, probably 1,000 Luan Master. The old man was quite knowledgeable of people with single attributes, those that start practicing would quickly rise in rank. Dafei thought back to the incident for a while. I think it's something Feng. Oh right, Lei Xian Feng. Strange, his surname is actually Lei. What do you mean? Dafei explained, the people in Tiger Cliff Castle have Hu and Ku as their surnames, so Lei Xian Feng is most likely an outsider. He is definitely not over the age of 18. Also, there is something I have been curious about. At first, when he fought with me, we were about equally matched. Bullshit. You are only 100 Luan Master, and you can take on 10 of you. How would he fall at Xian Feng's hands? When he fought with Uncle wounded him with a single attack, but at that time there was a thunderstorm, and Xian Feng was struck by lightning. After that he was able to continue fighting, and it looked as though his strength was rising explosively. Dafei. Even if his strength increased rapidly, it doesn't mean he could immediately grasp how to use it. Uncle never really lost, he was taken by surprise, by a single-use Luanqi. The old man felt shocked. A single-use Luanqi? Dafei nodded. Yeah, a very powerful single-use Luanqi that, when activated, would annihilate everything around it. Luckily that kid hadn't mastered how to use it, or Uncle would have died together with him. The old man furrowed his brows and contemplated for a while. Lei Xian Feng, there should be someone backing him. Well, being able to make a single-use Luanqi, the threat shouldn't be small. No, I must find someone to help. At this moment, the old man understood that this was probably an expert's disciple. A single-use Luanqi is not something anyone could refine. It was much harder to refine than a normal Luanqi. Actually, single-use Luanqi are rarely used by single-attribute masters but are actually more often used by trash Luan masters, because trash Luan masters only need to produce Lunli to stimulate a single-use Luanqi. Putty, in case you couldn't tell, he's insulting some Lunlis cause they suck at dash at. However, to the old man, a single lightning attribute youngster was a very big temptation. Dafei said, filled with hope, Sir, we will burn down Tiger Cliff Castle. Get revenge for my uncle.
With eyes full of hatred, Inu nodded silently. Burn what down? If that Lei Xianfeng were to join Hongtong, he could invite masters from Hongtong to visit. Both Inyu's and Dafei's eyes widened, filling with disbelief, a disappointed look in their eyes flowing out. Both of you stay here. Don't go anywhere, especially Tiger Cliff Castle. If you do, don't blame me if I do anything to you. Ingyu made a few garbled noise, saliva escaping from the two sides of his mouth. He was angry, but he did not know how to resist. He knew best his teacher's temper, and if he infuriated him, he knew what his teacher would do. Don't be too mad. If he joins Hongtong, your rewards will not be few. As for your wound, I will find someone to treat it. Dafei still did not want to give up. Sir, if Lei Xianfeng refuses to join Hongtong. The old man laughed coldly. Impossible. I will find experts to help. He knew clearly that if Xianfeng refused to join, Hongtong would definitely destroy this young man. If a single lightning attribute cannot be used by Hongtong, then if he continues to mature it would be a threat to Hongtong. This was already a good reason to kill him. Xianfeng continued to refine and familiarize himself with his Lunli armor. He also obtained a piece of an ingredient used to make a luanqi, given to him by grandfather. Of course, he couldn't just find materials for luanqi. It was a piece of metal about a dozen jin. He didn't know what kind of metal it was. It wasn't steel, gold, or copper. Its color was also weird. It was a black color with sliver lines mixed in. It was as long as an arm, and it also had a weird name, Lei Jin. The old man explained that this was not naturally formed but was a result of mixing 10 different substances. It was capable of containing Lunli and could change forms by using Lei Lunli. Putty, I left the thing in pinyin cause the direct translation is lightning release gold at dash at. As for Xianfeng's current standard, he was unable to use such a big piece of Lei Jin. He played around with it using Lei Lunli. This thing's property was very unique. It was as soft as mud or any shape was possible for it, but, once it took a form, it would need a large amount of Lei Lunli to set it in that shape. After a few torturous days, Xianfeng finally learned both the basics, and also that he didn't have enough power to use such a big piece of Lei Jin. So he cut a small piece as big as a thumb. After a day's worth of practice, Xianfeng could just barely create a ring. As to why he chose it, it was because a ring was the simplest one to make. Through this ring he could fire an electrical current about 5 meters long. He knew clearly that Lei Lunli was not the explanation of electricity in his old world. He tried his best to understand Lei Lunli. His knowledge from the past world was a rather big hurdle when learning about Lei Lunli. Luckily, there was the Star Python record to help him understand Lei Lunli. After creating a ring, Xianfeng went to visit the patriarch, Sanyu, to arrange another hunt. This time, Sanyu organized a larger number of people, including 100+ young men and women. The total number came to about 400 people. This time they did not go to the pond, but went to a place where bulls gathered, about half of a day away from Tiger Cliff Castle. They did not dare to wander too far. The place where the bulls gather is a grassland about a dozen km without a single tree, as a bull's specialty is to ram into things once shocked, which resulted in this piece of flat grassland. At this place, not even larger beasts would dare to try to hunt bulls, as even at this small, dozen-kilometer place, a few thousand bulls had gathered. Beasts only dare to hunt nearby, definitely not in the grass plain, as once the bulls receive a shock, 1,000 bulls madly charging forward is more than enough to stomp any beast into the mud. Even the barbarians would not dare to enter. They would at most stay at the edge of the grassland, and, with trees surrounding them, dare to kill the bulls. This time, Xianfeng decided on the grassland to hunt, of course, not in the middle of the grassland, but, similar to the barbarians, at the side. This place would be much more rewarding than the place next to the pond. The people of Tiger Cliff Castle stayed in the forest and found a place where trees are closely packed together, as only these kinds of places can prevent the charge of a giant herd of bulls.
Xi and Feng brought about 10 hunters, including Dashin, and stayed at the edge of the grassland. Being the main hunter, Xi and Feng had the authority to command all the hunters. He said, "We need to find a few big trees, and trees that cannot be bulldozed to the ground." A hunter answered, "I know a place with giant trees." They quickly reached a few giant trees which couldn't be fully hugged by 4 to 5 people. Xi and Feng pondered for a while and said, "I still need a few helpers. Uncle Ko, go and get a few people here." "Okay, how many do you want?" Xi and Feng calculated for a while. "I want 100. Dashin was shocked. "So many? Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go call them." He turned and left into the forest. After a while, a few hundred hunters came along with Sangyu. This hunt was very important. He couldn't patiently wait at Tiger Cliff Castle, so he decided to help out this team as Xi and Feng was truly too young. He was afraid that these hunters would provoke and anger this youngster. "Feng, we will listen to your commands." Xi and Feng nodded. "I need you all to dig a pit." Everyone was shocked. A hunter could not help but say, "You want to dig a trap?" We had already tested this kind of trap, it's useless." Xi and Feng shook his head. "I haven't decided to dig a trap, I want to dig it." He requested a short spear from Dashin and speedily dug a hole with a foot-long diameter, and about 2 foot deep. "I want to dig this kind of pit." The hunters didn't understand. Sangyu shouted, "Listen to Xi and Feng, he is the main hunter, he gets what he wants." Xi and Feng did not bother to explain, but continued, "Have a pit every time you reach this distance." According to his layout, there would be a pit every meter with the shape of a plum. No one spoke, but followed Xi and Feng's orders and started to dig. To the hunters, digging this kind of pits was too easy. After less than an hour, the ground was filled with a few hundred pits. Cover the holes with sticks and leaves. Mahang trap. This was a method to deal with charging horses from Xi and Feng's past world. He thought that it should be useful for this world's bulls, because even though they are stronger and had bigger hoofs, their weak points should be the same. With such a big body, no matter how strong their legs are, they should not be able to resist this kind of trap. "I'm sorry. I'm busier as it goes along, and since I don't have anything going on with the weekends, I thought I might as well help my mother's friend stall to earn some money, so it's reduced to a chapter per week. But I will translate another if I get $25 in donations. I'm so sorry, I know I shouldn't do this, but I need it. The max I can do per week is 4 chapters counting the one customary chapter." Book 2 Chapter 2, Hunt of the Barbarians, 2. Thank you to Min, also known as Leecher Passingby, I remember seeing you, for solely sponsoring this chapter, and there's more left other that'll go to the next, woohoo. This is a sponsored chapter, the customary chapter will be done, soon. Gahahahaha the cliffhangers. Also the lack of painful mistakes I make. I thank Shinjoyu for that. Thanks Shinjoyu, to not let my horrible English burn the eyes of the WordPress people. Book 2 Chapter 2, Hunt of the Barbarians, 2. Feng, it's done, do you still need anything? It's done, this is enough. You can return first. The people who were here originally, climb into the trees. Sangyu instructed them for a while and the majority of the hunters left, however Sangyu did not. I will also climb up the trees. The old man was still worried. The danger was considerably reduced by hiding on the tall trees. Xi and Feng nodded. Okay, everyone go up. Once a herd comes over, hug the trees tightly. If you drop down, it would be very fun for you. Dashin asked Feng, what are you gonna do? He did not know what Xi and Feng was planning to do. Of course he didn't. The furthest the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle went was Ibai village. Not only did they not know much, but they also didn't see much. Their tactics and attacks are all passed down generation to generation or are created by them. How could they compare to the knowledgeable Xi and Feng that came from another world? Xi and Feng laughed. Everyone, don't come down the trees no matter what. Ho ho,
I'll let you all see a fun sight. He took his black bow from his back and hooked the bowstring onto it tightly. This time he brought 30 special arrows, enough for only him to use. Dashin hesitated for a while, then turned and climbed up a giant tree. Fong, you be careful. Xian Fong brandished his bow and headed to the grasslands. At that instant everyone was shocked, or no one dared to enter the grassland. But quickly they relaxed, because they could see that Xian Fong did not really enter the grasslands, but instead stayed on the edge of it, hiding among the short trees. At the top of the big trees, all of the hunters could clearly see the bulls moving slowly about. Every herd had at least 50 bulls, and the bigger herds had a few hundred. The bulls lazily grazed, and some ate some of the leaves from the short trees. Every bull was gigantic. Heartbeats of the hunters on the big trees sped up. One bull was enough to help a family pass the winter safely. Who wouldn't wish to obtain a bull? In the trees, they could clearly see both the bull herds and also Xian Feng's figure sneaking among the short trees. Tightly clenching his fists, Dashin said, "What does Feng want to do?" Nanshan smiled bitterly. "Who knows?" Suddenly, a hunter's small voice appeared. "Not good. Look." The positioning of these big trees was rather good, enabling them to see faraway places. About a few hundred meters away, a few human shadows appeared. Sanyu stared at them closely and, after a little while, said, with a small voice, "Barbarians. Barbarian hunters. Everyone be careful, shit, someone go inform Feng." "I'll go." Someone had already quickly climbed down the tree and was heading toward where Xian Feng was. This hunter, sure, was skinny and energetic, a famous hunter of Tiger Cliff Castle. He was not famous for his hunting but instead for his scouting. He was very fast, only taking a few minutes to reach where Xian Feng was. The hunters all saw it clearly and relaxed. Xian Feng and that hunter quickly returned. This was absolutely not the time to alarm the bull herds. Climbing the big tree, Xian Feng asked, "Why would barbarians be here?" Sanyu was mad to the point of shaking. In their last hunt they encountered men from Lead Eagles, now they encounter the barbarians. Their luck was truly poor to the limit. Motherfucker, we're too unlucky, why would the barbarians come here? Their people don't seem to be a small number either. Feng, look over there. The barbarians had big figures which made concealing themselves in the forest very hard. Xian Feng closely examined where Sanyu pointed and, after a while, replied, "At least 10 barbarians." Everyone's faces paled. If there are more than 10 barbarians, it absolutely is counted as a large-scale hunting team. For a barbarian's ability, one barbarian versus 5 to 6 normal hunters would be an easy task. They are the top-tier hunters of the forest. This was also Xian Feng's first time seeing the barbarian. In the past he had stayed in Tiger Cliff Castle and had no chance to go out, of course he wouldn't have seen barbarians. But as for stories about the barbarians, he did not know how many he heard, stories about how they ate humans, about how mad they are. Barbarians are the strongest of all humans, so the hunters had natural fear of barbarians. Sanyu said softly, "I hope they don't find us." He suddenly remembered something. "Someone go back, tell our people to hide well." A hunter headed back. Their people were mostly on the ground. If the barbarians found them, then they would become prey. Xian Feng stared at a faraway place with his brows furrowed. They must be here for the bulls too. Aren't they afraid of the bulls charging? Sanyu answered, "Of course they are, but the barbarians have great strength and also have thick skin and tough bodies. If we are rammed by a bull, it basically means death. It isn't the same for the barbarians. Their bodies are better than ours. Unless it's a continuous ramming and stepping, they could still hope to live." Danui said softly, "Their regeneration is also very good, much better than ours. Once, about a dozen hunters and I surrounded a barbarians to kill him. That guy had bled all over us because of our beatings. I also didn't know how many times we hacked at him, but at last he escaped. Barbarians are very hard to kill.
Many hunters softly spoke about the prowess of the barbarians.
Xianfeng mentally shook his head. These hunters' mentalities.
They basically cannot fight against barbarians, they had already lost hearts. These are even the more powerful hunters, so their words had also disheartened all of the other hunters.
If they meet the barbarians, they would definitely lose. They moved. So many people. Xianfeng's eyes were better than anyone's.
Even before he started training, his eyesight was already very good. Now, after practicing Lei Lunli, he could see even further.
After calculating for a while, he said, at least 21 barbarians. As for those I haven't seen yet, there should be more. Sun Yu let out a cold breath. 20 plus barbarians. Even though all of the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle were out, it would still create great losses. They cannot meet with the barbarians, no matter what. Even if this hunt was a failure, there is always a next time, but if they did come into contact with the barbarians, the losses would be something he did not want to even think about. One by one, barbarians jumped from the trees. There were 4 barbarians in front, with about a dozen behind and another group of barbarians still in the trees. Xianfeng continued to report. Another 6, another 2, great, it's over 30 now. Other than Xianfeng, almost all of the hunters' faces paled. The same was true for Dashin, his face white. The barbarians also organize large-scale hunting? Sun Yu laughed bitterly, and said softly, Dashin, you should be right. This winter was a hard one, and also this year's summer had fewer prey. If not for that, Tiger Cliff Castle would not have to resort to such a large-scale hunt. But they didn't expect the barbarians to do the same. They usually did not visit the hunting areas of the humans, because if they were to go overboard, experts from Ibai village would come. They too feared human experts. The barbarians quickly reached the big trees. Only the 4 barbarians in front continued heading forward. Each had a big, rough steel spear. With Xianfeng's eyesight, he could guess the thickness of the spear. It was as thick as a small bowl and was about 3 meters long. It was like a sharpened steel column, a scary weapon. Other than the thick steel spears, there were also gigantic axes. According to Xianfeng's calculations, the axe heads were as big as half of a door. Seeing the barbarians carry them as they were nothing, Xianfeng couldn't help but smack his mouth. This was too scary. No wonder they're called barbarians. Even though Xianfeng was already 1,000 Luan master, after seeing these barbarians, he was frightened. It wasn't a matter of strength, but it was that their appearance was too scary. In front of these barbarians was a herd of 70 to 80 bulls. It seemed that these barbarians had already decided on this group of bulls. A barbarian suddenly ran forward with a vicious shout, a steel spear as thick as a steel column flying out from his hand, and then, without looking at the bulls again, all 4 barbarians turned and broke into a run. Moo! The steel spear viciously entered into the gigantic bull's body, instantly piercing its organs. That bull trembled for a while and fell to the ground. Xianfeng's nostrils flared. Now he knew why barbarians dared to hunt bulls. A bull's skin is something a normal hunter cannot pierce, but with a barbarian spear, it was easy to do so. With that kind of power you can kill one in an instant. It shocked Xianfeng. He calculated for a while, when his Lunli and this spear collided the Lunli probably would not block it, not that he would dare to try. The 4 of them scattered and ran, and Xianfeng instantly felt shocked again. At such a distance he could still hear the heavy footsteps, followed by multiple cries from bulls as the bull herd suddenly went mad and charged towards the 4 barbarians. The heavy sounds of their charge clearly resonated in Xianfeng's ears despite the distance. The 4 barbarians separated and were each followed by part of the bull herd, but most of the bulls followed the barbarian that threw the spear. Xianfeng was even more shocked. These hunters are very smart. Barbarians were never dumb, especially in terms of hunting.
In terms of hunting, they are even smarter than us, explained Sanyu. The barbarians ran madly. They understood more than anyone that once they get hit by a bull, their chance of survival becomes very, very small. The barbarian that killed the bull ran a few hundred meters and the bulls behind him were about 10 meters away. The barbarian actually grabbed onto a tree branch and pulled himself up, cleverly climbing the tree, leaving the bulls behind no time to stop in their tracks. Of course, they wouldn't stop either, but instead continued to charge forward.
Hon! Hon! Hon!
The bulls hit the big trees.
Xian Feng, who watched from afar, could see the giant trees shaking.
Even though the trees are big, the strength of a bull was terrifying and countless trees were rammed over, including those thicker ones.
They couldn't block the bull's charge.
The sound of snapping resounded in the forest. Other than the big trees, almost no other trees could block the bull's charge, but in return, the herd of bulls slowed down. Only hearing a shout, the barbarians that hid in and behind the trees immediately attacked.
Book 2 Chapter 3, Big Panther Trouble. The customary chapter is here.
Ho ho, hold on to your arm rests and prepare yourselves.
Still, thanks to Shinjoyu, I need to bother him less he needs his beauty sleep.
Shinjoyu, but it works well, the chapter always comes while I am sleeping.
Putty, I need to coordinate with your timing so that I can send it before your sleep. Book 2 Chapter 3, Big Panther Trouble.
Xian Feng saw a barbarian carrying a gigantic axe cut off the head of an incomparably giant bull. He inhaled sharply.
What the fuck, that's too exaggerated.
After a few minutes, only 30 to 40 of the bulls managed to escape. The other half of the bulls were killed by the barbarians. Every Tiger Cliff Castle hunter that saw the sight before them grimaced in pain, as if everyone suddenly had a toothache.
This is too harsh. One assault and the reward was 40 plus bulls. This kind of loot really made everyone feel jealous. Sanyu sighed in relief.
If the barbarians have a good gains, then they would not need to care about us. There was a proverb in their home: do not be afraid when the barbarians are many, only fear when they are hungry.
The hungry barbarians are the dangerous ones.
Xian Feng said, the barbarians are not unbeatable either. I saw 2 wounded barbarians. And there should be one of them with a serious injury. Using his eyesight, he found some injured barbarians. One of them was unable to react in time, and a bull's horn made a hole in his chest when it pinned the barbarian against a giant tree.
The gang of Tiger Cliff Castle hunters all looked at the leading barbarians with red eyes. Kozijong said, the barbarians really are strong. Zeze, they are the real hunters around here.
Putty, zeze, the sound of clicking your tongue, the Chinese word, zeze is the pronunciation. The hunters discussed the leaving barbarians amongst themselves, jealousy filling their conversations.
Then Sanyu spoke up. Okay, enough. No need to envy them, we can also hunt bulls. Only, now is not that time.
We need to wait for the barbarians to leave, then we can start.
Xian Feng sighed. We can't hunt today. We'll go back.
There are so many bulls, the barbarians will take the day moving them.
Sanyu sighed. Right, let's go.
The group of hunters that had gained nothing left, scared away by the barbarians.
Xian Feng had no options.
He was not afraid of the barbarians, but of the hunters around him not one was willing to fight. Without being forced into a dead end, no one would be stupid enough to challenge the barbarians. Actually, after seeing the barbarians' attacking methods, Xian Feng also felt a bit scared. That raw strength they showed overwhelmed him. The people of Tiger Cliff Castle continued to hide in the giant trees.
The giant trees were plenty here.
According to Xinfeng's calculations, without a few thousand years, they wouldn't have grown to be so tall and strong. Even with 100 people in a giant tree, if they are careful their shadows will be not even appear. Even so, being in the trees wasn't very safe, as many beasts can also climb trees and there are also beasts of the sky.
Without caution, they could be taken by surprise. The hunters quietly continued their discussion about the barbarians' loot, while Xianfeng chose a giant tree and climbed it. He did not stay with the other hunters because he needed to train. Now, every time he trained, he could improve by 40 to 50 lei lunless and his strength would increase bit by bit as well. After being struck by lightning, he realized that his speed of improvement decreased greatly without that explosive rising feeling, but he was still very patient. There is a sentence from Grandpa that Xianfeng remembered: any type of training requires great patience, perseverance, and hard work. Especially for the practitioner in this world, with the age limitations, if they cannot raise their own while young it would be too late. His lei lunli slowly increased. Actually, his speed was already very fast, as he had a piece of Leiyin in his body. Even another single attribute practitioner couldn't increase even by 20 lunless a day, while Xianfeng reached 40 or even 50. Purely practicing to increase lunli is not enough though. Xianfeng also needed to refine the lei lunli to reach his own standards. The sky gradually darkened. Xianfeng had already finished practicing. He quickly left the tree, climbing to where all the hunters were. He did not want to spend the night alone in a tree. Sangyu, seeing Xianfeng had come back, said, "Feng, you go rest, we don't need you to keep watch tonight. Ho-Oh, after all you're our main hunter. We anticipate a great performance from you tomorrow." Xianfeng nodded in agreement. The numbers of helpers were enough, he did not need two of anything. Climbing to where Dashan resided, he sat down. "Uncle Ko, I'm back. Quickly, go eat. Soon the sky will darken. Nanshan found a tree hole, go sleep there after you're done eating." At daybreak, Xianfeng climbed from the tree hole. He did not sleep too well last night, as many kinds of beasts howled practically the whole night. He got out and immediately saw the Dashan standing guard. "Uncle Ko, did you sleep well?" Dashan scolded, "Last night, I practically didn't sleep at all, motherfucking beasts have gone crazy, crying non-stop." Looking at Dashan's dark eyes, he had nothing to say. He also did not sleep well. Dashan said, "I rarely see the nights being so lively. It is as if the beasts went mad." Sangyu climbed up. "What are you surprised about?" "The barbarians killed so many bulls that they must have been skinning and taking care of the meat. With the smell of fresh meat, it would be no wonder if the beasts went mad." Xianfeng said understandingly, no wonder, the smell of blood spreading would have baited the beasts." Hui speedily climbed onto the tree, reaching Sangyu's side. "Patriarch, not good. What happened?" Hui answered hurriedly, "The group of barbarians are heading to where we are. They are already very close." Sanyu's face instantly paled. With a deep voice he said, "Hurry, tell everyone not to make a sound. Send the women into the tree holes to hide." There were many holes in the giant trees, big and small. The big ones could hide a dozen people while the small ones could hide 4 or 5. Quickly, the women hid in the holes while the hunters hid among the branches. No one dared to speak or move. The barbarians finding them would spell trouble. You must know that hunters are also prey to the barbarians. All of the hunters gathered in a giant tree. Once discovered, they would be better prey than the bulls, as the barbarians like to bring the captured hunters back alive. Not only can they be put to use for labor, but they can also be used as food when it is scarce. Sometimes barbarians would rather give up large prey for a hunter, but, of course, they would rarely go near human settlements to hunt, as it would bring back a painful consequence. Xianfeng could already hear the heavy footsteps of the barbarians. Don't assume anything from the larger barbarians. When they move in the forest, they would be soundless. But, after a successful hunt, and during the transportation of the prey, they couldn't care less. Not only are their footsteps loud, but they also occasionally gave off a threatening shout to scare away the surrounding beasts that were preparing surprise attacks. The strength of the barbarians is indeed perverse. Xianfeng saw a single barbarian carry 2 bulls, walking steadily.
This group had more than 30 barbarians carrying 40 unskinned bulls. They were carried whole by the barbarians, but with the injuries of the bulls and the large amount of blood leaking out them, it was no wonder they attracted many beasts. There were many beasts following the barbarians, one of which was a group of big panthers. They climbed through the trees, preparing to attack at any moment. The scariest part was that the barbarians had already walked past the trees where the hunters hid. Seeing the barbarians below them, the hunters' heartbeats sped up and they held their weapons tightly. They were pleading in their hearts that the barbarians would walk past them without noticing their presence. The barbarians did not notice them, but the beasts did, unfortunately, specifically the group of big panthers. A few of the panthers immediately pounced. A flash of darkness passed Sun Yu's eyes. He was mad to the boiling point, his limbs were icy cold, his face green. He knew they were doomed. It was a group of at least 20 big panthers. Beasts are also afraid of the strong but evil to the weak. They dared not attack the barbarians, but upon noticing the hunters, they immediately got excited. Who would care about what the prey is? If it was something easy to kill, they would definitely not let it escape easily. Xianfeng's face was also not good. He is the main hunter, and he was responsible for the safety of the hunters. With such a commotion, the barbarians immediately noticed the hunters in the giant trees. The situation became dire. The fight with the big panthers immediately gave away their location. At this moment, everything else became less important. The most important thing was to keep their cool. If they mess up, they would be very close to death. Xianfeng shouted, "Some of you hold the panthers back, the rest, follow me to kill the barbarians." They had no other choice. Barbarians seeing hunters is like perverts meeting beauties, or hungry ghosts seeing meat. They would pounce without hesitation. Seeing the hunters in the trees clearly, the barbarians all showed their sharp teeth and shouted. The noise was very loud, scaring even the women that hid in the tree holes. A barbarian let go of the chain he was dragging a bull with and grabbed the short spear on his back. The weapons of the barbarians are similar to the hunters, the only difference being that they were thicker than the hunters. Wahahaha, finally something worth seeing. The names for the future chapter make sense now. One more thing, you know the big panther thing? The Chinese word is, the first word can be either big or great. I went with big, but I change it if anyone wants me to. Book 2 Chapter 4, Big Panther Trouble, 2. I'm sorry, I'm changing cannibals to barbarians. Simply put, I was wrong. Thank you to Min, Michael, Benjamin and Andres. Book 2 Chapter 4, Big Panther Trouble, 2. Sounds of ka-cha rang continuously. Each branch in the short spear's path had a hole appear through it. Some hunters shouted duck. None of the hunters were dumb enough to try to block the short spear, but instead they tried their best to avoid it. As for the strength of the short spear, bang. A hunter standing on a tree branch looked down with a pale face to see a protruding spear head below his crotch, sweat dropping from his face. Putty, I had to choose between below his pants, in between his thighs and below the crotch. Crude or misguiding, it's a no-brainer. Two barbarians gave off a strange shout and started to climb up the trees. Xianfeng shouted, "Block them! Kill!" As he was too high up, he quickly moved lower while shouting and preparing his black bow at the same time. The hunters attacked from above, shooting their arrows. Some even threw their spears. The two barbarians immediately became pin cushions. They did not expect so many hunters in the trees, so, with a strange shout, they jumped off the tree. The hunters felt a wave of coldness surge through their hearts upon seeing the barbarians move around perfectly fine. This must be a joke. If a person was poked full of holes by arrows and spears, they would definitely be dead. How could they jump and run like that? Ping! The sound of metal colliding suddenly appeared. Most of the hunters here could tell it was the sound of Xianfeng's black bow's bowstring. This sound is, after all, unique. Most bows of normal hunters could not produce this sound. Ping! With those two sounds the retreating barbarians fell.
Neither their stronger defense nor their stronger regenerative power could save them. Once shot through the head, no one could live. Xian Feng had managed to kill 2 barbarians in a moment. At that moment the hunters all celebrated with joy. If they could speedily kill the barbarians, they would not need to be afraid anymore. No matter the distance, fights with the barbarians were the nightmares of the hunters. For long-distance combats, though the barbarians do not have bows, they could attack by throwing spears. If a spear hit, then there would be no hope for survival. For close combat, it was basically hopeless. The barbarians had not only thick skin and thick muscles but also incomparable strength. Relying only on strength, they could already destroy their opponents. Xian Feng did not even dare to stop. He shouted, "Prepare arrows, the best ones." In an instant about 30 of the best arrows were brought to Xian Feng. Even if he could kill one with an arrow, it would not be enough as there were about 40 barbarians below. Ping! 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 Xian Feng moved among the trees and aimed non-stop at the barbarians. With each sound of the bow string, a barbarian would fall. Xian Feng's attacking methods were too cruel. He chose to shoot only the forehead and the heart. If the arrow hits, then the barbarians basically can't survive. Within the short time of a dozen seconds, there were already 7 fallen barbarians. Meanwhile, the other hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle hadn't killed even one yet. Even with a rain of arrows and spears, they were unable to take a barbarian's life. A barbarian with an arrow sticking out of his head suddenly shouted, and about 10 barbarians replied by shouting again and threw their thick spears into the trees. Xian Feng shouted loudly and dodged madly. Luckily he was a 1,000 Luan master and barely managed to avoid the spears, but other hunters weren't as lucky. In an instant about 3 hunters had their bodies pierced by the spears and fell from the trees. Xian Feng ground his teeth and continued to shoot his bow. Unlike Xian Feng, who could kill a barbarian, other hunters could only harm them. Ping! Ping! Xian Feng did not ask for fatalities, he only wanted to harm the barbarians. It would be enough because the barbarians were starting to avoid his attacks after so many instantaneous deaths. In only a few minutes, there were at least 15 to 16 barbarians on the ground, and among them there were at least 10 who were dead. Barbarians are also human and feared death. Suddenly realizing that half of them were dead, they could not help but be afraid while their leader flew into a rage. Xian Feng continued shooting. The sound of ping was the sound of death for the barbarians. With each sound of the bowstring's release, a barbarian was likely to fall. Even if it was not a fatal hit, it would still at least mean a heavy injury. The leader of the barbarians shouted, and, wielding his giant axe, he charged towards the trees. Xian Feng shot an arrow toward him. The leader held up the giant axe and directly blocked it. You must know that, only including the axe head, it was as big as half of a door, enough to guard his whole body with. Ding! Pa! The arrow actually burst, shattering into countless pieces. The leader actually got pushed back one step by the arrow. Anyone could tell the strength of the arrow was not something they should belittle, but the arrow did not harm the barbarian's leader, and he could be seen continuing to climb the tree. A few hunters tried to block him, but the leader hacked off the tree branches they were on, causing them to fall to the ground to be killed by the barbarians. Sun Yu shouted, "All of you! Climb up!" After continuous injuries and fatalities to the hunters, Sun Yu's heart swelled with pain. He gave instructions non-stop. Xian Feng also shouted, "I'll handle them. The rest climb higher." He knew that he needed to stop the barbarian's leader, if not the consequences would be very serious. The feeling that the barbarians gave him was much stronger than what Dafei, the 100 Luan master, gave him. Not only could he not use Lunli to attack, he also needed to bear responsibility. Dashin, help me find a spear and stick it on the tree branch. Dashin nodded, took a spear with the best quality, and shoved it into a tree. Climbing up the tree, he said, "The spear is already stuck in the tree, Feng. be careful. Xian Feng did not dare attack the barbarians' leader anymore, but continued to shoot at the barbarians below the trees. The hunters that fell from the trees were surrounded and killed by the barbarians below. These barbarians were his targets. After only a few minutes, in Xian Feng's vision, the barbarians on the ground all hid after being shot by him other than the climbing barbarian leader. He hung his black bow on a tree branch and took the spear dash and left before heading towards the barbarian's leader. The branches below were very, very thick and broad enough for a person to stand on and had enough strength to support them. Soon Xian Feng and the barbarian clashed. Hon! Xian Feng circulated Lei Lunli through his spear. The whole spear had countless sparks dancing on it, but this attack let him deeply experience the barbarian's strength. As the spear in his hand bent a whole 90 degrees and flew away, Xian Feng's thoughts became a mess. As he moved to the side, he avoided the barbarian leader's axe, which cut into the tree behind him, leaving a heavy impression in his mind. However, the barbarian's leader also did not have a good time, not because Xian Feng's strength was greater than his, but because when his axe collided with the spear, a surge of electricity entered his body, causing his whole body to tremble. All of the hunters stared at the two men's fight, their heartbeats like drums. Everyone knew that if Xian Feng lost, their side would lose many people. Xian Feng climbed up speedily and shouted, "Get me another steel spear." "I want the spear," the barbarians shot up. There were a few spears that the barbarians had thrown into the trees. Sanyu immediately ordered a group of hunters to pull out a spear, and a few of the strongest hunters joined together to barely manage to pull out a barbarian's spear, but the hunters could not help but feel shocked. The spear was really far too thick, as thick as a bull. A normal human's hand could not even hold it properly. Sanyu instructed, "Pierce it here, we'll continue to climb up. Give them some space." At this moment, the remaining barbarians also started to climb upwards. The barbarian's leader ground his teeth and glared at Xian Feng. He knew that this guy was the culprit. Xian Feng climbed to where the barbarian's spear was and pulled it out, shocked. "This thing is far too thick." Even though he could wield it, it was very inconvenient. Jumping onto a thick branch, Xian Feng saw the barbarian leader following him. Xian Feng's arm swung down with the spear in his hand. Woo! The spear gave off the sound of splitting wind. The leader cursed loudly. He hurriedly countered with his axe because he hadn't managed to get close enough yet. Hon! The barbarian leader slid down the tree from the impact, while Xian Feng jumped to another thick branch, swinging down with the spear in his hand again. At this moment, another 4 barbarians climbed up the tree. The barbarian leader shouted a few sentences, and the few barbarians that had climbed up immediately surrounded Xian Feng. In this moment, Xian Feng was flanked by 5 barbarians in the trees. This was not a good situation. He could only continue to hack away. If he didn't, the barbarians would climb to a place higher than where he is. The hunters higher up were also an issue. They couldn't do nothing and let a child fight the barbarians. Dashin said with a deep voice, "No, I can't Feng fight by himself. I'll go help him." Dashin climbed downwards with about 10 hunters following him. Sanyu's mouth opened, as if wanting to say something, but closed eventually. He contemplated for a while. "Gather some people and rope. Even if we can't kill them, we can tie them up. It'll be helpful to Xian Feng." Immediately a dozen hunters gathered all their string and climbed down to help. Xian Feng breathed heavily. He was already very exhausted. Even though he was strong, compared to the barbarians he was too lacking. The barbarian leader was at a position a bit lower than Xian Feng's. The other barbarians also climbed up. Xian Feng could not do anything to stop them. With his hand holding onto the thick spear, his eyes darted around to look for a way to escape. Book 2 Chapter 5, Fruitful Results. This one's late. Sorry Ors. Shinjoyu, Putty was apologizing about when she sent me the TL, so I have to doubly apologize for holding on to it. Much thanks to Benjamin and Samuel for donating. Book 2 Chapter 5, Fruitful Results. One of the barbarians had climbed to a branch above Xianfeng's. The barbarian closed in on him slowly and pounced. At that moment a spear noiselessly appeared from the side. No matter how thick the barbarian's skin was, it was not on par with the bull's. Kill! Dashin madly threw the spear he had, and 7 to 8 spears overlapped each other as the other hunters threw theirs. The hunters that threw them did not hope to kill the barbarian, they only hoped he would fall. The barbarian became very busy. Originally he had a spear in his hand, but he had already thrown it at the beginning of the skirmish and now had no weapon. Maybe if he did, he would not be afraid of the hunters' thin spears. Xianfeng used the spear to ward away the barbarians, and only when a barbarian reached a branch above Xianfeng's did he focus on a single barbarian. Cold sweat broke out from every corner of Xianfeng's body. He knew if he fell, even if he survived the fall, he would still be half dead. Suddenly he emitted a glaring light from his finger that hit the barbarian. The barbarian tensed instantly. A ton of rope was thrown, wrapping the body of the barbarian. Dashin was overjoyed at the chance, and shouted kill. Everyone surrounding the barbarian knew that this chance came once in a blue moon. Everyone tried their best, madly thrusting their spears. Pooh! 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 7 to 8 spears all pierced the barbarian's body. Of all the spears, only Dashin's managed to cut through the heart. After the hunters pulled out their spears and untied the barbarian, he was seen falling head first down the tree. Sounds of pi pi papa were heard as the body broke countless branches and finally hit the ground. The leader shouted, crazed. Seeing his subordinates die one by one was something he had never experienced, even when they were hunted by experts. He also had not seen so many tragic deaths at once. Now he had only 4 other barbarians with him. The others were either dead or heavily wounded, and now another died, resulting in his anger. This guy didn't hack at Xianfeng, but instead called out for the other 3 barbarians. Xianfeng retreated to see the leader starting to cut at the big branch at his feet. This branch was at least 5 meters thick. Cutting this kind of branch took a lot of strength. Dashin shouted urgently, asking Xianfeng to hide. The leader called out. The remaining 3 barbarians did not attack, instead protecting their leader as he chopped at the tree. Dashin and a few others shouted and started to run forward. Xianfeng called out, Dashin! Go back, retreat! I have a way to fix this. Dashin trusted Xianfeng and retreated with the other hunters. Xianfeng laughed coldly while throwing out a burst lightning needle. He had received a total of 4 burst lightning needles. A single use Luanqi had great offensive power, but its weakness was that after one use it would be gone. He has used one to deal with Yu in the past, so now he only had 3. If he had not been forced into this situation, he would definitely not have used one. This time he had finally gotten the chance to lure the barbarians together. He threw out a burst lightning needle without the slightest hesitation. The burst lightning needle, faster than anything, charged towards the barbarians with a silver glow. The leader had a very fast reaction. Though he did not have a chance to see what was flying their way, due to his rich battle experience he was able to raise his giant axe to block it. Xianfeng shouted explode. A circle of light scattered, covering the 4 men in an instant. The leader had a very fast reaction, and, raising his axe, felt an incomparable strength hit it. The other 3 did not block and instantly became bloody pieces of meat. The leader took the hit like the other 3 barbarians, but his giant axe saved his life. The hand holding it exploded, as did both legs, but, because of the axe, he didn't lose his life. Despite surviving, he was unable to stand and fell to the ground. With the sounds of pai-pa, the leader fell from a height of 150 meters. If not for the branches cushioning his fall, he would not have survived. At this time, a barbarian charged from a nearby bush and, dragging the leader, ran with his life. Putty, is it me or did a similar thing happen before? Xianfeng shook his head, vexed. He did not expect a barbarian that still could move would appear. He clearly saw an arrow sticking out of that barbarian's neck. It could be a barbarian that had hidden himself after they first clashed. All of the hunters in the trees shouted cries of victory. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement at surviving. They had not expected to survive, and also their hearts were filled with great respect for Xian Feng. Sanyu brought about 7 or 8 team leaders and went to Xian Feng. Each expressed their thanks. If it wasn't for Xian Feng, they would have been lucky to even escape with half the hunters present. Xian Feng knew that the position of main hunter was now firmly his. Of course, he didn't particularly care. His goal was to reach Mi Luan Master as soon as possible. Dashan wiped sweat off of his forehead. Just now, when the barbarians started to cut away at the tree, he was absolutely terrified. He said, "We are lucky Xian Feng is powerful. The barbarians, how scary, cutting so deep into the tree with just a few hacks." Suddenly, a hunter shouted in surprise. "Wah, the loot of the barbarians." At that moment, all the people in the tree reacted. Shouts of joy and shock mingled together. You must remember that the group of barbarians had been carrying 40 bull corpses. This was great luck. Xian Feng wasted no time. "Grandpa Hu, arrange for people to subdue the beasts that were lured here, then send the bulls back. We need to hurry, the smell of blood is getting heavier and heavier. We need to work fast." Actually, there were already beasts picking at the corpses of the barbarians and bulls. As there were many corpses, the beasts did not start a fight, but there were already threatening cries. Sanyu gave orders loudly. Many hunters came down from the trees with women from the tree holes following them. Quite a few of the barbarians on the ground had been dragged away by beasts already. There were also some that did not have serious injuries. Sanyu instructed the hunters to finish them off and lay their bodies at the outside of the group to lure the beasts away from the bulls. The others worked together to deal with the bull corpses. As the hunters did not have the barbarians' strength, they had to cut the bulls up before transporting them. Luckily, there were many people there. 40 bulls were easily taken care of, the pieces of meat stored in their panniers. Not only did everyone have to carry a big pannier, but they also had to carry a big bag of meat with someone else. Xian Feng brought a few powerful hunters to walk around everyone, and, shooting arrows non-stop, killed the beasts that walked too close. With only a few rounds, he managed to kill 2 big panthers, a black tiger, 4 dire bears and a dozen red variegated wolfhounds. All of them were killed by a single arrow to the head. These were also game for them. Xian Feng instructed people to carry the beasts away. Winter supplies were hard to get, so no one would waste them. A red flush of excitement appeared on Sanyu's face. Although they had quite a few dead and wounded, the rewards of this hunt were humongous. If they could safely bring the meat back, then this winter would not be a hard one for Tiger Cliff Castle. Everybody headed towards Tiger Cliff Castle, joking and laughing on the way back. Everyone was in high spirits. The whole of Tiger Cliff Castle celebrated for 2 days. All of the loot was split and distributed to the residents. Xian Feng received the most, 2 bulls and some other beasts as well as a few bulls' hide and horns. Xian Feng exchanged some of this for tapioca, flour, wild fruits, and dried vegetables for the winter. The success of the hunt made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. When winter came, if the hunters went out to grab a few normal prey like wild chicken or rabbits, it would be enough. The old people all said that, according to this year's atmosphere, it would be an especially cold, hard winter. Xian Feng, the old man, Lei Bao, and the little girl, Xian Yao, gathered wood and charcoal busily. Winter needed a large amount of fuel. There was a big forest behind the mountain, and in the forest was a large number of dead trees, the best kind of fuel. Both Xian Feng and Lei Bao had great strength, so they chopped the wood, while Xian Yao helped bundle up the wood. Don't only look at the fact that this little lady was still young. Her strength was not low, and her limbs were quick and neat, a helpful person to have.
There were many old citizens and children in the back of the mountain these few days, as they had to collect wood and leaves. As summer was ending soon, it was also a good time of harvest. Most of the fruits had ripened and different fruits decorated the branches. Other than collecting the branches, Xianfeng and Lei Bao also picked ripe fruits to bring back and dry them. Xianfeng's household of 3 quickly gathered enough wood and a large amount of fruit. The wood had to be chopped and the wild fruits had to be dried. These 10 days were packed to the brim with activities. Other than sleeping and training, all of his time was spent on these. Of course, when the snow started to fall, Xianfeng's household was prepared. You saw nothing, I did nothing. Putty. Book 2 Chapter 6, Fruitful Results, 2. Book 2 Chapter 6, Fruitful Results, 2. The meat itself was already close to 1,000 jin. The happiest of the 3 of them was Xianyao. She knew that she wouldn't starve this winter, and the feeling of cold and hunger combined was not something she enjoyed. The old man said, Xianfeng, the foodstuff is all prepared. When winter starts, you should know that there will be a heavy winter storm, and occasionally there will be thunder snowstorms, so I plan to bring you out. I still need more stimulation. If I do it through training, it is unlikely that I'll regain my true power. Going out during the winter? That's too dangerous. Xianfeng also knew that no one would dare to go out in the winter. If they got lost, it would be very hard to return. The outside during winter was a forbidden place. The old man laughed. You are not a normal human anymore, you are 1,000 Luan master. If not, then could you have killed so many barbarians and stolen their loot at the same time? Then what about Yao Yao? Xianfeng was rather unsettled by the thought that the little lady would be left alone at home. After all, she was only 6 years old. She'll be fine. Let Yao Yao go to Dashan's house for him to take care of her. We'll return soon. After winter we'll probably be able to leave Tiger Cliff Castle. Ho ho, didn't you want to get out? Xianfeng thought for a while, and called Xianyao to come in. Yao Yao, I need to go out with Grandpa. You need to go and live with Dashan for a while. Xianyao's expression immediately changed. Holding on to Xianfeng, she said, Gidge, can you bring me out too? She looked at him sadly with tears in her eyes. Xianfeng lost to her at that moment. He said, Grandpa. The old man smiled bitterly. Yao Yao, your body is too weak. You can't resist the cold outside. If you go with us, it'll be too dangerous. 2 teardrops flowed down her face. Xianyao looked at the old man and Xianfeng while the tears flowed. Xianfeng hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, repeatedly, Don't cry, Yao, don't cry. He reached out and hugged Xianyao. This little girl was so sensible. He loved her until it hurt, and did not want her to be sad. The old man sighed, all right. Anyway, we are an inseparable family. You can come, but Feng, you have to take care of Yao Yao. Xianfeng nodded. I'll carry little sis. Putty, actually is, but he shortened it to. Xianyao's tears were still there, but a smile appeared on her face. Yao Yao, the coldness outside will be very tough. Can you withstand it? When we go out, you cannot regret your decision. Xianyao resolutely said, If I am with Grandpa and brother, I won't be afraid. The old man had great power. Along with Xianfeng, who was already a small expert, protecting a child would not pose a problem. As for why they did not want to bring Xianyao, they did not want the little lady to experience hardship. Actually, Xianfeng also did not want Xianyao to stay in Tiger Cliff Castle. He did not want her to be mistreated or anything. In this hunt they had brought back a large amount of fur, but, of course, making a fur coat now would be too late. Xianfeng wanted to take it to the patriarch to exchange for some already made fur coats. With everything prepared, the 3 of them finally left Tiger Cliff Castle. They wore thick fur coats, and Xianfeng brought his black bow and a steel spear,
as did the old man Ballet. Xian Feng also brought a large pannier so that Xian Yao could sit in it. With his strength, carrying a little child was nothing hard. The snow continued to fall from the skies and occasionally the sound of thunder roaring across the sky was heard. Xian Feng felt a bit of interest. There was thunder during the snow. The aforementioned thunder snow was a specialty here. Because the old man's Luan Chang space was large, all the food was put into it. The number of things they had to carry was not high. There was quite a large amount of thick animal furs in Xian Feng's pannier. Those were for them to use as blankets at night. There was also a small amount of food to prevent food shortages if they were separated. Holding Xian Yao's hand, Xian Feng followed the old man into the forest. The first snowstorm had already made Tiger Cliff Castle a white land. Every family would start a warm fire. Hunters would enjoy their annual break. Even though they could not hunt during the winter, it was a good time to rest and train. The winter was a time of teaching and learning, especially for families with children. As long as there was enough food and fuel, winter would be especially pleasant. It was also a good time to mingle with the other families in Tiger Cliff Castle, stopping at doorsteps to chat with one another as there was no fear of getting lost in Tiger Cliff Castle, no matter how strong the wind. Tiger Cliff Castle was built under a cliff, so it was just like a long curved road. Meeting up with others was extremely convenient. 17 days after Xian Feng's family left Tiger Cliff Castle, the weather had gradually become sunnier. The continuous 17 days of snowstorms finally ended. A group of humans and horses was walking out from Lead Eagles, with roughly 300 people. They were led by the one that had his cheeks pierced though by Xian Feng, Yingyu, along with Dafei and his master, Ji Chia. Beside Chia were a man and woman chatting merrily. It was obvious that these two were greatly respected by Chia. An elder of Hong Tong had brought his female disciple. The male outer sect elder was called Du Hongchen while his disciple was called Wen Yen. Like Chia, she was a Milun master. However, her master was more powerful. Hongchen had already condensed a ring body and become a real Milun master who surpassed normal humans. Putty, 2 notes, one I forgot to include in the past, real Milun master is actually, the direct translation Milun real human, it's weird, so I decided on real Milun master, but I can always change it if someone wants me to. The other is the phrase real body, it is the direct translation while the Chinese characters for it is. The process of ascending to Milun master from 10,000 Luan master already eliminates 90% of practitioners. Becoming a real Milun master and condensing a real body after reaching the level of Milun master was a giant threshold for a practitioner to surpass. The goal for any Milun master was to condense a real body. Once they are promoted to a real Milun master, they would have truly become an otherworldly person. In any faction or group, real Milun masters would fill the most important positions. Their status and power were both very high. Wen Yen walked indifferently to the side. Behind her were 10 brawny men wearing black fur coats, each of them 1,000 Luan masters. This was the Wipeout Squad, specifically used to wipe out barbarians. Their strength was very high. Yingyu had a red face. His face had not healed yet, and still had 2 holes bringing him agony whenever he ate, the food slipping through the holes. Drinking was even worse. This time he had been able to invite experts and one of the elders in charge of wiping out of the barbarians. Bringing a total of about 10 people with him as a team improved his mood. As long as he could exact revenge, everything would be worth it. He stood next to Dafei, the two of them speaking with garbled words. The only person here that could understand Inyu's words was Dafei. The others could make neither heads nor tails of Inyu's weird noises. Dafei said softly, "Uncle, if that kid agrees to go with the elder, then would we not be able to exact revenge?" Inyu made a few garbled noises and Dafei nodded. "That's right. That kid is so proud, he'll probably say no." At that time, hey, the elder would attack. "Uncle, how will you get your revenge?" Inyu made more noises accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth, while Dafei mumbled.
He had noticed that his uncle had become perverse. Putty, note, the perverted is not as in he wants to, sigh. He means the murder kind of perverse. Shinjoyu, read perverse as bloodthirsty. Chia said blandly, Dafe, have you been to Tiger Cliff Castle? Dafe ran up with a papan noise, and said, Sir, Tiger Cliff Castle is a known dangerland. Their home is surrounded by cliffs, the only way of getting in is through a rope basket. If we want to get inside Tiger Cliff Castle, we need to control the place where the basket is, a stone fortress at the top of the cliff. Chia tilted his head, and said, Elder Du, Apprentice Wenyan, this will be difficult. We need to first get a hold of the fort at the top of the cliff if we want to attack Tiger Cliff Castle. Honchen smiled mildly. That isn't a problem, just leave it to me. The only question is that kid, a single lightning attribute. Chia said, my disciple confirmed that, but I've never seen a single lightning attribute. It's too rare. Fake or not, we must go check it out. Ingyu, come over here, called Honchen. Ingyu quickly ran over. He was not dumb, and had been listening in to their conversation. Are you sure? Ingyu spoke some garbled word, and Honchen said rudely, if you are sure then nod your head, if not then shake it. Who can understand your words? Ingyu almost choked, however he did not dare to do anything. This guy, Honchen, was a killing star. Killing Ingyu would be like killing a chicken to him. Even his master could not help him. He nodded non-stop like a small chick, his face pale. Wenyan could not keep up her cold facade anymore, and started to laugh. Ingyu was too pitiful. Honchen sighed. If it's really a single light attribute, I won't get him anyways. He'll be taken in by an inner sect elder. Then he continued, pass down the message, once we get into Tiger Cliff Castle, no killing is allowed, not even one person. Just scare them. Once we confirm that Kid is a single lightning attribute, anything can be discussed. Dafe asked boldly, Sir, what if he isn't? Honchen laughed coldly. Then it would be that he was down in his luck, along with Tiger Cliff Castle. Dafe and Ingyu both exuded excitement until Honchen added another sentence. You will also be down on your luck. They knew what this meant. If they realized that Xian Phone was not a single lightning attribute, not only would he have to die alongside the people in Tiger Cliff Castle, but Dafe and Ingyu would not survive either. Wenyan said coldly, my master hates people who lie. Not only Dafe and Ingyu had gotten scared. Even Chia's legs went numb. Even though he was a Milun master, compared to Honchen, he was far too lacking. A Milun master and a real Milun master, in reality they were like 18,000 kilometers apart, both in strength and in status. The group of horses and humans charged towards Tiger Cliff Castle. Book 2 Chapter 7, Thunder Snowstorm. Much thanks to Nader for donating. Shinjoyu, thank you Triopse for catching a translation which makes Grandpa look a bit like a maniac. Hey, I wanna say this, please do thank Shinjoyu as well. I bet most of you have seen my previous translations without him checking my grammar and everything else. It probably burned your eyes. Holulu, I'm sorry. Though occasionally the updates would be a day later, so I apologize for that. I do not coordinate with Shinjoyu's timing and usually send the chapters according to his timing. It is when he is sleeping, which is like 3 a.m. in the morning I bet. Shinjoyu, speaking of, my proofreading was a little rushed this time, so I apologize for any mistakes. Also, going forward all of the names, i.e. Xianfone and Dashin, will be Xianfone and Deshan. If it bothers you, please comment. I just figured there should be a space between the surname and given name. Book 2 Chapter 7, Thunder Snowstorm. Xian Feng's family of 3 trek through the wilderness looking for a thunder snowstorm. When winter starts, occasionally this kind of weird weather would occur. Lightning would shoot across the sky while it snowed. This was the aforementioned thunder snowstorm. Xian Feng had experienced this kind of weather before. After all, he had already experienced quite a few winters since he had come to this world.
Xin Yao was hiding in Xin Feng's pannier. She used the thick furs to cover her body, with only her little head exposed. On her head was a big fur hat. She used her small hands to absorb warmth from Xin Feng's neck, seemingly in a good mood, asking questions non-stop. She had been born in Tiger Cliff Castle and had never walked a single step outside of it. Now that she had come out, she was curious about many things. Old Man Lei Bao walked in front to clear the way for them. The reasons the hunters don't hunt during winter were, first, the extremely cold. Second, it is very easy to get lost in the wild. When the surroundings are all white, unless you are an experienced hunter, getting lost would be a sure thing. Third, the beasts become much fiercer than usual. Because hunting is difficult, a large number of beasts would be starving. Even the most powerful hunters would not want to mess with a starving beast. The most important is that, during winter, no one knows when a snowstorm will appear. That kind of storm is something humans have great difficulty dealing with. No matter whether it was getting lost or freezing, to a hunter it was a road to an early death. Which is why, during the winter, unless a family runs out of food, the hunters would never willingly come out to hunt. And, even if they decided to hunt, they would only dare to hunt somewhere close to human settlements. On Lei Bao's waist a rope was tied, and at the other end was Xin Feng's waist. No matter how strong they were, they still needed to have a rope to keep connected to each other. If they had gotten lost in a storm, of course Old Man Lei Bao would be fine, however Xin Feng and Xin Yao would not be, no matter their experience or knowledge. They were both lacking. It was better to be safe than sorry. A thunder snowstorm does not mean there would surely be lightning. The old man moved using his instinct to look for lightning. This road was a tough one. Xin Feng used a piece of long fur to cover his nose and mouth, only revealing one pair of eyes. He already knew from his past life that walking in the snow, the eyes would be rather vulnerable. It was called snow blindness. There was no sunglasses in this world, however. After practicing Lunli, it wasn't much of a problem. Also, the long fur hat on Xinyao's head was protecting her eyes with the long strands of fur. Xin Feng's footsteps left indents the snow as he spoke softly with Xin Yao. Yao, don't stare at the snow on the floor, or your eyes will hurt. Putty, he used O at the end of the floor word. It's like a lazy joking type of speaking. How to explain. I felt it would be a bit weird to have AO in the end of a sentence if it's English though. Xin Yao said happily, I won't. I'm looking through the long fur, it doesn't hurt my eyes. Brother, where are we heading? I don't know either. Anyways, Grandpa should know where we are heading. Brother, are you tired? Warmth surged through Xin Feng's heart. This little girl knew how to care for someone. I'm not tired. Ho, this bit of walking can't do anything to me. The old man shook the string, and Xin Feng got the idea, increasing his speed. He quickly reached the old man's side. Grandpa, what happened? Let's stop to rest, the sky is darkening. I'll find somewhere for us to spend the night. You and Xin Yao should stay here. Don't move, I'll be back soon. The old man untied the rope at his waist and disappeared into the snowstorm with a steel spear. Xin Feng sat down without putting down the pannier he was carrying. The sky is darkening, but the ground is still so bright. Ho, Yao, are you scared? By then, the amount of snow falling had already reduced greatly and they could see about 10 meters away. Relying on Lunli, Xin Feng could sense the surroundings in a diameter, in total, of a few hundred meters. There was no chance of being ambushed by beasts. After about 10 minutes, the old man returned. I found an ancient tree, let's go. The ancient tree was a gigantic tree. These kinds of trees were not rare in the wild. Normally, gigantic trees would have many tree holes, places for both humans and beasts alike to rest, especially for beasts that liked to climb trees. For example, big panthers or snow panthers would rest in the ancient trees. This was a hole about 6 to 7 square meters wide with a rather small entrance. Xin Feng was satisfied, and quickly placed the pannier down. He placed the thick beast skins on the floor and carried Xin Yao out. Yao Yao, move your hands and feet around. Are you cold? I'm not cold. I was very warm in the pannier. Xin Yao said with a smile as she moved around, eventually sitting in the beast skins. Xin Feng took out another long beast fur and placed it on her. The old man stood at the entrance looking at the sky, and, after a while, he sighed. It has been 6 days already and we still haven't found an area with a thunder snowstorm. We'll rest here for tonight. I'll go out to find some fuel. Finishing his speech, he took out a hanging copper pot, a pack of salted meat, and a smaller pack of dried mushrooms and dried fruits. Xin Feng nodded. I'll go find some hard branches. And, turning to Xinyao, he added, Yao Yao, wait here. If there's any danger, whistle. Okay. Xin Feng did not dare travel far, but rather stayed on the giant tree. Using a dagger, he hacked off 6 tree branches as thick as duck eggs and speedily returned to the tree hole. Using the branches, he made a wooden rack, hung the copper pot, collected a bit of snow, and placed it in the pot. Then he started preparing the bull meat. Xin Yao bit her nail, staring at the meat in the copper pot. She was actually already very hungry, but refused to complain, waiting patiently. The old man brought back a few dry logs. Taking them from his lunchine space, the old man randomly swung down his hand, and the bucket-sized logs cracked. After a while, the 4 meters long logs became smaller pieces. The old man pointed a finger and traced the logs, with thin pieces of long wood appearing with each movement of his finger. Xin Feng was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to pop out. This was too ridiculous. He never knew Lunli could be used this way. Xin Yao clapped and said, Grandpa is so amazing. This isn't much, it is only another way to use Lunli. You can do it too. It is recorded in the Star Python record. Xin Feng nodded. And, I haven't seen that part of the record yet. The old man suddenly smiled. I found something good. Ho ho, my luck is rather good, he said as he dug out 2 crimson fruits the size of walnuts. Taking it in his hand, Xin Feng asked, What fruit is this? Blood fruit. It only grows during snowstorms and after the storm ends, the fruit will drop onto the ground. Grandpa, what's its use? It can improve your blood circulation and increase your resistance to cold. Grandpa, did you eat one? I don't need it. You and Yao Yao can have them. The weather is too cold. Xin Feng nodded, and then reached his hand out to pass the blood fruit to Xin Yao. Yao Yao, eat. 1 fruit for 1 person. The effects of this kind of stuff won't increase even if you eat many. After hearing the old man's words, Xin Yang and Xin Yao each ate 1. Instantly a feeling of warmth entered their bodies, giving them a comfortable feeling. Xin Yao savored the flavor. How delicious. The old man laughed. Of course it is. This thing is very hard to get. It needs to be perfectly ripe, at which point it falls from the tree. The time needed for it to rot is very short, which is why I was rather lucky to find them. Feng, light the fire using Lunli. This trick was something Xin Feng knew. Picking up a piece of dry wood, he placed his hands together and rubbed them. Instantly the wood broke into smaller pieces and lit up the shreds of wood below, quickly making a fire. At that moment, the tree hole became warm. The meat was chopped into small pieces and added to the pot along with snow. Only then did they cover the pot with the lid. Meanwhile, Xin Feng concentrated on keeping the fire going. Sounds of goo goo were heard and the smell of meat filled the air. Xin Feng poured in the dried fruits and mushrooms, and the smell continued to fill the tree hole. Xin Yao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her stomach grumbled. Xin Feng patted her head and said, It'll be done soon. Xin Feng brought out 3 wooden bowls and passed them to the old man and Xinyao. Let's eat. The pot was very big. The three of them generously ate the meat and enjoyed the soup, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Within 10 minutes the large pot of food was finished. Xin Yao rubbed her stomach as she lay on the beast skins, a satisfied look on her face. The old man sighed. After his injury, he brought up these two kids. Occasionally they had not even eaten their fill. Thinking back, it was rather sad. But, this time, with the help of Xin Feng's discovery, he had started to recover. He was confident that he would return to his old self and even improve. When everything recovers, they would be able to do many things. These two kids would also not have to suffer anymore. He believed in his own strength, that he could hold up a piece of the sky to protect them, but what he forgot was that he was not a normal person. He was a man with many enemies. He was alone in the past, but now he had two kids with him. When the old man finally understood this, everyone had already gotten involved. But that was something a worry for the future. After their meal, the three of them lay on the thick beast skins. Xin Yao laid in Xin Feng's embrace. That was the warmest place for her. At midnight, sounds of thunder were heard. The old man jumped up in excitement. Xin Feng asked, "Thunder snowstorm?" The old man laughed. "That's right, my luck is not bad. Feng, stay here and take care of Yao Yao. I'll be back soon. Be careful." Xin Yao hugged Xin Feng and said drowsily, "Brother, tired." Xin Feng said, "Go to sleep." The old man left the hole with a spear, climbing down the tree. Book 2, Chapter 8, Thunder Snowstorm, 2. Customary chapter, Putty finally squished out a chapter. Thank you Zero for the catch on Chia Warwearing. Book 2, Chapter 8, Thunder Snowstorm, 2. He quickly reached the top of the tree, and, with a palm strike, the giant tree fell. He held onto the steel spear piercing a tree branch, looking to the sky. Lightning flashed across the clouds. He held onto the steel spear and used his full power to circulate the Luan Inli. It was so close. He could almost convert the Luan Inli to Inli. At that time he would be able to restore his real power. Lunli, Luan Inli, and lastly Inli, these are the three levels of strength, with Lunli being the lowest level and Inli being the higher level. Kacha. Hon. A bolt of lightning attracted by the old man's power came down from the sky, instantly hitting the steel spear in his hands. All of a sudden, the old man lit up like a light bulb, giving off an eye-piercing light as a large amount of power entered his body through the steel spear. Xin Feng used the beast skins to wrap up Xin Yao, and placed her at the corner of the tree hole. Only then did he let her go. He already felt the existence of a strong lighting power, but he didn't dare to leave the little lady alone in the tree hole. If there was no one standing guard and a beast entered, the outcome would be undesirable. So, he sat at the entrance and started to train. As he started training, Xin Feng began to feel a little different. His Lei Lunli was increasing speedily. Originally, it only increased by tens, but now, within a minute, he already increased it by hundreds. No wonder Grandpa wanted him to train during rainy days. These kinds of explosive increases in strength would indeed let someone feel extremely refreshed. Sounds of thunder rang above his head accompanying the lightning strikes outside. Xin Feng's power increased madly. Xin Yao had already woken up. She saw Xin Feng sitting at the entrance, emitting a pale silver glow. She obediently stayed wrapped in the beast's skin, silently looking at her brother. She knew that she must not interrupt her brother. As long as she could see her brother, she would be fine. The grandson and grandfather pair's strength was increasing greatly, the only difference being that one was restoring power while the other was gaining it anew. The thunder snowstorm was short. The snowstorm had already ended when the sky started brightening, but the heavy snow continued to flow from the sky. Xin Feng sighed. In only a short while, he was already approaching 10,000 luns. This sort of terrifying speed was not something he had thought possible.
However, he still needed refine the Lei Lunli. The old man rushed down from the treetop, his face emitting a glow of happiness as he walked into the tree hole.
Xin Feng asked, "Grandpa, how was it?"
The old man smiled, "Very good, once more and I will fully heal, ha."
Xin Feng and the old man sat down. Xin Yao came, and, holding the thick fur, dove into Xin Feng's embrace and covered herself with the fur.
When Xin Feng was training she hadn't slept at all, which was why, at this time, she was already very tired.
She snuggled into Xin Feng's arms.
The scene was like a puppy looking for a home to snuggle in. The warm environment allowed her to fall asleep peacefully very quickly.
The wrinkles on the old man's face had decreased, his face emitting a rosy glow that only young men have.
His back had straightened and his eyes glittered.
He was like a changed man. Xin Feng did not know what kind of strength the old man had, but the old man's change was something he knew clearly. He was excited. The stronger the old man was, the safer he and Xin Yao would be. This world was far from safe, but, with an expert like Grandpa, he would not need to be worried at all.
"Grandpa, if we leave Tiger Cliff Castle, where will we go?"
The old man smiled.
"What's wrong?
Can't resist anymore?"
Ho ho.
Xin Feng laughed. "Yeah, we've been in here for so long, I want to go out. I will bring the both of you out."
"I also don't want to stay here anymore," the old man sighed. I thought I would die in this place, but, now, I've recovered, huh?"
"Grandpa, I'm still missing the last 1,000 luns I need to become a 10,000 Luan master."
The old man was overjoyed. "Good, very good. I'll teach you another way to practice Lunli called Zhou Huan. It speeds up the process of polishing Lei Lunli."
Putty, the literal translation of Zoluan is walk ring. The Chinese characters are Shinjoyu. The Zoluan characters referenced by Putty were translated in the previous sentence as Zhou Huan. Zoluan also looks like it could mean moving rings based on the Ross. Is it not recorded in the Star Python record?
The old man shook his head and started to teach the whole process of the method. This method was very simple.
Xin Feng could understand it on the first try. He said, "This is Zhou Huan? Compressing Lunli and circulating it through the body speedily? Will this be effective?" This method was so simple that Xin Feng couldn't believe it.
The old man sighed.
"The easier it is, the more effective it is. For example, I hadn't expected that directly absorbing lightning would be helpful to training.
If I had known about this before I got injured, I wouldn't have had to hide in this place."
Zhou Huan is a method that can be used by any attribute. This is my own creation.
Other than your sister, do not tell anyone.
This is easily learnt and extremely effective, especially while practicing with Lunli and Luanili. This is the best way of purifying Lunli."
The old man spoke abnormally solemnly.
Xin Feng nodded.
"Yes, Grandpa, I will remember that," he answered with the same amount of seriousness. There was no lightning snowstorm at night after resting for a day. On the second day, the old man brought Xin Feng and Xin Yao to continue their journey to look for traces of a lightning snowstorm.
Xin Feng spent his time practicing with the Zhou Huan method.
Although his Lei Lunli did not increase, every one of his Lei Lunli had become extremely strong, and, after condensing it into rings, it was very easy to use. On their journey the old man taught him many ways of using Lunli. These methods were not to be shared easily. In any sect, outside of master and disciple relationships, it was impossible to receive such good teachings. If many sect disciples could get hold of these training methods, they would most likely cause havoc. Only geniuses whose training was focused on by the sect would have access to that information. Of course, those qualified geniuses are mostly the disciples of high-leveled experts. Some things are to be recorded and some are not to be recorded, but instead memorized at night. Not only did Xin Feng need to practice these methods, he also needed to organize the Star Python record and include some of his own things.
With an expert like the old man Lei Bao, the whole journey was practically safe. They would occasionally kill some of the savage wild beasts and obtain their fresh meat. When the sky was clear, Xin Feng would let Xin Yao walk on her own and train her. She was still young, and she had not reached the required age to practice Lunli, which is why she needs to train her body. This little girl was very hardworking. She would be very serious when training, which would sometimes make Xin Feng want to give her a break. Xin Yao did not complain, but happily ran across the snow-filled ground. According to Grandpa's teachings, she would be able to find some of the remaining edible wild fruits left on the branches. In the forest, she was much more adaptable than Grandpa or brother. The old man lamented, having such a good relationship with nature in forests. It's understandable Yao Yao has the life attribute. Once she starts practicing, her progress will definitely be fast, ho ho. If Yao Yao is able to practice to the level of Milun masters, it would be beneficial to you, Feng. This was something Xin Feng knew. People who had green Lunli are handy for refining the essences of vegetation into liquid medicine, which is greatly helpful in boosting the practicing speed of Lunli. Green Lunli was a rarely seen attribute. It normally appeared along with 4 to 5 trash Luns, however, Xin Yao was a single attribute green Lunli. This was something people would go green with envy about if they knew. The group or horses and humans arrived under Tiger Cliff Castle. Hong Chen looked up at the 100-foot cliff. This place is great. The positioning makes it hard to invade. Your lead eagle's positioning is lacking by too much. Ingyu could only nod continuously. His words only caused people to be annoyed, which is why he would rather not speak. De Fei looked at the cliff and said after a while, "How do we get in?" Hong Chen said, "Easy, let Chia climb up and throw down the rope. Then, the wipeout team will go up, take over the stone fort, and control the movements of the people in the castle." Hey, this place is indeed hard to enter and leave, but once we control both their movements and the rope basket, the people of Tiger Cliff Castle won't be able to escape. For the hunters, climbing up a 100-foot cliff during winter was a near impossible task. But, for a Milun master, this small cliff was nothing to speak about. The wipeout team from Lead Eagles was not at the fort, but instead was a few hundred meters to the side to prevent being spotted. Attacking Tiger Cliff Castle was not a practical thing to do. Its position was far too good. Even Hong Chen, who had a real master ring and was a real Milun master, would not fly up. He also had to climb up through the cliff. There were even icicles on the cliff. Chia looked carefully under the cliff. He needed to choose a path up. He was wearing a tight leather shirt. He was not very worried about defense, as he was a Milun master that could condense a Mi ring armor. It is rather similar to Lunli armor, made with compressed Lunli. After carefully searching for a while, Chia sighed in his heart. This cliff is too precipitous. One part of the cliff was even bulging out. Especially at the upper end, it was practically impossible to climb. Only a small amount of the cliff was better, but that part was covered with hanging icicles. Can you find a route up? Chia laughed bitterly. This lower part is no problem, but, at the middle part, it's filled with icicles. It requires me to move to the left and follow that crack. Only then would I have hope of climbing up. It's too steep. As he continued to survey, his confidence gradually fell. Continue to search, there must be a way up. I don't believe such a long cliff wouldn't have a way up. How did the residences of Tiger Cliff Castle climb up it at first? Wipeout team, you go search separately and be careful not to go near the stone fort. They gave a sound of agreement, and scattered to find a suitable place to climb. Hong Chen looked up at the cliff, and said in his heart, fuck. If there's no other way, I'll climb it myself. Book 2 Chapter 9 Offensive and Defensive. Chapter 9 Offensive and Defensive. Big thanks to Christopher, Mallow and Samuelx too. Sorry, I know I still owe 2 chapters but I got a fever and, yeah, I'm alternating between sleep and translating right now, but I'm not sure if I could finish all 2 chapters so please forgive me if it's late.
Underscore 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 underscore. As there were many people around, they quickly found 3 different points they could climb from. However, after Hong Chen and Xia's verification, 2 were proven unsuitable, and the last one was barely acceptable. This last climbing point was very close to the stone fort. Hong Chen and a few of the men hid behind a big tree. This spot already allowed them to see the stone fort on the cliff. Xia said, "No, they will notice us easily." Wen Yan said blandly, "Be careful. As long as you can reach the top you will be fine, the hunters up there wouldn't be a threat." Hong Chen nodded. "After you reach the top, you can even ignore them, go to the side, and throw the rope down. Then, when the wipeout team reaches the top, they'll take control of the stone fort, and we can easily invade Tiger Cliff Castle." Xia felt a bit of regret. This route was too dangerous. Even though he had ring armor, if he fell, then he would at least suffer heavy injuries. However, thinking back to the conditions Hong Chen had given, which was leaving Ibai village and going outside to manage an area, the reward was much better than staying in Ibai village. He said, "I'll try." Hong Chen nodded. "Go, be careful, is the rope prepared already?" Xia nodded. The rope was already placed in his Luan Chang space. This enabled him to not need to carry the heavy rope. He did not directly run out, but instead walked along the line between the forest and the cliff, escaping from the light of sight of the stone fort, coming under the cliff. At this point the height of the snow had reduced, so his vision became better. Hong Chen nodded. Xia is still rather cautious. Wen Yan said, "Master, if we succeed this time, then perhaps Master could enter the intersect and receive a better position." A trace of a smile appeared on Hong Chen's face. "I hope they didn't make a mistake." His gaze swept across Yingyu and Defei, scaring them. Xia climbed up along the cliff. This route was something he had checked repeatedly. There were a few crucial parts he had to be wary of, especially the 2 places where icicles hung. He needed to break them. These icicles were actually not his worry, but rather he wanted to avoid alarming the guards positioned at the stone fort. Taking care of the icicles without making noise was a huge challenge. Relying on his strength, Xia quickly reached the first problem. After all, he was a Milun master. That was an existence above the 10,000 Luan masters. Originally, this kind of mountain was not even worrying for him, but this time it was different. One reason for which being the snow falling from the skies and the bad weather. The second reason being that he had to avoid alarming the guards. He could not make any loud noises. These were the restrictions stopping him from unleashing his full power. The first problem was an ice wall about 2 meters wide. He needed to move sideways to get through and continue his way up in an instant. Xia used one hand to hold onto the ice wall and, after a flicker of fire which lasted for a few minutes, one of his hands passed through the ice wall. After testing it for a bit, his whole body was hanging from above. The position of the ice wall was at the 1/3 RD point of the cliff. Xia quickly passed through the ice wall and let out a breath. Relying on Huolunli, he easily melted the ice wall and found a foothold. Hong Chen praised, "Clever guy, Ho, easily passing this difficulty." Xia secretly felt proud for a while and continued to make his way up, his speed gradually slowing. He had reached the 2/3 point of the cliff, reaching the second difficulty. This was a whole series of small ice walls. Under the snow was a very small cliff created by the flow of the water. Wen Yan said, "By the looks of it, it's not a problem. Xia should be able to handle it." Xia, though, had run into a problem. The cliff was slightly bulging out and he could not find anywhere to climb up further, something he had not seen when he was in a lower position. If he still could not find a way up, then he would need to forcefully break the cliff open, but doing so would definitely alarm the guards at the stone fort. At this time, he saw something and could not help but feel happy. It was a gold ring.
The first thought Chia had was that this should have been left behind by the ancestors of Tiger Cliff Castle. Using a bit of strength, he pulled at it and noticed that this ring was securely embedded into the rock. A happy expression appeared on his face and he wondered, even God wants to help me destroy Tiger Cliff Castle. His whole body hung from the ring. Chia noticed that the ring was still firm and relaxed. To conserve strength, he naturally used Lunli. As his Lunli passed through his arm, the ring suddenly gave off a glow. Chia reacted in an instant and shouted miserably. This was too fucking unlucky. This was the most basic trap, a Lunli ring trap. If Chia had not used Lunli, and instead relied on his own strength, this would not have happened. If it had been a normal person, this would have been a safe ring for them, but once Lunli was applied, this kind of Lunli ring trap would activate, shattering within moments. You must remember that Chia was hanging from the ring, and the cliff was inclined out, leaving him no other place to grab, the scariest part being that he had relaxed while hanging onto the ring, and it had suddenly activated when he was not cautious. Even if he was even stronger, or even as Hongchen was here, the result was probably the same. This was too sinister. The sound of the Lunli ring exploding was not loud, but Chia's miserable shout was too loud. Ah, ah. A string of shouts followed his way down the cliff. Hongchen cursed and pounced out. He could not just watch Chia fall to his death. He did not mind being held responsible for the deaths of a few hundred Luan masters and 1,000 Luan masters, however the death of a Milun master he would rather not be responsible for. Milun masters are middle-ranked powers, losing one was a big matter. Chia's descent from the cliff was rapid. Luckily, there were no stones that bulged outwards. If he had collided with the cliff, he would not have had to wait to reach the bottom to lose half his life. Hongchen gave off a surge of wind in an instant. That surge of wind was very special. It was like countless rings, from small to big, quickly wrapping around Chia. He speedily spun in the wind, making Chia feel lightheaded as he gave off a deafening shriek. However, this mad surge of wind allowed Chia to escape the momentum of the giant fall. Pang! Chia fell head first onto the ground. Relying on his Mi-ring armor, he easily took the impact from hitting the ground. However, when he stood up he could not walk properly, and walked as if drunk. His steps all over the place. Motherfucking bastard, I'm too fucking unlucky. Ah, I'm dizzy, bastard. Pa! Hongchen raised his hand and slapped him. Covering his face, Chia was a bit sobered, and immediately understood that it was Hongchen whom had saved his life. Shaking his head he said, "Thank you, Master Du." After being slapped, he still needed to thank Hongchen. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall? Chia was fuming. Fuck, there were traps up the cliff. A Lunli ring, too unlucky. Lunli ring? This type of thing, without a Milun master, it couldn't be used. Could it be that Tiger Cliff Castle has a Milun master? De Fei wanted to say something but did not dare to interrupt. Wan Yen said, "Speak." De Fei answered. It is impossible for Tiger Cliff Castle to have a Milun master. We from Lead Eagles and Tiger Cliff Castle have been fighting for a few hundred years. We have never encountered a Milun master from Tiger Cliff Castle. Hongchen stared at the top of the cliff angrily. Once sneak attacking was out of the window, he would need to forcefully invade. However, with this kind of terrain, it would be a hard thing to accomplish. A sharp whistle sounded from the cliff top. That was an alarm whistle. Chia's face became extremely ugly. This kind of whistle was something he could understand. Everyone, gather and occupy the land. A normal person could easily give out the strength of 1,000 Luan master. A stone appeared from above. Without a real expert, no one could block. Quickly, there was shuffling in the shadows at the cliff top. Song Yu had brought a group of humans and horses and asked, "Why did you whistle?" The two guards positioned at the fort were Husan and Kudao. Husan answered, "Patriarch, there was someone who attempted to climb up, but fell down." Song Yu looked down and saw a few human shadows in the forest below. Where did those people come from?
Don't know, these people should be rather powerful. He fell, and we saw someone giving off a surge of strange wind, which was why that man did not die from falling, and then they retreated into the forest.
Song Yu's face changed. Lead Eagle's men? Or Ibai Village's men?
Those were the only two places that knew the location of Tiger Cliff Castle. The Lead Eagle's men were still provocable, but Ibai Village men were definitely not.
Don't know. Song Yu quickly decided.
Prepare rocks and mobilize everyone to throw down the rocks.
Also, heat the water. These were already prepared by Tiger Cliff Castle, by the ancestors.
At that moment, the top of the cliff became lively. The whole of Tiger Cliff Castle was mobilized except for those below 5 and above 60.
The rest of them had to hide.
Children 5 to 8 years old only had one task, which was to keep the fire going and fill up the hanging pots with ice. With it being winter, they did not even need to look for a water source.
Hong Chen thought for a while. Defei, go tell everyone. Let the people of Tiger Cliff Castle surrender.
Defei could only listen and, using his lunli, shouted, "People of Tiger Cliff Castle, listen, I am Defei of Lead Eagles.
I, together with the experts of Ibai Village, want you to surrender. Immediately let down your rope basket."
He shouted without stopping.
Quickly, and loud sound appeared from the top of the cliff. Leave. Everyone had said the same word at the same time.
All of their hearts were filled with straightforwardness. These people may be simple, and may not know much of the world, but the only thing they did not lack was a thirst for blood.
With their enemy on their doorstep, how could they surrender without a fight? Coldness appeared on Hong Chen's face. You fail to appreciate kindness. Halfway through I had a headache. I'm sorry.
I don't think I can finish the 2 chapters.
I promise I'll do them as soon and in return give a chapter extra as an apology. I can't see straight.
My head still hurts. On the bright side, I have a whole month of holidays starting next week.
I'm going to sleep, sorry. Sorry for the late chapter, some email issues with Putty and I it seems. Book 2 Chapter 10, Offensive and Defensive, 2. Book 2 Chapter 10, Offensive and Defensive, 2. Wen Yin said, they cannot understand Master's power. Not understanding meant that they would not be afraid. Hong Chen's face was better.
It was perfectly normal for residences of this kind of small mountain village to not know of him. If he had not heard about a person with single lightning lunly attribute living here, he would not have come. Whether he destroyed or kept Tiger Cliff Castle was not important. What was important was Xin Feng. As he returned, Defei said, Elder, they do not agree. Hong Chen said, move to the side. Xia, bring the wipeout team and attack. Xia nodded. And, it is better to attack openly. He believed that with 2 Milun masters, 1 real Milun master, and 1,000 Luan master attacking this small Tiger Cliff Castle, it should be an easy task.
Hong Chen said, I'll help you.
Turning his head he continued, give me a few dozen steel spears. They immediately collected about 60 to 70 steel spears from the hands of hunters from Lead Eagles.
A whole stack was placed in front of Hong Chen. No one knew what he was going to do to help. Perhaps he was planning to chuck the spears at the people on the cliff top? That was too hard to accomplish. When looking at the people on the top, their silhouettes appeared smaller than ants. Their heads looked tiny. Hong Chen did not explain, but taking up a spear, he asked, Xia, what route did you use? Xia answered, it was that one.
The other places are harder to climb.
Hong Chen nodded.
He suddenly raised his arm and threw the spear. Once it was thrown, the spear gave off a sharp, air-splitting sound.
Ding!
That spear had nailed into the cliff. As Hong Chen continuously threw the spears, the sounds of ding resounded non-stop, a long line of spears forming a staircase.
Xia cheered. Good method, master. The heads of the people on the cliff peeped over, the sight scaring them. Song Yu said loudly, "There's nothing to be afraid of. With a huge boulder thrown down, the staircase will be gone. Gather all the stones and aim carefully. The more people, the more strength." Moreover, the strength of the hunters was great, so a few hundred genes of stone was nothing. Thousands of genes required only 2 people to move. They quickly assembled a pile of about a dozen stones and logs as long as 2 feet with a diameter of 1 meter. Beneath the dozen cauldrons were flames boiling the water in them. Xia shouted, "Follow me." In one hand was a huge shield, while his other hand was empty so that he could climb. Following the spears nailed to the wall, he speedily climbed with 10,000 Luan masters behind him. That should mean 10 individual thousand Luan masters, not just assorted 10,000 Luan masters. Hong Chen said, "You two follow up too." Neither Ringyu nor Defei dared to refuse, and with a glancing to each other, reluctantly nodded and ran towards Chia. There were a total of 13 people climbing towards the top of the cliff. Song Yu said, "Everyone, keep silent and wait for my signal. Don't move." The spears had only reached 3/4 up the cliff, as Hong Chen could not throw any higher. The cliff was far too high. Hitting a person was possible, but nailing the spears into the stone walls was a bit too hard. With the assistance of the spears, Xia's climbing speed was very fast. He quickly reached the first difficulty he had met earlier. There were a total of 3 spears there, letting him easily climb though, the rest of the people following closely behind. Now through the shield, Xia could already see silhouettes of the people on the cliff top moving about. He felt great joy in his heart knowing that success was imminent, and he shouted, "Follow me and prepare for battle. Go!" Song Yu was shocked, and softly said, "How are they so fast?" and quickly ordered the hunters to let go of the stones. A few hunters pushed the stones on the logs, causing a row of stones to fall from the cliff. With a shout, a bright glow appeared from Chia's body while his giant shield protected him. Clanging sounds resounded as Chia's body trembled. His strength was enough to block the stones, but the spear beneath his foot was not. With a kacha sound, the spear nailed into the stone wall snapped. A boulder reaching about 1,000 genes smashed against the shield. The amount of force at that moment caused the spear at his feet to snap. Xia cursed and had to use both of his hands to hold on to a crack in the stone and give up on the shield. At this moment, hua hua sounds appeared as hot water rained from above, instantly fogging up the area. This bit of hot water was nothing to Xia, however the fog that appeared was. Then the third wave appeared, logs falling from the cliff top. Finally this attack gave results. Multiple pained cries sounded as a few of the 1,000 Luan masters were hit by the logs. In an attempt to escape, Xia moved around on the cliff wall, but he finally despaired knowing that he could not continue, as he would overexert himself. Following the cliff, he headed downwards quickly, and, with the help of the snapped spear, he easily jumped to the bottom of the cliff. 2 died, 4 were injured, and the rest managed to escape quickly. Hong Chen's face was extremely gloomy. Very good. Very good. If they dare to resist, then they will have to face my destruction. From this moment onwards, Tiger Cliff Castle no longer exists. Xia came before Han Chen and said, "Master, I cannot go up." Hong Chen started to think. If it was him, then this cliff is nothing. However, he could not attack because he was a real Nilun master. To go attack a human residential area was a big loss for his identity. If this incident was spread, then it would affect his position in Hongtong. But, if he wanted to continue this invasion, then what other method could he use to counter the attack from the cliff top? Actually, he understood that even 1,000 Luan master could easily handle the extermination of all the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle, but, relying on a single natural cliff, they were able to put so many experts in a bind, and even caused him to think of attacking the cliff himself. The trio of Xin Feng, the old man, and the young lady had found a total of 2 thunder snowstorms. Only, the old man's recovery was still not ideal and was always lacking something. He did not know what caused it, and if he could not recover, then he could not even think of training to a higher level.
It was like he could see hope in front of him, but he just could not grasp it. However, the old man did not lose his temper. Luckily, after a few dozen years of peace, he could control his mood very well.
Xin Feng could see the impatience of the old man.
Since first meeting him, this was his first time seeing the old man with this expression. It was like he was a time bomb that could explode any time. He tried to comfort him.
"Grandpa, don't be impatient."
Being able to recover to this point was already very good.
"We still have time."
The old man nodded.
"I know.
I'm not impatient, but now that I have already recovered to this point, I would naturally get an explosive temper."
"Ho, don't worry, I won't lose my temper towards you and your sister." Xin Feng did not know how to answer.
Of course, he knew that the old man wouldn't explode towards him, but after these few years of understanding with the old man, he was purely worried about the state of the old man.
The old man said, "One more thunderstorm, if there aren't any effects, then we'll head back." Xin Feng nodded.
Okay.
Actually, the best lightning comes from the thunderstorms in the summer. Thunder snowstorms are lacking.
The old man said, "Each has their pros. There are even differences between different bolts of lightning, only until now I have only had the chance to experience." Suddenly he hit his own head and said, "I am a fucking idiot."
Xin Yao bit her finger in shock. "Grandpa, why are you hitting yourself? Doesn't it hurt?"
The old man said, it doesn't, I understand now."
Xin Feng smiled bitterly. "Grandpa, understand what?"
The old man answered, "As long as we can find a thunder snowstorm, I guarantee that I can recover completely, and even improve."
"Ha ha." Xin Yao said, okay. "When Grandpa is okay, we can go find Mother and Father."
She said it randomly, but instead it caused Xin Feng and the old man to become silent. After a while, the old man said, with a forced smile, "When Grandpa has recovered, I'll bring you two to go find your parents."
Xin Yao said curiously, "Where did Father and Mother go?"
For her, father and mother were merely terms, one she was curious about but had not the slightest of other feelings. If she were to choose between her parents and grandpa and brother, she would choose the latter without hesitation.
Neither Xin Feng nor Xinyao knew, but their parents had been chased away by the old man.
Even he did not know where his son and daughter-in-law had gone, which was why a bit of awkwardness appeared on his face. The old man said without sincerity, "When that time comes I'll try to find them, it should be easy to accomplish."
Xin Yao could not hear the half-hearted tone of his words, but Xin Feng could.
However, he did not care. When he first opened his eyes in this life, it was Grandpa and his sister that appeared before him. Others were not of importance, and if they were good to him, his sister and Grandpa, then he would not mind being nice to them.
If not, then he could just turn and leave. Anyway, he did not have any feelings towards his parents.
"Putty," he uses in the last sentence. I interpreted it as he's cold-hearted, but if not then, please point it out, thank you. About 2 days later, the three of them finally chanced upon a thunder snowstorm. When winter had just started, thunder snowstorms were more common. Now that the atmosphere had finally become entirely cold, it was rare to experience thunder snowstorms. This was a small thunder snowstorm, very lacking compared to the two before.
It had practically no sounds of thunder, and there was no lightning in sight.
The clouds were thick and the snow was huge.
Xin Feng and Xin Yao immediately looked for a huge tree out of habit and hid in the tree's hole while waiting.
This time Xin Feng did not practice as his speed of improvement was far too fast, scaring even the old man, whom let him stop practicing now that he had reached the level of 10,000 Luan Master. The old man had seen a lot of things in his life, but he hadn't seen a 16-year-old reach 10,000 luns. According to Xin Feng's practicing speed, he would be able to reach Milun Master without passing the 17-year-old mark, but he did not dare to try as it was uncertain if there would be any side effects. Xin Feng was very obedient, and he also knew that the old man was only worried for him, which is why he had followed the old man's suggestion and stopped practicing in thunder snowstorms. The old man excitedly looked for lightning. He had already had an idea on how to settle this problem. Now was time to see the results. I am so behind now, I'm ashamed. I am very sorry, Anam. The thingy I said about the limit for each week? Removed. I will only do as much as I can, and when I feel that in 1 week I am too busy or too free, I'll change the limit, sorry. Book 2 Chapter 11, Recasting a Lightning Stamp. Book 2 Chapter 11, Recasting a Lightning Stamp. Xin Feng watched stupefied as Grandpa flew up, a bright electric glow shining from his body, leaving the surface slowly. At first he ascended very slowly, but after a few seconds his speed suddenly increased, and, like a lightning bolt, he sharply pierced the clouds. Xin Yao was in the pannier, her two small arms wrapped around Xin Feng's neck, and was similarly looking up to the skies dumbfounded. Ji Grandpa flew. Xin Feng swore. This was his first time seeing someone, without the use of anything, flying up to the skies. This was absolutely unbelievable. He suddenly understood that perhaps someday, he, like Grandpa, could fly. At that moment, an excited expression appeared on his face. He smiled. Yeah, he flew. The old man charged directly into the clouds. He was like a humongous lightning attracting machine, with countless bolts of lightning cleaving towards him. Instantly, Xin Feng and Xin Yao saw a giant flashing ball, followed by an earth-shaking boom of thunder. Xin Yao covered her ears. This explosive lightning sound scared her. Not only the little lady was scared, but even Xin Feng's heartbeat increased. That was a natural reaction. Any life form would fear lightning. Brother, let's go back to the tree hole. Xin Feng nodded. Okay. Don't be afraid. Xin Yao held tightly to Xin Feng's neck, and said softly, what a scary sound. Xin Feng had already decided on a giant tree. Normally, giant trees would be a short distance from each other. Here, there were about 10 ancient trees in each area. They quickly reached the tree Xin Feng had chosen and climbed it. Actually, he understood that it was dangerous to be in trees during thunderstorms. Luckily, it wasn't a rainy day but a snowy one. He quickly found a small tree hole and placed the pannier into it. The old man flew through the clouds, absorbing countless bolts of electricity. Xin Feng sat in front of the tree hole staring up into the skies. A huge ball with a silver glow suddenly appeared in the skies. When that glow appeared, the ground was dyed silver, the snow reflecting the bundle of light from the skies. However, the sky itself was black. The sky had lightning bolts spread across it which were speedily linking together, causing the bundle of light to grow, and pushing the large clouds away. Gradually, the bundle of light expanded to form a spot of light. This light spot was like a blurred silhouette looming in the intermittent lightning. Xin Feng looked up at the skies and said softly, what is this? A small head appeared from under his arm and said, what brother? What did you say? Xin Feng pointed to the skies and answered, look. Xin Yao burrowed into Xin Feng's embrace, looked up, and said, shocked, wah, how pretty. What is it? As they spoke, that patterned spot of light expanded again, followed by countless lightning bolts striking above it. That spot was like a lightning rod, becoming brighter as the lightning struck it. Suddenly, an especially thick lightning bolt flashed over, piercing the spot of light. It was accompanied by an earth-shaking roar that sounded as if a giant drum had been hit. The sound went from north to south. Xin Yao retracted her head and said, scared, how scary, that lightning stayed up there. That thick lightning bolt actually stayed securely on the spot of light. Seemingly very scary, the whole spot of light emitted a bright light. Countless thin lightning bolts stayed on the spot of light. After about 10 minutes, the spot of light had been completely surrounded by countless lightning bolts. Xin Feng widened his eyes. He finally caught up to what was going on. The appearance of the lightning bolts on the spot of light was very similar to the lightning stamp that he had once received. He doubted in his heart, was Grandpa trying to condense a lightning stamp?
The old man was very excited. He speedily condensed his own lightning stamp in the clouds. One must know that before he had been injured, he had already condensed a lightning stamp. Making that lightning stamp had taken him over 30 years. Using his own ley lunley, he had formed it bit by bit. This time it was different. In less than 20 minutes, he had already shaped a lightning stamp prototype, and, with near infinite lightning, slowly formed it. Without thinking, the only man already knew that this time's attempt to condense a lightning stamp was a few times better than his last. A kind of violent strength had been sealed into the lightning stamp bit by bit. That feeling intoxicated him. Brother, it moved. That thing moved. Amazing, said Xin Foam. That spot of light had already expanded to a radius of a few hundred meters, enough to light up the whole sky. This gigantic spot of light started to move along with all the clouds in the sky, reigniting the large amount of lightning, which was absorbed and was fixed to the spot of light. As the countless lightning bolts were produced and fixed on the spot of light, not only did the spot of light not expand, but it shrank, from 500 plus meters to only 100 plus meters. At this point of time, Xin Foam was sure that this must be Grandpa condensing a lightning stamp. This whole process gave him a special experience. Once he trained to Grandpa's level and decided to condense a lightning stamp, he would have the experience to do so. The old man was overjoyed. He did not expect to receive such a big effect during this attempt of condensing a lightning stamp. Sealing natural lightning to form a lightning stamp was something he had great expectations for. The lightning stamp reduced another 10 meters. This storm's strength was something even the old man feared. He controlled it to his best ability and slowly distanced himself from the clouds, bringing the incomplete lightning stamp with him on his way to the ground. On top of him was a 6-meter lightning stamp. The old man gradually arrived 10 meters from the forest floor and stopped there, the lightning stamp still receiving lightning strikes occasionally. The old man carefully absorbed the lightning stamp. The stored lightning power cased the trees below to turn to ash, shocking Xin Foam, who looked from afar. This is the real form of lightning. He was far from reaching that level. Xin Foam pondered silently. Perhaps this time Grandpa can recover fully. Pointing to the faraway lightning stamp, Xin Yao said, shocked, that is Grandpa? The lightning stamp gave off an eye-piercing glow, and, as continuous lightning bolts struck at it, it gave off a strange appearance. The old man below was extremely calm. He had already gained complete control over the lightning stamp. As long as the absorption process was successful, not only would he recover but he would also gain a huge boost to his power. Xin Foam answered, yes, that's Grandpa. Xin Yao said worriedly, is he in danger? Xin Foam laughed. He isn't. Grandpa is very powerful, he would not be in danger. In the old man's body was a large amount of ley inley. Inley was a high-grade power, much powerful than Lunley or Luan Inley. Once the lightning stamp had been condensed, it became a container for extra Luan Inley while one was practicing, and could be taken out for use during a fight. Between an expert with a stamp condensed and an expert without one, the expert with one would win even if they had a huge difference in strength. However, stamps were extremely hard to condense. Anyone who had reached this realm would want to condense a stamp of their attribute. For example, a fire attribute practitioner would want to condense a fire stamp, whereas a light attribute would want to make a light stamp. Both of these needed a great amount of time to insert one's power into the stamp bit by bit. This process was extremely difficult, one where many had lost their lives after painstaking hard work. When it is about to condense successfully, it would fall apart. However, stamps had a special feature. Even though they crumple into tiny pieces, the process could be repeated. Perhaps your first or second attempt would end in failure, but, if you persevered, you could succeed eventually. Of course, a stamp made by the normal condensing method has a success rate which meant that it would take 10 years to complete at the earliest, or 30 years if the practitioner spent a bit longer than average to condense the stamp. However, only confident people would normally attempt to take 30 years to condense a stamp. The old man had once used 30 years to condense a lightning stamp and managed to successfully do so. After he had been injured, his lightning stamp had never gotten a chance to be used, but had only been given to Xin Feng. He had been forced to wait till he had recovered to condense a new lightning stamp. Combining his new insight with previous experiences and methods, he was able to successfully condense his second lightning stamp, which surprised the old man. The lightning stamp gradually shrank, reaching about 1 meter long, while the radiance it emitted shrank as well, and became something similar to a black hole with countless dancing sparks. The clouds in the sky scattered and, for a few moments, sunlight leaked out and the snow stopped. As if the sky's energy had been depleted, the raging snowstorm, the lightning, and the thunder all disappeared. Only the old man remained hovering in the skies, doing who knows what with visible sparks bursting from his body, connected to the glow of the lightning stamp. Xin Feng stared at the old man and the lightning stamp. He knew that Grandpa had reached a crucial moment. Everything depended on this moment. Shio. Suddenly, the old man took a deep breath, and the lightning stamp became a bundle of silver light and entered his mouth. Following this was a shining radiance which shot from the old man's body, but then disappeared after a moment. With a shout, the old man flew a full circle in the sky, then flew towards the giant tree Xin Feng resided in and gently dropped down. Xin Yao let go of her arms and clapped. Grandpa is amazing. Xin Feng stood up, let Xin Yao down from his arms and smiled. Grandpa, have you fully recovered? Sigh, basically just a description. At these times I thank Google Translate. I'll work on another chapter tomorrow. I said there was a school holiday for a month, just what I need to catch up. Book 2 Chapter 12, Recasting a Lightning Stamp, 2. Thank you to Joseph for donating. Book 2 Chapter 12, Recasting a Lightning Stamp, 2. The old man laughed loudly. I've recovered entirely. Ha, this old man is a genius. Ha ha. He was a bit overexcited, but who can blame him? He didn't originally have any hope of recovering, but now he had suddenly received another chance, one that not only helped him recover but also improved him. Xin Feng smiled. Grandpa, will we leave in the winter? I've realized that winter isn't that difficult. Moving in the winter is nothing for you and me, but Yao Yao cannot withstand it. She's too small and too weak. She can't handle real thunder snowstorms. Xin Feng nodded. Okay, then let's return to Tiger Cliff Castle. Okay, let's go. Xin Yao said happily, okay, it's time to go home. In such weather, even with the meticulous care of her brother, the little lady still thought that home was better. Pack up, let's go. Hong Chen watched the cliff impatiently. The repeated failures had caused him to lose patience. Not only did he insulting Yuan Defei, but even Chia was scolded. Almost 10 days had passed and they still hadn't managed to enter Tiger Cliff Castle, even though during the 10 days a few thunder snowstorms occurred. The cliff was lined by a huge piece of ice as a result of the hunters pouring water down from the cliff, making the cliff walls extremely slippery. Even spears nailed into the walls would not help much. Chia ground his teeth. Uncle Du, if you don't interfere, we won't be able to get up. Hong Chen scolded him loudly. Interfere? How can I? I am a real Milun master. If it gets out that I attacked mortals, how could I go out and meet people? Chia smiled bitterly. But, please. If you don't, we can't overcome this cliff wall. Master. He was mad too. Normally he would not even dare to speak like such to Hong Chen, even at gunpoint. This wasn't due to a lack of courage, it was because of the difference in strength. He could not keep a foothold on the cliff. These few days of attempted invasion had taken quite a few lives. Even he had received some injuries. This wasn't because of the strength of the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle, but because they managed to play the advantages of the cliff to the extreme, and the snowstorm that passed a few days ago made the attackers helpless. Hong Chen hesitated in his heart. If he really interfered, to save his physique must not leave even a single person alive. With his identity as a real Milun master, or real ring body master, if he actually personally attacked mortals and this was spread, he really would not have any face to see anyone. He wasn't some no-plan practitioner, able to do reckless things. Of course, Xia knew what Hong Chen was thinking. Master, you only need to occupy the stone fort, as for the rest, leave it to us. Hong Chen still hesitated. He was attracted here by the single lightning attribute. According to the customs of the world, after reaching his kind of level he should not interfere if not for a battle between experts. Doing so without the purpose of defeating an expert was an ugly sight, and he would be mocked by many. Xia smiled bitterly. He knew what Hong Chen was thinking. If he had reached Hong Chen's level, he would also not interfere. But, in this kind of situation, he also could not help it. Master, it's getting colder, we are fine, but those hunters won't be able to handle it. Hong Chen raised his head and stared for a while. Finally he decided, he was also impatient. Alright, I'll go take over the stone fort. Motherfucker. A group of idiots, so many people and not one can climb up a wall and even need this old man to interfere. Xia became excited. Being able to see a real Milun master in action was not a common experience. Hong Chen pounced towards the cliff. With a foot on a steel spear, his body flew upwards as if a huge bird. One of his hands patted the wall, and, gaining leverage, he managed to cover 7 to 8 meters. The people on the cliff looked down. Seeing Hong Chen pouncing towards them, they readied themselves for combat. Countless boulders and logs rained from above as they quickly realized that this man was much different from those that attempted to climb the cliff earlier. Not only was he very fast, but the boulders and logs they threw were useless. A big boulder was smashed into pieces with a slap. Hong Chen even used the falling obstacles to gain leverage on his way up. Song Yu's face changed. The hunters on the cliff were all terrified. This man was too bloodthirsty. Song Yu shouted, "Pour the water." Large amounts of water came down in attempt to stop Hong Chen. The originally 100% success rate of this failed this time. The water that came down could not even touch Hong Chen's body, and, with a slap of his palm, the stone shattered. This also boosted him, and, within 10 seconds, he had already reached the second half of the cliff. De Fei, who watched from below, said, shocked, "How amazing." Wen Yin said proudly, "Of course, my master is very amazing, unlike you worthless trash." De Fei's face turned red in anger, but he dare not offend this woman. He lowered his head and cursed in his heart. While they were speaking, Hong Chen was already reaching the cliff top. The hunters on the cliff top went crazy. If he reached the top, then everyone would be doomed. They already knew that Lead Eagles had found someone to back them up. Under Song Yu's orders, they had already prepared the biggest boulders they had. With their teamwork they managed to throw it down with a pile of logs. Like boiling water, the top of the cliff roared. With a shout from Hong Chen, a gust of smoke rose, as if the falling rocks hit an invisible shield and rolled to the side. Hong Chen kicked at the cliff wall, and, with a crashing sound and a shout, he reached the summit. While he was steadying his footing, 7 spears flew his way. Hong Chen laughed coldly, and shouted, "Leave." With a motion of his arm, 7 to 8 hunters flew back with blood erupting from their mouths. The audience saw clearly that when Hong Chen swung his arm he had not come into contact with the bodies of those hunters. They were thrown by an unseen force. A single thought flashed through all of their minds: this man is too powerful. He wasn't someone they could think of stopping. A few hunters shouted angrily, stepping up to fight with their lives, but Song Yu was sensible and immediately stopped them. Hong Chen said blandly, "Don't try to stop the attack. If you anger me, I will make you all regret it." He walked towards the stone fort, not even looking at the hundreds of hunters. A ground of hunter with their hands clenching spears faced Hong Chen. Hong Chen laughed coldly, "Move aside, I guarantee that, if you attack, I will kill all of you in a second." Son Yu gave orders to the blocking hunters to move. He wasn't stupid. With the strength this man displayed on his way up, he had proven that they weren't of the same level. A large number of hunters asked, "Patriarch, what now?" Hong Chen quickly reached the stone fort. Flinging away the two guards, he let down the rope basket. Son Yu's face paled. "What can we do? Our strength is not enough." Hong Chen said, "Get a few people here." Son Yu could only helplessly instruct a few people to enter the stone fort. Hong Chen said, "Get the people below up." Within a short amount of time, Xia, Wenyan, Yingyu and Defei along with 2,000 Luan masters had reached the cliff top through the rope basket. When Yingyu reached the top, he jumped from the rope basket and pounced towards the group of hunters without any hesitation. With a single attack, 5 to 6 hunters were sent flying, and, with a kick, more hunters fell down. He had come up with the intent of killing these detestable people of Tiger Cliff Castle. Hong Chen said, "Stop." Only then did Yingyu resentfully stop. He furiously glared at the people. Well, hey, what? No one understood what he was saying, but all of them could hear the thick killing intent from his leaking voice. Son Yu's heart went cold. People of Lead Eagles. Tiger Cliff Castle was doomed this time. "You Lead Eagles men, what do you want?" Defei said, "What do we want?" "You think?" "Haha, an idiot's question." Hong Chen said, "Defei, go to the side." Defei blanked out. He did not dare to argue with Hong Chen and moved to the side. Hong Chen had a small smile on his face. "Who is the person in charge?" Son Yu took a step forward. "I am the Patriarch of Tiger Cliff Castle," he said, biting the bullet. Hong Chen nodded. "I don't want to put you all in a difficult situation, I only want you to hand over a person. After that we'll leave. Don't worry, I will ask the people of Lead Eagles to not show any more hostility as well." Yingyu wanted to shout, but could only make wheezing noises, resulting in a slap from Xia. Opposing Hong Chen at this time. Even if Yingyu didn't want his life, Xia still wanted his. Hong Chen only glanced coldly at Yingyu, causing his body to become numb with sweat running down his forehead. Son Yu said, "Hand over who?" Hong Chen said blandly, "A youngster named Lei Xian Feng." Son Yu said firmly, "My apologies, we don't have such a person in Tiger Cliff Castle." Even if he could hand over Xian Feng, he wouldn't. Hong Chen's face turned cold. "There isn't such a person?" Son Yu answered, "Indeed, there isn't such a person. I do not know where sire has heard of such a matter. Sir, we Lead Eagles are mortal enemies. It should be that the Lead Eagles are creating lies to fool you, sire." The old man was filled with venom. He knew that they could not escape now. If they were going to die, then he would pull Lead Eagles down with them. Without waiting for Hong Chen to speak, Defei jumped out angrily, shouting, "You're lying. You are speaking nonsense. Lei Xian Feng is your master hunter, how can it be that there isn't such a person?" Son Yu retorted, "Everyone tell this sire, we don't have such a person named Lei Xian Feng here." All the surrounding hunters said, in sync, "Sire, we don't have such a person." Someone even added, "We Tiger Cliff Castle only have Hu and Ke for surnames. Who knows how a person with the surname Lei could be here?" Deshan said calmly, "Sire, Tiger Cliff Castle is only so big. Everyone is here. If we wanted to escape, there's only the stone fort. If you do not believe us, you can check whether there's a person named Lei Xian Feng." Putty, lol-5 minutes later. Xian Feng, yo! I'm back. Shinjoyu, my fault this chapter is late, got busy at work this week due to a co-worker's vacation. Book 2 Chapter 13, Returning Home. Okay, before we go on, I want to ask something. Defei's name is whereas Garfield's name is, so I want to ask if anyone wants Defei to be changed to Daffield. Now that I type it out, it looks weird, but I think the pronunciation sounds nice. =3 =. Customary chapter D. Sue. Book 2 Chapter 13, Returning Home. Dafei and Ingyu panicked upon hearing Dishan's words. Crazed, Dafei shouted, "You're lying. I'll kill you." If they denied the fact that there was no Lei Xian Feng, and he was not found in Tiger Cliff Castle, then this wouldn't be just a matter of trouble, but a matter of life and death. If they angered Hong Chen, not only would Ingyu die, but Dafei would as well. Suffering from the 2 holes leaking air from his cheeks, Ingyu could not convey anything, but instead angrily pounced towards Sonyu, his palm aiming to kill the patriarch to vent his anger. How could Sonyu block? Closing his eyes, he waited for his death. But who knew that he would suddenly hear a bang sound? Opening his eyes, he shockingly noticed that Ingyu had been sent flying with large amounts of blood spurting from his mouth with a kick from Hong Chen. Xia was also furious, but since it was his master attacking this time, he dare not speak a word but instead clenched his fists silently. Hong Chen turned to face him and blandly said, "Your disciple, keep him in line." Cold sweat appeared on Xia's head. He knew that Ingyu had offended Hong Chen. He was extremely frustrated, but power was everything, and he could only keep quiet. One must know Hong Chen wasn't vindicating Sonyu. Sonyu was the patriarch of Tiger Cliff Castle. There were many things for him to do, and he could not die now. "Let all your residents gather now." Sonyu knew he could not resist and readily agreed. Anyway, Xian Feng's family of 3 had left Tiger Cliff Castle. It was impossible to find him. "Yes, I will immediately do so." This was not a command Sonyu could confuse. He absolutely hated the people from Lead Eagles, but he understood, opposing them at this time would only be the actions of a retard. Quickly, everyone gathered at the Green Hill Quarry, a huge stone platform the size of a few thousand squares. It was a place to dry out food during the summer. Now it was covered in a few feet of snow with a few thousand people had gathered, standing in the snow. Sonyu said, "We, the people of Tiger Cliff Castle, are all here." Hong Chen waved his hand and the hunters of Lead Eagle immediately dispersed to check the houses in the residential area. Their purpose was to ensure that there wasn't anyone hiding, especially youngsters. He did not believe that everyone had come out. Actually, what he did not know was that Sonyu had indeed asked everyone to come out. After about a few hours, the hunters of Lead Eagles came out and announced that there was no one left in the houses. Other places were searched and no one was found. All the people of Tiger Cliff Castle were noisy. The reason was that the hands of the hunters of Lead Eagles were filled with many items. This was thievery in broad daylight. This time Hong Chen did not speak. Even though the hunters of Lead Eagles had not contributed much, it was their custom that the winners should have items of the losers. Sonyu tried his best to suppress the anger of the crowd. This wasn't the time to fight it out but to save their lives. He needed to be calm and rational to deal with the opponent. Everyone had been gathered and ordered not to speak about the existence of the Lei family in Tiger Cliff Castle. The people of this generation were not only simple, but courageous. They were extremely dedicated and had unwavering faith in their groups. This was determined in life. In the mountain areas, if they did not have the ability to join together in groups, then surviving would be a hard thing to accomplish. Sonyu said, "We people of Tiger Cliff Castle are all here. Look for the person you are looking for. You should be able to tell with a glance." He controlled his own emotions, his face full of wrinkles, as calm as could be. Hong Chen glared at Ingyu and Dafei. "You two come forward, go look for him." The two suddenly understood, Xian Feng isn't at Tiger Cliff Castle. If he was, then the people of Tiger Cliff Castle would not be so assured. At that moment the two of them shivered. Lying to Hong Chen? That is purely looking for death. If they could not find Lei Xian Feng, then it would be disastrous. No one knows what an angry Du Hong Chen would do. A real Milun master's pride was not to be provoked. If Xian Feng could not be found and that the people of Tiger Cliff Castle continued to deny knowing that person, then Ingyu and Dafei would be guilty of borrowing Hong Chen's power to take revenge on Tiger Cliff Castle. The most important fact was that the Wipeout team had suffered a loss of a few thousand Luan masters. Ingyu and Dafei's face both paled and the two of them started to look for Xian Feng. After over an hour, they could not even find a trace of Lei Xian Feng. Dafei returned and reported that fact. Terrified, he said, Lei Xian Feng, he isn't here. Anger flashed through Hong Chen's eyes. Keeping down his anger, he said, you come here. Sun Yu took a step forwards and said, we originally never had this person. Dafei said, that person must have left. If not, then it was you all who hid him. It should be that you purposely let him leave to avoid us. His words become more and more messy. Sun Yu laughed coldly. You people of Lead Eagles sure are despicable. We did not know you would return or that you were looking for anyone. How do we hide? If there was such a person, in the winter, where can he go? Ridiculous words. You are only using an excuse that there is a person you want here to attack us. The old man had a sharp mouth, causing Dafei to be unable to reply. Dafei became extremely unjustified while Ingyu's eyes turned red. These people of Tiger Cliff Castle were too detestable. But, why was Lei Xian Feng not here? The two of them wanted to kill them all. Only after exterminating Tiger Cliff Castle would they feel better. This time even Chia felt Sun Yu's words were reasonable. Ingyu, Dafei, is there really this person? Tell me honestly. Hong Chen was personally invited by Chia because there was a youngster with single lightning attribute in Tiger Cliff Castle. However, with this person gone and the denial of his existence by Tiger Cliff Castle, was there even a worse situation? Even he wanted to strangle both of them. Dafei and Ingyu unconsciously started to tremble. Ingyu's words could not be understood, so Dafei was tasked to speak. Trembling, he said, there really is such a person. How would I dare to speak nonsense? You. He furiously charged towards Sun Yu. Gripping Sun Yu's neck, he shouted loudly, You hand him over. You hand that kid over. Sun Yu could not breathe and struggled. A few hunters tried to step up to stop Dafei but were kicked away by him. He shouted, Where is he? Hand him over. I want to massacre all of Tiger Cliff Castle. At that moment, the people of Tiger Cliff Castle became a mess. Groups of people moved about, and the hunters of Lead Eagles wielded their weapons pointing to them, readying to slaughter them at any time. Hong Chen was deep in thought. He actually half suspected and half trusted. He did not believe that Chia would lie to him. The result of such a lie wasn't something a normal person could handle, but the people from Tiger Cliff Castle front of him stubbornly denied the existence of this person. Where was the problem? He was a bit confused. Enough! Finally Hong Chen spoke up, only then did Dafei unwillingly let go. Sun Yu grasped his neck, breathing roughly. Dafei's was very strong, and almost took his life. A few hunters charged forward to pick up Sun Yu. Hong Chen coldly said, I'll give you all a chance. If there is a Lei Xian Feng, then I will spare your lives. If there isn't, then all of you will die. Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he understood instantly. Hong Chen was lying. Before he could speak, he heard a sharp whistle from afar informing the people of Tiger Cliff Castle that someone had returned. That was a whistle meaning they should send down the basket. Deshawn and the rest's faces changed along with Sun Yu's. At this time, if a person were to return, it would definitely be Lei Xian Feng. This simple whistle was something Lead Eagle's men also knew. Deshawn took out his whistle, readying to blow it. The originally watching Ingyu immediately pounced, and, with his fist, he hit the whistle away. Dafei's reaction was not slow either. He shouted, Whoever who announces him, I'll kill that person. Dafei immediately ran in front of Hong Chen. Whistle, that means someone has returned. It could be the person we are looking for. Hong Chen smiled, Good, raise him up. Someone immediately ran over. Sun Yu silently sighed. He could not prevent this, their difference in strength was far too high. Holding on to Nan Shan, who tried to run out, he shook his head. At that moment, an old man, a youngster, and a little girl walked over. Xin Feng looked at the surrounded people of Tiger Cliff Castle and the watching hunters of Lead Eagles, who were accompanied by another 10 people, each of whom he deemed experts. The old man gave him an especially indescribable feeling. He turned back to Grandpa, who only nodded, signaling to Xin Feng not to be afraid. De Fei rejoiced. Running next to Hong Chen, he said softly, "That young man is the person we are looking for. His name is Lei Xin Feng." At that moment Hong Chen smiled. This time he did not waste his time. Wen Yin swore that even Master had not used such a warm tone to speak with her before. Hong Chen was full of smiles. Xin Feng suddenly felt that this man was a fox that secretly thought of eating a chicken. "Thank you very much to Anmisa Cat of Japtum to help me make my little web look nicer, by a lot. I never got to doing so because I am not in any single way good with computers. Again thank you very much to Anmisa Cat, A. Book 2 Chapter 14, Returning Home, 2. I wanted to troll badly by posting a Katian chapter, but I guess I'll be nice. Regrets should have trolled _. Speaking of Katian, Shin said it's vampire novel. I'm not against it but, meh. I'll read the Ross and see if it's nice. All females must die in that book. Potty is not interested in romance. Show me the blood. Welp, we'll see. __. Oh, and one last thing that's actually relevant to GOT, I keep switching from Lei Xin Feng and Xin Feng not because I'm bored, it's just that in the text itself it's usually Lei Xin Feng but I'm too lazy to type the extra 3 letters, so only when someone speaks to him through his full name then I will, and also when his name is in a character's line of thoughts, normally it'll just be Xin Feng. Chapter 14, Returning Home, 2. Hong Chen said, extremely gently, "So, you are Lei Xin Feng, little guy? Eh? Aren't you 100 Luan Master? You actually now a 10,000 Luan Master." At that moment he already understood that this little guy really was a single lightning attribute master, the best type. If he wasn't, then it would be impossible to rank up so quickly. A 16-year-old 10,000 Luan Master, it makes one feel scared just thinking about it. Xin Feng nodded. "Yes, I am Lei Xin Feng." Glancing at the happy Yingyu and Dafei, who were among the large group of people, he said, "No wonder. It was you 2 bastards from Lead Eagles. You can't win, so you went back to ask for reinforcements. Hey, that's useless." Yingyu and Dafei did not dare to speak. They were not stupid, it was obvious that they would be doomed as long as Lei Xin Feng agreed to Hong Chen's proposal. Once Xin Feng entered the inner sect of Hong Tong's forces, getting rid of them would be easy. Hong Chen was secretly happy. He silently pondered, luckily we did not go on a killing spree. If we had, this youngster would hate us. It was good that I was able to keep my anger in check. Xin Feng suddenly saw the blood on the sides of Deshan's mouth, and hurriedly asked, "Uncle, who hit you? Is it a serious injury?" Deshan worriedly answered, "Feng, don't worry about me. It's not a heavy injury. But, you, be careful. Do you know why they are looking for you?" Xin Feng said, "Looking for me? What do they want? Revenge?" Song Yu said, "Feng, we don't know why. It doesn't seem to be revenge, because if it was, then all of us would be dead already. They are far stronger than we are." Xin Feng's face lightened. He did not know that Hong Chen's goal was to obtain him because of his single lightning attribute and excellent potential. Of course they would not randomly kill to recruit him, even if their men had been injured. Of course, if Xin Feng had not appeared, or if he was not up to their standards, then the whole of Tiger Cliff Castle would have been doomed. Without testing him, Hong Chen couldn't be clear about Lei Xin Feng's qualifications and potential, but he was sure that Yingyu and Dafei spoke the truth when they said he had been 100 Luan Master a little while ago. However, he was now a 10,000 Luan Master. This kind of growth was extremely terrifying. Hong Chen spoke even more gently. Little guy, I don't have any hostility, ho ho.
I am called Du Hongchen, and I am an elder of the outer sect of Hongtong.
I am here today to invite you to go Hongtong.
The sides of Wen Yan's mouth twitched. She wasn't satisfied, but she could tell that this young man was of importance to her master.
Since when did master speak with such gentleness? This was unbelievable. Lei Xin Feng thought for a while. You came all the way here and attacked Tiger Cliff Castle just to invite me?
Hong Chen's face turned red, and he replied patiently, Tiger Cliff Castle is too steep. Also, you all and Lead Eagles have had some misunderstanding, so we were forced to come up to speak. He spoke rather humbly, though his explanation wasn't helping at all.
Xin Feng nodded and then spoke with resolve. I won't go to Hongtong. Hong Chen could not understand.
Why? You have such great qualifications. You don't gain anything from practicing on your own, but if you went to Hongtong, you could have anything you want.
Xin Feng smiled faintly. I can practice on my own.
I don't need Hongtong's assistance. Before Hong Chen could speak, his disciple Wen Yan spoke up.
Little guy, master is giving you face but you don't want any?
My master has a ring body and is a real Milun master.
He came here personally, you. Xin Feng retorted, oh, I should be grateful? This woman doesn't have any common sense. He's your master, not mine. Why should I listen to him?
Putty, honestly, the first word is, the pinyin is literally a single O, but where I am, we pronounce it as O or H.
It's like a lazy short form to OK. Hong Chen's face finally changed.
His temper had never been good.
He had been able to speak so patiently because he had been taking Lei Xin Feng's qualifications into consideration.
He couldn't understand how this youngster from a small town was able to belittle him. Not only was he embarrassed, but he was also angry. Wen Yan was furious, and wanted to become violent.
She was a Milun master, and was much stronger than Lei Xin Feng.
Though she wanted to fight, she was stopped by Hong Chen.
He did not want Lei Xin Feng to hold a grudge against him.
If he did, then he would rather just kill this youngster.
Hong Chen gave a small, forced smile. Little guy, don't be agitated, ho ho. Xin Feng said, I wasn't agitated, I was just speaking the truth. Yu and Dafei glanced at each other with happiness in their hearts. It would be best if Lei Xin Feng continued to anger Hong Chen.
Once he managed to set him off, they would have a chance at revenge.
Hong Chen finally snapped, his voice slightly strict. Are you sure you won't leave with me?
His words were threatening.
If Xin Feng was alone, then he would have perhaps yielded. But he had an expert, his grandpa. Xin Feng nodded seriously.
I'm sure, I won't leave. I don't even know you, why would I leave with you?
Xin Ya pulled at Xin Feng's hand and said softly, brother, this grandpa is so fierce.
Hong Chen's attention was pulled by the little girl, and he said, shocked, this is the Lifeluan attribute. Putty, in case you've forgotten, LV means green, I'm sure Google can teach you how to pronounce it, Google knows everything. Shinjoyu changed LV/green to life to match the spirit of the attribute. Xin Yao was still young, and she did not have any means to cover up her qualifications and potential. Even though Hong Chen had not tested her, through his experience and sight he could immediately tell something was wrong. This little girl also had a terrific single attribute qualification, and it was actually the rarely seen Lifeluan attribute.
That was too fucking scary.
Two children with amazing qualifications popping up suddenly made him feel as though he was going crazy. After being in Hongtong for so many years, he had only met one youngster with a single attribute who had been taken under the care of an elder from the inner sect instantly upon appearing. They were extremely precious. The old man's anger immediately dissipated. This child is your sister? In his eyes were explosions of desire. Xin Yao was scared to the point she trembled and immediately hid behind Xin Feng, only peeking out slightly as she bit her finger.
What a scary grandpa. Hong Chen had already decided, no matter the price, he must bring back these two kids, even if he had to snatch them. Are you their elder? He could not tell the strength of the old man, and thought he was only a normal person because of the difference between them. The old man's concealing methods were excellent, and he could not even tell that the real expert was this plain-looking old man before him. The old man Lei Bao nodded blandly. These are my grandchildren. His voice was laced with pride and complacency. Hong Chen pondered for a while. If he threatened the safety of Tiger Cliff Castle, then perhaps these two kids would not care, but if it was their grandfather, perhaps it would be effective. Putty, Rip Hong Chen. Died of electricity. Chapter 6, Chapter 14. Old Friend. As Hong Chen opened his mouth, the old man Lei Bao was rendered speechless. Old friend? Who was he calling old friend? Old friend, your grandchildren are both good children. I hope you can bring them to Hong Tong. Ho ho, after that you can relax, all of their expenses will be paid for by us at Hong Tong. All the items for practice will also be paid for. What do you think? Hong Chen looked nervously at the old man Lei Bao. The sentence "your grandchildren are all good children" instantly let the old man feel happy. As an old man, if someone praised his children, then they would be happy no matter what. What Hong Chen did not know is that this sentence had let him keep his life. The old man Lei Bao nodded. Yeah, they are both good children, but we will not go Hong Tong. Hong Chen wanted to ram his head and die. After speaking so long, this group of grandchildren and grandfathers still refused. He did not know what to do, and finally said, even if you don't want to go, you still have to. He had never met such obstinate people in his life. The old man laughed. In my whole life, there hasn't been anyone who can threaten me. Hong Chen still did not dare to attack. If he had harmed the old man, then these two children would hold a grudge. No matter what, he did not want to become enemies with two children with such shocking qualifications. Xia said softly, Master Du, we shouldn't delay. Just snatch them and explain when we return. Hong Chen wasn't satisfied, and continued to threaten them. Leave with me, and I will spare Tiger Cliff Castle. If not, then I will slaughter all of them. Xian Feng said furiously, you dare? Hong Chen answered, why wouldn't I dare? Are you leaving or not? The three of them answered at the same time, not. Hong Chen was jumping up and down furiously now. Fuckers, angering me to death. To death. Why yeah, I wanna kill people. I want, he only jumped, he did not attack. Dafei did not understand, but hearing Hong Chen's threat, he couldn't resist and walked forward. Let us, lead eagles, attack them. At that time Hong Chen hadn't found somewhere to vent his anger. Dafei stepped forward with just the right timing to become Hong Chen's target, and with a kick he sent Dafei flying while scolding, attack your hell. Xian Feng could already tell Hong Chen cared about him and his sister. Even though he wouldn't leave with them, he did not hate them. Pulling the old man, he said, Grandpa, just chasing them away is okay. There's no need to kill them. The old man Lei Bao nodded. His image of Hong Chen was still okay, at least there wasn't hate. Adding in the success of his recovery attempt, his temper was very good. If it was his old temper, he would not have bothered to speak, and would have just killed these people. Hong Chen became stupefied. He had heard Xian Feng's words clearly, chasing them away was fine? No need to kill? He suddenly felt that this old man wasn't as simple as he looked. An imposing and monstrous weather phenomenon rose from the old man. A threatening energy reached Xia, Wenyan, Yingyu, Dafei, and the wipeout team, their backs bending from the force. Yingyu and Dafei's knees went weak and touched the ground. Han Chen took many steps back. He was terrified. The opponent's strength was far, far greater than his own. He could not even block his opponent's imposing aura.
The feeling that with even a small movement of the opponent, he would not live went deeply into his bones. His heart was alert, but he could not activate his Luan Inli. A single thought appeared in his mind: this man was an ultimate expert living in seclusion, and must have at least 4 real ring bodies.
There was a single question in everyone's heart: who was this old man? I finally remember.
I found Xianxia really familiar, the word that is. I went to visit my grandma recently and I saw her watching this show. It was of the Xianxia genre.
The really old kind with disgusting CG. And I remembered it from my childhood.
I absolutely hated Xianxia because my daily cartoons were replaced by it, grrrr.
Anyways, another cliffhanger, lol. Should I troll? Guehuehuehuahu. Book 2 Chapter 15, Shock, unedited.
After doing Kat En, I realized that this is really chicken feet.
Oh, and is in Kat En are all classified under the fantasy tag.
I expected this to be in the Xianxia one, but
3. Sponsored by Munther. Thank you for the kind donations M__AM. Chapter 15, Shock. The old man Lei Bao stood proudly. His huge imposing presence rose madly. Hong Chen felt as though the old man in front of him was a mountain, a huge mountain. His presence alone caused him to not be able to breathe properly, because the old man's suppressiveness was basically aimed for him. The others had only felt a bit of it. Hong Chen cursed in his heart. He did not ever expect to meet a powerful expert that was living in seclusion. His heart unwillingly starting to tremble. He had brought men to invade this area and also wanted to snatch his grandchildren. He tried to stabilize his rampant emotions, however the cold sweat that broke out from his forehead had given away his current emotions. Within a short breathing time, the old man had already concealed his aura. Making a catching motion with his hands, 2 lightning strikes appeared, tying up Ingyu and Dafe, dragging them out from the crowd and throwing them on the ground. Hoot Songyu, kill these 2 bastards. Songyu was very excited and immediately gave a noise of agreement, receiving a steel spear. He continuously pierced the 2 men to death. Despite his age, he did not hesitate to kill. A shadow of a smile appeared on the old man Lei Bao's face as he looked at Hong Chen. Are you still insisting on bringing my grandchildren to Hong Tong? Hong Chen tried his best to stay calm. I don't have any ill thoughts. The old man Liu Bao nodded. That's right, because you don't have any ill thoughts, you are still standing here. At that moment, Hong Chen, Xia, and Wen Yan all became relieved. Only the hunters of lead eagles had pale white faces, their hands still holding on to the items stolen from the houses. Seeing their 2 most powerful hunters were killed as if they were chickens, how could they not be afraid? Hong Chen did not know what to say and stood there dumbfounded. Xian Feng glared at the groups of hunters from lead eagles. He was able to spot the things in their hands immediately. The most of those items were meat and skin, the rest were some weapons. Who are those people? Why are our things in their hands?
Song Yu answered, they are the hunters of lead eagles. The things in their hands are stolen from us. They even harmed a large amount of our people. Xian Feng said, let them surrender and put down their weapons, if not, kill those who resist. Immediately a group of hunters from Tiger Cliff Castle charged out and quickly subdued the hunters from lead eagles, tying them up and taking everything from their bodies, including their weapons and armor. Hong Chen and his men did not move or even try to stop it. They were also in the same predicament. Who would care about the mere hunters from lead eagles? Xian Feng said, Grandpa, let everyone go home. It's too cold here.
Song Yu nodded. You all be careful.
After speaking, he brought the hunters back. The platform on the green stone hill instantly became rather deserted. 2 dead bodies lay on the ground, Hong Chen and his dozens of men, the old man Lei Bao and his family. Hong Chen and his men did not dare to move. They had been entirely frozen when the old man Lei Bao revealed his power. No one wanted to move rashly, afraid of angering this powerful expert.
The old man Lei Bao asked Shi Quan, that little guy, he's still at Hong Tong? Hong Chen said aghast, the one you speak of is the elder of our inner sect, Shi Quan the elder?
Shi Quan was extremely famous in Hong Tong. The only person who had practiced till obtaining 3 ring bodies, reached the level of the real Luanine master, and was the pillar of support in Hong Tong, the one with shocking strength, which had guarded Hong Tong for 150 years, the most formidable force in Hong Tong.
The most terrifying part was the tone of the old man Lei Bao, little guy. He had actually called Shi Quan little guy, which had meant that Shi Quan was younger than him. This fact had made Hong Chen's knees go weak. Who was this person? Was hiding here and scaring people really that fun? The old man Lei Bao nodded. That's right, he is counted as my little friends. Although he had many enemies, but he also had many friends, most of them being world-famous experts, which was expected. A real expert's friends would definitely not be lacking. Of course that was also the same for his friends. Putty, Lei Bao uses and, which is used for little children, really, little children. Hong Chen almost puked blood, snatching the grandchildren of the elder's friend. If the elder knew, then wouldn't be scolded to death? His legs entirely became soft. However, Hong Chen thought for a while and noticed that this wasn't a bad thing. He could use the chance to get to know such an expert. It wasn't an entirely bad situation. One must know, the experts in the world is countless, but all those powerful experts are not easy to acquaintance oneself with. He admitted his own mistake sincerely. Senior, it was us that was too reckless, it was my fault. He then greeted Huanyan. Xia, come here and pay your respects to the senior. Xia's disciple had been beaten to death, but he did not even dare to speak. He would definitely not dare to take revenge. If the strength of the opponent was a bit higher, then perhaps he would consider it. But this opponent was countless times higher than him. Not only did he not dare to take revenge, he did not even dare to think of it. This old man's strength was too perverted. When Yen walked up and paid their respects, when Yen losing her previous proudness. The old man blandly said, we had just returned and we are now tired. If there's nothing else, you all can go home. Additionally, pass a message to Shi Quan that I am fine. Hong Chen said, okay, may I have your name, senior? The old man replied, I am Lei Bao. Hong Chen nodded in, Senior Lei, I know, Lei Bao? Bao Lei Jiu Tian that Lei Bao? On his face appeared a shocked expression. He had a ring body and was a real Milun master. As for the real master's legends, he obviously knew more than normal people. Putty, E's single letter appeared. What could it mean? Well, it's a sound of agreement accompanied with a bit of shock. Also, the old man's term was Bao Lei Jiu Tian. The direct TL can be either lightning storm 9 skies or lightning storm 9 days, depends on the situation. Bao Lei Jiu Tian was a legend. According to it, this man was a demon, his victims countless. Many years ago he had suddenly disappeared. No one expected that this man in front of them was this demon. His heart almost stopped pumping. How dumb was him to come and anger this demon? After the old man Lei Bao had recovered, he did not find the need to hide his own past anymore, and so, he nodded, it's been a long time since I went out. It's surprising to see someone remember this old man. Hong Chen did not expect his luck to be so truly bad, so bad that he could meet this kind of expert. Luckily he had not angered him. However, one point that made him wonder was that the legend said that this demon had an irregular temper and would not blink an eye when killing. What was also included was that this demon was easily angered. Once you did, then your fate would be sealed without any chances. However, this time he did not do anything, seemingly much peaceful. Xin Feng said, oh, right, there was a good amount of meat saved for winter. Has it been stolen? Hong Chen was instantly dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly answered, little brother, don't be worried about this. I will immediately send people here to bring sufficient food. If you lack anything at home, I will pay for all of them. Thrice the amount. Xin Feng said, okay, it's just this, we are going home. The trio of grandfather and grandchildren headed back. Hong Chen brought his disciple and Xia, along with the remaining 1,000 Luan masters of the wipeout team, and hurried back to report that the territory of Hong Chen actually had such an expert. No matter what he had to report, especially the fact that this man was a demon, an unstable existence that no one knows when will explode. No one could withstand an attack from these types of experts. When Yen asked, is she Ran Master, Lei Bao, who is this person? Is he very powerful? Hong Chen laughed coldly. Powerful? Your master I is pretty powerful, but in front of him, I am nothing. His one finger can end my life. A person of his level is not something we can understand, not even the elder that kind of expert can compare. When Yin could not find the words to reply, after a while, she said softly, that's too dramatic. How can there be such a person? Hong Chen said, of course there is. These sort of people is the ancestor levels of our martial arts, those that only appear when they want. Haze,
no wonder he has such talented grandchildren, all single attributes.
Ah, a lightning type and a wood type. The wood type is far too rare, that is a LV. If cultivates, then it would have healing capabilities. To a sect, this is the most importance. When Yin said unconvinced, there are many people with LV. Why is this little lady much more important in the master's eyes? Hong Chen answered, LV differ from each other. What she has is a rarely seen single LV attribute, not trash Luan.
When Yin said trash Luan, isn't it just a matter of difficulty when it comes to practicing? Single Luns, although can practice quickly, the LV Luan within trash Luan is not really that inferior.
Hong Chen sighed, that is different. The qualities of single Luns are higher. When during combat, there are other ways to make up for the difference, but when it comes to healing, the power of single Luns are not what you think it is.
As they spoke, they had already left Tiger Cliff Castle.
Hong Chen looked up at the cliff top and said, we will have to come back again soon. Let's return to Ibai village to pass the message, then prepare many types of things. Then, we will return. He had already set down his resolution to get on good terms with the old man Lei Bao. As for the matters of the hunters of lead eagles, it had been thrown to the back of his mind long ago. If the old man had asked him to ruin lead eagles, he would have done so without any further thoughts. When Xian Feng reached home, Xian Yao was about to explode. Their house was a mess, the meat were all gone and their skin along with them. The little lady shouted angrily while her tears flowed freely. She had diligently pickled all do them. All the food for winter that held key to their survival was all gone. How could she be calm? Xian Feng hugged Xian Yao. The little lady did let her brother hug her, but she did not stop jumping. At that moment, Song Yu and his men walked into the small yard carrying large amounts of food and bull hides. Only then did Xian Yao stop. Song Yu said, this is the thing stolen by the hunters from lead eagles. Every household received a piece of armor. The one for you here has great quality. You can keep it or change it to food. Xian Yao noticed that not only did the bull meat not lessen, there was also other extra meat along with dozens of wild chickens and wild rabbits and a pile of dried meat that made the little lady smile. I apologize for the unedited chapter, cause Shin was busy and I didn't want to make everyone wait any longer. I decided to release this chapter. It will be deleted once Shin is free and capable of editing it. Oh, and sneak peek on the new Korean novel my friend, who is called Pink Panda, picked up. The full chapter in the novel page will be posted once she is finished with the first chapter that will probably come next week. This is a story of a goblin who can't differentiate between human faces and another of girl whose heart had been closed since her childhood. Book 2, Chapter 16, Shock, 2. Hardworking Shin is still missing, unedited chapters are being posted. For now please enjoy this unedited customary chapter. I had the feeling that if I delayed any more my corpse would be shown on the next day's morning papers. Chapter 16, Shock, 2. Xian Feng understood the little lady's emotions. The past few years was lived in poverty for them. When eating, they would push food onto each other, but neither of them would feel full, especially for Xian Feng. He had reached the state where lots of food is essential for his growth. With such a big appetite, starving was a normal occurrence. The old man Lei Bao did not feel good either. Gently petting Xinyao's head, he sighed, you have suffered. Grandpa, if there's meat then it's fine. In Xinyao's eyes, food was the most important. Since she became sensible, she was the one collecting and growing food. She really treasured food. It had the first place in her heart. Sun Yu said, Feng, you are the main hunter. Those hunters of lead eagles, what do we do with them? Settle it with a vote, follow the majority's choice. They had two opinions. One is to let the lead eagles to bring food to trade for the hunters. The other is to kill them all, to prevent them from coming back and harassing us. We also can seize their hunting spots in the meantime. Xian Feng said, unconcerned, you all can decide. We may be leaving Tiger Cliff Castle when the winter ends. When he saw the prowess of the old man Lei Bao, Song Yu already knew that this family would not stay here in Tiger Cliff Castle, but he never expected them to leave so soon. Smiling bitterly he said, okay, the outside is truly your world, the tiny Tiger Cliff Castle cannot contain you. I only hope that, when you are free in the future, you would come back for a while. The old man Lei Bao said, you need not worry, I will leave orders to make sure no one will bother you. On Sun Yu's face appeared happiness. He knew that the old man would do as he said, but there was regret in his heart. When the old man's family was in need of help, there wasn't many who helped them, which is why he felt too bad to request even more favors. Lebo said as his original personality surfaced. I suggest to just kill the people of Lead Eagles. Leaving them alive will only bring you harm in the future. Sanyu nodded solemnly. We will think deeply about it. However, there is many people asking for the hunters to be traded with food. You all decide. I was only giving my opinion, you can ignore it. He actually did not care about the hunters, he was speaking only in considerations of the little feelings about Tiger Cliff Castle, but it wasn't very deep. After a few days, Hongchen brought his disciple and a wipeout team of 12,000 Luan masters bringing food. During these few days, Xian Feng and the old man placed all their efforts into training, especially Xian Feng, who was already reaching the Milun master level. However, under Grandpa's suggestion, he tried his best to control and refine the Leiluan Li in his body, hoping to strengthen his foundation. This was a trouble only talented people would have, training too fast resulting in a poor foundation. Luckily, with the guidance of the old man Lei Bao, Xian Feng did not commit such a low-leveled mistake. Xinyao spent her days organizing the large amounts of food with a happy mood. Although they could not eat as much as they wanted, at least this winter could be passed without any starvation. But she quickly noticed a sour problem. The old man used to eat very little food, but after recovering, his appetite had been increasing without any signs of slowing. At first 2 pieces of meat was enough, but now Xinyao noticed that his appetite had become terrifying. Xinfeng's appetite was originally the biggest, but after adding Grandpa, Xinyao counted with her fingers, calculating, and realized that the food they had was actually not enough to spend the winter. Her expression fell. Grandpa's appetite was now much bigger than Xinfeng's. A single meal, even if she added both her and Xian Feng, they did not eat as much as Grandpa. Seeing Xinyao's worried expression as she calculated with her tiny hands, Xian Feng said curiously, Yao Yao, what's wrong? Are you calculating? When she was 4, Xian Feng had already taught the little lady simple addition and subtraction. Xinyao bit her thumb and said worriedly, brother, the food we have is not enough. What now? AI. Putty, AI equals psi. Hearing this, Xian Feng started laughing uncontrollably and gently patted her head. Xinyao said angrily, I'm already panicking to death and brother is laughing. Xian Feng laughed, no worries, Yao Yao, if there isn't food, I'll go hunt and Grandpa can also go, winter cannot stop us anymore, ho-oh. In the past, they were rendered helpless because of their lack of power, but now they are stronger, the winter is nothing to them. Only then did Xinyao understand and said laughing, then it's okay, I was still worried that there wasn't enough to eat and we'll have to starve. Xian Feng could not help but feel pain at his heart. Such a young child was already worrying about food at home. In the future there won't be any starving anymore, brother promises you. At this moment, Hongchen brought men into the small yard and said loudly, Senior, Junior Hongchen is here to pay his respects. The old man Lei Bao brought Xian Feng and Xinyao out of the small house and said, what are you here for? To bring food. In this letter, it is from elder to senior. The old man Lei Bao nodded and received the parchment. The small house at too crammed, you all can just stay in the yard. Hongchen nodded courteously, placed the things into the yard. These few people all have a Luanchang space. There are prepared dried meat, the rarely seen rice, a variety of spices and also a large amount of dried fruit and vegetables. Seeing food, Xinyao's eyes brightened up. Is this for us? Xian Feng smiled bitterly, thinking back in his past world, girls needed to be pampered in luxury, but now Xinyao was attracted by merely food, she was too vulnerable. Hongchen said, yes, it is all yours. Oh, and I have a bag of items for you. He took out a rattan woven bag and passed it to Xinyao. Xinyao asked curiously, what is it? Hongchen smiled at his sweets from the merchants that came from the outside along with a few other interesting things. Xinyao had never seen a sweet before. For sweet things, her knowledge was limited to ripened wild fruits. Sweet? What is it? Xian Feng sighed silently and took the bag. After opening it, he found many beast-skinned pouches. In them was primitive sweets made from unknown things. On top of it was a layer of frosting. A single sweet was about the size of a finger and did not have any sort of packaging. Taking one out, he directly placed into Xinyao's small mouth and said, eat it, it's sweet. Xinyao's mouth moved and her eyes widened. This was a taste she had never tasted before. She grabbed the rattan woven bag into her hands as if it was precious and said, delicious, delicious, thank you Grandpa. She was still very polite, knowing that this was given to her by Hong Chen. Hong Chen secretly stole a glance of the old man. Seeing a smile appear on the old man's face, he instantly knew that he had done the right thing. Licking the foots of the old man was equivalent to bootlicking the small children's. The old man would definitely be happy, as he guessed. The old man's words softened considerably. In the bag was not only candy but also candied fruits, and even the rare satin and fabric, that was absolutely from the outside merchants. In the mountains there wasn't any place to harvest cloth, at most there was fur. Fabric here was all from the outside merchants, their price extremely high, exchanged with many furs. Xinyao carried the bag carefully into the house and took out a candy bag. Hurrying out she spoke, "Brother, I'm going to Xiangxiang's sister's house. Receiving something good, it would be nice to share with friends." Xa and Feng made a noise of agreement, knowing that the little lady of off to share her treasure. In that past it was people sharing with her, now she had something good, she would of course run over there with it immediately. The old man opened the parchment and looked it over. "Shi Quan is inviting us to Hongtong?" "Yes, the elder instructed us to lead senior." Lei Bao thought for a while and said, "Xa and Feng, do you want to go?" Xa and Feng said, "If we go, then will we return after that?" The old man laughed. "Of course not, directly leaving from Hongtong is more convenient." Staying in Tiger Cliff Castle had already made Xa and Feng frustrated, wanting to see what it is like in the outside world. He nodded, "That's okay too, then let's go." The old man nodded. "My grandson says to go, and then let's go. It's been a while since I've seen my little friend, it is also good to go." Hong Chen mentally wiped his sweat. The elder being called a little friend, that was too fucking crazy, but in his heart was also relieved because the elder personally instructed to bring the old man to Hongtong no matter what. In his words were a sort of anxiousness. The elder even added that if he successfully brought senior, then he would have a chance of joining the inner sect. Xa and Feng let Songyu to accommodate Hong Chen and his men, due to their house being too small to contain so many people. Within a few days, Xa and Feng's family spent their days saying their goodbyes and also giving their collected food to friends and people who had helped them. Hong Chen also promised that the Yabai village would send a few experts to protect Tiger Cliff Castle. As for the lead eagles, they will arrange for people to evict the people there. Only when everything had been settled did Xinfeng's family leave with Hong Chen and his men. Xa and Feng walked out of the rope basket and looked at the cliff top, silently thinking, "I don't know if in the future I will return." Food had the first place in her heart. Rip Xa and Feng's, old man's and her future admirers' hearts. "I want huge sweets too." Grumble grumble. Sweets the size of fingers. Book 2 Chapter 17, Hongtong City. Although I would love to post this on the day I posted the last, it was a descriptive chapter, I blame that. My neck hurts. Chapter 17, Hongtong City. Hongtong's power was a middle class in this wild mountain, having a city with about a few hundred inhabitants, taking up about 40,000 kilometer radius. This piece of land was huge, but there wasn't much people, at most a few hundred thousands, the environment rather vile. In the land was also large amounts of places where the barbarians gathered. The living areas of the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle and lead eagles was many. Normally, they can control about an area of 100-kilometer radius, any more and they would be powerless. There are about 7 to 8,000 kind of hunter settlements in Hongtong's influenced areas. Here, Hongtong had authority similar to a king, life and death was all under their control. Hongtong outer and inner sect. The outer sect had the most 1,000 and 10,000 Luan masters. Mi-Luan masters were given a place to govern, and those with a real ring body and a real Mi-Luan master are all the high forces of the outer sect. The inner sect is more focused on grooming disciples and taking care of Hongtong. Hongtong City was about 40,000 square kilometers. The governing body all resided in Hongtong City, the only city here. This was also Xinfeng's first time seeing a city in this life. Standing in front of a city wall about 100 zhang, both Xa and Feng and Xinyao had their heads facing upwards. Xinyao said, "Brother, what is this?" "It's higher than the cliff walls at Tiger Cliff Castle." "Putty, Zhang is throw it into this converter if you wish. http://www.123cha.com/unit-converter/length.php." Xa and Feng said this, "It should be the city wall, unbelievable, what's the point of having such a high city wall?"
Lei Bao answered that is because of the war with the barbarians. Without the protection of the city wall, it is very hard to block the attacks of the barbarians. The trio of grandfather and grandchildren had came to Hongchen City under in snow. Accompanying them was Hong Chen and his disciple along with a team of 20,000 Luan masters. There was also 2 giant camel beasts, something Xian Feng had never seen before. It was similar to the single-horned bull in his past life, of course much bigger, the body reaching 8 meters, the height 3 meters, with a thick back and shoulder, a large amount of strength. It has an unexpectedly gentle personality. There was a cargo box on the camel beast, capable of carrying things and people. These kind of camel beast we extremely precious, those without power of money cannot obtain one. The road from Tiger Cliff Castle to Hongtong City took about 17 days, the camel beast's speed isn't bad, letting them reach Hongtong City without any trouble. Bluestone bricked wall and a tall city door, patrolling teams of 100 Luan masters and a heavy check at the door. Luckily Hongtong the outer sect elder was there. Without any long delay, the group of 2 camel beasts and 1,000 Luan masters entered the city. After entering the city, both Xian Feng and Xi Niao's eyes were not big enough anymore. This city was very prosperous. One must know that within 40,000 kilometers, there was only this city. Big merchants bring large amounts of items here, small-time merchants bring in merchandise from everywhere. It was a gathering point for merchants. Xian Feng was unable to become accustomed with so many people at once, let alone Xi Niao. The little lady had never seen so many people packed together. Actually Xian Feng had seen more groups of people at once in his past life, but after living here for a long time, he had gotten used to seeing only 2 to 3 people at once. Suddenly seeing so many people, he took a while to calm himself. Countless vendors open shop at the roadside. Walking down the road, one can see different types of people as well as different types of merchandise laced on long tables. Every stall had hung up beast skins to shelter them. However, it wasn't for the shade, it was to block away the snow. It was still snowing. There were also copper pots in each store, burning with firewood. The whole street was very lively. Occasionally there would be bargaining attempts heard and the warmth brought from the fire along with the smoke. On the wide bluestone brick road, there was a bustling road traffic of both people and cars, but Xian Feng's group was very eye-catching due to their 2 precious camel beasts. These kind of camel beasts can only be owned by prestigious families. It was a symbol of their identity. Because of the large amount of people on the road, the crowd all walked slowly. Xian Feng and Xi Niao had already came out of the camel cargo. The both of them walked as they hold each other's hand along with old man Lei Bao. The old man sighed with emotion. This border town is still so enchanting. Xian Feng suddenly widened his eyes and said, shocked barbarians? Barbarians. The old man said, don't be shocked, the barbarians can enter Hongchen City. Xian Feng asked, aren't the barbarians our enemies? How do they dare to enter our city? Hongchen laughed as he explained, it's nothing strange. In the wild of course it would be either you die or I die, but you must know that the barbarians also produce many things, all of which is what big merchants need. Also, they bring in many precious prey that has no use in their hands, which is why they brought it here to trade for their daily necessities. Xian Feng suddenly thought back to his fight with the barbarians and the spears in their hands, and asked, could it be that they also trade their weapons with us? Hongchen answered, of course, they also trade their weapons, but for 1 spear of theirs we need to take out many things. We have to at least take about 3 to 4 times more than what we trade for with ourselves. Xian Feng said, what if the barbarians kill people in the city? Hongchen laughed, that won't happen. Look at the sides of the barbarians. It is all 100,000 Luan masters looking after them. Ho-oh, the barbarians won't dare to do anything rash. He then continued, also it is not as if any barbarians can come, only about a dozen of barbarians of big tribes have the qualifications. They already have an agreement. Fighting with barbarians were normal and so trading with them, it is nothing strange. A few barbarians rushed a few big horned bulls, walking past Xian Feng. Big horned bulls had a gentle personality, entirely different from barbarians. They were used for transporting goods by both humans and barbarians. Those few big horned bulls were carrying large amounts of skin and leather bags on their backs, whatever that was in the leather bag unknown. These barbarians were different from those Xian Feng saw before. They wore clothing similar to humans. Of course they were still tall and strong and had their heavy bloody smell. Their aura still rather proud, each of their mouths curled in disdain and their eyes tilted, giving a feeling that they are strong while the rest were weak.
Xian Feng said uncontrollably, "These barbarians are asking for a beating."
Hong Chen said it's normal, in the wild they are the top-tiered hunters, it is impossible for untrained people to win against them, being proud was normal, they are ripe barbarians, much stronger than unripe barbarians.
This was Xian Feng's first time hearing the term ripe barbarians. He said ripe barbarians? Unripe barbarians?
Wen Yan rolled her eyes and said unripe barbarians are much more wild, not capable of communicating with us. Ripe barbarians are capable of that, of course in the wild, no matter ripe or unripe barbarians, you just kill them, they similarly will not have mercy. Xian Feng finally understood, humans need the produce of the barbarians while they needed the humans for various living necessities, that was enough reason for contact, which was why they could see barbarians in Hongtong City. After turning a few times, the human traffic greatly reduced. Xian Feng realized that they had reached the residential area, the stalls on the road gone, but there was still a few street shops along the road and through arched door that had a few hundred Luan masters standing in front of. One of the 1,000 Luan masters walked in front and after a few sentences, they were allowed to go in.
Hong Chen explained this archway is leading into Hongtong Inner Sect.
Xian Feng noticed many children around the age of 13 to 14 on the road. Hongtong, an elder of the outer sect, then actually became a full-time explaining guide. Their children are all preparatory disciples. Once they reach 16-year-old they will be able to start training. At this time they are all in the learning period. Of course they were all tested and have the qualification and potential to train. This batch are the disciples with better qualifications, which is why they are learning in the inner sect. The outer sect also has a lot of preparatory disciples. Every year we are looking to receiving many disciples.
Xian Feng laughed, "You coming to Tiger Cliff Castle, it to bring me here to learn?"
Hong Chen laughed bitterly, "You have senior to teach you, of course you do not need to learn here, from the beginning we never had any ill thoughts." He attempted to look for a chance to explain himself, hoping to not leave any bad image in the minds of this family. Small buildings were hidden among the falling snow. Quickly they reached in front of one 2-floor stone building that had a strong foundations created with boulders, a square building with a few servants at the doorstep. Hong Chen said, "This is a guest room used for accommodating noble guests. Senior, you will stay in here today."
The old man Leibao nodded. "Okay, we will still settle down first."
Hong Chen had gotten his servants to bring their things, which he and Wen Yan personally gave to them. He said as they walked behind, "There is a small market, all the middlemen of the inner sect. There are some good things, if you wish to go, ask a servant to bring you there." This was a big apartment that had 3 rooms, a huge living room. The rooms were very warm, much better than the house Xinfeng lived in at Tiger Cliff Castle. Here Xian Feng shockingly discovered glass windows, the reason to the bright room. The living room was filled with a full set of furniture with a slightly odd style, but it was still within the range where Xian Feng could understand. A 6-corner table, chairs the height of his waist, a thick beast hide sprawled on the ground, and in the corner of the room was a huge glass vase with a few Chimonanthus precox planted in it, giving off a scent smell. The sleeping quarters was a huge heatable brick bed that room up half of the room. In front of it was a panel screen and on the bed was a short table that had a delicate design. Putty, the heatable brick bed was a ancient China thingy where you make a brick platform and underneath it you can make a fire to warm it. The panel anyway Google and click images. What made Xian Feng the most surprised was that in this apartment actually had a bathroom, and in the bathroom wasn't just heated water but actually a hot spring. Although the apartment was rather small, it was much luxurious than he thought it was. This made him extremely pleased. Xinyao were more curious though. Xian Feng had his memory from his past world to compare, but Xinyao had never seen many things. The home in Tiger Cliff Castle was already what she thought great, but she never imagined that there was furniture so beautiful, and there was rooms so bright. On the ground was actually many beast skins. This was too exaggerated. Upon entering, she had made many surprised noises. Wen Yan could not help but let out a bit of disdain. People in the wild are like frogs in the well. To the guy in the content page whose message I accidentally deleted, sorry. I am not on hiatus. Just because the content page isn't updated doesn't mean that I am not translating, it means that Shin is busy, so please just press the home button to check. If I ever go on hiatus I'll be sure to say something, unless it was an emergency like that time I got sick. Damn, those ulcers and blisters were painful. Speaking of which, halfway through translating I went out and stepped on dog poo. Is it some kind of curse you people placed on me to make sure I don't go out anymore?
Well, it's working. Putty. Book 2, Chapter 18, Hong Kong City, 2. I remembered someone saying about a glossary. I swear I'll do it someday. Crosses fingers. Honestly, I don't even know what it is. I'll go check out some glossaries of other novels and learn what the hell it actually is sooner or later. I promise. Crosses fingers. Thanks to Munther for donating. Chapter 18, Hong Kong City, 2. Hong Chen said, we will first mistreat Senior to stay here. Later when you meet the big elder we can arrange for other places. The old man Lei Bao said, unbothered, staying here is already very good. Hong Chen took out a leather pouch and said, there are some gold rings and sliver rings, this is to buy for the children. The old man nodded good. Only then did Hong Chen leave with Wen Yan, hurrying to report to the big elder. After Hong Chen and his disciple left, Xan Feng curiously opened the leather pouch and turned it over, a pile of silver rings falling onto the table. He asked, Grandpa, this is money? The old man nodded. This is good and sliver rings, coins used by mortals. There isn't any copper rings here. 10 copper rings can be exchanged for 1 silver ring and 10 sliver rings can be exchanged for a gold ring. And this is money used by mortals. We use another types of money. Practitioners have their own specialized money. Xan Feng had been living in Tiger Cliff Castle until now. He thought that there weren't any coins used in this world and that transitions are done by exchanging items for other items. Picking up a gold ring, he noticed that the creation of the golden ring was very exquisite, the size similar to the coins from his past world. In the middle of it was a circular hole, on it wasn't any words or words. The ring was made of gold, similarly to the sliver ring. Xinyao counted for a while and said, there is about 200 gold rings and roughly 100 sliver ring. What pretty money. Putty, her interests now includes money along with food. Xan Feng said, Yao Yao, you keep it. Xinyao immediately tied the pouch to her waist. At home, she had the position of the housewife, all their belongings managed by her. The old man said, here I have some coins used by the practitioners, it's worth much more than these. On Xinyao's face appeared weariness. Seeing that, Xan Feng said, sis, you go sleep, later brother will bring you out to eat. Xinyao nodded, okay, I'm also sleepy. She never needed Xan Feng to worry about her, her sensibleness making people's hearts painful. Waiting after Xinyao left to sleep on the heatable brick bed, Xan Feng and the old man sat down. Xan Feng lazily stretched and laughed. Grandpa, how long are we going to stay here? The old man said, when the coldest days of the winter are over, at that time let's find a big merchant to tag along with. Xan Feng calculated for a while and realized that they would stay for a few months at least in Hong Kong. Okay, using this chance we can get more familiar with the city. Me and little sis has been staying in Tiger Cliff Castle for so long and know nothing, learning here is also good. The old man nodded his head slightly. Them living in Tiger Cliff Castle was like frogs living in a well, not beneficial to the children's growth. This was his reason for them to leave as soon as possible once he recovered. He did not want his grandchildren to become bumpkins. Xan Feng celebrated silently that he had a powerful grandpa. His future would not be filled with hardships. At first, living in Tiger Cliff Castle had made him miserable. If there wasn't grandpa and little sis that gave him a reason to life on and pass through the hardest days, now that the hardships were over, it seems that this world isn't as behind as he thought. The sky gradually darkened. The servants knocked and opened the door. 2 of them were carrying food, placing down dish by dish on the table. Another servant carried a dedicated bamboo basket. 8 dishes, 1 soup along with a basket of steamed flour bread. Exquisite stir-fried vegetables, fresh vegetables and a variety of roasted meat. In this season vegetable were already gone. Not expecting to actually see such fresh vegetables, this let Xan Feng feel extremely shocked. He went in to wake Xinyao and brought the dazed Xinyao into the living room. Xinyao immediately woke up completely by the smell of food. Pouncing onto the side of the table she said, surprised, this is for us to eat? The old man lovingly petted her head. Eat, eat. Without caring about her image, she grabbed the food with her hands. Eating with hands was very normal. Xan Feng passed her a spoon and a small knife. Taking chopsticks for himself, he also began to eat. The old man ate slowly, but Xan Feng and Xinyao, the pair of siblings, ate uglily, the both of them shoving food down their throats quickly. With only a mouthful of vegetables had already conquered her. causing her to say lovingly, delicious, delicious, really very delicious. Putty, the lovingly is the same word for both what the old man used earlier, meaning loving unconditionally and no matter what. Luckily the vegetables were enough, all of them in small amounts along with snow-white huge flour buns, which was something only the rich can enjoy while normal people cannot. This was something big merchants brought from the outside. Here, meat was the cheapest, fresh vegetables expensive, and the most priciest was the food made with white flour. The three of them finishing all the food with only a moment's effort. Xinyao rubbed her small stomach, her expression strange. There was both comfortableness and sadness. She had eaten too much. Xianfeng laughed as he petted her small head. Ate too much, stand up and exercise for a bit. This little lady had at least drunk half of a big pot of soup. Xianyao muttered, brother, eating too much is also uncomfortable. She moved her body with difficulty, turning around in the living room. The old man and Xianfeng could not help but laugh. The sight of Xinyao grabbing her stomach in pain was rather funny. Xinyao shouted, you're not allowed to laugh at me. It's their fault to cook such tasty food. I'm stuffed to death. The next day, Shi Quan brought Hong Tong to visit. Shi Quan was already very old. As a man who condensed 3 real ring body and reached the level of a real Luoning master, he can live for about 300 to 350 years. He was already 300 plus in age and was unable to break through, which is why his appearance had become to turn old. The meeting between the old man and Shi Quan, the first sentence had already made him speechless. Old brother, our last meeting, you have 3 real ring bodies. After so many years, how are you still stuck there? Are you addicted to being a real Luoning master? If you don't break through soon, then it would spell trouble for you. After a while, Shi Qian laughed bitterly. Old brother, wanting to break through, how is it so easy? Practitioners are also fighters against time. If they cannot break through in time, then they would have to wait for death. For example, the old man Lei Bao, due to his injury, he could only hide in a village to wait for death as he groomed the younger generation. If it wasn't for his luck, then he would probably never appear again, dying silently in Tiger Cliff Castle. Hong Chen and Wen Yen sat obediently at the side. Actually, Hong Chen was also facing this problem. He was also unable to break through his current realm. His remaining time was also not long. The old man said, you stayed in Hong Tong for too long, your vigor behind eagerness to make progress gone. Shi Quan nodded, admitting, yeah, my life here is too comfortable, there isn't any danger, I plan to wait a few years. If there isn't any sudden breakthroughs, I will leave Hong Tong and see if I have any affinity of breaking through. If it still doesn't happen, then I'll just die outside. The old man replied, it depends on your luck then. Shi Quan said, old brother, after all these years, I never knew you were secretly practice under the area of Hong Tong's influence. You should have told me. The old man had a bitter smile in his mind and said, shaking his head, it's better if you didn't know. If you did, then even if you stayed in Hong Tong you would not feel well. Shi Qian said, brother, has your injury recovered entirely? The old man said blandly, it's okay now, my luck is good, I even broke through. A aghast expression appeared on Shi Quan's face. Sudden breakthrough? My God, that's too scary. Old brother, you achieved 6 real ring bodies? The old man said, no matter the amount of real ring bodies, the most important is that I have recovered entirely. Hey! I believe, a few friends, cannot sleep soundly at night anymore, huh? In his voice was a strong resentment and vengeance. Hong Chen and Wen Yen both stiffened. 6 real ring bodies, what it meant was being called a reeling master. That was the real terrifying expert. They never expected that in their lives. They would actually be able to see a reeling master, the two of their expressions becoming a respectful one. If a reeling master is angered, even if all the experts of Hong Tong gathered, they still wouldn't have a chance of winning. Shi Quan said, we are all small forces at the sidelines. Old brother, you are a god, ho-ho. The old man said, rubbish. If I was a god, then I wouldn't be injured heavily by another people and have to hide in a place where even a rabbit won't shit at. Shi Quan smiled bitterly. Old brother, is these your grandson and granddaughter? Xinyao and Xianfeng walked in from and gave their respects. Seen the senior. Shi Quan said, no need to call senior, call me grandpa Shi. Xianfeng and Xinyao both immediately called Shi grandpa. Shi Quan smiled and gave the both of them meeting gifts, each of them receiving a bag of gold rings. Xianfeng did not expect such a custom here, but eventually he passed the bag to Xinyao.
Xinyao, this little house lady, happily received the gift. She now knew that gold rings and sliver rings can be exchanged for food and other stuff, such an interesting thing, so of course she would happily receive it. Shi Quan's insight was much better than Hong Chan's. At first he did not notice, but after seeing the two of them standing in front did he get a closer look, revealing a shocked expression. Old bother, your grandchildren aren't simple, both of them are single attributed.
Good man, ILV Luan attribute. Lightning Luan attribute. Putty, E equals hm?
The old man smiled gleefully. What matters the most to him was his grandchildren. If someone praised them, then he would gladly receive the praise. Shi Quan sighed, and after a while, he spoke. Such a pity, old brother is planning to teach them himself.
The old man nodded. That's right, you can stop thinking about it. Qi Xian said, never mind, let's not talk about this. Old brother, have you visited Shiron land?
Putty equals west equals army equals land. The old man replied, I've heard about it, but never visited. Shi Quan said, at Shiron land, they found a lunchong space of the ancient people. According to their calculation, this Luan Pichang space is about 20,000 years old.
The old man abruptly stood up. What? Book 2 Chapter 19, The Urge to Kill People. Hype for the chapter name? 3.
The emergence of a Luan Chang space. After a death of a mighty one, his Luan Chang space will disappear. However, Luan Chang spaces had a special ability, which is after an amount of time, it would emerge to become an odd space. This space is the emerged Luan Chang space. Only the Luan Chang space of a mighty one can become a wonderful place. The Luan Chang space of normal practitioners, upon emerging, it would collapse. The items inside will scatter onto the land, or under it. This was a soundless inheritance. Whoever who finds it would be rich. At any time where a practitioner is killed, his Luan Chang space would not appear, which is why the killer would not gain anything, unless he had a special ability to do so. All those emerged Luan Chang space that had not collapsed is known to be left by extremely powerful mighty ones, their value priceless. It is said that mighty ones are uncountable in numbers. The current practitioners had lost many of their inheritance. If it wasn't for the inheritances of the sex, then practitioners would had to fumble practicing, turning training into something unimaginably hard. The Luan Chang space of ancient practitioners, once emerged, would become a huge space, perhaps a space reaching hundreds of kilometers, or even thousands. If entered by a human forcefully, it would absorb large amounts of dirt and air, becoming a small world filled with treasures. These items are what large sects yearn for. It is the best place where the core of the sect can live, not even mentioning the large amount of ancient treasures in the Luan Chang space. Every discovery of a Luan Chang space would provoke a bloody fight. Anyone powerful who hears of the news would be interested. This time, the old man Lei Bao was also interested. Shiron land has the emerged Luan Chang space. What's happening? How?
Who won it?
Shi Qian said, a old friend of mine sent a message. He said that this Luan Chang space had just emerged. It hadn't stabilized yet. In about 2 to 3 years it will truly stabilize. Only at that time we can find a way to enter it. Lei Bao laughed coldly. Without the power of a reeling master, it is virtually impossible to rip open and enter the Luan Chang space. Also, ripping open the Luan Chang space, those without the required strength would be killed by the entering dirt and air. What kind of strength does he has? Shi Qian's face slightly reddened as he said, he has 2 real ring bodies, a real Luan big master named Tan Ko. His strength is indeed not much, but he is a generous person, has many friends and vast information sources. His character is not bad. The old man Lei Bao said, a big real Luan master with 2 real ring bodies. Ho, it seems that there's one more who values treasure more than his own life. However, I am very interested. Shi Quan was instantly overjoyed. With the old man Lei Bao going, he could at least have some of the profit. A Luan Chang space appearing Shiron land is in news that had already traveled across the many places. Who knows what kinds of experts will appear. With his current strength, it was very lacking, although in Hongtong he was a top expert. But leaving the area of Hongtong's influence, he can only be counted as an expert, not a top one. He had been uncertain for a long time. It wasn't that he did not want to go. He knew in his heart that relying on his own strength itself was not enough, not even talking about a share. He would not even get the cold leftovers. Only until he heard about the news of the old man Lei Bao did his hope come back. His strength was in fact not enough, but he knew that the old man's strength was not ordinary. If he went to Shiron land, Lei Bao could definitely secure a position. Hearing the old man Lei Bao expressing his interest,
he was overjoyed. If old brother is willing to go, I can help you settle the other things. Xin Feng said, Grandpa, where is Shirong land? How far is it from here? The old man said, very far, but there's a shortcut we can use, that is using the ancient Luan passage. The whole journey will take only 2 months. Shi Quan was shocked. Old brother, you can find the ancient Luan passage? That's great, if not then the road to Shirong land will take at least a year. Xin Feng asked curiously, ancient Luan passage? What's that? The old man explained simply. The aforementioned ancient Luan passage was a space created by a mighty ancient one. It is a Luan spot. When a Luan spot and another Luan spot is connected, one can move speedily across in space, but those who can use the ancient Luan passage must be an expert with at least 4 real Luan bodies. Without an expert of that strength, it is impossible to open the passage, which is why those who attain 4 real ring bodies, who are also called Realing Big Master, can travel the world. The old man said there should be a Luan spot nearby, about 20 days away from Hongtong City. Shi Quan was shocked again. He only had 3 real ring bodies, a Realing Master, a level away from becoming a big Realing Master, which is why he could not find a Luan spot, let alone knowing that there was one nearby. Old brother, how did you know? The old man said, I used it once, of course I would know. He had used this Luan spot in the beginning. That was how he escaped to Tiger Cliff Castle. After reaching, his injuries worsened until he entirely lost his strength. He had never expected to recover, let alone use the Luan spit again. Xin Feng thought silently. This was his first time hearing such a method of transportation. It was actually possible to go from point to point, leaping across space and time. The airplanes from his past life was nothing compared to this. He originally thought that the transportation of this world was too lacking, but suddenly appeared the iffy ancient Luan passage. He wanted to know how unbelievable the ancient times of this world was. Hong Chen was similar to Xin Feng. There are things he heard before, and many others he hadn't. Luan spots was something he knew, but it was something he only heard others talk about. He had never experienced before. One must know that the strongest in Hongtong was Shi Quan, a real Luan master, a level away from becoming a Realing Big Master. Although between the two terms, Realing Master and a Realing Big Master, there was only a word difference. The two of them had the difference of heaven and earth, 3 real ring bodies to 4 real ring bodies. The duo of Hong Chen and Wan Yan sat at the side as if little children, their eyes shining with respect. They did not dare to even interrupt them. Hearing this whole elders speak was something that brought many benefits, something that contained many information. Wan Yan's eyes shined brightly. She also wanted to go see a Luan spot for herself. She wanted to see it emerge Luan Chang space even more so. This kind of chances are once in a lifetime. There was many times where she wanted to speak, but seeing her own master respectfully sitting, listening attentively, all her courage disappeared. In her heart she was jealous of Xin Feng, he who dared to speak what he wanted and asked what he wanted. Shi Quan said, if it's like this, we can leave sooner. There's no need to spend the winter in Hongtong City. The old man Lei Bao said, we have enough time. Let's first rest in Hongtong City. In the meantime we can prepare for the journey. Shi Quan was overjoyed, knowing that the old man would bring him along. Finally Hong Chen could not bear it anymore and said, Senior, going to Shirong land, you need a certain amount of people to take care of small matters. Can I be of help? He looked with longing at the old man. When Yen had also became anxious, she wanted to go too. The old man Lei Bao nodded, that's fine, if you are willing to come, I don't have any opinions, and prepare a group of 20 people, at least 1,000 Luan masters, the best would be 1,000 Luan masters. Shi Quan nodded, okay, let Hong Chen take care of it. Hong Chen's attitude entirely changed. Similarly for Wen Yan, there was joy on her face. If her master is going, then she would be able to go too. Xin Feng did not have a lot of troubles. Grandpa would definitely bring him and his sister. He was still in his learning period. Only after he attained a real ring body would the old man probably allow him to leave to travel himself. Actually, most practitioners would have left until they reached the level of a Miluan master. As for talented practitioners, although their speed is quick, they are a group of people easily envied by others. Once found out by experts, they would most likely be killed. Any talented individual from sex would only be allowed to leave after they had the ability to protect themselves. Sometimes sex would even get experts to protect them. Which is why Xin Feng realized that it was impossible for him to leave himself. He did not want to leave. This was a personality weakness from his past world.
However, as Xian Feng grew stronger, the restlessness in his heart became stronger. Occasionally, when he couldn't suppress it, his personality would change. Actually, he found that he would become restless for no reason. It was because of his mild temper from his past world. He had not acted on it. This was a problem worrying the old man too. He had already noticed Xian Feng had reached 10,000 Luan Master. He was actually still so peaceful. This was truly a problem. When the old man was younger, when he reached the level of 10,000 Luan Master, he was like a tinderbox, exploding with the slightest of spark. The people he offended uncountable, his personality tyrannical, but Xian Feng was entirely different. He lived for others, had a gentle personality and rarely got angry, extremely calm. This made the old man feel rather worried. People with a single lightning attribute rarely mature, but when they do, they become experts at fighting. I was eating some candies on my bed, standing up. I happened to trip for no reason and thus, my phone screen breaks, again. Also, am I the only one that dislikes Wen Yen? I found her annoying. Anyway, I somehow can feel that there's something interesting about the MC's past life, since he's so pessimistic and is insistent on committing seppuku if he hadn't have met the little girl and old man. And poof goes the hype. Next chapter, I'm sure. Book 2 Chapter 20, The Urge to Kill People, 2. Here, the hype is over. Oh, and since Shin is not as busy as before, you guys can start expecting edited chapters again. Thank you very much to Munther for donating. Book 2 Chapter 20, The Urge to Kill People, 2, edit. Xian Feng did not know the old man's worries. He felt that such a life was not bad. He could visit many places, see many wonders of this world. Shi Quan and the old man exchanged a few more sentences, only then did he leave, satisfied. Waiting after Shi Quan, Hong Chen and his disciple left, Xian Feng asked Grandpa, Shiron Land and the place we originally wanted to go, are they close? The old man laughed, it's two different directions, ho-ho, however you need not worry, we can find a Luan spot at Shiron Land, it won't take much time. Xian Feng felt shocked. There was Luan spots, and ancient Luan passages. Perhaps traveling in this world wasn't a hard thing to accomplish. The only problem is that there must be an expert with 4 real ring bodies at his side. If not, even if there was a Luan spot, it cannot be used, let alone opening an ancient Luan passage. The old man said, you bring Yao Yao to play in Hongtong City for this few days. I have thing to do and will have to leave for a amount of time. It won't be long. Here you have Grandpa Shi to take care of you. There shouldn't be any problems. The second day, the old man left with instructions to Shi Quan, letting him assign guards to Xian Feng and Xinyao, especially when the 2 children is playing in Hongtong City. There must be people protecting them. This assignment was left to Hong Chen and his disciple. Upon hearing about shopping, Xinyao was instantly happy. She was different from Xian Feng, who had memories of his past life. Until now, she had not went to a city before, let alone shopping. Although she was young, girls took a natural liking to shopping, adding the fact that she was sensible, capable of taking care of the house and that all the clothes and food was under her care. She had nurtured a housewife personality. At home, she could instruct her brother and grandfather to do things. At home, she had the highest position, everyone had to listen to her. She had tied the pouch of gold rings onto her waist, which created a ding sound as she walked, especially so when she skipped. Xinyao enjoyed the sound very much. With every sound, she would feel assured, because she knew that these golden sliver rings can be exchanged for various types of food and items in this city. Even though she had not used it before, she could not help but like it. When Hong Chen and Wen Yen reached the outside of the room, Xian Feng and Xinyao had already finished preparing, following the 2 of them to the streets. The place they wanted to go was the place with many small stalls that they had seen as they just entered the city. The amount of items there had the most variety, the best place to shop. As Xinyao had never used money, she tightly grabbed onto Xinfeng's hands, looking curiously at the stalls. The miscellaneous items placed here were all very simple, but as Xinyao had never seen these items before, she carefully inspected all the stalls, rarely buying anything. Reaching a stall that sold cloth and silk, Xinyao stopped moving, the beautiful patterns on the cloths catching her eyes. She stared at it, causing Xian Feng to laugh. Yao Yao, buy some of them. Xinyao nodded, but she did not know how to buy things as she had never had to do so. Xian Feng walked in front and asked, this big brother, how much is the cloth? A skinny teen wearing a fur coat answered invitingly, little bro, this satin of mine is from Mylar country, you know, this satin is the specialty of Mylar country. It has bright colors and is used for making clothes. Its quality cannot be better. Little bro, how much are you willing to pay?
Xinfeng said, I asked you how much this satin.
What's with all this useless talk?
He was obviously annoyed.
That skinny teen was shocked. Hearing the annoyance in Xinfeng's voice, he hurriedly said, a gold ring for an inch. If you buy a bit more, I can reduce the price. Xinyao did not understand the concept of bargaining yet. An inch for a gold ring. She silently calculated how many gold rings were left in the pouch.
Xinfeng did not understand the range of acceptable prices, which was why he turned to ask Wen Yen, an inch of satin for a gold ring, is it this sort of price?
Wen Yen nodded. The price is roughly there. There isn't much people who would buy this satin, especially this season. If it was the summer, then it would have better sales. Xinyao did not know how to sew clothes. She merely liked the gorgeous color of the satin and the soft feeling of it. It was a pure liking to the satin. After thinking for a long while, she did not buy it and pulled Xinfeng to leave. Walking down the road, many things caught her eye, but she did not buy many of it. At last she only bought 2 fur hats and 2 pairs of fur socks for brother and grandpa, but nothing for herself. But at last Xinfeng could not bear it and bought some trinkets and a few silk flowers, which made the little lady extremely happy. Holding the silk flowers, the little lady skipped in front of everyone, the pouch on her waist jingling. Suddenly a few young men walked in front and stopped her. One of them even spoke, Aya, this little girl is rich, where's the adults?
Xinyao looked vigilantly at them and said, move.
Those few young men surrounded her. One of them grabbed fiercely at the pouch, pulling at it, attempting to take it, but he did not expect that Xinyao had tied the pouch tightly to herself. At the same time she also grabbed tightly at the pouch, shouting loudly, what are you doing? A few of those young men gleefully grabbed at Xinyao. Another one even forcefully pulled apart her hand. At that time, Xinyao cried loudly, brother, brother. As Xinfeng was speaking to Hong Chen, he did not notice until Xinyao called brother. Hearing so, he immediately felt that something was off, and at that moment, a surge of unknown fire rushed into his head. He was indifferent to other things, but when it came to his little sister, it was his absolute bane, someone that no one should harm. Giving a roar, he charged out. With one of his hand, he grabbed one of the young men's neck, his other balled into a fist and punched open that young man's head. The anger of a 10,000 Luan master. How can these young men who had just started to train and wasn't even 100 Luan master block his attacks? With a few attacks, Xinfeng had already killed one of them and stepped viciously on 2 others. Xinyao cried as she jumped into Xinfeng's embrace. She had been terrified by the sudden robbery.
Don't cry, Yao Yao, don't cry.
That surge of anger had already caused Xinfeng's eyes to turn red. He had entirely lost his reason and took out his dagger. So be it if he killed, he didn't care at all. At this moment, his personality from his past world suddenly disappeared. A whistle sounded and a group of patrolling 100 Luan masters came. One of them shouted, put down that weapon.
Xinfeng shouted, fuck you,
and directly stabbed the young men to death. He did not care whether the team was that or not. He was too mad at this point. Hong Chen was also shocked. He did not expect Xinfeng to be so bad-tempered and was capable of killing on the streets. There was 800 Luan masters in a team, each of them wielding a spear that was pointed at Xinfeng. If Xinfeng continued to kill, then they would kill him without any hesitation.
Hong Chen shouted, stop. Xinfeng suddenly turned his head and said, you want me to stop?
Hong Chen's heart leaped for a moment. He had noticed that Xinfeng's eyes had become red and hurriedly said, I want them to stop. As he spoke, he took out a gold sign and raised his arm for everyone to see. I am the elder of the outer sect.
Let your leader come over. Also, catch these brats, fuck, robbing in bright daylight, outrageous. After stabbing 2 young men who touched Xinyao, he finally calmed down by a bit and hugged Xinyao, asked Yao Yao, are you hurt?
Xinyao hugged back at Xinfeng's neck and replied softly, I'm fine, brother, they snatched my money.
Woo woo.
Putty, woo woo equals crying sounds. Xinfeng said as his heart ached, don't cry, brother will help you. Wen Yin felt a stab of jealousy. This brother really doted her sister. He even killed 2 people that attempted to rob his sister, but she thought of the old man Lei Bao and could not help but shudder, as she knew how much the old man doted on them.
Hong Chen was slightly scared, silently blaming himself. If Xinyao had been injured, then he would be in deep trouble.
The few young men were terrified. They were disciples that just joined Hong Tong. They would always come to the market and steal from people. The patrolling teams would always let them go as they were preparatory disciples. As long as they could escape, then the guards would pretend as though nothing happened, which was why these young men became even more daring. The person in charge of the patrolling team, which was also a disciple of the outer sect, a Milun master, hurriedly rushed over and asked who killed. As he cooled down, Xianfeng became shocked that he would be so furious, unable to control himself, his mind only filled with thoughts of killing. It was practically impossible to control, adding the fact that his strength now was rather good, he could not help but not kill. If it was Xianfeng's personality from his last life, he would merely just give these kind of people a beating if he was capable of doing so. He would absolutely not want to kill anyone. However, this world was different. Killing wasn't a taboo thing. If anyone had killed, then nothing can be done. It was the fault of these preparatory disciples to choose the Xinyao to bully, but it was already good enough that Xianfeng had cooled down before he killed them all.
Xianfeng said coldly, I killed them. What are you going to do about it?
That person in charge was immediately angry. How dare he kill in Hong Tong City? He was not putting the power of Hong Tong City in his men. Catch him.
Xianfeng said blandly, you can try to catch me? Siscon. Should I go for another chapter today? Book 3, Chapter 1, The Fury of Ensure Z. Gasped so close to 1M views. Gasps again returns to translating.
Also, I apologize, I wanted to post this on Monday but I had various reasons causing me to not do so, resulting in this chapter sitting in my notepad for quite a while.
Oh, last thing, Sleepless-san, where are ya? Missing? Sick?
Your throne has been stolen.
Wait. Are ya sleeping? Book 3, Chapter 1, The Fury of Ensure Z.
Hong Chen was furious. How dare he ignore a elder of the outer sect, although he had been running in and out of Hong Tong, and the times he returned can be counted by fingers, but it isn't any reason to ignore his presence. Is these bastards rebelling? Hong Chen did not speak, he merely pounced out and slapped the face of the person in charge.
That guy immediately became dizzy due to the slap and even said repeatedly, you fucking hit me. Men, enemies are attacking.
Before he could finish his shout, Hong Chen slapped him again, causing his face to swell. The strength of a hand of a real Miluan master with a real ring body was no joke. His slap made that guy see stars, his ears ringing. A few of his underlings charged forward and supported him, none of them daring to catch Hong Chen. Hong Chen did not wait for that guy to shout again. The sign in his hands were raised to his face as he said, you fucking look carefully. Still shout, what enemy attacking? Enemy or fucking attack. That man tried his best to widen his eyes. A piece of identity sign for a outer sect elder. All the outer sect elders have a real ring body and are at least a real Miluan master, not something a tiny 10,000 Luan master like him can offend. Although he was still dizzy from the 2 slaps, he was still capable of discerning. The sweat on his forehead rolled down his face. He was shocked and was unable to understand how this man in front of him was an outer sect elder. This was a hierarchical society. If one had offended another of a higher position, the only result was death. Of course, if you had strength, then there would be a more civilized compromise, but it was obvious that that guy did not have the strength to resist the elder.
Hong Chen said coldly, what's your name?
That man raised his swelled head, which was similar to one of a pig's that was covered in sweat, and said, I am responsible for law and order, Tian Bao Chang, 10,000 Luan master.
Hong Chen said, Tian Bao Chang, are you retarded, or stupid? So you not have fucking eyes?
Hong Chen harshly insulted him, although he did not continue to hit him, but Tian Bao Chang had been scolded very badly.
Xinyao said softly, brother, let's go home.
The little lady finally knew that this place was entirely different from Tiger Cliff Castle, where she had never seen someone attempt at robbing.
Xianfeng nodded, okay, Yao, let's go back. Uncle Du, we will first be going back. Hong Chen hurriedly replied, Wen Yan, you go accompany them back.
Bao Chang did not know Xianfeng was the murderer, which was why he did not attempt to stop them. Of course, even if he knew, he would not dare to do so now.
Xianfeng carried Xinyao back. Hong Chen did not leave. After all, the deaths of preparatory disciples was something he had to take care of. Tian Bao Chang, see those people? Bring them back. How useless, preparatory disciples actually stealing money from a 6-year-old, fuck, who is the one teaching them? Being mean to him so that I can hit him. He could not help but scold again, this was too shameful. Tian Bao Chang was depressed. It was those preparatory disciples' thieving habits that caused him to be slapped, and after this incident, he may not be able to keep his position of person in charge. This position was extremely lucrative, wanted by man 10,000 Luan masters. He said harshly, catch them back, catch them, fuck. I'll have to do it myself. He prepared to use these guys who were still alive to vent his anger. A preparatory disciple suddenly shouted, Ankh died, you're all doomed. Ankh is the great-grandson of Elder and of the inner sect. He has been killed, you cannot run. In front of Bao Tian Chang was countless stars. He quickly walked to the two corpses, turning them around, he inspected them. Suddenly, his face became the color of dirt. This was really Ankh. He knew about him. His great-grandfather was the inner sect's famous and Zishur elder. This guy was very famous and had great influence, controlling many people. He was a mighty man. Hong Chen was conflicted. Of course he knew in Zishur, he was second only to Shi Quan's existence, a rather tyrannical existence in the inner sect. He didn't expect Xian Feng to have killed his great-grandson. This would spell trouble. Tian Chang Bao was also stupefied. The murderer had left. However, Du Hongchen was still here. He wasn't scared that the murderer would escape. Elder, this matter, I suppose, Elder will be accountable. Hong Chen was extremely troubled and did not expect Tian Bao Chang to threaten him. Raising his hand, he slapped Tian Bao Chang yet again, venting his anger. Grabbing his collar, Hong Chen swirled him around. Cracking noises resounded, scaring the people at the side. Are you fucking threatening me? Are you? If you want to die, I can help you. Speak. Are you fucking mute? Hong Chen was also dizzy due to hitting too much. Allowing the person he was slapping speak, if that person was able to, then it would be weird. Tian Bao Chang's tears and snot flowed freely. He finally understood, not only in Zishur can have his life, this elder in front of him can also take his life. He had been too stupid to anger a elder. He was merely asking for a beating. Able to hit a 10,000 Luan master until he cried, Hong Chen is indeed amazing. Pushing Tian Bao Chang forcefully onto the ground, Hong Chen turned to leave. Since they had already offended in Zishur, the elder of the inner sect, then all he needed to do was to find another inner sect elder. Tian Bao Chang looked teary-eyed at the leaving Du Hong Chen. He had already been beat to the point where he was terrified, not daring to stop the leaving Hong Chen anymore or even make a noise. If Hong Chen had continued to beat him, he would have played dead, letting his subordinates carry him back. Pang! A 6-edged table collapsed. A big old man with a ashen face said, "Who killed my great-grandchild? Tell me." Tian Bao Chang covered his face. He had been hit again by an Zishur, this time harder, his flesh mangled and his face full of blood. He said, shivering, "He was killed by a young man. As for who he is, I do not know." Don't hit me, don't hit me, I know how to find that young man." He covered his face, stepping backwards non-stop. And Zishur was furious, his arm already raised but not swung yet. He said coldly, "Speak." Tian Bao Chang said with agony, "Next to the young man was a elder from the outer sect. I already checked, it was Du Hongchen, the elder from the outer sect." And Zishur knew everyone from the elder class? He said, rather shocked. Du Hongchen? When did he return to Hongtong City? His facial expression changed for the worst. A outer sect elder was so arrogant to challenge him. Men, go invite Elder Du Hongchen. After all, he was an expert of the elder class. How would he be afraid of Hong Chen? Even his position was higher than Hong Chen. Immediately men left to invite Hong Chen. Quickly more men came forward to report, and Zishur's underlings managed to have found Lei Xian Feng. And Zishur said, shocked, "The guests of Elder Shi Quan?" He furrowed his brows. He held authority in Hongtong. He could do whatever he wanted for most of the time, but there were a few people feared. One of them was Elder Shi Quan. It wasn't because Shi Quan had 3 real ring bodies, but the influence of Hongtong, Shi Quan's, was much larger. One of his subordinates said that younger is called Lei Xian Feng. He also has a sister called Lei Xian Yao. They came here with an old man.
It is very obvious that Shiquan value them very much, as they live in the building for very important guests.
And Zisher nodded. Good, very good, big elder, very amazing?
Daring enough to kill my family, humph, I don't believe that he would start a war with me for a junior. After about half an hour, someone came back to report Hongchen is at Shiquan's.
And Zisher said blandly, did you invite him?
The man answered, I did, but Du Hongchen said he was busy, and he won't come right now.
And Zisher laughed angrily. Good, huh, very good, treating me like dirt, huh?
1,000 underlings, each of them bowed while holding their breath, none of them daring to speak or move. Everyone knew that Zisher was like a volcano, not knowing when he will erupt. In anger, Zisher was turning in anger, turning once, turning twice. He suddenly noticed Tian Bao Chang, his anger erupting. He kicked Tian Bao Chang, causing him to shout. The more he hit, the more angrier was Zisher. Gradually his stomps did not have any large difference in strength anymore. Tian Bao Chang also felt something was wrong. He thought at first Zisher was only venting his anger and that if he withstood it, at most he would be kicked until he looked like a pig's head, but his arm suddenly gave a kacha sound and he understood. Zi had lost control. He suddenly charged out,
hugging his arm as he silently ran out. Trying to escape?
Zi had entirely lost his reasoning, suddenly throwing out a fist. A golden glow appeared and smashed onto the body of Tian Bao Chang, two real ring bodies. A real Miluan Big Master's attack wasn't something Tian Bao Chang could block. In an instant, his body exploded. At that moment, Zisher's mind cleared. He knew it was wrong to do so, but under his anger, he did not care so much.
And Zisher said blandly, clean it up. As some underlings cleaned up, and Zisher's anger dissipated, I heard you also caught some preparatory disciples? Were they the ones with young master? Someone answered yes, those few people are currently outside. And Zisher said bring them in.
Oh look, another beautiful cliff to your right.
Book 3, Chapter 2, The Fury of Z, 2. Woohoo, a million views. I'll add about 2 chapters to the queue. Since I take a long time to TL, I apologize.
Honestly, I want to do something else as a special too, but my lack of creativity prevents me from doing so. Sigma, smiley face, winky face.
Suggestions perhaps? Book 3, Chapter 2, The Fury of Z, 2, unedited.
Those preparatory students were brought in by men who had pale faces. They who still were tied at their hands and feet were thrown in as though they were rubbish. Zi said, tell me the whole process. If anyone lies, humph, 1 sentence, I'll chop off 1 leg, 2 sentences, I'll chop off 2. Those few preparatory disciples were terrified. Quickly, they spilled out everything that had happened, not daring to hide anything. After all, this incident happened too suddenly. The leader was Zi's great-grandson. This guy was used to being tyrannical. Snatching the money purse of a little girl was normal, not something serious at all to them.
Zi said, just for this, they killed the young master? Those few people nodded.
Zi suddenly said the young master had died. How are all of you alive? Those few people trembled violently, causing them to be incapable of speaking, and they could only look pleadingly at Zi.
Zi said flatly, men, drag them out and hit them. You are not allowed to kill them, but if they don't die, you all die. With his order, all his underlings were stupefied. What did he mean, not allowed to kill? If they don't kill them, then they die.
What the fuck is this order? But this was Zi's order. No one dared to defy it. Immediately those few people were dragged out. They had decided that they would first beat them half to death and do as the situation calls later. Zi turned a few more rounds and wore his skin coat, bringing a few underlings with him. He left from the huge door. After reaching home, Shiquan invited them to his living space, which was a 7-floored building with a huge garden. When Shiquan found out Xianfeng killed Zisher's great-grandson, he immediately ordered that Xianfeng and Xinyao to be brought back. He did not dare to leave the both of them in the important guests building. If these 2 children were killed by Zi, then that would be terrifying. After asking about the incident that happened, Shiquan was also angry. These rascals were too daring, robbing in broad daylight in the streets. Their target was even a little girl. He said, it's fine, the both of you can first stay in my house, and I'll let someone bring you there.
Xianfeng left with Xinyao. Hongchen said, elder, what do we do now?
He was scared in his heart. He was an outer sect elder, against an inner sect elder that had strength and influence that greatly surpassed his. His future was entirely black, and he even had a thought of leaving Hong Tong, and Shizi's revenge would mean his death. He who didn't have the strength of Elder Shiquan cannot stop Shizi's revenge. Shiquan said, "Don't worry, you can join our faction. I don't believe that Shizi would be so daring," he said as he took the opportunity to incorporate Du Hongchen. "Putty, the faction is used can also be sect. I'm highly doubting that people have sects and sects, so I'm leaving it as factions." Hongchen's face changed. He had been trying his best to create a faction of his own, but now if he don't join the faction of Shiquan, he would be in trouble. He said, gritting his teeth, "Big Elder, okay. He wasn't too willing. Shiquan laughed loudly, "Don't worry, old brother, I won't mistreat my own people." Although Hongchen wasn't content, but at this point, he must make a choice. Since he was a real Miluan master, his strength was counted as proficient. Even if he left Hong Tong's area of influence, with his strength he still can get by pretty well, but after managing this place for so long, he did not want to abandon everything and leave. A man came to report, "Big Elder, inner sect Eldarin is here." Shiquan said, "Please come to the living room, old brother. Do you come too? This matter must be solved eventually." The two of them brought a number of underlings with them and quickly reached the large living room. It had been a long time since Hongchen seen Shizi. He had been venturing out a lot, which is why his influence are all outside while it's rather weak in Hongtong City. Shizi wasn't very young. He was bald while his face filled with a prickly beard, his stature reaching 2 meters. It was said that this guy had barbarian blood in his veins. He had an extremely sturdy look, wearing a black skin coat, his eyes similar to one of a falcon's, staring at Hongchen, a feeling of hatred pouncing towards them. Shiquan said, "Eldarin, how are you so free to come here? Is there something wrong?" And Shizi said, "Not bad, I indeed am here to find Big Elder about something." Shiquan said, "Please sit and tell me, what's wrong?" His face had an expression of cluelessness. And Shizi did not sit but stood in the middle of the living room. "I am looking for a young man. I heard that he is living in your house." Shiquan said blandly, "I apologize, there isn't the young man you were looking for in my house." He already understood that it was hard to be nice to Shizi, which was why his words was not polite anymore. And Shizi said, "Is that true? I am here to remind the Big Elder, that young man is called Lei Xian Feng and he also has a sister, called Lei Xian Yao. I want this pair of siblings. I wonder if Big Elder is willing?" Shiquan said, "And Shizi, what do you mean?" And Shizi replied, "These two little fellows killed my great-grandson. Does Big Elder want to shelter them?" Shiquan said, "Shelter? Ha, how interesting, your great-grandson is just dead. What do I need to shelter? If I was there, he would similarly be killed by me." This was Hongchen's first time seeing the Big Elder's mightiness, not even taking notice of an inner sect elder, directly speaking his thoughts. And Shizi was fuming to the point where he shook, gritting his teeth. He said, "Shiquan, you're great. Great. You?" Shiquan interrupted him, "I am always great." And Shizi was itching to use his hands, wanting to pick a fight. Shiquan said blandly, "Just you and you dare to fight?" Hongchen took a step back, not wanting to be caught up in the fight of these two. And Shizi suddenly calmed down and said, "Good, I'm also very good, you watch out, I don't believe that you can keep sheltering them." He turned to leave, bringing his gang of underlings with him. The both of them were against each other now, without any chance of returning to their peaceful relationship. This was also normal, as how would Shiquan dared to hand over Lei Xian Feng and Lei Xian Yao, unless he was suicidal? With the temper of Lei Bao the old man, if someone touched his grandchildren, then most likely Hong Tong's whole area of influence would be doomed. Hongchen smiled bitterly, "How is this good? With these two men's strength, if they are on bad terms, then the whole area of influence of Hong Tong would be in turmoil. Then if they fought, then no one can guess how many would die." After Shizi left, Shiquan's face sunk. He had heard the threatening tone in Shizi's voice. He contemplated for a while and immediately gave orders for his underlings to prepare for battle. The most important thing is that the siblings are safe, if not then it would be a disaster. Xian Feng did not care what happened outside. Even if he had a chance to do over, he would still kill those few.
Settling down Xinyao, he started to practicing in the room. Within this time, Xian Feng had been learning the contents of the Star Python records, diligently building his foundation, which was why his training speed slowed down, but even so, he still could improve by 100 of luns every day. This speed was terrifying already. Using this few minutes, his Luanli had increased by a few hundred. After that he started to practice Lei Luanli, diligently purifying Lunli while starting to practice some secret methods in the Star Python record. This was the condensed knowledge of the old man Lei Bao. Most of them were for boosting a person who just started practicing. This helped Xian Feng build a great foundation. He had a lot of patience and carefully polished his Lei Lunli. If in the practice Lei Lunli in the beginning had any problems, after his training, those problems had been fixed. If a 10,000 Luan master wanted to become a Mi Luan master, then one of the requirements to do so was that one had to have at least 10,000 Lunli. Only then will one have the possibility to do so. Of course, this was only one of the requirements. To level up to a Mi Luan master, there are other requirements, which were written down in the Star Python record. When bored, Xian Feng would mull over it. After about half a day, Xian Feng completed his training. At that time, a knock was heard. It was Shi Quan that wanted to visit the. Shi Quan and Hong Chen walked over. Xian Feng walked in front to pay his respects. Grandlashi, Grandpa do. Seeing Xian Feng's relaxed look, Hong Chen was astounded. A disaster was going to happen, but this fellow was still ignorant. Shi Quan laughed. Are you used to it, Ho-Oh? You'll live here only for a while and leave after that. Xian Feng nodded. Living here is not bad. Actually, he knew why Shi Quan was here. However, he did not care. There was his grandpa backing him. He wasn't afraid. Shi Quan said, that's good. Feng, don't go out recently, just play at home. Xian Feng said, that elder came? Shi Quan laughed. It's fine, with me here, they won't dare to do anything. As long as you don't go out, it is still safe at home. Wait until your grandpa is back, then everything will be safe. Xian Feng nodded. I'll be troubling Grandpa Shi. He needed to say his thanks. Actually, he knew that he killed a great-grandson of an inner sect elder and that it'll be troublesome, but he did not care. He believed that if Grandpa was here, then no one would dare to touch him and his sister, because Grandpa was mighty, capable of flying up to the sky with a charge. An expert like him was able to protect the both of them. Shi Quan felt rather at ease. He noticed that Lei Xian Feng was not a child that knew what was important and what was not. He said, good, if you want to eat anything or use anything, just call those servants, no need to be modest, understand? Xian Feng nodded. Okay, we will not leave the house for these few days, don't worry Grandpa Shi. Only then did Shi Quan leave with Hong Chen. At that night, Xian Feng slept under Xinyao's heatable brick bed. Anyways, the ground was cushioned with thick beast skins, adding in the warmth from the heatable brick bed. He did not feel cold. For the next 2 days, Xian Feng slept in Xinyao's room, but he did not dare to slack. On the third day, Xian Feng noticed some activity outside the room and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. When he really could not bear it anymore, he stood up and gently woke Xinyao, signaling for her to not make a noise. He carefully hid Xinyao inside of the large wooden closet and then tidied up the blanket, so that when seen, one would assume that someone was under it sleeping. Peanut is getting bigger and bigger. I think he's bigger than my tiny hand now. Book 3, Chapter 3, Consequences of Loss. I apologize, I've been busy recently because I was preparing for a competition, thus I only posted customary chapters. Book 3, Chapter 3, Consequences of Loss. Within these 3 days, Ensure Z prepared his troops. His son wasn't in Hongtong, but in a large sect from another place. His son was only a Mi Luan master. He was not counted as mighty, but his master was a true Luanine master with 3 true ring bodies, existence similar to Shi Quan, which was why he wanted to have his son's master to help them with keeping Shi Quan in line. At that moment, Ensure Z would then kill Lei Xian Feng and Lei Xian Yao himself. When Ensure Z's son heard of this news, he almost died fainting. He only had one son. He wanted to explore outside, but his strength was not enough to protect him, which was why he placed his son at Ensure Z's place, but he unexpectedly died. He immediately found his master, true Luanine master Chen Ji, without caring about his fortune, came back for revenge. After receiving a big gift from his disciple, Chen Ji promised to come along with Denai back to Hong Tong. As Denai had invited his master, he had opened a Luan spot and used the ancient Luan passage. before waiting for Chenji, and Shirzi could not resist the urge to fight anymore, and on the third day, he had brought a team of humans and horses. Within the team was me Luan Masters and 7 to 8 10,000 Luan Masters in an attempt to sneak attack, hoping to kill Lei Xian Feng and Lei Xian Yao, thinking that Quan could not do anything to him after the deed had been done. There were large amounts of men protecting the house of Quan. Even Hong Tong and his disciple was living at the huge yard, the same building at where Lei Xian Feng was residing. After 3 days of carefully collecting information, and Shirzi found out the room where Lei Xian Feng and his sister rested, and on that night he had attacked. And Shirzi practically brazenly attacked, which is why he did not bother to conceal the noise. Xian Feng hid Xinyao and also hid next to the cabinet, silently waiting, a dagger in his hand. Hon. As Shirzi's underlings tied up Quan's guards, he charged without caring as he remembered the report he had been given about the whereabouts of Lei Xian Feng. He charged from the window and smashed the heatable brick bed twice with his hands. As the hong sounds resonated, the entire heatable brick bed collapsed. If there was someone on it, then that person would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Success! As this thought ran through Shirzi's mind, he noticed So Ethan Frong and overturned the heatable brick bed only to realize that there wasn't anyone on it. Without thinking too much, he slammed it wall. A large hole appeared on the wall. Using that hole, Shirzi charged into the living room, looking at the room where Lei Xian Yao was in. With a cold smile, he rammed towards it. With a crashing noise, a man came from the outside and shouted, "How daring! Attack!" The two of them attacked. This man was Du Hongchen that had arrived, and Shirzi's speed was too great. As Hongchen was a bit late, he followed in Shirzi's method and smashed open the wall that was blocking him. After a few attacks, Hongchen realized that he was no worthy opponent. Though he was still able to block a few attacks, he knew clearly that he had already lost. He whistled without hesitation. And Shirzi was furious. He shouted, "Bastard, go die!" At that moment, his whole body was covered in a grand gold light. Hon. Quan had also smashed his way in. He was similarly furious and roared in Shirzi. The two of them collided together. Xian Feng hid next to the cabinet, hearing the string of crashing noise along with Quan's roar. The next moment, a earth-shaking sound that caused the whole house to shake violently, as if an earthquake. He was shocked. This was the first time he felt that he was so little, and also the first time he had this want to become stronger. Without strength, he could only hit at the side, incapable of protecting his family. This fight between Shirzi and Quan caused him to suffer. Looking at Quan and Du Hongchen's taking an attacking form, he knew that he could not go on recklessly anymore. He laughed coldly. "I don't believe that. You can keep guarding." He suddenly rammed to the wall the back of him, creating a large hole which he left by. With a whistle, Shirzi retreated with his underlings. Quan laughed coldly. "You will regret in the future." Men. A underling came and said, "Great elder." Quan said, "No need to follow them, all of you go guard the yard." He did not want to attack them as they retreated. He only wished for his men to continuing to protect Lei Xian Feng and his sister. Other matters are not important. Du Hongchen ran into Xinfeng's room and surveyed it. "Feng isn't in the room, old brother. Someone within you underlings betrayed you. If not, then he would easily find out Feng's room." Quan nodded, and it seems so, since he had first smashed in Feng's room. At that moment, Xian Feng carried Xinyao out of the room. "Have they retreated?" Quan nodded, "Yes. Luckily you were not in the room. If not, then it would have been too late for us to help." Xian Feng walked into his own room and felt shock. The whole heatable brick bed was collapsed while the beast skin on the group was in pieces. The floor had multiple cracks and the wall had two large human-shaped holes. Quan said this guy truly had barbarian blood in him, attacking and leaving without hesitation. He knew that he would not chase him if he wasn't here to guard, and a few more experts came, then Xian Feng and his sister would truly be in danger. Xian Feng became more vigilant. A single attack of his opponent was something that he could not even block. If he had to face him, then he would surely die. No matter the strength of Grandpa, he could only get revenge afterwards. But what was the use of that? Quan thought for a while and said, "Feng, these few days you and your sister will live with me. I don't believe that he would dare to attack me directly." He was betting on that he could hold on till the old man Lei Bao come back. At that time everything will be settled. He could even borrow the old man Lei Bao's power to kill Zi and take his underlings and influence. It was two birds with a stone. The only condition to fulfill this was to keep Lei Xianfeng and his sister alive. As long as these two siblings were alive, then the last victory would be Shi Quan's. Within these few days, Xianfeng and Xinyao moved into the main building. The main building was extremely robust. It was impossible for Zi to enter without using the door or the windows. The security was extremely tight. Although Shi Quan was stronger than Zi, Shi Quan could not kill him instantly. Lei Xianfeng and his sister was his weakness. As long as Zi was able to grasp this weakness, then Shi Quan would lose. But after this attempt at sneak attacking, Shi Quan already understood. Shi Quan was actually lying. He said that he would bring the siblings to his room, but actually he brought them secretly to a hidden room made for training, which was also his underground room. Xianfeng was rather reluctant, but he understood that to keep his life, then this bit of unfairness was worth it. The hidden room was very small, only about a dozen square meters. Shi Quan made his men place thick furs on the ground and also bring bedding and short tables along with daily necessities. Xianfeng was greatly shocked by this experience. The want to grow stronger floated in his mind. He finally understood that relying on the strength of his grandpa was not enough. He can only be truly strong when he relies on himself. He needed to start practicing. Xinyao also noticed that something had gone wrong, which was why she was extremely obedient. Shi Quan had already exhorted a few of his underlings to search for the old man Liu Bao. He did not know where did the old man go, but the old man Lei Bao had said that he would come back quickly when he left. After 23 days, Chunji brought his disciple and Denai had rushed over. At that moment, Zi's overall strength increased greatly. With Chunji here to take care of Shi Quan, even if he cannot kill him, they can at least make him immobile. At that moment Lei Xianfeng and his sister would be like pigs in a slaughterhouse. They're to be killed by him in any way possible. They rested for a day as Zi urgently invited Chunji. This time he would not let Lei Xianfeng and his sister off. He also wanted to suppress Shi Quan, or even better, kill him. If not, then a grave injury would suffice. He could then chase Shi Quan out and take the position to Great Elder, taking this influence. This time they need not attack sneakily. They would just charge into Shi Quan's yard and attack the guards there and subdue them. If they fought back vigorously, then they would just be killed. Zi practically brought all his experts, which were all at least a 10,000 Luan master that amounted to over 70 people, and charged into Shi Quan's yard. Shi Quan was sitting in the yard while the main building was behind him. Zi, do you plan on destroying Hongtong? It was difficult for practicers to leave offspring, and Zi had one son and one grandson. His grandson died 10 years ago, leaving only one great-grandson. After being killed by Lei Xianfeng, his line would be severed. With his temper, he wanted to kill everyone that was involved. Zi laughed coldly. In Hongtong, only a few are in power. Amongst them you belong to the top. I have tolerated you long enough. Since you have decided to shelter those two little bastards, then you shall pay the price. Shi Quan said, "Oh, then what you mean is that you are against me?" Zi replied, "If that's what you think, then it isn't wrong. I believe that you cannot stop me today." Shi Quan said, "You called for help? Shouldn't there be an introduction?" Zi was smug. He was capable of finding a true Luanine master with 3 true ring bodies, which was quite a feat. Of course, this is the master of my son, Shenji, true master. He is a true Luanine master. Shenji appeared amongst the men and smiled blandly. "I've heard so much about Shi Quan, true master from Hongtong. We have finally met." Shi Quan lazily waved his hand. Me too, me too." His tone was without a bit of respect, his expression half-hearted. Book 3, Chapter 4, Consequences of Loss, 2. I find this song surprisingly catchy. The lyrics are pervy, but for some reason I like it. Also, I apologize for this being late a chapter, but thank you very much to ShadowMouse46 for helping with the changes. Big Elder - Great Elder and Real Luan Master - True Luan Master. Book 3 Chapter 4, Consequences of Loss, 2, unedited. Shenji was instantly angry. With his status and position, no matter where he went he was the focus of the crowd. No one dared to show disrespect, but he ever expected that the Great Elder of Hongtong had shown him a face of belittling, casually treating him as though he was a nobody. He was displeased in his heart and fumed silently, giving a fake smile. He said, "True Master Shi, how courageous." Shi Quan did not stand and said, "If a guest had come to my door, then I of course would be polite, but are you my guest? And Shi felt as though something was wrong. Shi Quan was too confident, along with the fact that when they first entered, there was a few guards but no more after that. It seems that there was a problem. Chen Ji was also thinking of the same thing. Similar to himself, Shi Quan was also a true Luanine master. There wasn't a reason to be so proud, which was why he tried speaking. All right, I am not your guest, but I guess you too don't want to make an enemy? Shi Quan said blandly. Trash talk, you are not my guest, so why are you here? And Shi had finally lost his patience. His original temper was already explosive. Stop the pointless chatter and hand out those two little bastards. Shi Quan slowly stood up and made a confused face. You want two little fellows? And Shi said, if you hand out the two little bastards, then maybe we will still have chances of reconciliation. If not, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Shi Quan turned his head around. Feng, you come out. A young man and a young girl came out. Behind them was a humble-looking man. The three of them slowly walked to Shi Quan's side. Upon seeing Lei Xi and Feng, and Shi's eyes turned red. Was it you who killed Ankh? Chen Shi scanned Lei Xi and Feng and Lei Xi and Yao uninterestedly, but his nostrils instantly flared and could not help but say single Luan attribute? Wu, single lightning attribute, life Luan. Single attribute, he rubbed his eyes. This was too unbelievable. Two single Luan attributes had suddenly appeared. It was like two pieces of gold that had appeared within sand. And Shi hadn't reacted in time yet. What single Luan attribute? Chen Ji pointed at the two children and said, shocked, look at these two children carefully. They are all fucking single attribute Luns. Only then did Shi notice, these two children had terrifying potential, but this thought was immediately thrown to the back of his head. No matter their potential, they were the killers of his great-grandson, so what if they were single Luan attributed? He was going to kill them anyways. So what? I won't let them go just because they are single Luan attributed. Chen Ji was very hesitant. Who was he kidding? People with a single Luan attribute was very hard to find, but the problem was that he was invited by Shi, although he had other ideas in mind, but it wasn't good to cause Shi to lose face. After all, he was a true master, although he and himself had a difference of a level, but it wasn't very much of a difference, at least not a difference of a realm. If it was the difference of 3 true ring bodies and 4 bodies, then it wasn't nearly a difference of a level. Shi Quan said, old brother, you should understand now. The old man standing next to Lei Xi and Feng and Lei Xi and Yao also nodded, a slight smile appearing on his face, a smile of ridicule. And those that wants to kill my grandson and granddaughter, old brother, if they were to be dead, would it be troublesome for you? Shi Quan nodded. Yes, my headache for him isn't only for a day or two. A guy with the blood of barbarians, his strength is tough while his personality tyrannical. I can't be bothered to bear with it again anymore. It would be good if you killed him. The old man said, all right, it's been a long time since I killed, today I'm opening shop. He then continues, protect Feng and Yao Yao, leave the rest to me, and let your men surround them and don't let them escape. Hearing the old man's words made Shi furious. Taking a step in front, he said, where did this crazy old man come from? If you want to die, I'll grant that wish for you. On the old man's face was a wide smile. He was extremely calm as he indifferently, kiddo, you want to kill my grandchildren, and I as the grandfather, shouldn't meddle? And Shi laughed loudly. Good, very good, you 3 grandfather and grandchildren are just right to be killed for my great-grandson, huh? I won't let you die too soon. I will slowly give you the taste of death bit by bit. I will make you regret coming to this world, he said, gritting his teeth. The old man was still very calm. Oh? Really? And Shi nodded. Brother Chen, please help me hold back Shi Quan. Leave the rest to me. I want to crush them bit by bit. He cracked his fingers, creating a string of kada-kada sounds. The old man could not help but smile. Phone, killing is to kill every last person citing to the opponent, so that no one will even know you killed them. If not, it'll be troublesome. Look, you killed a small guy and how his family members ran out, and you cannot win them. It is truly troublesome. Remember, in the future, if you want to kill, then don't let anyone find out. If not, then you'll have to kill everyone they have. Xian Feng was momentarily stunned. At that moment where he killed Ankh, he wasn't in control at all, which is why he killed, but if it was his past life's temper and personality, he definitely wouldn't have killed Ankh. Shi Quan smiled bitterly.
This was the style of the demon. If he wanted to kill, he would kill everyone, not leaving anyone behind.
And Shirzi scolded, looking for death. He could not control himself any further and pounced.
Chenji also pounced towards Shiquan, but who knew Shiquan would take a step back and protect Lei Xian Feng and Lei Xian Hao. He had never thought of wanting to fight. Whistling, he summoned many men who surrounded the underlings, and Shirzi brought a eye-piercing light shone, followed by a sound of thunder, causing everyone to become dizzy and blind momentarily. A lightning ray and a human shadow, a sudden sound of 2 lightning strikes and 2 pitiful cries. Everything was too fast, no one could tell what had happened. As the radiance disappeared, on the ground was 2 humans while the old man was still at his original place. He said, with such weak training, you dare to bare your teeth at this old man? The old man had beaten down 2 experts with 2 slaps of his hand. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather it was that the old man was too strong. Their difference was like heaven and earth, entirely incapable of being compared. And Shirzi had the blood of barbarians in him, his skin coarse and meat thick. If it wasn't for it, then he would not have dared to challenge Shiquan, his defense terrifying. Even experts that has a higher level have difficulty harming him, but he wasn't able to block the old man's slap. This slap actually caused his whole body to convulse, as if his bones were also slapped. His body felt like it was on fire as he laid paralyzed on the ground. Chenji was also lying on the ground paralyzed, his eyes full of disbelief. His mind was like a puddle of paste. All his life he hadn't been slapped to the ground before. This was too scary and weird. The men brought by and Shirzi was all shocked silly. Their 2 most powerful leaders had been flipped to the ground. Seeing this sight made them all terrified to move. Shiquan was also in a similar state. He was too scared. Originally he assumed that as the old man was going 1 against 2, the fight would take a while, but who knew that with only 1 attack, the 2 men would fall to the ground. This was too exaggerating. He knew the old man was very strong, but he didn't know he was so strong to this point. The old man continued his lecture. Phone, when fighting, if possible, end the enemy's life with 1 attack. If you are confident, you can do it like me. Get them on the ground and then, you are free to do whatever you want. Hearing his words, a chill ran down Xianfeng's back. He suddenly noticed that his own grandpa was rather evil. However, he did not have any opinions. Shiquan then became the fox, borrowing the tiger's ferocity. Will you surrender without a fight or hold on to the end? Using the prestige of the great elder, how would the underlings of Shirzi continue to resist? One after another surrendered. Among them was the son of Shirzi, and deny. Putty, it's an idiom originating from this story where the sly fox walks in front of the fooled tiger who scares all the other animals. The old man slowly walked up the side of Shirzi and Chenji. What did you say? Something about wanting me to try the taste of death, and, also, crush us bit by bit? Ho ho, I like to do what other people says. Xinyao said softly, brother, let's go back. The old man said, don't go back first, Yao Yao, come here. Xianfeng looked worriedly at Xinyao as he brought her to the old man. He said softly, Grandpa, Yao Yao is still young, don't show her these kind of acts yet. The old man shook his head and sighed, alright, I only wanted her to know that if the both of you were to fall into their hands, the consequences would be very heavy. Xianfeng nodded, I know. Shiquan said, old brother, how do we take care of them? The old man said, cripple their training first, for the rest, you shouldn't need me to remind you, I don't hope that they're alive. Shiquan understood that the old man would definitely not let people threaten his grandchildren. Xianfeng left with Xinyao, not wanting her to see the cruel sight. However, he did not disagree with Grandpa's decision on how Shirzi and his men be taken care of. The best enemies were the dead enemies. Chenji's face became pale. He did not expect that he would lose his life while earning some quick money and that there would be such a terrifying expert here. The large sect he belonged in practically did not have experts like him. It seems that it would be hard to keep his life, he said. Senior, I am from Bowen Gong. Shiquan's face slightly changed. Bowen Gong? Chenji answered, yes, I am a member of Bowen Gong, don't kill me. Shiquan knew of Bowen Hong. It was a large sect with power that greatly exceeds Hongtong's. He became afraid and looked at the old man, not speaking. The old man Lei Bao said, Bowen Gong, I don't care, those that dares to kill me grandchildren will die. Chenji shouted with despair, if you kill me, Bowen Hong won't let you go. At the part where the Chenji guy was lying on the floor, I imagined him being a mistress slapped to the ground by the wife. the mistress holding her face as tears filled her eyes. Also, I said it in the past and I'll say it again. Book 3, Chapter 5, Ancient Luan Passage. Thank you very much to Munther for donating. Book 3, Chapter 5, Ancient Luan Passage, unedited. The old man Leibao could not help but laugh. In the past, let's not talk about Bo and Gong. I even massacred the great Abacusine sect. Silly, if you anger me, then it's your own unluckiness, huh? Putty, direct translation here. Equals abacus equals great in equals sect. Great Abacusine sect. That was a famous and very large sect, however they had been going downhill recently, but still not something Bo and Gong can compare to. Shenji shivered. A man who dared to speak like such need not be suspected. Please have mercy on my life, on the fact that I hadn't done anything yet. Let me go once. I'll exchange my entire wealth for my life. Everyone treasured their lives. To be able to reach the level of a true Luanine master meant that they could live up to 300 years. He hadn't lived enough yet. He wanted to level up too. If he had died here without anyone knowing, then it would be too sad. According to the old man Leibao's old personality, he would have killed him with a slap, but after this recovery period, his temper and personality had gone under slight change. He had started to weigh the pros and cons, not just doing things just by his current mood. Oh, your entire wealth? Alright, take it out for me to see. If it's satisfactory, I'll let you live. Although the old man had a good amount of wealth put aside Leibao to raise his grandchildren, but there are many places to spend it in the future. He definitely won't reject fortunes that had offered itself to him. This was a thought he only had after having things to worry for. If it was any past, he would not even listen to pleas, he merely killed them instantly. And Shirzi also pleaded for his life. It was a pity that the old man did not care. He knew clearly that Shenji did not have any deep hatred for him, but Shirzi had a hatred that would only be stopped after death. He did not want to leave an enemy. Who knows if he'll become a powerful figure in the future. This time he invited a true Luanine master with 3 true ring bodies. If it was an expert with 6 or 7 true ring bodies, then it would spell trouble. After killing Shirzi with a punch, the old man Leibao said, "Others, old brother Shi, you take care of them." He did not torture Shirzi, his habit cleanly killing his enemies. Killing his enemy was his way of venting anger. After the death of Shirzi, his lunching space did not appear, which is why in this world, plundering items by killing does not work. Perhaps after 100 years where his lunching space collapsed entirely, his items would appear. The practitioners of this world liked to search for treasure. The aforementioned treasure hunting mainly targeted collapsed lunching space. It would often contain good items. Only death threats will let a robbery end in success. As for Chen Ji, using the chance of exchanging his fortune for his life was a popular thing in this world. Without wealth, he could still earn it back, but if his life was over, then everything would be gone. Following his vow, Chen Ji took out all of his fortune. The old man was very nimble and said after collecting them, "This time, I'll let you go, but if you are not happy and come back again, then don't blame me for being merciless." Chen Ji's forehead was covered with cold sweat as he left without turning his head back once. As for his disciple and Denai, he acted as though he did not have him anymore. He actually angered such a powerful expert. He practically harmed himself and his master. Even if Denai had returned alive, he himself would not let this bastard disciple go. When the old man Leibao finished his business, he returned to the room and said, "Phone, you need to quickly increase your strength now. The best is to reach Milun Master as quickly as possible so that when we go Shiron land you can protect yourself and Yaoyao so that I don't have to worry about you two when I fight. Your current strength is too lacking." Xanfeng smiled bitterly. "Grandpa, I'm afraid my foundation is unsound." The old man said, "Don't worry about it. After so many days of refining, Ho-Oh, you can continue to speedily train. If there is any problems, I'll remind you of it." Xinyao hugged the arm of the old man. Grandpa, when can I start training?" This incident had thoroughly shocked her. The old man said, "Be good, Yaoyao, you're still small and cannot start training yet. You need to wait till you are 16. Now your main priority is to train your body. You can only train wonderfully with a strong body. If not, then even if you're 16, you still cannot train." Actually, Xinyao had already understood this reasoning a long time ago. It was just that she could not withstand being so weak and small. She sighed, "Hi, I know.
Her torn expression had the old man and Xianfeng smiling. This girl was the delight of the three of them and was also very sensible. It was normal for the old man and Xianfeng to be spoiled her endlessly. Xianfeng asked Grandpa, so was it settled? The old man nodded and, it is, Shenji used his fortune to buy his life. He did not mention what happened to ensure Ji and neither did Xianfeng ask. He knew in his heart what end did ensure Zi met. Xianfeng Grandpa, you were gone for a long time, what did you do? The old man casually said nothing much, I only got a few people to pass a few messages to gather some people, we need some helpers for when we go to Shironland, also, I passed a message for your parents to tell them we have already came out. This was the first time Xianfeng heard the old man speaking of his parents volunteeringly speaking of his parents. He nodded, not speaking. The old man said curiously, you're not interested in the news of your parents. Xianfeng laughed bitterly, he did not have any impression of them entirely, not to mention that in this body, the soul in it was not the original one, there isn't anything to be curious about, I only need Grandpa and little sis. The old man also could not help but laugh bitterly. He originally thought that he would die in Tiger Cliff Castle, which was why not long after the birth of Xinyao, he chased the two parents out to go to a large sect and arranged for them to receive his people and items in his past. He did not expect himself to recover. Lei Xinyao had even lesser emotions for the word parent. Since she was young, she was brought up by brother, she did not even have the same closeness with Grandpa she had for brother. The old man thought for a while, he could only wait till they'd met their parents and slowly grew feelings for them. He felt very guilty to these two children, as he had lived a life of battles, he did not know how to persuade or comfort. After being busy for about 10 days, Shiquan had finally stabilized the whole of Hongtong. Within this period of time, the old man had accompanied Xianfeng and Xinyao to play in Hongtong, this time without any incidents. Xianfeng had gradually started to understand this world. This world had had a rather developed steel industry, textile industry, ceramic glass industry and large-scale cultivation industry. Pity that the motivational levels of this world was lacking, which was why it gave people the feeling that this world was lacking behind. At least the conditions of living in society isn't bad, although it was one without development in science and technology, whether it was steel or textile, breeding or farming, it was very advanced, but Hongtong, which Xianfeng was at, was still a small city within a mountainous wilderness. After a bit of analysis, Xianfeng knew that this was a world without an energy industry, a chemical industry or a machinery industry, which limits the development of technology of this world. The only thing that made Xianfeng curious was the rich development of the steel and iron smelting industry. Most of the stalls and stores had a lot of iron and steel products for sale. No wonder steel was cheap, even the barbarians had enough steel weapons. Just like that, Xianfeng was satisfied. What he was most afraid of was getting stuck in a primitive society, things he wanted not able to be found. That would be terrible. He did not wish for the flourish of his past world or a primitive life where everything he wanted had to be made himself. So this is a Luan spot? Xianfeng asked curiously. The old man Lei Bao laughed. What did you think it is? A group of men stood in an empty space. On it was an abrupt slope that seemed rather natural, but it looked to be truly strange. It was like a huge green stone was inserted diagonally into the ground, a length of a few hundred meters. In the middle of the slope was a deep groove. The groove, as if drawn with a ruler, extends straight up. Beneath the slope was an empty space. The old man Lei Bao said, let's go up. Other than the old man Lei Bao, Xianfeng, Xinyao, Shiquan, Hongchen and his disciple was a small team of 10, all of them were 10,000 Luan masters or Milun master, in total there were 16 of them. There was also 2 big horned bulls that carried large amounts of supply baggage. Of course everyone had brought their own items, which they placed into their respective lunching spaces. A group of men stood at the flat surface under the slope, and under the instructions of the old man, stood in their positions. All of them looked curiously at the old man Lei Bao, wanting so see how he would open the Luan spot, the ancient Luan passage. The old man Lei Bao raised his hands, a lightning glow flying out from his palm followed by a lei yin and sounds of thunder. The Luan yin's might made everyone tremble in fear. Only Xianfeng was unaffected as he was lightning attributed, hugging Nio. He used his own Lei Lunli to protect the little girl, not letting the might of Lei Yin affect her. Using Yinli he can open the ancient Luan passage. Luan Yinli can also be used, but it required a lot of strength and also cannot be used to go to a far away Luan spot. It needed to move forward one Luan spot by one Luan spot, but using Inli it did not matter as Inli was a higher grade power. The old man Lei Bao could clearly feel far away Luan spots. He quickly searched for Shirong land and he found 4 Luan spots all within the ranges of Shirong land. Slightly scanning them, he found the Luan spot he needed and threw Lei In and connected with it. They shockingly noticed that the groove in the middle of the slope had started to give off sliver light. Circles of Luan circles lighted up. From the bottom to the top appeared about a few hundred ringed circles that aligned with the grove. The old man said, "Keep your balance steady, it's starting." Occasionally I'll get into the translating mood and translate everything at one go, this chapter being one I did in such a mood. Ho-oh. You know, since Xan Feng doesn't know his parents, one day I expect him to accidentally bump into them and then throw a lightning-fused spear into their bodies thinking they are enemies. Also, go check out my online friend, Old Man Joblin's translations and perhaps offer yourself as his editor if you will. Book 3, Chapter 6, Ancient Luan Passage, 2. While Putty translated this, she assumed desert was spelled as dessert the whole time. Book 3 Chapter 6, Ancient Luan Passage, 2, unedited. The crowd suddenly noticed that they were supported upwards by a formless force. Xan Feng also noticed that after reaching about an inch away from the ground, he was shocked. This was his first time seeing such a trick. Xinyo pointed where Xinfeng's feet was and said, "Yeah, we're flying, brother, let me down, I also want to try." Xan Feng was scared. "Don't move, girl, don't move." Using girl was already evidence that he was worried. Normally he would call Xan Yao Yao or little sis, but once he used girl, it meant that it was very serious. Xinyo immediately stopped moving and pouted as she chewed on her fingers. At this moment they suddenly heard the old man Lei Bao shouted, "We're leaving." Instantly, the crowd floated along the passageway formed by the circle rings. The crowd was frightened and could not help but all cry out, their shouts accompanied with the hearty laughter of the old man. They were shot out in an instant as if they were bullets. Xan Feng tightly hugged Xinyao. He could only feel blinding, unable of seeing his surroundings. His heart pumped as if a drum. It was very scary. The feelings brought on by the ancient Luan passage gave Xan Feng were similar to a roller coaster, but roller coasters had seats and also safety belts, but there was nothing here. It was even scarier, suddenly jerked up or down, suddenly fast or slow. There were only fluctuations of colors but no clear view of anything. Blurry views, dazzling colors along with invisible pressure. Everyone felt terrified. After about a dozen minutes, suddenly, the crowd felt as though their bodies had become lighter while the view in front of them changed greatly. Their first feeling was a wave of hot air that headed towards them. Xan Feng said, shocked. "The desert?" The old man Lei Bao had already collected his Luanin. He said, "That's right, this is the borders of a desert." Xinyao had already started to shout, "Hot, it's hot." It was hot, steaming. One must know that this crowd of people were all wearing thick fur coats as they came from a cold place, suddenly coming into a hot and dry place. It was unbearable for them. They hurriedly took off their fur coats. At first Xinyao was shocked, but she was instantly elated. She did not like to wear too many clothes, and now she can wear the satin dress she had bought. In Shirong land was also similar Manhwa land, but the difference was that this wasn't a mountainous area, but a large area of sand, and also countless oases. The oases here are not small. A large-scale oasis can be up to 10,000 square kilometers, while countless small oases were spread out. Shiquan said, "Old bro, there are a total of 3 big sects in Zirong land. One of them is Shirong Nation, the other is Scorpion Alliance, and lastly the Mantra Firm. Shirong Nation occupies the largest oasis and is also the kingdom with the most influence. The Scorpion Alliance collected dozens of sects. Their influence is rather okay, while Mantra Firm are in control of the trading within Shirong land." The old man Lei Bao said, "These 3 restrain and unite with each other. Their biggest enemy is the desert barbarians, Ho-Oh. The natives of Manhwa land are originally strong, however, against the unified humans, they were driven out to the edge areas." Shiquan nodded. "Yes, the information we gathered were roughly like that." The old man Lei Bao said, "The place where the Luan Chang space appeared, are you sure?" Shiquan said, "You know that once a Luan Chang space appears, it will not move, it is only very hard to open." Shirong Nation, Scorpion Alliance and Mantra Firm all declared their rights to the appeared Luan Chang space. Hello. The old man Lei Bao said blandly, "Of course, however,
one must have the power to back it up, if not then they will only become a laughing stock. Shi Quan took out a map. Xian Feng curiously moved closer to look at it. It was a map made of a piece of leather. On it was circles and dots along with a variety of horizontal and vertical lines. Xian Feng did not know what to say, he did not understand it at all. This map was too fucking abstract. Quickly, Shi Quan found the place where they were and laughed. We are close to the biggest oasis in Shirong land, the place where Shirong nation was. Ho-oh, the place we are now, has a very good location, it saves us a lot of time. Xian Feng laughed. Grandpa, if we get lost, then to return to Tiger Cliff Castle, how long will it take? The old man was instantly laughing. That would be troublesome, if there was a guide to bring you, and if you used waking, then I presume it will take a year or two, and, that is if you did not get lost again. Ho-oh, if you went yourself then perhaps it will take 2 or 3 years, perhaps, you would be lost. Xian Feng could not help but choke. That's far, Yao Yao, let's follow Grandpa closely, if we get lost, then brother cannot bring you back. He did not even know the direction of his house, how could he even go back? The crowd packed their things and led the 2 bighorn cows, stepping in the soft and hot sand, they walked unsteadily towards the oasis of the Shirong nation. Xinyao was the happiest. This was her first time seeing so many sand. She played around as she ran, occasionally she would scoop and throw up some sand, watching it fall as she giggled. After walking until sunset, they finally caught sight of an oasis. The dry air had a hint of dampness. Although Hong Chen had entered the range of true masters, he had never left the area of Hong Tong's influence. Similar to everyone, this was his first time coming to the desert. He said, "Look. Is that a oasis?" Wen Yen said, "Master, I see it too, it seems to be green." Shi Quan said, "We haven't reached yet, that should be a normal oasis, we need to go past this one to reach Shirong land." Hong Chen could not help but shake his head. "We've walked for half a day and still hadn't reached?" The old man Lei Bao said, "The desert is very big, the distance we walked is counted as small already, walking for about a dozen of days and still hadn't seen an oasis is a normal thing." Hong Chen said, "We can see a long distance from here, not like there, everything hazy, our vision poor." The old man said, "That is because it isn't windy, once it becomes windy here, then it would be like our snowstorms, not being able to see anything, and what sound is that?" He tilted his head to hear better. The crowd also listened carefully, but none of them noticed any noise. They only saw the old man Lei Bao suddenly giving off an eye-piercing glow from his body. In an instant he flew up to the skies. Shi Quan's mouth was open in shock. Only now did he know that the old man at least had 5 true ring bodies, and true Bao Luanine master expert, or even more than that, as only true Bao Luanine masters can fly to the skies. Hong Chen, his disciple, the Milun and 10,000 Luan masters were all similarly shocked. They understood that the old man was truly a terrifying expert. After a few minutes, the old man Lei Bao descended to the ground. "Go, there's a battle in front of us?" The crowd was shocked. Xian Feng immediately waved his hand for the currently running amok Xinyao to come over. His current task was to keep the little lady safe. Upon hearing about the battle in front of them, he immediately called her over. "Is Yao Yao tired?" Xinyao breathed out loudly. After crazily running and playing, she was actually very tired. "Brother, I'm tired." Xian Feng said as he squatted, "Come, brother, we'll carry you." The little lady quickly climbed onto Xian Feng's back and giggled, "I'm done." The group walked faster towards their front. Without even 5 minutes passing, the crowd heard sounds of killing from afar, and their expression became serious. They were all fighting experts. In the area of Hong Tong's influence, there are countless barbarian tribes. Every year they would do a crackdown on the tribes, and Hong Tong would send out experts. They frequently went to battle, which was why killing was not something they cared much about. The reason was for why they became serious was that they were still unfamiliar with this place. Fighting in a completely foreign place as such, they felt a bit of worry. This group of men and horse climbed onto one of the towering dunes and saw a group of desert barbarians surrounding a group of people. The group of people were protecting a dozen of sand boats, along with a dozen of desert camel beasts. Xian Feng said, "This is the desert barbarians?" They were similar to forest barbarians. All of them had thick and tall bodies, but the difference were that almost all their body ***, except for a piece of skin at their crotch, their skin had all kinds of patterns on it. Who knows if it was temporary or permanent, anyway it was colorful. "Putty, the raw gave me and I have no idea what is censoring," and forgive me if the sentence is weird for this. These people from the area of Hong Tong's influence fought a lot with the barbarians, which was why they were too familiar with them. They closely inspected the differences. The powerful barbarians can even fight with 1,000 Luan masters. One must know what humans have many mortals among them. The amount capable of reaching the level of 1,000 Luan master were actually very small. 1,000 Luan master in a sect may be belittled, but in the world of the mortals, they are terrifying battle machines. Hundreds of experienced mortal fighters may not even win against a single 1,000 Luan master, which was why the naturally gifted barbarians are powerful fighters. Upon careful inspection, when Yen said there are about 120 to fourthly barbarians, the surrounded group have about 500 people, those capable of fighting. Their numbers definitely do not go past the 200 mark. Those that are practicers, there are at most 10 of them. Not bad. With these 10 people, they are holding on, but I don't think they will be fine. The old man Lei Bao said, not bad. Little guy's inspection is very detailed. When Yen immediately raised her head, a smile on her face, to be praised by such an expert made he elated. Even Hongchen had a smile. He always loved this disciple. Seeing her get praised made him very happy too. Xin Feng said the desert barbarians had noticed us. Book 3, Chapter 7, Mantra Firm. Ha 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 ha. Falls to ground Dozega style. Shi Quan is actually Qi Xian. I must have gotten confused halfway through. I'm sorry. Rolls on floor as Putty awaits the really needed return of Shin. Oh, and when Yen was referred to as Yen throughout this, think of it was a pet name, I suppose. Though she was referred as that even before this chapter, I found it rather weird to keep changing the names, but I suppose I should. Edited by Connor, Senpai. I didn't see your email only to today, oops. Sorry, thank you very much for editing. Book 3, Chapter 7, Mantra Firm. The deep sound of an ox horn signal was heard. Yen asked, is that troop asking us for help? Qi Xian said, that's right. The people here use signals from the ox horn to send messages, like how we do it with whistles. Old brother, do we save them? The leader of this group is actually the old man Lei Bao. Qi Xian was only the leader in name, as most of the people from the group were from Hong Kong. The old man Lei Bao said, of course, we are not familiar with this place, so if we save them, they can become our guides, and we can mingle with them and learn about the situation here in Shirong land. Qi Xian nodded. Okay, Qi Tian Yao, bring your team and exterminate these barbarians. The old man Lei Bao Feng, put Yao Yao down and go as well. You need to practice more, and battling is one of the best ways to learn. Xin Feng placed Xin Yao down and said, Yao Yao, follow grandpa and don't run around. Brother has to too for a while, but I'll return quickly. Xin Yao said, be careful, brother. She would not stop Xin Feng to go to battle, since in this world, battling was a very glorious thing. Shi Tian Yao was the nephew of Qi Xian, a Milun master, but since his level had unfortunately stopped rising, he had been appointed a leader of a team. Arrange your weapons and ready to attack, Shi Tian Yao called out. Hongchen said, Yen, you go too. Yen smiled, okay, it's been quite a while since I had battled, hee cc. Hongchen was a master that treasured his disciple, and normally he would not send her to battles with risk, but this one did not really have any danger. A fight between Milun masters and barbarians, as long as it wasn't a 1 versus a dozen or so, then there would not be any danger. Putty, cc is a laugh of sorts, similar to a teehee. Xin Feng took out his black bow from his Luan Chang space. His current space had grown larger as his levels had increased, and while it was still incomparable to a Milun master, it had become able to hold a good amount of items. With the Luan Chang space, his threat with the black bow increased greatly, because the arrows can be taken directly from the Luan Chang space. Currently he had 100 steel arrows stored, enough for him to use for a long time. Those below and on the level of Milun Master would use weapons to exert their lunli, and only after becoming a true Milun Master and obtaining a true one-ring body, can they use their lunli freely to attack. Qi Tianya shouted, let's go, kill the barbarians. In the team with a total of 12 men, where the weakest of them was 1,000 Luan Master and the strongest a Milun Master, their fighting strength was rather good. Taking care of 100 barbarians wasn't anything too hard for them.
Xan Foam was at the back of the team, and was tasked with attacking from afar, since the power of his black bow was very hard for the barbarians to defend against. The troop fighting the barbarians gave a cheer when they saw help coming, but the cheer quickly turned into other sounds, because they realized that the people that came only numbered a dozen. They themselves already had about 500 people, and could barely block the attacks of the barbarians. What could these dozen of men do? Kill themselves? The first one to initiate the attack was Xan Foam. After the barbarians noticed them, immediately about 7 to 8 of them speedily broke away and came over to welcome them. The barbarians had assumed that only a few barbarians can take care of these dozen people, which would normally be true, so the barbarians presumptuously assumed, as normal humans were at a great disadvantage against barbarians. Be it strength or fighting spirit, barbarians had a large advantage over normal humans. But meeting Xan Foam and his team, these barbarians were not worthy to be their opponent. Just as barbarians normally decimate weak humans, these practitioners began to decimate the barbarians. Ping! With the sound of metal colliding, an arrow was fired and a barbarian fell, the arrow piercing through the head of the barbarian. Even if a barbarian's constitution was even greater, it still wouldn't be able to block this kind of fatal attack. It was followed by continuous sounds of colliding metal, as one by one, the shadow of arrows streaked past, and one by one barbarians began to fall. Before the team could even come into contact with them, the charging barbarians were being eliminated by Xan Foam. Qi Shen and Hong Chen could not help but praise what powerful archery. Yen could not help but say, Xan Foam, you kill too fast. Xan Foam laughed and ran ahead faster, and after reaching the sides of the dead barbarians, he speedily took back his arrows. These pure steel refined arrows were rather costly, and with only slight repairing they can be used again, so he could not bear to throw them away. At that moment, the previously worried team made extremely loud cheering, having noticed that the people headed towards them were extremely strong. With the attacks of the barbarians alleviated, the team had already noticed something was strange, since there was no normal human with such terrifying archery. The people knew that even if they shot barbarians, their thick skin and meat made it hard for the arrow to pierce it. A single arrow is far from being able to do so, and their skulls are even harder. Xinfeng's arrow was not only able to pierce through it, but it also sent barbarians charging Xan Foam's way flying back, displaying the terrifying strength behind the arrows. The remaining barbarians immediately stopped their attacks and turned to face the dozen men headed their way, their instincts informing them of the huge threat. 100 or so barbarians charged madly towards the dozen practitioners, while Qi Tianyao shouted kill, with his spear sweeping sideways as he leapt into the fray of battle. Qi Tianyao's opponent wielded a steel club that had the thickness of a bull's opening, and clashed with the steel spear that was only the thickness of a duck's egg. The barbarian revealed a smile on his face, believing that his steel club could definitely send his opponent flying. Quan! Dang! Qi Tiantao had Gene 2 attributed Luanli, and with the gene attribute supporting the steel spear, it made him very strong, as he pushed back the barbarian, who stared in disbelief. The most terrifying thing he found was that the club with the thickness of a bull was bending, and before he could react, Qi Tianyao thrust with his spear, and being unable to defend with his club, let out a shout as he blocked it with his arm. Putty, gene equals gold, 2 equals earth. With a kacha sound, the barbarian's arm was broken, and as Qi Tianyao already reached his side, he slapped the barbarian's back with the back of his hand. Pang! The barbarian fell to the floor, his spine shattered by the slap, while a 1,000 Luan master that followed Qi Tianyao closely stomped his foot, causing the barbarian's brain to splatter. Xan Foam continued to shoot his arrows, his bowstring resounding after every shot like the sound of striking iron, immediately followed by barbarians continuously falling to the ground. Upon contact, a dozen barbarians had died, and the remainder started to panic. This type of massacre was something even barbarians were unable to stand up against, and since their numbers were originally small, among barbarian tribes, those that leave the tribes to raid are all the warriors, and if their loss is great, then their tribe may be swallowed by other barbarians' tribes. Fearing this, a barbarian shouted and the originally charging barbarians immediately turned and ran.
Shi Tianyao's team followed, trying to kill, but the speed of the desert barbarians was too fast. These forest practitioners were very unaccustomed to it, so other than Xie and Feng, who kept on shooting arrows after arrows, no one was able to catch up.
Quickly, Chi Tianyao ordered, all of you, come back.
Xie and Feng also immediately stopped shooting. Of those that were targeted by his bow, not one of them had been capable of escaping, all of them died within single arrow. He had specially aimed for the heads, and along with his precise archery, Xie and Feng had killed the most barbarians. Yen was still unsatisfied, since she had only gotten to kill a single barbarian, while her other target escaped. By himself, Xie and Feng had killed 10 barbarians, while everyone else's kill had only accumulated to 21, and a dozen or so injured.
Barbarians successfully escaped.
The old man Lei Bao and Qi Xian approached, as well as Hong Chen leading 2 big horned bulls, and the 3 of them slowly headed down the dune, walking towards the surrounding troop. From that troop walked out a group of people, and the two side quickly approached each other. This was a merchant group from Mantra firm. The Mantra firm had one of the largest influence in Shiron land, and while this merchant group was considered a small-scaled one, if it was a large-scale one, then the barbarians would never dare to surround them. Normally large-scale merchant group would have a good amount of practitioners with them, and this sort of small-scale merchant group would only have a little amount of practitioners, low-leveled practitioners, the strongest of them only 1,000 Luan master. This merchant group only had 10 practitioners, the strongest of them 100 Luan master, a very old 100 Luan master, with the rest of them being small Luan masters that had only just stepped into the practitioner's world. Their qualifications very bad, since after a few decades of training they had not even reached the level of 100 Luan master, though of course they are stronger than the average human, like the recruited warriors of the small merchant groups. The old man Lei Bao, Qi Xian and Hong Chen never intended on negotiating, as with their status and identity, they wouldn't discuss with merchants, so this task was left to Qi Tianyao and Xie and Feng. The reason why Xie and Feng was included being the old man's thinking that it'll be good practice for Xie and Feng, as only by experiencing many things will one learn to handle different affairs. The old man Lei Bao had suffered because of his aloofness in the beginning. When he had just started his journey, he was already a great expert, but he did not know now to communicate and mingle with others, and coupled with his terrible temper, a word of disagreement would cause him to start a fight. He hoped for Xie and Feng to practice interacting with people, as he was behind him supporting, so that even if Xie and Feng was unable to negotiate well, or got into trouble, Lei Bao could help to settle it. The leader of the mantra firm was a young man, probably in his 20s, and was not a practitioner. He had chatted with the guard leader and knew that the people before him were Luan masters, but as for their level he was unsure, though he knew that these people were very strong, people he couldn't afford to offend. Qi Tianyao walked forward and said, I am Qi Tianyao, Milun master, and the leader here.
Xie and Feng said, Lei Xie and Feng, 10,000 Luan master.
The leader said, I have seen you sirs, I am Tua Luonyao, the leader of the merchant group.
Qi Tianyao asked, you are from Mantra clan? While Xie and Feng was still suspicious, wondering, Tua Luo bird? Was there such a bird?
Putty, the last word for the guy's name is which means bird, thus the confusion.
Tua Luonyao nodded, yes, I am from the Mantra clan, I thank you all for your assistance.
Qi Tianyao said, no need for thanks, this kind of thing, as long as they see it, nobody would simply stand to the side and watch.
I wonder, are you all headed to Shirong Nation?
Tua Luonyao said, that's right, we are headed there. Learning that Qi Tianyao and his people were headed to Shirong Nation, he instantly warmly invited them, hoping they would join him for the journey. Qi Tianyao did not reject, since they originally wanted to go with merchants in order to learn of some news, and the network of merchant groups was the best, as they travel extensively and know much about what is happening throughout the land. Exams are starting the whole of September. Putty will be rather busy, so please pardon Putty,
Book 3, Chapter 8, Mantra Firm, 2. Cough's Blood.
For all of your kind patience.
Life is but a challenge, KOH. Points to awe. Coco. Thank you to Munther for donating. Book 3, Chapter 8, Mantra Firm, 2, unedited. The crowd reached where the merchants was and immediately saw a few corpses at their first glance. There was also a dozen or so sitting on the ground. A good amount of them had broken limbs. It showed how intense their fight with the barbarians were. Tua Luo Niao said, "Luckily you people came. We were just surrounded and all of you appeared. If your arrival was delayed, then we would have lost even more people." Xa and Feng noticed that no matter Qi Tianyao or Yan, the people in this group was all very prideful. Other than him and Qi Tianyao, the others did not even speak a single word. They merely curiously looked around. Even Lei Bao, Qi Xian and Hong Chen were even silent at the back. This was probably the natural barriers between normal humans and practitioners. In this world, practitioners did not have much respect for normal humans. Tua Luo Niao's attitude could already prove that normal humans, despite his large influence and being a lineal descendant, he treated the practitioners with great respect. Qi Tianyao turned back and discussed with Qi Xian for a bit and decided that they will follow the merchants. Tua Luo now immediately arranged for a few sandboats for them to sit in. Xi and Feng noticed that these sandboats were very interesting. There were wheels on both sides, but these wheels did not touch the ground and was placed diagonally. He then understood that these wheels could be placed down, which meant that these boats slid on the sand and could become a wheeled car upon leaving the sand. These boats had an elaborate design. These sandboats were dragged by Shatua beasts. These Shatua beasts were special animals that belonged to Shirong land. Their characteristics were somewhat similar to the camels of Xianfeng's past world, but its outer appearance was entirely different. It resembled a tortoise and it moved as if a tortoise, pushing forward from its two sides. It had thick and strong limbs, and of course it did not have the hard shell of a tortoise. Instead it had thick long fur on its large body. A simple movement of it brought it further by 5 meters. Putty, sha equals sand, tua is a letter in the Chinese word camel. A few dozen desert hunting dogs was scattered in the group. These dogs were used for warning. Their noses extremely sensitive. Upon catching a barbarian scent, they would go crazy. They were among the best dogs in the desert. Under Tua Luo Niao's instructions, the corpses were burnt. Xianfeng asked curiously, "Why don't you bury them?" The members of the merchants all made an astonished expression. This question was a bit stupid. Tua Luo Niao did not dare to reveal a disdainful expression. He explained, "You cannot bury them, because the nose of the barbarians are also very good. If you bury the bodies, they would dig it out and eat it." Xianfeng felt disgusted and shook his head with a bitter smile. These barbarians are not picky at all, they eat anything. Quickly, the merchants continued their journey. Sitting on the sandboat, Xinyao seemed to be elated. This was her first time sitting on such a car. The sandboat slid on the sandy ground, creating a light sha-sha noise. They did not even feel a bump seated on the sandboat. It was very steady. The boat was also very wide. At the two sides was the two large wheels that served as railings. There was practically no sounds of footsteps from the running of the Shatua beasts. Its feet was soft and huge, soundless even as it reaches the ground. The long sandboat team looked very spectacular, with a few desert hunting dogs running back and forth. The sky gradually darkened while the oasis in the distance became clearer. Tua Luo now came rushing over riding on a horse. Reaching the sandboat Xianfeng was on, he said, "We're very close to Suing land, it's just 4 of us." Xianfeng nodded okay. Only then did Tua Luo Niao confidently urge the San Tua beasts to run as he loudly commanded his team. Xianfeng said, "Grandpa, we reached Shirong Nation. Is that place in the inner parts of Shirong Nation?" The old man sat cross-legged. Hearing Xianfeng, he laughed. "Of course it's not inside Shirong Nation. Shirong Nation was the meeting point I set. I have a few friends coming. With only my strength, it's not enough, especially when we are competing for such a treasure. If we go unprepared, then that definitely suicidal. Also, I have to arrange some things for Xinyao. You can come with me, but Xinyao is too weak. If anything happens, we won't be able to deal with it." Xinyao immediately gave up. She repeatedly said, "Grandpa, don't leave me behind." The old man Leibao gently touched Xinyao's head, bitterly smiling. "Yao Yao, you cannot distract Grandpa and brother, we'll die." Xinyao was scared stiff. She said, "I don't want Grandpa and brother to die." Tears already started to fill her eyes. Xianfeng immediately hugged her and said softly, "It's fine, brother and Grandpa won't die. Grandpa is so strong. Yao Yao, don't cry." He glared at the old man Leibao. The old man Leibao smiled bitterly yet again. He raised his hands and said, all right, I'll stop speaking, you convince her."
He knew that Xian Feng doted on the lady more than himself, refusing to let her experience even the slightest of unfairness. However, Xian Feng agreed to place Xinyao temporarily somewhere safe. He feared for the girl who hadn't even reached the age for training, a young child weaker than a normal human. If she went with them to fight for the Luncheng space, it would be too dangerous. Even if the old man Lei Bao was even stronger, there are always moments of carelessness. It was better to be safe than sorry. He would definitely go crazy if anything were to happen to Xinyao. While comforting Xinyao, he looked for the Luncheng space. According to the Star Python records, the growth of a Luncheng space can reach unimaginable proportions. The most miraculous thing was that after the death of the owner and upon its emergence, it could become a small world. Of course, these small worlds are not everlasting. Basically, after 10,000s of years later, it would start collapsing. When a small world starts collapsing, many precious stuff would appear from it. For example, a gold attributed super experts as Luncheng space upon emerging will form into a small world, and after years of erosion, collapse. Large amounts of rare gold attributed ores, even large pieces of gold attributed minerals. For gold attributed people, that was the best sort of treasure they can find. Similar for the other attributed Luncheng space, which was why various treasures of this world was found in emerged Luncheng spaces. With every newly emerged Luan changed space was a rain of blood, with countless experts appearing, many of which rather old freaks, their training reaching unimaginable levels. To compete for such a treasure without strength was similar to courting death. There were the smart people who waited for the fighting to cease and picks up the remaining leftovers. Even by this way, they could find a good amount of good items. Finally, the sky darkened, followed by the lighting of various fires, while Tua Luoniao urged for more speed. Xinyao was sweating buckets. She said, "Brother, it's so hot, I want to drink water." She had already madly drunk large amounts of water. Xian Feng was also sweating. He replied, "Yao, this place is different from our house. The desert is all like that. Just wait a while more, it'll become cold." The climate of the desert was what he knew about. Upon night, it would become rather cold. Some shouts were heard from the front and the old man Lei Bao laughed. "We reached, hee. Luckily we followed the merchants. If we walked here ourselves, it would take even longer." Xinyao said elatedly, "Brother, I hear the sounds of running water. There's water. I want to take a bath." There was a large pond along with a small river. On the ground was large amounts of growing shrubs and weeds. Under the glowing fire, they could clearly see the reflections on the water. Under Tua Luo Nao's instructions, the members of the merchants started to organize the sand boast and sand tua beasts. They needed to feed and hydrate the sand tua beasts, then organize the sand boats into a defensive formation. Only after that could they take care of their food and drinking situation. Shi Xian's team did not need to settle any sorts of food problems, as all of them had brought enough food and drinking water. Quickly, they lit a bonfire and the people from the small team sat around it. Xian Feng walked to the water and brought back a bucket of water for the old man and his sister to wash their face. A few of the members took out some of the freshly pickled meat and started to roast it. The others had large amounts of rather delicious bull meat. It was very nutritious and could energize the body. When the merchant group of Tua Luoniao finished with their work and started to prepare their food, Xian Feng had already started eating. The merchant group purposely prepared tents. Xian Feng noticed that only a few merchants with high positions had tents. The others slept outside near the bonfires to keep warm. The old man, Xian Feng, and Xinyao slept in a single tent. Xinyao was still young, thus she had always slept with Xinfeng. Reaching dawn, the old man suddenly woke up. He shook Xian Feng awake, who softly said, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" The old man softly replied, "There are people headed our way, a lot of them. There's 700 to 800 of them, but they are not barbarians." Xian Feng was not as powerful as the old man. Naturally he would be incapable of detecting them. Are they heading our way due to coincidence, or are they against this place? The old man with a cold snort, "I reckon they have a grudge against this place. They are all holding weapons while moving stealthily, only a few hundred meters away from us." Xian Feng sighed, "It's dangerous everywhere. Do we remind them?" The old man laughed, "We're all together now. I believe that they won't let anyone go." Xian Feng said, "All right, then I'll do it." He carried Xinyao out of the tent. Looking upwards, he shouted, "Enemy attack." Instantly, chaos struck the campsite. Most of them were sleeping outside, which was why they immediately jumped up, wielding their weapons, shouting, "Enemy attack? Where?
Where? Actually, another person had also noticed. Qi Xian was only a bit later than the old man. After all, he was an expert with 3 true ring bodies. No matter how careful they were still hurt. Hearing Xinfeng's warning cry, he could not help but laugh. Interesting, this merchant group's leader's luck, it's too bad. Book 3, Chapter 9, Pitiful Bandits. So much doubt when I go to chats. No one would become a putty imposter, why would they? Anyways, I heads up Putty has multiple Chatango accounts, Putty, Putty, Putty and Pudding. I'm not an imposter. I'm just here to leech. Book 3 Chapter 9, Pitiful Bandits. Xinfeng's sudden shout caused the campsite to be covered in chaos. The bodyguards managed to stand up properly. The merchant's bodyguard's leader rushed out from the tent, one by one shouted and wondering what happened. Qi Xian and his men came out of the tent. They immediately met each other. Qi Xuan said, "Are you all equipped with your weapons? We are surrounded by the enemy." Tua Luoniao shouted. The sand boats were initially placed in circular formation while the sand tua beasts are protected by people. Tua Luoniao was worried and angry. He speedily organized his troops and had the crowd take cover behind the sand boats. After doing so, he immediately ran over to Xinfeng. Gradually, even Xinfeng heard their movements. Tua Luoniao ran to their side and asked, "Are they barbarians?" Xinfeng said, "They are not barbarians, I ask of you, Tua Luoniao, did you offend anyone? Why is so many men heading our way?" Tua Luoniao said worriedly, "A lot of men? Bandits?" Xinfeng shook his head, "I don't know, you better have a lot of fire." The pre-dawn darkness almost made it so that he could not see his 5 fingers of his reached-out hand, the entire land relying on the fire's glow. Tua Luoniao was enraged. He was already over the barbarians' attack, but now humans came. It made him furious. He said, "Be careful, I'll find men to light some fires." He dare not ask these experts to help but instead immediately called for his underlings to start large amounts of fires, causing the surroundings to become bright. The old man sighed, "All right, let's not just stand here, leave some to guard this area. Phone, you protect Yao Yao. Let's go find out who came over to disturb our rest." Shi Tianyao said, "Tua Luoniao's enemies are not lacking in number, look at him being anxious." Xinfeng entered the tent and noticed that Xinyo was already awake, sitting on the ground rather semi-consciously. She said, "How noisy, brother, it's already dawn?" Xinyo was extremely cute while semi-conscious. Xinfeng laughed, "It's fine, it seems to be rather lively outside, someone came over." The people in the wilderness all hid behind the sand boats, with a group of 30 archers. The others all carried weapons. Their 10 most powerful men walked back and forth, prepared to attack at any moment. These dozen or so men were all practitioners. A pity that the most powerful one was merely 100 Luan master, which was stronger than normal humans. Xinfeng brought Xinyao out of the tent and saw Yen. He said, "Yen." Yen had a cold expression as she said, "What?" Xinfeng said, "Help me take care of Yao Yao, I'm itching to go and play." Leibao looked at Yen while Hong Tong laughed, "No problem, Yen, you go take care of the little lady." Yen did not dare to disobey her master's words, though unwilling and itching to fight. As for these type of people, fighting is the best way to learn. She said, "Okay, Yao Yao, come to sister." Xinyo was very clever and could tell Yen was unwilling. She replied, "It's all right, sister, I'll follow grandpa." "Brother, be careful." Xinfeng was itching to use some of his offensive skills. These low-risk battles was a good chance for him to train. He laughed, "Who's coming with me?" Qi Tianyao said, "I'll bring a few men to help." Qi Shen, "Don't worry, if there's an expert among the enemy, you need not risk it, just leave it to me." The old man Lei Bao said, "There shouldn't be any powerful experts, I did not notice any of them." His instinct wouldn't be wrong. Unless the enemy has a good treasure that can conceal his aura, he wouldn't be able to escape Lei Bao's senses. A few thousand Luan masters walked out, all of which with the hobby of fighting, following Qi Tianyao and Xinfeng to the circular formation formed by sand boats. Seeing their arrival, Tua Luoniao could not help but be elated. From the start he had noticed that everyone in this group was experts. Even if only a few came over, they still would contribute much. Tua Luoniao walked forward to offer his thanks, but Xinfeng waved his hand, "No need to thank me, I'm only here to play. Also, give me 100 arrows."
With a movement of his arm, a black bow appeared in his hand. The people amongst the surroundings revealed an envious expression. This storage method was something practitioners have, not normal humans. Xian Feng did not want to use his own arrows. They were all special arrows useful for dealing with barbarians and prey, but for normal humans, it would be too wasteful. Tua Luo Niao immediately had his men bring over 200 arrows. Xian Feng examined it and found out that the quality was rather good, of course incomparable to special pure steel arrows. These were arrows for normal humans, but it was enough for him. Kill! From afar was a sudden array of shouts, followed by movement of countless men. Under the fire's dark red glow, God knows how many men came up to attack. Bang! 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 The group of 30 archers shot out their arrows. The archery of this world was very ordinary, with the exception of Xian Feng's black bow, which was created specially to achieve such a strong harming ability. A normal bow's chances of harming someone was very high, but killing someone was something rather difficult to achieve. This was because people of this world had good protective armor. If the arrow did not directly impale something important, for example an eye, it was extremely difficult to kill someone. Xinfeng said these people are all trained men, their attacks are not weak. As he spoke, his bowstring made a sound akin to metallic collision, instantly killing a man who climbed up the sandboat. Merely upon contact, both sides suffered great casualties. Shi Tianyao and his men did not go to the front line, instead they stood at the back of the formation, only attacking when someone broke through their formation, instantly killing them. The combined amount of men of both sides did not reach 1,000 in numbers, but Xian Feng felt as though there were countless people. There were silhouettes of movement everywhere, flesh and blood flew everywhere. It made him feel extremely excited. This was entirely different from small-scale fights. Shots and cries of death filled the battlefield. This clash showed him cruelty in a huge scale. A few armor-wearing men suddenly broke the formation. Seeing Xian Feng who stood at the side, they shouted loudly as they charged, their faces revealing a savage expression. That kind of madness and indomitable attitude was rather scary. Xinfeng was not scared. After all, he wasn't inexperienced in fighting. Xian Feng especially did not feel any fear towards normal humans. Loading his arrow, ping-ping sounds appeared as arrow after arrow was shot out, all of it hitting the head. Those men had fallen even before they could reach him. Yen did not come forward. She stood near Xian Feng, and anyone who came into her attacking range would be killed quickly. These three great experts, Lei Bao, Shi Xian and Hong Tong, all stood behind, none of them attacking. If they did, then these men would not last even a single attack. However, those that reached their level would definitely not touch normal humans unless provoked. Shi Tianyao and his men did not attack either. Instead they passively waited. If they had attacked, then the results would be the same. Those normal humans would not be able to block. Bloody smells dispersed, causing the air to have a metallic smell as people died one after another. The fighting of normal humans was much more cruel than a practitioner's fight, large amounts of death filling every moment.